Over 12,000 years ago, humans were hunter-gatherers. We lived a nomadic lifestyle, moving from place to place over the seasons and years. Considering humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, the way we live now, settling down in one place for long stretches of time, is a pretty new lifestyle. But if you're going to settle down, you have a lot of places to choose from. So why did we choose to live where we did? And what decides where we live today? When humans first started to settle down, it was because we started to switch to an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, and the focus is on agriculture and farming. So naturally, the places we chose to live were the places that were best for this new life as farmers. What do farmers need? They need good quality, fertile soil and a strong water supply. Both of these things can be found on the floodplains of rivers, and so it's not surprising that many of the first human settlements were along these rivers. This even influences today. Many of the oldest cities are along rivers, either for those same farming reasons, or because it allowed boats to sail down the river carrying goods to be traded. Trade was a big part of how humans advanced, building more and more impressive architecture and things to make our lives easier. This was only possible because of the extra time and funds gained through trade. So that's the long-term historical perspective. But now let's talk about what attracts humans to certain locations today. Let's talk about settlements built over the last few hundred years. Natural resources and water remain vitally important to this day. Humans can't live without fresh water, and still can't farm without it, so it's a necessity. Though less important with the invention of indoor plumbing, it's still a major consideration. But in the last few hundred years, water and soil were replaced with many other natural resources of importance. The presence of wood, trees, stone, and metal ores allowed us to manufacture and build products like tools and weapons. And since these natural resources could be sold, a settlement located near these natural resources would prosper. And then there were the rarer, expensive natural resources like gold, silver, and oil. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people because of the discovery of gold, especially to California and other parts of the western United States in the 19th century. When we discovered gold, people saw their opportunity to get rich and rushed to find their own piece of the prize. But it's not just natural resources and money that attracts people to an area, because they have to actually live there. A warm, temperate and pleasant climate can be attractive to people. There were never the same number of people migrating to northern Canada as there were to the United States, and climate is a big reason for that. And it's important to feel safe where you live, so natural disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes and volcanoes tend to make a place less attractive. All these factors and more are rather random. They're based on the environment and outside human control, but they have a big influence on where the towns and cities in which we live are located. Over 12,000 years ago, humans were hunter-gatherers. We lived a nomadic lifestyle, moving from place to place over the seasons and years. When humans first started to settle down, it was because we started to switch to an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. So naturally, the places we chose to live had good quality, fertile soil and a strong water supply. Both of these things can be found on the floodplains of rivers, and so it's not surprising that many of the first human settlements were along these rivers. These factors even influence us today. There are other natural resources of importance, though. The presence of wood, stone, and metal ores allowed us to manufacture and build our products, and because these natural resources could be sold, a settlement located near any of these things tended to do very well for itself. And then there were the rarer, expensive natural resources like gold, silver, and oil. But it's not just natural resources and money that attracts people to an area, because they have to actually live there too. A warm, temperate and pleasant climate can be attractive to people, and it's important to feel safe, so natural disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes and volcanoes tend to make a place less attractive. All these factors and more are rather random. They're based on the environment and outside human control, but they have a big influence on where the towns and cities in which we live are located.
Joan lives in a small town where everyone knows everyone else. The town consists of one main street and a few side streets. Everyone in the town lives on one of those streets. Joan's cousin Nell lives in a big city. There are tons of people. It would be impossible to know all of them. Not only that, but there are many, many streets, some with businesses and some with residences, and some with both. A settlement is organized human habitation. It can be a single home or a bustling metropolis. Take Joan and Nell. They live in two very different places, but they are both living in a settlement. Let's look closer at some of the types of settlements, including rural versus urban and compact versus dispersed. Joan and Nell live in very different places. Nell is in a big city with lots of other people, and Joan is in a small town with just a few other people. But they are both in settlements. To distinguish between different types of settlements, people often classify settlements as either urban or rural. Urban settlements are usually large. That is, they are densely populated with many people. Nell City is an example of an urban settlement. There are many people in the city. Rural settlements, on the other hand, are generally small. That is, they are sparsely populated. There's a low density of population, so there are few people in rural settlements. Joan's small town is an example of a rural settlement. There just aren't that many people there. Often, urban settlements have mostly non-agricultural occupations, while rural settlements have mostly agricultural occupations. For example, many farmers live in a sparsely populated area, and far fewer of them live in a densely populated city. Defining settlements in terms of urban and rural makes sense. After all, there are many differences between the two. But there is a major problem with defining rural and urban settlements. There's no consensus on what makes a rural settlement and what makes an urban one. For example, some small villages in India or China are more populated than large towns or small cities in America and Europe. Are those small villages rural or urban then? It depends on who you ask. Likewise, in the United States and other countries, several small towns can blend together, which makes it seem like an urban area even though it's not. Each country deals with this differently by defining urban areas differently. But the problem remains. There's no agreement on what exactly makes a place rural or urban. Another way to classify types of human settlements involves how close together people live. For example, Nell lives in an apartment building with many other people. Her home is separated from others' homes by thin walls. Joan, on the other hand, has a lot more space. There's a large area between her house and her neighbors' houses. In fact, when the trees have leaves on them, she can't even see her neighbors. Compact settlements are those in which homes are built close together. The city where Nell lives is a good example of this. The homes are packed so closely together that it's only a few steps to her neighbor's front door. Dispersed settlements are those in which homes are built far apart. Often, a dispersed settlement has only one or two houses and a church, temple, or other cultural center to bind them together. The tiny town where Joan lives is dispersed. She has to walk a long way to get to her neighbors' houses. Compact and dispersed settlements face some of the same issues that rural and urban classifications do. That is, it's difficult to precisely pinpoint where the line between compact and dispersed settlements are. For example, Joan has to walk away to get to her neighbors' homes, but she can walk there. Other places, the houses are so far apart that it's impossible to walk. So compared to the city, Joan's settlement looks like it's dispersed, but compared to some other settlements, it looks quite compact. A settlement is an organized human habitation. There are several ways to classify different types of settlements. Rural settlements are sparsely populated and are mostly agricultural, whereas urban settlements are densely populated and are mostly non-agricultural. Compact settlements have homes that are built close together, whereas dispersed settlements have homes that are built far apart. With both sets of classifications, there are issues with finding a consensus on what type of settlement places are. Jordan is starting his own business, and he's really excited. He wants to open a store in the downtown area of his city, and he can just imagine how much success he'll have. The downtown, also called the Central Business District, or CBD, is the geographic and commercial center of a city. It's where most of the businesses are, and is often directly in the middle of a city as well. Let's look closer at the characteristics of a central business district, including how land is used. Jordan has decided that the downtown area of his city would be perfect for his new store. There are a lot of people who work in that area, and therefore a lot of people who might be his customers. A concentration of retail and office buildings is the major characteristic of a central business district. Retail businesses are stores, like Jordan's, that sell merchandise to customers. Offices, on the other hand, could be for any type of business, including government, banks, or other businesses. Whether retail or office, the point is that a central business district is primarily about business. Because of that, and because of limited space, CBDs often have small residential numbers. Compared to other parts of the area, most downtowns have fewer residences and more businesses. Jordan City is no different. Despite the fact that there are a lot of businesses and stores in the area, there aren't very many apartment buildings or homes. Jordan himself lives in a different part of the city. A final characteristic of central business districts is that they often contain skyscrapers. When you think about a city's skyline with the big skyscrapers, you are often thinking about the downtown area. This is particularly true of newer cities, like those in the western part of the United States, when compared with older cities like those in Europe that have been around for centuries. As we've seen, downtown areas are mostly businesses and have low residential numbers. In addition, there are many skyscrapers. But why, if that's where the businesses are there low residential numbers? And why are there more skyscrapers in a CBD than in most other parts of a city? The answer to both of those questions is, at least in part, space. Central business districts only have a finite amount of space. Retail, office, and residential needs all compete for land in small CBD areas, so rents are generally high. The further out from the downtown area you move, often the lower the rents are. Jordan can attest to this. When looking at possible places for his store, he's noticed that the places in the downtown area are really expensive. But if he moves half an hour outside of downtown, the rent for his store will be half the price. That sounds like a good deal, but remember that Jordan wants to be downtown because there are a lot of people working in that area. If he moves further out, he will have fewer possible customers, so for him, it might make sense to pay the higher rent for the better location. Jordan's not the only business owner who thinks that way. In general, commerce, or retail, is willing to pay the most in rent, followed by industry, or office buildings, followed by residential, or homes. This makes sense if you think about it. Retail stores require lots of people to come and visit them, so location is most important to them. Office buildings, too, can benefit from being centrally located, but less so than retail spaces. Finally, people can happily live anywhere, so residential buyers and renters are less likely to pay a premium for space in a downtown area. A downtown, also called Central Business District or CBD, is the geographic and commercial center of a city. There are several common characteristics of a CBD, including the fact that there is a concentration of retail and office buildings, few residential buildings, and that they often contain skyscrapers. Rents are high in a CBD, and retail stores are willing to pay the most in rent, followed by office buildings, followed by residential renters.
Social minority versus social majority. If I asked you to tell me your race, what would you say? How about if I asked you for your ethnicity? What about your nationality? How are these concepts different from each other? When you think about your answers, are the groups you fit into considered a majority or a minority in your country and culture? Throughout the history of humanity, people have put value on these categories and made meaning out of them. This lesson is going to cover concepts including race, ethnicity, majority versus minority status, and current trends in the United States regarding racial patterns of change. Let's start by making a distinction between the concepts of race and ethnicity. Some people get confused about what the difference is, or they may not even be sure if there is a difference between these two ideas. So first, the definition of race is a socially meaningful category of people who share biologically transmitted traits that are obvious and considered important. This definition has several parts to it, so let's break it down. First, we said that race is a meaningful category of people. Different races are groups that are simply made up by people who decided that they are important. Examples include Caucasian, African American, and Asian. Another part of the definition was who share biologically transmitted traits. Really, for race, this means skin color. Skin color also usually has other stereotypical traits that go with it, such as hair color, certain facial features like the size of your nose or the color of your eyes, height, and so on. But for most cultures, skin color seems to be the most important trait when it comes to race. So what is ethnicity? In contrast to the idea of race, ethnicity simply means a shared cultural heritage. So ethnicity could be Egyptian, Swedish, Mexican, or Jewish. The ethnicity of Jewish is interesting because it refers to both a particular group of people from a biological genetic perspective, but it also refers to a religion and all of the cultural richness that comes from that religious tradition. Many other ethnicities share both genetic traits and often religious or cultural holidays or traditions that tie the group together. While sometimes the categories of race and ethnicity can be confusing, keep in mind that the basic distinction between race and ethnicity is that race is biologically determined, whereas ethnicity is culturally determined. Another way that these concepts can be complicated is by trying to divide people up into the categories of majority versus minority status. So let's try to define these two concepts. When we're talking about race, ethnicity, gender, religion, or any other socially meaningful group of people, the majority refers to the social group considered to have the most power in a particular place and sometimes the most members. In the United States, white or Caucasian people are considered to be the racial majority group. White people have historically been the most powerful race in terms of representation in the media, business positions like owning companies, or representation in politics. Majority groups are often statistical majorities, meaning the group with the most people, but that is not always true. For example, when it comes to gender, men are considered to be the majority group in the United States because they have more social power than women. However, from a pure numbers perspective, there are a slightly higher number of women than men. So even though there are technically more women in the United States, women are still considered a minority group because they are a group with less social resources and power. Okay, so if that's true, maybe the next step is that we should define what exactly we mean when we talk about a social minority. The definition of a social minority is any category of people distinguished by either a physical or cultural difference that a society has subordinated. Let's break that definition down into two pieces, because there are two basic criteria or rules that a group needs to meet in order to be considered a minority. The first criterion or rule is that a minority group has to have a distinctive identity. This means that people need to be able to spot them or categorize them easily. Minorities could be based on skin color, like race, or by biological sex, like men versus women. Minorities can also be based on religion, which is often distinguished by the way someone dresses or from accessories they wear, such as a Star of David necklace, indicating Judaism. Or a minority could be based on choices, such as vegetarians who don't believe in eating meat and who take an active role in demonstrations and other activities to promote the wrongs of eating meat to others. The second criterion or rule to make a group fit into the minority category is that the group has to experience social subordination. Social subordination is the idea that, in general, members of this group have fewer resources or less power than the majority group. Minority groups usually have lower incomes, jobs with less prestige, less representation in government, limited schooling, and so on. While some members of the group might be wealthy or powerful, most members are not. For example, Jennifer Lopez is certainly a beautiful, respected millionaire. However, in general, Puerto Rican Americans are considered an ethnic minority. The final topic for this lesson is just a few of the basic trends we see happening in the United States relevant to race and ethnicity. The current situation is that non-Hispanic white people are considered the racial majority group in the USA. However, we see trends indicating that the proportion of minorities is increasing. There are currently 4 states that have more people who are considered in the racial minority living there than non-Hispanic white people. These states are California, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Texas. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, if current trends continue, by the year 2042, the combined groups of all racial minorities will be larger than the number of whites in the U.S. That doesn't necessarily mean that any single group will be bigger than the number of white people. It just means that statistically there will be fewer white people than everyone else combined. What do you think that will mean for our future? Will we have more TV shows and movies that feature other races? Will we continue to see presidents who are people of color? Will road signs and schools start to use more than one language? If you live in the U.S., how will these changes affect you personally? In summary, this lesson first defined the difference between race and ethnicity. Race is a socially meaningful category of people who share biologically transmitted traits that are obvious and considered important. In contrast, ethnicity means a shared cultural heritage. In short, race is based on biology, while ethnicity is based on culture. Next, we make a distinction between social majorities versus minorities. The majority is the social group considered to have the most power in a particular place, and sometimes the most members. On the other hand, a minority is any category of people distinguished by either physical or cultural difference that a society has subordinated. The 2 criteria required to make a group considered a social minority is 1, a distinctive identity, and 2, subordination. Finally, we talked a bit about current trends in the United States, and that in the next 30 years or so, there will be more racial minorities living in the U.S. than white people. The next 2 generations of Americans will certainly be living in interesting times.
Throughout much of the ancient past, places like Europe were under the control of vast empires. Within these areas, people from all different ethnicities were controlled by outside forces like the Roman Empire. However, as time progressed and the age of the empire waned, these ethnic groups formed the framework of today's modern nations. Today we'll take a look at how this occurred as we discuss how ethnicities turn into nationalities. Since this is such a broad topic, we'll work to keep things simple, covering the main terms cultural geographers usually cite when having this discussion. With this in mind, let's first nail down some terminology. Ethnicity can be loosely defined as shared cultural practices and perspectives that set a people group apart from others. Stated very simply, ethnicity is a shared cultural tradition and heritage. Ethnicity runs very deep, dealing with a long sense of shared history, religion, a common language, and much more. Going back to our opening discussion on Europe through the ages, its ancient empires have encompassed many different ethnic groups. For instance, there were the Saxons of modern-day England, the Gauls of modern-day France, and the Norsemen of Scandinavia. The question is, how did these ethnicities transform into nationalities, or a people who share legal connection and personal loyalty to a particular country? Stated very, very simply, the best answer would probably be what cultural geographers would term self-determination. The idea that ethnicities have the right to govern themselves. In other words, the notion that ethnic groups have the right to self-rule, the determination and desire to form their own allegiance to their own government, not some outside controlling force. As nations began to form, the people groups within the territories desired to be united by their common ethnicity, especially when it comes to language. For example, the modern-day political boundaries of Western Europe were greatly influenced by shared language. In other words, the actual political states of Germany, France, Spain, and the United Kingdom line up very closely to the already in-place ethnic groups who spoke German, French, Spanish, and English. To use a common saying, just like smoke comes before fire, ethnic language groups often preceded formal nations. With all this discussion about ethnicities being transformed into nations, now would be a great time to define the product of this transformation, a nation-state. Again stated rather simply, a nation-state is a state whose boundaries match the territory traditionally held by an ethnicity that has been transformed into a nationality. Being a rather easy concept to grasp, the legal political boundaries of nation-states are often born from what are termed ethnographic boundaries, boundary lines that run along differences in ethnicity, such as language and religion. Probably one of the best examples of a nation-state with ethnographic boundaries is Denmark, a modern-day country which is predominantly occupied by the Danish people. As an extremely homogeneous nation-state, a majority of its people share the same religious affiliation and history. This shared identity is a great example of what cultural geographers call centripetal force, a force or attitude that unifies the people of a state. Centripetal force has played a large role in transforming ethnicities into nations. However, it must be mentioned that this process often comes after great violence, especially when differences in religion are involved. A sad example of this occurred in the 20th century as India and Pakistan formed into two independent nation-states, split over religion. With the area of modern-day India being predominantly Hindu, and Pakistan being predominantly Muslim, the transformation of these two ethnic groups into two separate nation-states came at the end of a tragic bloodbath which saw the loss of many lives. A similar scene played out in the former Soviet Union as ethnic groups once under the grip of communism have been freed to form their own nation-states. However, this has come at a high cost as places like Bosnia have seen ethnic wars devastate their landscapes and, more tragically, their populations. Ethnicity is defined as shared cultural practices and perspectives that set a people group apart from others. A nationality is defined as a people who share legal connection and personal loyalty to a particular country. Ethnicities are often transformed into nationalities by means of self-determination and centripetal force. Self-determination is the idea that ethnicities have the right to govern themselves. It's the desire for self-rule. Centripetal force is a force or attitude that unifies the people of a state. Religion and language are excellent examples of centripetal force. Sadly, this can often lead to violence, especially when religion is the dominant force behind self-determination. Nation-states are often the product of ethnicities transforming into nationalities. A nation-state is a state whose boundaries match the territory traditionally held by an ethnicity that has been transformed into a nationality. The boundaries of a nation-state are often formed by ethnographic boundaries, boundary lines that run along differences in ethnicity, such as language and religion. With most of us living in the modernized West, the idea of ethnicity is something we're rather familiar with. After all, the United States is considered the great melting pot of the world. However, and quite tragically, other parts of the world have not combined ethnicities with such success. Instead, people have been subjugated and lives have been devastated by struggles between ethnic groups. In today's lesson, we're going to explore these struggles as we discuss the idea of ethnic competition, ethnic division, and ethnic domination. As we do this, we want to keep in mind that these are concepts that definitely tend to overlap. To begin our conversation, we should first define what we mean by ethnicity. Ethnicity is generally defined as shared cultural practices and perspectives that set a people group apart from others. In other words, ethnicity is a shared cultural tradition and heritage. It encompasses a shared religion, a shared history, a common language, and very much more. Oftentimes, nations are founded on ethnicities. For instance, we have the very homogeneous country of Australia, in which much of the population shares the same culture and ethnicity. However, the world also has many multi-ethnic states, or states that contain more than one ethnicity. A great example of this is the country of Belgium, which has the ethnic groups of the Flemish and the Walloons peacefully living together. Unfortunately, this peaceful coexistence is not always the case. This brings us to our first issue with ethnicities occupying the same space: ethnic competition. As more of a concept than a hard and fast term, we can think of ethnic competition simply as two ethnicities competing for control or advantage within a territory. It's the idea of an ethnic group working to get ahead of another. This has been seen throughout history, especially in the eastern cities of the United States, as immigrants from Europe landed on American shores and sought to carve out their own spaces in areas that contained the best resources, thus forming neighborhoods that were predominantly Irish, Dutch, or German. This separation of sorts leads us to our next topic: ethnic division. As the name implies, this occurs when differing ethnic groups formally divide. Again, this can be seen in the massive city of New York, in which we can find areas like Chinatown. Unfortunately, ethnic division around the world is usually not so benign. Instead, it is often marked with war and bloodshed. Probably one of the best yet tragic examples of ethnic division occurred in the 20th century division of India and Pakistan. To explain, before Pakistan and India were sovereign entities, they were ruled by Great Britain, and their respective areas encompassed people from the Hindu and Muslim tradition. Once the area gained its independence from Great Britain, these two ethnic groups engaged in ethnic competition that became deadly. After much bloodshed, these two ethnic groups divided into modern-day India, which is predominantly Hindu, and modern-day Pakistan, which is predominantly Muslim. Leaving ethnic division, we now come to what is coined ethnic domination. Again, more of a concept than a solid term, ethnic domination is quite simply one ethnic group seeking to dominate another. When speaking of ethnic domination, the dominant group tends to be the one that holds a majority, has a stronger fighting force, or has better access to natural resources. When taken to a terrible extreme, ethnic domination can lead to ethnic cleansing. Stated very plainly, ethnic cleansing is defined as an attempt to eliminate members of an unwanted ethnic group within an area. A horrific example of ethnic dominance leading to ethnic cleansing bloodied the African nation of Rwanda during the 1990s, as members of the Hutu ethnic majority murdered approximately 800,000 members of the Tutsi minority group. Ethnicity is defined as shared cultural practices and perspectives that set a people group apart from others. Some nations are predominantly occupied by one ethnicity, while others are multi-ethnic states, or quite simply states that contain more than one ethnicity. Within multi-ethnic states, different ethnicities can be at odds with one another. This can cause ethnic competition when two ethnicities compete for control or advantage within a territory. Ethnic competition can lead to ethnic division when differing ethnic groups formally divide. Multi-ethnic states can also fall prey to ethnic domination, in which one ethnic group seeks to dominate another. Tragically, this can lead to ethnic cleansing, an attempt to eliminate members of an unwanted ethnic group within an area. Today's lesson on ethnic cleansing will be very foreign to those of us who live in the 21st century modernized West. Yes, we may know what the term means, but it's seen as something that could only take place across the ocean. Sadly, many in the world don't share such a safe distance from this horrific term. To start, ethnic cleansing is defined as an attempt to eliminate members of an unwanted ethnic group within an area. Although this type of brutality has been going on for centuries, the term ethnic cleansing came into broad usage during the 1990s. It became widely used surrounding the brutal murder of Muslim groups living in eastern Bosnia. Quite horrifically, this also occurred in the country of Rwanda, as the majority ethnic group brutally murdered members of the minority ethnic group. Going back not too far in time, one of the most infamous cases of ethnic cleansing occurred in Hitler's Nazi Germany, in which countless numbers of Jews lost their lives as Hitler sought to create a land free of Judaism and its followers. Tragically, Hitler and his forces were not the first to employ what has been termed ethnic cleansing. For instance, the Assyrian Empire of the ancient world would forcibly remove, if not kill, the inhabitants of its conquered lands. Just like modern times, their goal was to rid their newly won areas from anyone who may cause them trouble in the future. Whether it be by forced deportation or just brutal genocide, they wanted a land free from their undesirables. This tragic practice continued throughout the Middle Ages, as Jews and Muslims were forced out of Spain during its infamous Spanish Inquisition. Sadly, many who did not leave the country were executed. Our Assyrian and Inquisition examples bring us to a point of disagreement among many social scientists. To explain, some consider ethnic cleansing to include any act that seeks to rid an area of a certain ethnic group. To them, forced deportation or displacing a people group to another area falls under the umbrella of ethnic cleansing. However, there are others who feel the term ethnic cleansing should be reserved for genocide, the systematic killing of a people group, especially those of a particular ethnic group. Despite which camp social scientists find themselves in, all agree that ethnic cleansing always carries with it the desire to cleanse an area from an unwanted ethnic group. It's not simply random brutality or murder for murder's sake alone. Bringing this point home, ethnic cleansing often goes even beyond removing the people of an ethnic group. Many times, ethnic cleansing often includes removing any evidence of their existence. For instance, once the people group is removed, the perpetrators of the ethnic cleansing will destroy their businesses, their churches, and even their cemeteries. This was seen as Nazi soldiers burned synagogues. A tragic modern-day example of this is ISIS of the Middle East, a group that has not only brutally murdered Christian ethnic groups and many others in the region, but has also destroyed churches or shrines affiliated with the Christian faith. The term ethnic cleansing gained wide usage during the 1990s. It is defined as an attempt to eliminate members of an unwanted ethnic group within an area. Tragic examples of ethnic cleansing occurred during the 1990s as Muslims were killed in Bosnia and minority groups were butchered in Rwanda. Although the term gained its usage in the 1990s, examples of ethnic cleansing are found throughout the pages of history. It was seen in the atrocity of Nazi Germany, the violence of the Spanish Inquisition, and the brutality of the ancient Assyrians. For many, ethnic cleansing is synonymous with genocide, the systematic killing of a people group, especially those of a particular ethnic group. However, others feel ethnic cleansing also includes the forced deportation or displacement of an ethnic group from one area to another. In addition, ethnic cleansing often isn't limited to the removal of the ethnic group. It goes a step further, seeking to remove all physical evidence of the unwanted ethnic group. In today's lesson, we're going to take some time to figure out what factors go into deciding where to set up industry. For instance, my neighborhood has a rather large industrial park, an area of land developed as a site for factories and other industrial businesses. It includes companies that turn out everything from railroad ties to airplane parts to decals to cosmetics. There have been many times when I've driven by it that I've wondered why all these industries decide to set up shop in what is usually considered rather rural Pennsylvania. To answer my question, a social scientist would most likely point to land, labor, and capital. For starters, we need to nail down that maximization of profits is the most important factor when it comes to where to place an industry. Yes, many companies are interested in the welfare of the community or helping to strengthen the national economy. But when push comes to shove, they want to see their dollar stacks rising. One of the main ways to do this is to choose the correct land on which to build your industrial site. When discussing land, most industries want to be situated near the raw materials needed to produce their products. This is simply called proximity to inputs. For example, the forests of the northeastern U.S. supply some pretty good wood for lumber. This is probably one of the reasons the railroad tie facility located in our industrial park chose Pennsylvania over places like the plains of the Midwest. Also, most industries want land that offers ease of transportation. The closer you are to transportation services, the cheaper shipping will be. Stated simply, what good is it to be close to raw materials if you can't get your finished products shipped off to customers without paying an arm or a leg? Another simple fact is that industries look for land that is cheap. That's probably another reason the industries of my area chose to locate here. Land in rural Pennsylvania is much cheaper than land surrounding New York City. Of course, manufacturing industries don't usually venture too far into the countryside. After all, they need access to public utility services and some conveniences. In other words, infrastructure, or buildings, roads, and power supplies are very important in site consideration. Leaving our discussion on land, let's move on to labor. For our purposes, labor will denote a body of wage earners. When deciding on a site, industry will take into account the supply of skilled yet cheap labor within the area. This idea of finding cheap yet skilled labor has been the cause of much capital flight, a large-scale departure of financial assets and capital from a nation due to political or economic reasons. In other words, when an industry leaves a nation because it can find cheaper skilled labor in another nation, this is referred to as capital flight. Speaking of capital flight, we come to our last topic, capital, or wealth in the form of money or other assets. When speaking of site location, industries often look for areas that offer the cheapest capital. An example of this could be a bank which offers very low interest rates. Another example of capital consideration in site location is the availability of investors. This sort of capital is often known as venture capital, capital invested in a project in which there is a considerable amount of risk. These projects are usually new or expanding. For instance, about a year or so ago, a group of winemakers in our area were able to get a group of wealthy business owners to invest in their production. Thanks to these venture capitalists, some skilled winemakers, and some grapes, our area now has a thriving winery. An industrial park is an area of land developed as a site for factories and other industrial businesses. When choosing where to place these parks or individual industrial sites, the factors of land, labor, and capital are usually taken into account. When considering the actual land, industries often seek to be near the raw materials needed to produce their products. This is referred to as proximity to inputs. Industries also look for land that is cheap but also offers a working and effective infrastructure, or things like buildings, roads, and power supplies. Labor is a factor that also goes into site consideration. When speaking of labor or a body of wage earners, industries often look for labor that is skilled yet cheap. This search for cheap yet skilled labor sometimes causes capital flight, a large-scale departure of financial assets and capital from a nation due to political or economic reasons. Capital, or wealth in the form of money or other assets, is also another factor that affects site consideration. Things like low-interest loans or the availability of venture capital, or capital invested in a project in which there is a considerable amount of risk. Every 5 weeks, like clockwork, my husband walks into our local salon and gets his hair cut. And every 5 weeks, like clockwork, he hands his stylist $24. However, when he walks out, he isn't carrying any products to show for his $24. On the contrary, it could be argued that he's paying her to take something away from him. Obviously, we all know how haircuts work. and the idea that she is taking something from him is a bit ludicrous. However, the fact that he really leaves with nothing, with no tangible products being bought or sold, is a great example of what we call the service industry, the topic of today's lesson. For starters, a service industry is generally defined as a business that does work for a customer but is not involved in manufacturing. Putting this definition into example, a contractor is part of the service industry. Yes, he may come to your house and use wood to frame out a new room, but he did not manufacture the wood, nails, or drywall. He's just providing the service of crafting these materials into a finished room. When speaking of the service industry, it is usually broken down into three categories. There are consumer services, business services, and public services. For the remainder of today's lesson, we'll take a closer look at these three. We'll kick it off with consumer services. Again, speaking rather generally, consumer services are the variety of services provided to consumers of a product by the field that creates, markets, or provides the product. A great example of this is the automotive industry. For instance, we first purchase a car from a dealership, then many of us routinely take the car back to the dealership for scheduled maintenance. No, we aren't buying a new car every time. Instead, we're paying for help to maintain the vehicle we've already bought. Another great example of consumer service occurs every time we spend hours on the phone waiting for technical support to help us resurrect our dead internet signal. Being very linked to the modern era, consumer services began to boom when division of labor became commonplace. Being the assigning of different parts of a manufacturing procedure or tasks to different people in order to improve efficiency and productivity, the division of labor limited the breadth of people's knowledge, which in turn caused the need for services. For instance, an early 19th century subsistence farmer usually built his own house, dug his own well, and maybe even fashioned his own wagon wheels. Therefore, when one of these things began to act up, he knew how to fix the problem. However, this is not the case today, as most people are only knowledgeable in certain fields. For instance, my dad was a businessman. If you needed to know what to invest in, he was your guy. However, when our cars broke down, he was definitely not the guy. So off our vehicles went to the local mechanic, a provider of a consumer service. Moving on and leaving my poor dad alone, we now come to business services. A business service, again, is a general term that describes work that offers support to a business but does not produce a tangible product. It supports the actual manufacturing of tangible products. For this one, I'll use my husband. Being part of the technical field of aerospace, one of my husband's jobs is to go into manufacturing facilities and reconfigure their manufacturing process in order to make it more efficient. No, he never built an actual helicopter or an airplane, but he did help the manufacturers of these airborne transporters get them in the air much faster and a bit cheaper. Another great example of business services is found in the IT industry, with the information technologists who are called in to solve computer issues that occur in the manufacturing process. Speaking of IT issues, many would assert that business services began to thrive as the automation of industry took hold. Stated very simply, automation is the usage of mostly automatic equipment in a system of manufacturing or production. As automation took hold, the people running the machines became more and more detached from how to actually fix the machines. Thus, the need for business services grew. Again, using the idea of our farmer, he most likely knew how to fix his own plow. However, I'm pretty sure my very intelligent husband has no clue how to roll up his sleeves and fix most of the computer automated machines he consults about. For that, he relies on the IT guys who provide support through business services. We now move on to public services. Differing from a consumer or a business service, a public service is loosely defined as a service provided by a government to its people. Great examples of public services are the supplying of drinkable city water, connection to gas lines, and even police forces that provide public safety. Yes, these things are usually funded through tax dollars, but the government provides the access to the service. For instance, when we bought our home, we didn't need to dig up our ground and connect to the water table. Our local government had already taken care of this for us. According to many, the need for public services arose as urbanization began. Speaking very simply, urbanization occurred when population shifted from rural agricultural areas to cities. Using our farmer guy one last time, he wasn't usually in dire need of public services. He dug his own well and he chopped up wood as a source of heat. However, when his son left the family farm for the lights of the big city, he raised children and then grandchildren who had no clue how to dig a well or even chop wood. Instead, they relied on the fact that when they turned on a faucet, water would come out, and when they clicked a thermostat, they'd get heat. In other words, they became very accustomed to the government providing public services. The service industry is generally defined as a business that does work for a customer but is not involved in manufacturing. Within the service industry, there are usually three subcategories. First, consumer services are the variety of services provided to consumers of a product by the field that creates, markets, or provides the product. Consumer services began to boom when division of labor, the assigning of different parts of a manufacturing procedure or tasks to different people in order to improve efficiency and productivity, became the norm. Second are business services. A business service is again a general term that describes work that offers support to a business but does not produce a tangible product. Many would assert that business services began to thrive with the onset of automation, which is the usage of mostly automatic equipment in a system of manufacturing or production. Third, there are public services, or services provided by a government to its people, things like access to drinkable water and a police force. Many would assert that the need for public services grew from the process of urbanization, in which population shifted from rural, agricultural areas to cities. In our modern world of huge farms, factories, and computer companies, it can be rather hard to imagine a time when life held no gadgets at all, no grocery stores full of food, or men and women bustling around factory floors. However, despite our inability to fathom how people lived without microwaves, manufactured cars, and the internet, the generations before us somehow got by. In today's lesson, we'll take a look at these generations and our generation as we discuss economic activity in the pre-industrial, industrial, and post-industrial age. Going in order from oldest to most recent, we'll kick it off with the pre-industrial age. Stated very simply, the term pre-industrial is defined as the time before industrialization. In other words, it was life before machine manufacturing and mechanization. When speaking of economies, most activity during the pre-industrial age existed at the subsistence level, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group. In this subsistence lifestyle, most goods were produced by the family for the family. For instance, a farmer grew food for his family, not to sell at a market. And moms made clothes for their kids to actually wear, instead of trying to sell them on a website dedicated to homemade products. Adding to this, most people lived in rural farming societies rather than cities. Along with subsistence level living, some people did offer services and products for sale within their small rural communities. However, unlike our modern world, they were not made by big machines or huge owner-operated factories. Instead, they were produced in what have been coined cottage industries, or businesses or manufacturing systems operating in a person's home or private property. A great example of this is a woman offering seamstress services to her community, or a man using his barn to start making and selling horseshoes to his neighbors. However, as the Industrial Revolution, an era spanning from the 18th to 19th century, in which the worlds of Europe and America moved from predominantly rural farming areas to industrialized cities, life and economic activity really began to change. With this change, we come to the era of industrialization. Very much like the actual definition of the Industrial Revolution, industrialization simply denotes a society transforming itself from a primarily agricultural society into one based on the manufacturing of goods and services. With the onset of industrialism, economic activity shifted from the rural countryside to the more industrialized cities. This occurred as many farmers realized there were better paying and more stable jobs in new factories of the modernized world. This movement to city life is known as urbanization, the migrating of people from rural areas to urban ones. Of course, as the people came to the cities, their money came with them. Although this may sound like it crippled the economic activity of the rural areas, this was really not the case. Quite the opposite, many of the farmers who stayed behind saw their own economic boons as all of those new city dwellers needed someone to supply them with food. So while city economies were thriving through industrialization, rural economies were growing through commercialization, producing for a market, making one dependent on the buying and selling of goods. For those of us living in the modern West, we are very familiar with the era of industrialization. We see it played out every time we drive past a large factory or buy a mass-produced piece of particle board furniture. We witness it as we see documentaries on dairy cows being milked by machines or jelly beans being produced by the millions. However, something we might not be as familiar with is the idea that some argue we are now living in a post-industrial age. To explain this one, post-industrial simply denotes a time in which an economy no longer relies on heavy industry and manufacturing, but instead on the offering of services. In a post-industrial age, many assert that economic activity is driven by the service industry rather than just the manufacturing industry. Again, keeping things rather simple, the service industry is generally defined as businesses that work for a customer but are not involved in manufacturing. Although the idea that we are in a post-industrial age is a bit up for grabs, let's give some examples of what this looks like economically. For instance, my cousin is a consultant in the banking industry. He goes in and checks out banks and then gives them a plan to better maximize their systems and their security. Now when he leaves, they tend to give him a rather nice paycheck. However, he doesn't leave them with any products. Rather than paying him for a product, they are paying him for a service. In other words, money is definitely flowing, but no goods are being passed around. This is an example of a post-industrial economic activity. Bringing it into our everyday lives, each time you call an internet provider to complain that your computer has crashed, you are taking part in the service industry. Think about it. They send out a technician, he services some cable or some wire, and you get a bill having not received any new products. Just like the voice on the other end of the phone tells you, you make a service appointment and you will be paying for a service call. Using this example, those who argue that we are not living in a post-industrial age point to the fact that someone had to manufacture the wires that the service guy came to fix. They also point to the fact that lots of men and women still wake up every morning and go to work at manufacturing facilities. However, those who fall into the post-industrial camp will argue that this is becoming less and less the case in the United States, as more manufactured products are being exported into the U.S. than are made here. With this in mind, they offer the argument that our economy has become more about the service of stocking shelves for consumers than actually manufacturing the goods that go on the shelves. In other words, we've become rather post-industrial. Pre-industrial is defined as the time before industrialization. During this time period, most economic activity took place at the subsistence level, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group. Goods and services were also provided through cottage industries, or businesses or manufacturing systems operating in a person's home or private property. The Industrial Revolution, an era spanning from the 18th to 19th century, in which the worlds of Europe and America moved from predominantly rural farming areas to industrialized cities, moved much of the world into an era of industrialization. Industrialization takes place when a society transforms itself from a primarily agricultural society into one based on the manufacturing of goods and services. Industrialization led to urbanization and commercialization. Urbanization is the migrating of people from rural areas to urban ones, while commercialization is producing for a market, making one dependent on the buying and selling of goods. Many argue that we, especially as Americans, are now living in a post-industrial age. Post-industrial means a time in which an economy no longer relies on heavy industry and manufacturing, but instead on the offering of services. In other words, within a post-industrial age, service industries or businesses that do work for a customer but are not involved in manufacturing sort of eclipse industrial and manufacturing ones. Different parts of the world have very different ideas of wealth and economic activity. For instance, some tribal villages measure wealth by how many cows one has, while the modern world ties wealth to numbers in a checkbook. In today's lesson, we'll discuss these differences as we tackle the topic of how domestic economies are regulated around the globe. To begin our discussion, when we use the word domestic in relation to global regulation, we're not talking about the idea of a home or a household. Instead, we mean existing inside a particular country. For instance, it's the domestic policy of the United States to use the dollar as currency, whereas it's the domestic policy of Japan to use the yen. For this reason, a simple way to summarize our lesson would be to say it will be a conversation on how different countries around the world choose to play out their economies. When discussing this, economists usually break economic regulation into 4 different system types. They are traditional, market, command, and mixed. Of course, like most things that are easily separated on paper, we should probably mention that when it comes to real life, the lines between these systems can tend to be a bit blurred. With this in mind, let's start with the traditional system. A traditional economic system is one in which the economy and distribution of resources are based on ritual, habit, and custom. In other words, it's one in which things have been done the same way for generation upon generation. Great examples of this are many of the tribal communities of Eastern Africa, which have practiced herding and agriculture for generation upon generation. Due to their reliance on ritual and habit, traditional economy systems tend to be very centered on the survival of the family rather than on the making of profits. With this in mind, many traditional economies remain at the subsistence level, or producing only enough to support oneself or one's family group. Very different from traditional systems are market systems. A market system is one in which economic decisions, such as pricing and what to produce, are based on supply and demand. Unlike traditional regulation, market regulation is very concerned with making a profit. Probably one of the very best examples of the market system is the United States of America. Even more personally, I am definitely a child of the market system. To explain, growing up, my family owned a grocery store. Due to this, I have many memories of my dad studying receipts to see which products sold the best every week. In fact, all the products in our store were given an A, B, or C rating based on how well they sold. Now, when an A product was out of stock, you better believe my dad reordered it post-haste. He also raised the price a bit because he knew the demand for it was great. However, a C product usually wasn't reordered quite so quickly, and oftentimes its price was lowered as a way to coax people into buying it. In other words, just like the domestic market system of the U.S., my dad's buying and selling decisions were based on supply and demand. Very opposite of a domestic market system is a command system. In a command system, the government and not the free market controls all economic activity. When discussing command systems, most economists cite communism as the most common form of a command system. Stated rather simply, domestic economies that are regulated by communism are ones in which all property, resources, and productions are publicly or state-owned. In other words, the government calls the shots on who makes what, who gets what, and who gets paid what. Probably some of the most famous examples of domestic economies regulated by the command system are China and the former Soviet Union. Last, we come to domestic economies which are regulated by what is termed a mixed economy system. As the name implies, these economies are a combination of the market and the command system. In other words, the idea of supply and demand is mixed together with some government decision-making and regulation. Although many would argue that the United States is moving toward this, as the government begins to become involved with things like the travel and health industries, better examples of mixed domestic economies can be found in places like France and Germany. In these countries, the government regularly steps in to control things like inflation, while also trying to allow supply and demand to set and influence pricing and production. Stating it as simply as possible, they mix the idea of free market with their right to command what's going on. When discussing the world's economic systems, the word domestic usually denotes existing inside a particular country. When speaking of regulation of domestic economies, economists usually break global economies down into 4 types. They are traditional, market, command, and mixed. A traditional system is one in which the economy and distribution of resources are based on ritual, habit, and custom. These systems, often found in places like East Africa, tend to exist at the subsistence level, or producing only enough to support oneself or one's family group. A market system is one in which economic decisions, such as pricing and what to produce, are based on supply and demand. The U.S. is probably one of the best examples of a market system. A command system is one in which the government, and not the free market, controls all economic activity. Communism, in which all property, resources, and productions are publicly or state-owned, is an excellent example of a command system. A mixed economy system is one in which a combination of the market and the command system exist. Great examples of mixed economic systems exist in the domestic policies of France and Germany. Trade agreements are something we're all rather familiar with. For instance, as a young girl, I traded baseball cards on a regular basis. There's also my daughter, who has made an art of turning her lunch table into a mini stock market, trading off her chocolate chip cookies for fruit roll-ups or potato chips. Although these examples of trade are rather simple, they share some characteristics with the topic of today's lesson, national trade agreements. For starters, let's define a trade agreement. A trade agreement is a predetermined arrangement between states concerning their trade relationships. Unlike my daughter, who trades her cookies sort of willy-nilly or on the fly, national trade agreements are contractual agreements that have been formally arranged. When speaking of a trade agreement, they can be bilateral or multilateral. With bi meaning two, as in bicycle, a bilateral trade agreement is a trade agreement between only 2 entities. Being really easy to figure out, a multilateral trade agreement is a trade agreement between multiple entities. With this in mind, there are several different types of trade agreements. For instance, there is what is called reciprocity. In a trade agreement, reciprocity denotes each member of the trade agreement making economic gain from the agreement. Stating this simply, we can use the example of NAFTA. In this agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada, each country went in expecting economic gain by reducing or even eliminating many of their tariffs, or taxes paid on imports and exports. Sort of in a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of way, NAFTA was built on the reciprocity in which all parties expected to gain economically. For instance, Canada exports crude oil to the U.S. Since many of the tariffs between the 2 countries have been removed, Canada is able to sell the oil at a lower price. This works out for Canada quite well, but it also works out for the U.S. because they are then able to pass it on to American consumers at a lesser price as well. Moving away from reciprocity, there is also what is called most favored nation status. Stated very simply, most favored nation status demands that a country is given the best and most profitable economic trade agreement. Putting this into crazy simple terms, I often make my kids give each other most favored status. For example, if my oldest makes a deal with her younger brother to trade 1 piece of gum for a lifesaver, I make her give the same trade to her younger sister, even though she could probably convince her to trade 2 pieces of gum for 1 lifesaver. Giving a more grown-up national example, let's say the U.S. has given Britain, one of its most favored nations, a deal that they will only charge them a $1 tariff for each manufactured good, say car parts, it exports to the U.S. However, a year later, Japan makes a deal with the U.S. for 75 cents. If the U.S. agrees to this 75 cents for Japan, it will then need to extend the same deal to Britain, one of its most favored nation trading partners. This can cause huge economic impact on an economy because it forces a nation to almost level the playing field for those that they deem most favored. Before we move on, we should note that these most favored nation trade agreements have become extremely common since the 1995 creation of the World Trade Organization, an international organization overseeing the rules of trade between nations. We now come to the concept of limiting non-tariff restrictions. Again, stated rather simply, a non-tariff restriction is a discriminatory tax or fee placed on goods. In other words, a non-tariff restriction is sort of a loophole that allows a country to charge a fee on an imported good without it falling under the umbrella of a tariff. For instance, a country can require an exporting country to apply for a sales license. Yes, it might cost as much as a tariff, but it is not officially a tariff because they are linking it to the idea of buying a license. Again, organizations like the World Trade Organization are trying to limit these loophole-like shenanigans. Before ending our discussion on national agreements, we need to touch on the concept of market share. Market share is the portion of a market controlled by a particular entity. In other words, trade agreements are often used to make sure one entity has sort of an upper hand. A great example of this has been the United States steel industry. In order to guard it from outside competitors, the U.S. has historically protected it by placing trade restrictions on the amount of steel that is imported into the country. A trade agreement is a predetermined arrangement between states concerning their trade relationships. Trade agreements are usually bilateral or multilateral. A bilateral trade agreement is a trade agreement between only two entities. A multilateral trade agreement is a trade agreement between multiple entities. Trade agreements often contain the insistence for reciprocity, in which each member of the trade agreement makes economic gain from the agreement. An example of this is seen in NAFTA, in which the U.S., Mexico, and Canada reduced or eliminated many of their tariffs or taxes paid on imports and exports. There is also the most favored nation status. This is when a country is given the best and most profitable economic trade agreement. This type of status has become very common since the founding of the World Trade Organization, an international organization overseeing the rules of trade between nations. Trade agreements also seek to limit non-tariff restrictions. A non-tariff restriction is a discriminatory tax or fee placed on goods. Trade agreements also work to protect market share, or the portion of a market controlled by a particular entity.
World trade is the exchange of goods and services between different countries and parts of the world. People might trade raw materials like wood, stone, metals, or silk. They might trade manufactured goods like kitchen products, toys, furniture, and computers. Or they might trade services like banking. But whatever they trade, trade happens because one country has extra of a particular thing, and another country has extra of a different thing. When a country has something you need, and you have something they need, you're in a perfect position for a trade. In reality, in modern times, things are usually traded for money. Money or currency makes trading easier because it means you don't have to find someone who both has the thing you need and wants the thing you have. You can sell your items to one person and buy what you want from a different person. Currency was a huge step forward in making world trade practical and possible on the huge scale we see today. The main cause of trade from a geographic perspective is something called comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is the ability of a country or company to carry out a particular economic activity more efficiently than another country or company. For example, once upon a time, the city of Sheffield in the United Kingdom was one of the biggest steel producers in the world. They had a comparative advantage because they could produce steel more quickly and cheaply than most other cities in the whole world. However, in the late 20th century, that all changed, as countries in other parts of the world became cheaper and more efficient than them in producing steel. These days, Sheffield no longer has a comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is what decides the dominant industry in a particular city or region. Maybe one area is perfect for steelworks and another area is perfect at making wooden furniture. Whatever it is, each area tends to have certain things it's good at producing efficiently. For example, China is famous for textiles, and Jamaica is famous for sugar. This is all about comparative advantage. Comparative advantage decides what trade happens most often, and this can be mapped as trade flows. We can show the main flows of trade from place to place. For example, Ethiopia and Colombia have a trade flow of coffee to most Western countries. The United Kingdom has a trade flow of banking services to all over the world, but especially Western Europe, China and India. And South Korea provides a lot of cars to North America and Europe. We can also look at historical trade flow. For example, the network of routes known as the Great Silk Road from China to the Middle East and Europe brought silk from China and grapes and horses from Europe, among many other goods. Curtains, carpets, blankets and rugs from the East Mediterranean and Western Asia went both ways. This complex mix of comparative advantage drove 19th century trade. World trade is the exchange of goods and services between different countries and parts of the world. People might trade raw materials like wood, stone, metals or silk. They might trade manufactured goods like kitchen products, toys, furniture and computers. Or they might trade services like banking. But whatever they trade, trade happens because one country has extra of a particular thing and another country has extra of a different thing. The main cause of trade from a geographic perspective is something called comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is the ability of a country or company to carry out a particular economic activity more efficiently than another country or company. Comparative advantage is what decides the dominant industry in a particular city or region. Maybe one area is perfect for steelworks and another area is great at making wooden furniture. Whatever it is, each area tends to have certain things it's good at producing efficiently. Comparative advantage decides what trade happens most often, and this can be mapped as trade flows. We showed the main flows of trade from place to place. For example, Ethiopia and Colombia have a trade flow of coffee to most Western countries. The United Kingdom has a trade flow of banking services all over the world, but especially Western Europe, China and India. And South Korea provides a lot of cars to North America and Europe. Economic development can mean a lot of different things. It can just refer to any growth in the value of an economy as a whole. But more generally, economic development is the continued active efforts of the public and private sectors of a country that promote the standards of living and economic health of the country. The economic health of a country relates to the economic growth of the country, the dollar value growth I already mentioned, and the general freedom and competitiveness of the market in the country. Generally, as the country becomes more economically developed, the well-being of its citizens improves in a lot of ways. Their health, education, security, freedom, and self-sufficiency. But what factors affect economic development? In today's lesson, we're going to go over a few of the most significant factors that affect economic development: population, conflict, and environment. The effect of population growth can be positive or negative depending on the circumstances. A large population has the potential to be great for economic development. After all, the more people you have, the more work is done. And the more work is done, the more value, or in other words money, is created. So surely this can be nothing but good. There's a reason that farmers often have a lot of kids. More kids means more workers. But unfortunately it isn't that simple. In a country with abundant resources and money, a rich country, perhaps more people is a good thing, but that isn't always the case in countries with limited resources. Limited resources and a larger population puts pressures on the resources that do exist. More people means more mouths to feed, more healthcare and education services to provide, and so forth. So population can be a mixed bag. Conflict, like population, is complex. It's generally accepted that a lot of conflict in an area is terrible for economic development. The constant wars in Iraq and the surrounding areas, for example, has had a terrible impact on their economic development. Not only do wars cost money, but also private companies like stability. Wars aren't remotely stable, which creates a lot of risk. And when a country comes out of a war badly, a lot of their buildings and infrastructure can be destroyed in the process. The world wars were so expensive for the United Kingdom, for example, that it brought about the ultimate end of the British Empire. But then there are isolated examples of how wars can boost countries or certain industries. Whenever we develop weapons and war machines, we usually invent a lot of things in the process, and those things not only help us wage war, but also help us revolutionize the way ordinary citizens live. The development of the tank was important for war, but also for building cars and trucks. And those industries were ignited by the world wars. So, while conflict usually has a negative effect on economic development, this can be a mixed bag too. One of the biggest impacts on economic development is the geographic features of the environment. Two countries that would be otherwise quite similar can be totally different in terms of economic development just because one has a lot of, say, coal and the other one doesn't. The natural resources of an area are responsible for what they trade and how successful they are. Natural resources might include wood, trees, stone, metal, fish, gold, and silver. The environment has other effects on economic development. Economic development is easier when things are stable and certain. Natural disasters can make things much less certain. Earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes, among others, can have an impact on how much people want to settle and build businesses in an area. Economic development is the continued active efforts of the public and private sectors of a country that promote the standard of living and economic health of the country. Generally, as a country becomes more economically developed, the well-being of its citizens improves in lots of ways: their health, education, security, freedom, and self-sufficiency. But there are many factors that affect economic development. Three important ones are population, conflict, and environment. The effect of population growth can be positive or negative depending on the circumstances. A large population has the potential to be great for economic development, but limited resources and a larger population puts pressures on the resources that do exist. It's generally accepted that a lot of conflict in an area is terrible for economic development. When a country comes out of war badly, a lot of the infrastructure and buildings can be destroyed in the process. But then there are isolated examples of how wars can boost countries, or at least certain industries. One of the biggest impacts on economic development is the geographic features of the environment. Different countries have different natural resources. Economic development is also easier when things are stable and certain, so an area free of natural disasters can develop more easily as well. Economic activities are actions that involve the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services at all levels within a society. Generally, the more economic activity is happening in a place, the more economically developed that place is likely to be. And economic development is directly related to how people live, the quality of their healthcare, education, freedom and determination, living standards and so forth. So economic activity is extremely important. Economic activities can be distributed in lots of ways. Countries have different flows of economic activities and different primary industries. Economic activities are distributed in certain patterns within countries and within cities, and economic activities are distributed that way for a reason. Are you close to your suppliers? Are you close to your customers? How close are you to your competitors? Sometimes you want to be close by so that people can compare prices in a high demand area, and sometimes it's better to move into an area where there are few competitors so you can dominate a market. What transport links are available nearby? What communication links are available? Even if it's just a matter of how fast the internet is, not if it exists. And how expensive is a particular location? All of these questions combined together are what determines the distribution of economic activity. In the modern world, economic activity is distributed worldwide, and the patterns can be extremely complex indeed. Today we're going to talk about how and why economic activity is distributed the way it is. Businesses and other economic activities are distributed in ways that make the most sense for the business. At one point or another, all businesses had to choose a location to work in, and there are always many factors that went into that choice. Sometimes location is determined by where raw materials or resources are available. This was especially true hundreds of years ago, when there were less transport and communication options. Agriculture would be positioned where there was a lot of water for irrigation and fertile soil for growing. Fishing activities would be positioned where there were fish, and mining activities to this day have been positioned where there are the most lucrative things to mine. Manufacturing is perhaps the most variable, but when manufacturing first began in high volumes during the Industrial Revolution, location was important for manufacturing too. You needed to be close to your suppliers of raw materials, whether mines, steelworks or forests, and you would also want to be close to your buyers, whether retailers or actual consumers. But advances in technology, transportation and communications have had a huge impact on the distribution of economic activity in more recent times. With greater transportation technology, from canals to ships to trains to trucks and eventually planes, both raw materials and manufactured goods could be moved larger distances. Suddenly people could choose locations where land was cheaper and simply transport their goods where they need to go. And as technology improved, transport only got cheaper still. And then, with the expansion of communication, telephones and ultimately the internet, suddenly customers could be reached around the world, providing wonderful new opportunities. Of course, better communication also created more competition. The days of supplying only to your local area are over, and companies need to compete worldwide. At the same time, if your customers can be reached anywhere, you suddenly have a lot more options in where you locate your business, and that has made the distribution of economic activity increasingly varied and complex. Economic activities are actions that involve the production, distribution and consumption of goods and services at all levels within a society. Generally, the more economic activity is happening in a place, the more economically developed that place is likely to be. Economic development is directly related to how people live, which makes it super important. Economic activities can be distributed in lots of ways. Countries have different flows of economic activities and different primary industries. Economic activities are distributed in certain patterns and are distributed that way for a reason. Factors that affect where businesses are located and with whom they do their trades include how close you are to raw materials and other resources, the locations of potential customers, the transport links and communication links available, how many competitors are nearby, and how expensive things are, from rent to utilities and transport costs.
Living in the tightly placed states of the northeastern U.S., I live rather close to the political boundaries of New Jersey, New York, and Maryland. In fact, I don't have to drive very far to see signs that say things like State Line or Welcome to the Empire State. Adding to this, I also live very close to the Delaware River, the body of water that separates New Jersey from Pennsylvania. These state lines and the Delaware River are all examples of boundaries, which just so happens to be the topic of today's lesson. Specifically, physical, political, and cultural boundaries. We'll start with physical boundaries. Very simply stated, a physical boundary is a naturally occurring divide between two areas. Unlike things like politically drawn state lines, physical boundaries are not man-made. Instead, they are part of nature. A great example of a physical boundary is a mountain. For example, the Pyrenees Mountains, which serve to separate France and Spain, are a physical boundary. So are the Ural Mountains, which separate Europe and Asia. Along with mountains, oceans, seas, even deserts are examples of physical boundaries. For example, Africa is often referred to in terms of Saharan and Sub-Saharan Africa, as in part of the desert or south of the desert. Although physical boundaries are not man-made, they are often used by man to create logical political boundaries. Political boundaries are the officially drawn dividing line between nations, states, cities, and so on. In order to understand this, all one needs to do is look at a map of the Midwestern U.S. and see how many state boundaries are defined by the Mississippi River. Proving further that physical boundaries often form political boundaries, we can move our eyes to the southwest, witnessing how the Rio Grande separates the United States from Mexico. Moving away from physical boundaries, we now come to cultural boundaries. Also called an ethnographic boundary, a cultural boundary is a boundary line that runs along differences in ethnicity, such as language and religion. When speaking of cultural boundaries based on language, a great example of this is found within the country of Canada, where French is the official language of Quebec. It is also spoken in pockets or other provinces, whereas much of the rest of the country speaks English. Another good example of this is the almost mini-nation of Chinatown that exists in New York City. Adding to cultural boundaries being drawn by differences in language, they can also be drawn by socioeconomics, a position in relation to others based on income, education, and occupation. seen very often in more urban areas. An often cited example of this is the very wealthy area of Beverly Hills, California, and its proximity to the lower income areas of inner city Los Angeles. There are no official signs that say this is where perceived wealth ends and perceived poverty begins, but there are cultural boundaries that are often way more impactful than any road sign. Putting it differently, cultural boundaries are often intangible yet very powerful. Not only linguistic and socioeconomic, cultural boundaries are often formed due to religion. This type of cultural boundary is seen throughout the world. One of the most famous of these religious boundaries, which turned into an actual political boundary, was the separation of modern-day Pakistan and modern-day India into two nations which are predominantly Hindu, India, and predominantly Muslim, Pakistan. A physical boundary is a naturally occurring divide between two areas. They are not man-made, they are part of nature. They come in geographical forms such as bodies of water, mountains, and deserts. Political boundaries are the officially drawn dividing lines between nations, states, cities, and so on. Political boundaries are often formed by physical boundaries. An example of this is the Rio Grande River that separates the U.S. from Mexico. An ethnographic boundary or a cultural boundary is a boundary line that runs along differences in ethnicity. Although these boundaries are often intangible, they are still very effective in dividing people. These cultural boundaries can be formed by socioeconomics, a position in relation to others based on income, education, and occupation. They often also exist due to differences in language and differences in religion.
The world population is growing at a fast pace. Today, you are one of more than 7 billion people walking around planet Earth. This number is somewhat mind-blowing when you consider that the total population of the world was less than 2 billion in the year 1900. That was only a little over 100 years ago. This population explosion has left many environmental scientists wondering whether there will be enough natural resources on Earth to support so many people. After all, it is pretty easy to imagine that the more people there are, the higher the demand will be for food, water, and energy. However, population is not the only thing that impacts the environment and the availability of resources. Scientists recognize that other variables, such as the consumption habits of individuals within the growing population, as well as the types of technology they use, also factor into the overall health of the environment. In this lesson, you will learn a simple equation that is used to help understand the different factors that impact the environment. IPAT, which is sometimes written as I equals PAT, or I equals P times A times T, is an equation that expresses the idea that environmental impact is the product of three factors: population, affluence, and technology. This equation was first proposed by two scientists named Ehrlich and Holdren in the early 1970s as a way to calculate the impact of humans on the environment. While this equation seems like an oversimplification of the many problems our environment faces, it is a good starting point to help understand the effects of economic prosperity and technological advancements on the environment. For example, if person A lives in a village in a third world country where there is no electricity or automobiles, his ecological footprint, which is the measure of the demand for resources required to support a lifestyle, will be lower than person B, who lives in a suburban neighborhood of the United States, who drives to and from work every day in an SUV and relies on electricity for everything from cooking his dinner to air conditioning his home. Let's take a closer look at each of the variables of the IPAT equation. When considering the equation IPAT, P equals population, or the total number of people. As mentioned earlier, the world population has exploded since the start of the 20th century. However, according to reports from the United Nations, the population is expected to peak at about 9.2 billion later in the 21st century. Even with a slowdown in growth, population is an important factor in the IPAT equation. To support more people, it will be necessary to expand living areas, which could result in the clearing of more land for housing. At the same time, there will be a growing need for resources such as water, food, and fuel. Providing the basic needs of the growing population will result in the depletion of natural resources and an increase in greenhouse gas emissions that are detrimental to the environment. In other words, as the population increases, so does the environmental impact. A equals affluence in the IPAT equation. While you might consider someone who is affluent as having an abundance of wealth, when we consider affluence in the IPAT equation, we are really using it to represent the average consumption rate of individuals within the population. As with population, we see that as the affluence or consumption of each individual increases, so does the impact on the environment. Affluence reaches beyond merely meeting the needs for survival of an individual. If a society becomes more affluent, as is the case with some developing countries such as China and India, there is increased consumption and use of natural resources. For example, as the economies of China and India grow, individuals living in those countries are eating a more meat-based diet as opposed to a diet based on grains, which requires more land and feed for livestock. They are also driving more, which requires the use of more fossil fuels. Lastly, we see that T equals technology in the IPAT equation. When used in the equation, technology refers to the energy resources needed to meet consumption needs. More specifically, T represents the level of efficiency of the energy sources used and how these energy sources impact the environment. For example, the T variable can be reduced by using more energy efficient products, such as high efficiency light bulbs and appliances. It can be further reduced by replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy sources. Renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind energy, do not emit harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, as seen with burning of fossil fuels. By lowering the T variable with better energy efficiency and cleaner energy sources, the I, or environmental impact, is also reduced. Let's review. IPAT was first proposed by Ehrlich and Holdren in the early 1970s as a way to calculate the impact of humans on the environment. IPAT is an equation that expresses the idea that environmental impact is the product of three factors: population, affluence, and technology. P equals population and refers to the total number of people. As the population grows, so does the environmental impact, because more demands are placed on the environment to meet the needs of the people. A equals affluence and represents the average consumption rate of individuals within the population. As the affluence or consumption of each individual increases, so does the impact on the environment. This is because the ecological footprint, which is the measure of the demand for resources required to support a lifestyle, is higher for individuals living in wealthier countries. T equals technology and refers to the energy resources needed to meet consumption needs, or more specifically, the efficiency of the energy sources and how much pollution these sources add to the environment. Using more energy efficient products and cleaner energy sources reduces the T variable, which in turn reduces the environmental impact. Imagine that you are out on a camping trip deep within the forest. During the day, you enjoy watching the animals and birds as they play among the trees and plants. Then, at night, you climb into your tent and fall asleep listening to the crickets, bullfrogs, and other creatures of the night. But, as morning breaks, You step out of your tent to find that all of the plants and animals have disappeared, and in their place is dry and barren land. Okay, this is a bit extreme, and this drastic of an environmental shift could not happen overnight. However, with mismanagement of woodland and natural disasters, lush forests can be negatively impacted and can even turn into deserts over time. In this lesson, we will take a look at how these changes take place and how they impact the biological diversity of the ecosystems. Deforestation is the term that describes the cutting down or clearing of trees from a wooded area. There are a number of reasons woodlands or forests are cut down. In some cases, the trees themselves are the desired resource. Trees have been a source of fuel for many generations and continue to be used in this way today. They are also turned into timber for use in building and carpentry, as well as used in the production of paper products. In other cases, trees are cleared because they are in the way of progress. Forests may be cleared to make room for farmland or for grazing land for cattle, or they may be removed to make room for new houses, neighborhoods, or expanding cities. Some deforestation is not intentional and can result due to natural causes such as wildfires. Regardless of the cause, deforestation can be detrimental to the environment. A forest acts as a carbon sink because it absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere during the process of photosynthesis. When trees are destroyed, they release their stored carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, which contributes to the greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect is a phenomenon whereby atmospheric gases, like carbon dioxide, trap the sun's heat, causing the Earth's surface to warm. The harmful effects of deforestation can also be seen on land. Without trees to protect soil and hold it in place, soil erosion, or the washing away of soil, can occur during periods of rain. Trees also play a pivotal role in the water cycle, which is the constant movement of water between the earth and the atmosphere. Tree roots absorb water from the ground and return water vapor back to the atmosphere. If trees are removed and can no longer contribute to the water cycle, the previously forested land can transform into a much drier climate. This dry environment can spread due to a decrease in atmospheric water vapor and results in a decline in precipitation levels in the area. These factors all combine to create a warmer and drier climate and may result in desertification, which is the transformation of once fertile land into desert. Deforestation is not the only cause of desertification. Land can turn dry and barren due to drought, shifts in the climate, or aggressive agricultural or grazing practices. All of these causes, along with deforestation, lead to the loss of vegetation in the area. Without the vegetation, soil erosion accelerates and water does not easily absorb into the ground. The soil becomes dry and deplete of moisture, and groundwater reserves go unfilled. The soil is left unfertile and barren, with nothing to do but bake in the hot sun. Now, it's easy to see that deforestation and desertification have many detrimental effects on the environment. But one of the most devastating impacts is on the loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity, or biological diversity, is the variability of life forms within a given ecosystem. Now, this is an easy term to recall if you remember that the word bio refers to life and the word diversity refers to variety. So the term biodiversity literally means a variety of life forms. Forests support biodiversity by providing natural habitats for various plants and animals. Forests, and especially tropical rainforests, provide some of the greatest areas of biodiversity on the planet, and a decline in these environments means a decline in biodiversity. Biodiversity is important for the proper functioning of all types of ecosystems and plays a role in recycling nutrients and providing healthy soil. A biologically diverse ecosystem is a stable ecological community, but if this diversity is compromised by such things as deforestation, the natural balance of the ecosystem is disrupted. This leads to the loss of habitats for many lesser species. It also destroys medicinal plants that have been used for hundreds of years to heal human ailments. The tropical rainforests are still the origin of medications used today for treatment of cancer and other diseases. If deforestation continues at its current pace, the loss of biodiversity could compromise the existence of medicinal plants used for therapeutic purposes. Let's review. Deforestation is defined as the cutting down or clearing of trees from a wooded area. A forest acts as a carbon sink because it absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. When trees are destroyed, they release the stored carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere, which contributes to the greenhouse effect. Trees prevent soil erosion and play a pivotal role in the water cycle by absorbing water in the ground and returning water vapor back to the atmosphere. If trees are removed, the area can become much warmer and drier, which may result in desertification, which is a transformation of once fertile land into desert. Deforestation and desertification have many detrimental effects on the environment, but one of the most devastating impacts is the loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variability of life forms within a given ecosystem. Forests, and especially tropical rainforests, provide some of the greatest areas of biodiversity on the planet. If this diversity is compromised, it can lead to the loss of habitats for many plants and animals and destroy medicinal plants. Today, you can walk into your local grocery store and fill your shopping cart with a variety of fresh produce. Then, with no more effort than it takes to push your cart, you can head to the cereal aisle to pick out your favorite boxes of breakfast cereal before ending your shopping trip in the bread aisle where you grab a couple of loaves of bread for your lunchtime sandwiches. What you probably don't realize is that these conveniences that you experience today could not be a reality if it were not for the agricultural revolution that took place hundreds of years ago. In this lesson, we will take a look at how advancements in farming techniques and equipment that happened during the agricultural revolution changed our lives and how they have impacted our environment. The agricultural revolution got its start in Great Britain in the early 18th century and spread throughout Europe and America by the 19th century. This was a period of significant agricultural development marked by new farming techniques and inventions that led to a massive increase in food production. The agricultural revolution brought about experimentation with new crops and new methods of crop rotation. These new farming techniques gave soil time to replenish nutrients, leading to stronger crops and better agricultural output. Advancements in irrigation and drainage further increased productivity. It was also during this time that inventions were created that greatly increased efficiency. The agricultural revolution saw the invention of the plow, which is a device that contains blades that effectively break up the soil. Plows created cuts within the soil for the sowing of seeds. Before the invention of the plow and another device called a seed drill, seeds were sown by hand, which was inefficient and led to many seeds failing to grow. A seed drill is a machine that plants seeds in uniform rows and then covers them. Jethro Tull was an 18th century agriculturist who invented the seed drill. You may be familiar with a band by the name of Jethro Tull that was popular during the 1960s and 70s. This band got its name from a booking agent staff member who was also a history enthusiast. He suggested the name and the name stuck. Now, the agricultural revolution also saw the invention of the reaper, which was a machine for cutting and harvesting grain. An American inventor named Cyrus McCormick is credited with mass production of the reaper, which saved many back-breaking hours of labor in the fields. These inventions and others made farming easier, less time-consuming, and made large-scale agricultural production possible. These agricultural changes created a ripple effect that spread throughout society, with one of the more notable results being a rapid increase in population. The agricultural revolution was also instrumental in the early development of cities. Because fewer workers were needed on the farms and there was sufficient agricultural production to support life away from the farm, people were now able to move off of the farms and into cities. Along with these changes came an increased demand for non-food items, such as clothing and non-essential items, designed to improve the comforts of life. New technologies were invented to meet the growing demand for non-food products, which led to the first industrial factories. The agricultural revolution was a major turning point in history and brought about sweeping changes on society. This revolution also put demands on the environment in ways that could not be seen at the time. One way the agricultural revolution impacted the environment was by transforming previously undisturbed land into farmland, which destroyed habitats for wildlife and decreased biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life forms found within an ecosystem. Forests provide some of the greatest areas of biodiversity, and if forests were cleared to make room for farms, this biodiversity was lost, weakening the natural balance of the ecosystem. Also, because trees remove carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas, from the atmosphere, the destruction of trees to make room for farmland released carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Extensive plowing, along with an increased use of pesticides, fertilizers, and irrigation, led to increased soil erosion, degraded soil quality, and increased pollutant runoff into waterways. When pesticides and fertilizers are washed into local waterways, it promotes the growth of algae. This can lead to a decreased oxygen level in the water, harming fish and other marine organisms. It can also lead to water pollution that can compromise fresh water used by humans. Let's review. Agricultural revolution was a period of significant agricultural development marked by new farming techniques and inventions that led to a massive increase in food production. The agricultural revolution saw the invention of the plow, which is a device that contains blades that effectively break up the soil, and the seed drill, which is a machine that plants seeds in uniform rows and then covers them. Jethro Tull was an 18th century agriculturist who invented the seed drill. The agricultural revolution also saw the invention of the reaper, which was a machine for cutting and harvesting grain. These inventions made farming easier and more productive, and fewer workers were needed on the farms. This led to the early development of cities. The agricultural revolution impacted the environment. Transforming forests and previously undisturbed land into farmland destroyed habitats, decreased biodiversity, and released carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Extensive plowing, along with an increased use of pesticides, fertilizers, and irrigation, led to increased soil erosion, degraded soil quality, and increased pollutant runoff into waterways. The 18th and 19th centuries brought much advancement to Britain and America. It was during this time period that the agricultural revolution took place, which was a period of significant agricultural development marked by new farming techniques and inventions that led to a massive increase in food production. This agricultural growth created a ripple effect that spread throughout the countries. People were now able to leave the farms and move into cities because there was sufficient agricultural production to support life away from the farm. The conveniences of city life created a demand for other products, such as clothing and non-essential items, that improved the quality of life. New technologies were invented to meet the growing demands for these products, which led to the first industrial factories. Soon, people were moving into cities in greater numbers to find employment as factory workers. This ushered in the next great revolution, known as the Industrial Revolution. In this lesson, you will take a look at how industrialization and mass production furthered progress and how they have impacted our environment. The Industrial Revolution began in the late 18th and 19th centuries and was a period of significant economic development marked by the introduction of power-driven machinery. Much like the Agricultural Revolution, the Industrial Revolution began to take shape in Britain and then spread to other countries. During the Industrial Revolution, many power-driven machines were invented which replaced hand tools. This included the cotton gin, which was a machine used to separate cotton fibers and their seeds. The American inventor of the cotton gin was a man by the name of Eli Whitney. The cotton gin, along with new inventions in spinning and weaving, made the mass production of cloth possible and gave a big boost to the textile industry. This era also led to a large increase in the use of coal. Coal replaced wood and other fuel sources because it was abundant, efficient, and required less work to mine than cutting wood. Coal was also used to make iron, which was used in the manufacturing of machines and tools as well as the construction of ships and bridges. The Industrial Revolution also saw the development of the steam engine, which is an engine that used steam to perform work. Steam engines were used in transportation and to power factories. Even though this was a period of economic growth and development, the Industrial Revolution impacted the environment in negative ways. With the drudgery and toil of daily life made easier thanks to technological advancements, the world saw a major increase in population. This in and of itself led to environmental changes simply because there were more people consuming more natural resources. Not only was the population growing, but there was also a rapid growth in living standards, thanks to the economic prosperity of this era. Higher living standards led to forests being cut down to make way for expanding cities and to provide lumber for construction. There was also an increased demand for raw materials used during the mass production of non-essential items within factories. These factors led to the depletion of natural resources. Factories would spew smog and soot into the air and release pollutants and chemicals directly into rivers and streams, resulting in increased air and water pollution. The Industrial Revolution saw an increased use of fossil fuels, including coal. The burning of coal releases greenhouse gases into the environment, which trap heat and contribute to global climate change. Coal burning also caused increased acid rain, which is a phenomenon that occurs when pollutants are released into the atmosphere and then fall back to Earth as precipitation. Let's review. The Industrial Revolution was a period of significant economic development marked by the introduction of power-driven machinery. The cotton gin was a machine used to separate cotton fibers and their seeds. Coal used for both fuel and making iron increased during the Industrial Revolution, and this era also saw the development of the steam engine, which was an engine that used steam to perform work. The Industrial Revolution impacted the environment. The world saw a major increase in population, which along with an increase in living standards, led to the depletion of natural resources. The use of chemicals and fuel in factories resulted in increased air and water pollution and an increased use of fossil fuels. Coal burning caused increased acid rain, which is a phenomenon that occurs when pollutants are released into the atmosphere and then fall back to the Earth as precipitation. Most developed countries can point to time periods in their past when they experienced a tremendous amount of growth. For example, Britain and the United States experienced the agricultural and industrial revolutions in the 18th and 19th centuries. Those years saw the advent of many inventions, including power-driven machinery that replaced slow and inefficient hand tools. It was also a time when mass production of food and products became possible due to the creation of factories that ran on fossil fuels. These revolutions marked periods of rapid growth and economic prosperity, but all of this progress took a toll on the environment. Aggressive agricultural practices cleared previously undisturbed land and deteriorated soil quality. Factories and industrial advancements led to the release of water and air pollutants. Today, we are seeing the industrial development of many emerging nations. In this lesson, we will look at some of these emerging economies and discuss how their industrial development could impact the environment in the 21st century. Emerging national economies, also known as emerging markets, are less developed nations with fast-growing economies. In other words, they are countries undergoing rapid growth and industrialization that are poised to emerge onto the global market. There are many emerging nations in the world, but the acronym BRICS, pronounced like bricks that you would build a house with, is used when discussing the 5 major emerging markets: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These countries have large and fast-growing economies, and if their growth trend continues, they could become strong global economic players in the years to come. As these emerging national economies become more stable, they become attractive to investors and businesses in developed countries. This can bring new factories and technologies into these nations, further boosting their national economy. However, this economic growth and prosperity does not come without environmental risk. The addition of factories and technological advancements seen in the BRICS and other emerging nations presents the challenge of balancing economic growth with environmental responsibility. There are a number of environmental concerns with industrial development in emerging nations. With increased manufacturing and other industrial processes comes the need for more energy and the potential for more pollution. As emerging nations grow, they become responsible for increased greenhouse gas emissions. A greenhouse gas is an atmospheric gas that holds the sun's heat and contributes to global climate change. In addition to the global atmospheric impact of industrialization, there is the threat of damage to the emerging country's domestic environment. Industrialization spikes the need for resources such as lumber, fossil fuels, fertile soil, and water. Deforestation, which is the clearing of woodlands, causes carbon dioxide that had been stored in the trees to be released into the atmosphere, contributing to the greenhouse effect. Deforestation also leads to a loss of biodiversity. This can diminish the habitats for plants and animals and weaken local ecosystems. The increased use of fossil fuels contributes to air and water pollution. This can become a health risk to citizens living in the country. The overuse of soil and water can degrade soil quality and dwindle water supplies, causing problems for agriculture and also threatening freshwater reserves. In addition to the need for more natural resources, there is also an increased need for industrial waste storage. If wastes are not stored properly, they can emit pollutants into the air and water. Today's developed countries, including the United States and Britain, are leading the charge to clean up the environment. Once they become economically strong, many developed countries enact environmental protection policies to fix damage to the air, water, and land that occurred during their years of industrial development. However, with the global concerns over the environment growing, emerging nations may not be able to wait until they have reached economic strength before needing to address environmental concerns. One advantage emerging nations in the 21st century have is access to technology that is designed to produce less pollution, including access to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power. These new technologies could pave the way for continued industrial development in emerging nations without the environmental destruction that came from events such as the agricultural and industrial revolutions of the past centuries. Let's review. Emerging national economies, also known as emerging markets, are less developed nations with fast-growing economies. The acronym BRICS is used when discussing the 5 major emerging markets: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These nations face the challenge of balancing economic growth with environmental responsibility. There are a number of environmental concerns with industrial development of emerging nations. As emerging nations grow, they become responsible for increased greenhouse gas emissions. The countries may also see an increase in deforestation, an increased use of fossil fuels, the overuse of soil and water, and an increased need for industrial waste storage. Timmy and his classmates took a field trip to the forest. Timmy's teacher pointed out that the forest is an ecosystem that takes care of itself. The first thing Timmy's teacher pointed out was a gathering of young saplings with delicate leaves. His teacher mentioned that some of these saplings would be used as food by the animals living in the forest, while others would grow big and tall. Those that grew would provide protection from harsh weather and wind for the creatures of the forest. They would also contribute to the life cycle by absorbing carbon dioxide and sunlight, which they would convert into energy. Any limbs lost by the trees would fall to the ground, where they would break down and return nutrients to the soil, so more new saplings could grow. Timmy's teacher explained that a forest is a sustainable ecosystem because it is an environment that is able to support itself without outside help. In this ecosystem, even waste products such as carbon dioxide and animal droppings and fallen tree limbs get recycled back into useful products that continue the forest's cycle of life. On the bus ride home, Timmy's bus passed a coal-burning electric power plant and a manufacturing plant where they make drywall that is used in construction of homes. Timmy started thinking, wouldn't it be great if energy and manufacturing plants worked more like nature and recycled or put to use the waste products they produce? Well, as it turns out, Timmy was really on to something. In fact, the emerging field of industrial ecology is looking for ways to create systems and services that imitate nature. In this lesson, we will explain what industrial ecology is and look at some examples. Industrial ecology is the study of industrial systems aimed at identifying and implementing strategies that reduce their environmental impact. Industries, such as manufacturing and energy plants, extract raw materials and natural resources from the earth and transform them into products and services that meet the demands of the population. Industrial ecology was developed as a way to better understand the impact industry has on the environment. Therefore, industrial ecologists, or those who study industrial ecology, work to understand the industrial systems that are in place and find ways to use fewer natural resources and find new uses for waste materials or byproducts. Industrial ecologists approach problems with the mindset that industrial systems can become more efficient and sustainable if the problems are looked at from all directions. Therefore, it is right to think of industrial ecology as a multidisciplinary field that combines aspects of economics, engineering, sociology, technology, and environmental science. To better understand how industrial ecology works, let's go back to Timmy's bus ride home. We remember that along the trip, Timmy's bus passed a power plant that burned coal to generate electricity and a manufacturing plant that made drywall. The power plant used a special technology to reduce sulfur dioxide emissions into the atmosphere called flue gas desulfurization. This helped the atmosphere by keeping the emissions of the toxic gas sulfur dioxide under control. However, using this technology also produced large quantities of the mineral gypsum. Gypsum is used to make drywall. Gypsum is a waste product of the power plant, but it can be used as a raw material by the drywall manufacturing plant. By working together, the power plant and the manufacturing plant are practicing industrial ecology. One of the most notable examples of industrial ecology is Denmark's Kalundborg Industrial Park. This is an eco-industrial park where industries exchange byproducts and energy for mutual benefit. It is comprised of a power plant, an oil refinery, a manufacturing plant, a pharmaceuticals plant, and the Kalundborg municipality. By working together, the byproducts or wastes from one industry are used as a resource by one or more of the other industries. For example, treated wastewater from the oil refinery is used by the power plant as cooling water. Excess heat produced by the power plant is used to provide heat for nearby homes and also to heat the local fish farm. And local farmers make use of byproducts from the pharmaceutical plant, which after some treatment makes for an excellent fertilizer. One of the main goals of industrial ecology is to find new industrial systems that use fewer natural resources. This can be achieved by defining and implementing systems that reduce the consumption of raw materials such as coal, oil, and water. Another goal is to generate less waste. This is achieved when new uses are found for traditional waste products such as gypsum, sulfur, and other byproducts. Industrial ecology works to decrease atmospheric emissions by finding ways to capture and reduce emissions of harmful gases, such as sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide. And it also works to decrease water pollution by finding uses for wastewater. Let's review. A forest is an example of a sustainable ecosystem because it is an environment that is able to support itself without outside help. Some industries try to mimic these natural environments to lessen their environmental impact. Industrial ecology is a study of industrial systems aimed at identifying and implementing strategies that reduce their environmental impact. One of the most notable examples of industrial ecology is Denmark's Kalundborg Industrial Park. This is an eco-industrial park where industries exchange byproducts and energy for mutual benefit. The goals of industrial ecology are to find new industrial systems that use fewer natural resources, generate less waste, decrease atmospheric emissions, and decrease water pollution. It was a pleasant afternoon in Timmy's neighborhood, so he decided to take a bike ride. As he traveled along the community bike path, he came across a pond and thought it would be a good place to stop and rest. Timmy noticed that the water in the pond was crystal clear, and there was very little algae and plant growth. What a beautiful lake, Timmy thought to himself. After a few minutes, Timmy hopped back on his bicycle and headed down the path. Before long, he came to another pond and decided to catch his breath again. When Timmy looked into the water at this pond, he noticed that it was cloudy and green due to so much algae and plant growth. What Timmy was seeing in the second pond was a process called eutrophication. In this lesson, we will learn more about this process and how it can be caused by human activities. Eutrophication is the process by which a body of water becomes overly enriched by nutrients. You can recall this term by remembering that the word eutrophic comes from the Greek language and means well-nourished. Therefore, a body of water that has undergone eutrophication is a well-nourished lake. While it might sound like a good thing to have extra nutrients added to water, eutrophication typically has a detrimental effect. An overabundance of nutrients stimulates the rapid growth of algae and aquatic plant life. This excessive growth depletes dissolved oxygen levels within the water to a point where other organisms, such as fish, cannot survive. The problem is intensified when these large collections of algae die and begin to decay. The bacteria that decompose the dead algae require oxygen, which consumes even more dissolved oxygen in the water, essentially suffocating other organisms. Dissolved oxygen is the amount of oxygen contained in a body of water. It is an important indicator of the health of a water body and its ability to support a diverse balance of aquatic organisms. When eutrophication occurs, a body of water can undergo explosive growth of algae at or near the surface of the water, referred to as algal blooms. When algal blooms are dense, they form visible green or yellowish-brown coverings that appear to float on the water surface. This blocks sunlight that is needed by organisms in the water and further depletes oxygen. Eutrophication can be a natural process that occurs over time due to a natural runoff of soil nutrients and a decay of organic matter. However, use of the term came into common usage when human causes of eutrophication were identified. Eutrophication is typically the result of human activities that contribute excess amounts of nitrogen and phosphorus into water. Agricultural fertilizers are one of the main human causes of eutrophication. Fertilizers, used in farming to make soil more fertile, contain nitrogen and phosphorus. The use or overuse of fertilizers can cause these nutrients to run off of farmers' fields and enter waterways. The same fertilizers that were intended to enhance crop growth now enhance the growth of algae and aquatic plants. Fertilizer runoff can occur from other sources, including lawns and golf courses, but agricultural practices are the main source of nutrient pollution. Sewage contains both organic and inorganic nutrients that can find their way into bodies of water. Biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, is a concept that is important to sewage treatment. It is defined as a measure of the amount of oxygen required by aerobic microorganisms to decompose organic matter in water. Bacteria and other aerobic microorganisms use oxygen to metabolize organic matter such as sewage. If sewage enters a body of water, microorganisms in the water begin to consume the organic matter and deplete dissolved oxygen. Aquaculture, which is the growing or farming of fish, shellfish, and aquatic plants, is a growing source of eutrophication. Aquatic organisms can be farmed in water pens that are partitioned by nets. If not properly managed, uneaten particles of food along with excrement from the fish can add to the increased levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in the surrounding water. Certain industries can produce wastewater, which contribute to eutrophication. Among the industries that contribute the most nutrient pollution are paper mills and food and agricultural processing plants. Humans also contribute to eutrophication by burning fossil fuels. Fossil fuels release nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere when they are burned for electricity generation or factory or transportation purposes. These impurities combine with water vapor and fall to the earth as acid rain, where the nitrogen can enter water bodies. Let's review. Eutrophication is the process by which a body of water becomes overly enriched by nutrients. The overabundance of nutrients stimulates the rapid growth of algae and aquatic plant life, which depletes dissolved oxygen levels within the water. When the algae die, bacteria that decompose the dead algae consumes even more dissolved oxygen, essentially suffocating other organisms, such as fish. Dissolved oxygen refers to the amount of oxygen contained in a body of water. When eutrophication occurs, a body of water can undergo explosive growth of algae at or near the surface of the water, referred to as algal blooms. This blocks sunlight that is needed by organisms in the water and further depletes oxygen. Human activities can contribute excess amounts of nitrogen and phosphorus into water. Therefore, human causes of eutrophication include the use of agricultural fertilizers. Other causes include sewage and aquaculture, which is the growing or farming of fish, shellfish, and aquatic plants. Wastewater from certain industries and burning fossil fuels can also contribute to eutrophication. Biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, is defined as a measure of the amount of oxygen required by aerobic microorganisms to decompose organic matter in water. If organic matter, such as sewage, enters a body of water, microorganisms decompose it and deplete dissolved oxygen. Ask someone to describe pollution, and you will get a variety of answers. For some, their mind turns to factories that spew out black smoke into the atmosphere. Others might think about pollution in rivers and streams that is not easily seen but leads to the loss of fish and other aquatic life. Still others will look at the side of the road and notice litter that was carelessly thrown out. Each of these individuals is correct in their description of pollution, and we see that pollution takes many forms. In this lesson, we will learn about different types of pollution and how they impact the environment. A pollutant is a substance that pollutes the air, water, or land. This term is used to describe things in the environment that do not belong. In a broader sense, the term pollutant has even been used to describe undesirable levels of sound or light. For example, the lights and never-ending traffic noise on the Las Vegas Strip are examples of light and noise pollutants. Pollution is the presence of a pollutant in the environment and is often the result of human actions. Pollution has a detrimental effect on the environment. Animals, fish, and other aquatic life, plants, and humans all suffer when pollution is not controlled. Of the different types of pollution, physical pollution may be the most recognizable. Simply stated, physical pollution is the introduction of discarded materials into the environment. Physical pollution is what you might refer to as trash and is the direct result of human actions. In other words, nature does not produce physical pollution because in natural systems, all byproducts or wastes are eventually recycled back into the environment. For example, in nature, a fallen tree will degrade and eventually return nutrients to the soil. However, physical pollutants, such as discarded water bottles and plastic bags, along with waste materials from industrial or manufacturing processes, do not naturally degrade and can accumulate or leach chemicals into the ground or water supplies as they break down. Physical pollutants are often sent to landfills, which are designated areas for trash disposal in which the waste is dumped and then covered by soil. Landfills keep physical pollutants confined to one area, and many modern landfills are lined with layers of clay or plastic to prevent leakage. However, as buried waste products and organic matter decompose, they can release methane gas, carbon dioxide, and other gases that are harmful to the environment. Chemical pollution is another type of pollution. It is defined as the introduction of chemicals into the environment. Chemicals may not be seen by the naked eye, but they can cause problems in all areas of the environment, from the air we breathe, to the fresh water we drink, to the soil we use for growing crops. Agricultural practices are one example of a chemical pollution source. Pesticides used to control insects and fertilizers used to make soil more fertile contain nitrogen, phosphorus, and other chemicals. These chemicals can run off of a farmer's field and enter waterways. Nitrogen and phosphorus fertilize tiny plant life in the body of water, causing rapid growth and eventually depleting oxygen levels in the water to the point where fish and other species of life cannot survive. Chemical pollution from pesticides and fertilizers can also contaminate soil if used in excess. Other sources of soil contamination include the leaking of chemicals from mines and landfills. Chemical pollution is also seen in the air. The burning of fossil fuels, such as coal, oil, and natural gas, release chemical pollutants into the atmosphere. These fossil fuels may be used in our vehicles or by utilities or industries. These chemical pollutants are referred to as greenhouse gases, which are gases in the atmosphere that absorb infrared radiation and trap heat. For example, the car you drive to work most likely runs on fossil fuels. As this fuel is burned, the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. Another example is the release of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere when coal is burned. Sulfur dioxide contributes to acid rain, which is the phenomenon by which impurities combine with water vapor and fall to the earth. Up to this point, we have looked at pollution caused by non-living materials or chemicals. However, biological pollution is the introduction of living organisms, which grow and become invasive, into the environment. Like physical and chemical pollution, biological pollution is mainly due to human interference. Not all foreign organisms will thrive in a new environment. However, biological pollutants not only thrive, but they adapt to their new surroundings, multiply, and spread at a rapid rate. This can choke out native species. For this reason, biological pollutants are sometimes referred to as invasive alien species or invasive exotic pests. Some microorganisms, such as bacteria, viruses, and fungi that contaminate water or lead to human disease, are examples of biological pollution. Other examples include invasive weed species that grow in unwanted areas or pests that cause destruction in natural environments, such as the gypsy moth, which is an invasive forest pest that made its way from Europe to the United States, where it causes widespread defoliation of trees. Let's review. A pollutant is a substance that pollutes the air, water, or land, and pollution is the presence of a pollutant in the environment. Pollution is often the result of human actions and has a detrimental effect on the environment. Physical pollution is the introduction of discarded materials into the environment, what you might refer to as trash. Physical pollutants are often sent to landfills, which are designated areas for trash disposal in which the waste is dumped and then covered by soil. Chemical pollution is another type of pollution. It is defined as the introduction of chemicals into the environment. Agricultural practices are one example of a chemical pollution source. Pesticides used to control insects and fertilizers used to make soil more fertile contain nitrogen, phosphorus, and other chemicals. These chemicals can contaminate soil or run off into bodies of water where they can deplete oxygen levels. The burning of fossil fuels release chemical pollutants into the air called greenhouse gases and can also lead to acid rain. Biological pollution is the introduction of living organisms which grow and become invasive into the environment. This can choke out native species. Examples include some microorganisms, invasive weed species, and the gypsy moth, which is an invasive forest pest.
In a previous lesson, we learned about minerals, which are inorganic compounds such as ores like copper and precious stones like diamonds. The word mining sounds a lot like mineral, and that's no accident, because mining is how minerals are removed from the ground. There are several different ways minerals can be extracted from the earth, but the two main methods are called surface mining and subsurface mining. Surface mining is just what it sounds like, removing minerals that are near the Earth's surface because this is where the ore deposits are located. When the ore deposits are very large, open pit mining is utilized. A large open pit is created as machines scrape off any earth that is not ore and set it to the side. This material is called overburden, and as the overburden is scraped off, it's piled into spoil banks. After the overburden is cleared from the ore, explosives are used to break up the ore material that is being removed from the ground, which is then taken away to be refined. The size of the ore bed increases as mining continues, and eventually the pit becomes a very large, bowl-shaped hole in the Earth's surface. When the ore is found in a wide area, but it's not very deep in the ground, strip mining is used. In strip mining, instead of creating one large pit in the ground, long, narrow strips are dug out. The overburden is removed and piled up along the strip. Once the ore is removed, the overburden is dumped back into the strip. While this may sound like a good method because the holes are refilled instead of left open, the land actually looks more like a washboard after strip mining because of all the repiled soil. Some minerals are found very deep below Earth's surface, sometimes hundreds or thousands of feet deep. To remove these minerals from the ground, subsurface mining is used. In subsurface mining, a long tunnel is created either horizontally or vertically. The tunnel walls are reinforced with wood and ventilation shafts are created to provide air to the miners underground. The minerals themselves are removed a number of different ways. One way is to blast apart the material and then send the ore pieces up to the surface in carts. Another method is longwall mining, which is when coal is sheared from the wall and collected on a conveyor belt, much like a potato peeler shears away layers of a potato. This is a very efficient way of extracting coal from an underground mine. Another method is solution mining, which is when hot water is injected into the ore to dissolve it. Once the ore is dissolved, air is pumped into it and it's bubbled up to the surface. While mining provides us with the minerals we need, it's also very destructive because it disrupts the landscape both on the surface and underground. It also causes quite a bit of pollution and can harm or kill mine workers. Surface mining is destructive to landscapes because it can cause changes in the topography and drainage and strips the land of vegetation, soil, and rocks. The spoil banks of surface mining erode and weather away, and rainfall leaches toxic chemicals into the earth. In some cases, entire mountaintops have been removed for surface mining. Subsurface mining is actually less disruptive to the earth and produces less waste than surface mining, but it's also much less effective and more dangerous. Many workers die in mine collapses, which then also leaves behind a large hole from caving in of the ground above. Water may leak into the mine and dissolve toxic chemicals that may leak into aquifers and drinking water supplies. Explosions in old mining tunnels may also occur because the natural gas underground ignites very easily. Besides erosion problems and changes to the landscape, mining also causes pollution in the air and water. Abandoned coal mines lead to acid mine drainage, which is water that is full of metals and toxins. Much like hot water dripping through coffee in a filter, rainwater picks up the harmful components in the ground and carries them off as surface and groundwater runoff. This runoff can end up in streams, rivers, and lakes that are nearby. Smelting is the process of heating ores to release the metals in them. This process separates the impurities from the metal, but also creates air pollution because gases that are created as byproducts, such as sulfur dioxide, may escape and reach the air. Mining is the removal of minerals from the ground. Once removed, minerals are then processed and refined for our everyday use. We use minerals for a variety of things, such as household products, jewelry, and energy for cars and buildings. Surface mining removes ore deposits that are close to the surface, and subsurface mining removes minerals that are deep underground. While mineral use is very important to us, there are also many environmental impacts, such as erosion, air and water pollution, land destruction, and harm to mine workers. With new technologies and a conscious effort to reduce the negative effects of mining, we may be able to find a balance in how we use these important resources and reduce our impacts on the earth. Melting polar ice caps, Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, extreme droughts in the Midwest, dangerous blizzards on both the east and west coasts, mile-wide tornadoes in Oklahoma, and the recent wildfires in Colorado and the southwest United States. All of these examples are the direct result of an unprecedented increase in greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere, a problem that is rooted in human activity. Greenhouse gases are gases in the atmosphere that allow sunlight to pass through and reach the Earth's surface. Some of this sunlight is captured as heat on Earth, and some of it is radiated back towards space. When greenhouse gases are present in the right amounts, they trap just enough heat to keep the Earth warm enough for organisms to survive, while letting some of that heat back into space. This is very much like cracking the windows in your car while it sits in the sun. If you left the windows closed, the car would be way too hot when you got back, so you open the windows just enough to let some of that heat escape. Without greenhouse gases, the temperature on Earth would be well below freezing. This trapping of heat under the atmosphere is called the greenhouse effect, and it is both natural and beneficial to life on Earth. So if greenhouse gases are so good for us, why do they get such a bad reputation? Well, the problem with greenhouse gases is that they need to be present in specific amounts. When too little gas is present, not enough heat is trapped under the atmosphere to keep the Earth warm. When too much gas is present, too much heat gets trapped, which warms the Earth more than usual. The types and amounts of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are only beneficial when they are present in just the right balance. You now know that the greenhouse effect is both natural and necessary for our survival because it keeps Earth warm and hospitable. However, the rapid increase in greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere has led to the enhanced greenhouse effect, which is when too much heat is trapped on Earth, resulting in an overall increase in global temperatures. While we do not know exactly how much damage such high concentrations of greenhouse gas can do, we have already seen some of the effects. Rising temperatures on Earth have produced severe changes in weather patterns such as hotter summers, colder winters, and stronger storms like hurricanes and tornadoes. Increasing global temperature will also lead to a rise in sea levels as the glaciers and polar ice caps melt. As sea levels rise, many organisms such as polar bears, birds, fish, and plants will lose valuable habitat, and people will be forced to move farther inland. Industries such as agriculture and forestry will also be negatively affected by temperature changes, which could have worldwide consequences such as food shortages and extreme land erosion. So, what are the greenhouse gases that are enhancing the greenhouse effect? As mentioned before, greenhouse gases naturally occur in the atmosphere, but human production has been increasing the concentration of certain ones faster than they can break down. This increase is mainly due to human activity, such as burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and natural gas, and excess methane production from livestock and landfills. The most important greenhouse gases are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, ozone, and fluorinated gases. Water vapor is the most abundant and possibly the most important greenhouse gas. Water vapor is not only very good at trapping heat on Earth, but also amplifying the effects of other greenhouse gases. Water vapor does this through a vicious cycle. As the amount of water vapor increases in the atmosphere, the temperature on Earth increases as well, which then causes more water vapor absorption in the air, which again increases the warming of the Earth. And you can see how this is an issue. Carbon dioxide, or CO2, comes from the burning of fossil fuels and is important because even though it's not the most potent greenhouse gas, it is one of the most abundant. CO2 concentrations naturally fluctuate over time, but recently reached a milestone concentration of 400 parts per million. To put this in perspective, in the past 800,000 years, it has not been over 300 parts per million. The real worry, though, is how quickly CO2 is accumulating in the atmosphere. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which was about 1750, human activity has continually increased atmospheric CO2 levels from 280 parts per million to the current high. There is no other period in the history of Earth where CO2 levels have increased so quickly. Methane is also rapidly increasing in the atmosphere. Methane is released into the air from fossil fuels and livestock. Atmospheric methane has increased 151% since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and is currently at its highest concentration in at least 650,000 years. Nitrous oxide is a gas that comes from feedlots, chemical manufacturing plants, emissions from vehicles, and nitrogen fertilizers in agriculture. The level of nitrous oxide has increased about 18% since 1750, and while this number may seem small, think about this. The warming impact of 1 pound of nitrous oxide is over 300 times that of 1 pound of carbon dioxide. In another lesson, we learn about the benefits of the ozone layer, but ozone also plays a critical role as a harmful greenhouse gas. When found in the lower levels of the atmosphere, ozone can cause respiratory illnesses and damage vegetation. Since the Industrial Revolution, concentrations of ozone have increased by 36%. Last but certainly not least are fluorinated gases, which come from aerosols and coolants. Not only do these take thousands of years to break down in the atmosphere, but they also destroy that beneficial ozone that protects us from harmful UV radiation. The greenhouse effect is the trapping of heat under the atmosphere, which is a natural effect caused by greenhouse gases. These gases allow sunlight to pass through the Earth's surface, warming the Earth and allowing us to live. However, when greenhouse gas concentrations are too high, they trap too much heat and increase the temperature on Earth, causing the enhanced greenhouse effect. There are many greenhouse gases present in the atmosphere, but the most important are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, ozone, nitrous oxides, and fluorinated gases. These gases are currently present in higher concentrations than have been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. Additionally, the rate of increase is unprecedented and cause for great alarm. It's difficult to say just how much of the current increase in greenhouse gas concentration is due to human energy use, since some natural variation does occur. However, many scientists believe that because the increases are so large and are happening so quickly, that most of the change is not natural. Slowing the emission of greenhouse gases is the most important step we can take to prevent further greenhouse gas buildup in the atmosphere and reduce the effects of global warming.
Imagine you are a vibrating particle coming off of the sun, a super tiny speck of energy called a photon. You travel from the sun out toward the rest of the solar system. You and your other photon friends band together to form electromagnetic waves, which are waves of energy having a set frequency within the electromagnetic spectrum, as seen here. The frequency of your waves determines what type of electromagnetic energy you are. And because you came from the sun, you fall in the middle of the electromagnetic spectrum. This means that you and the other photons are specific types of electromagnetic energy, called infrared, visible, and ultraviolet light. Since you're a particle of light, you travel at the speed of light, and it takes you and your buddies in the same electromagnetic wave about 8.5 minutes to make the 93 million mile journey to Earth. When you and the other photons bump into atoms, it causes some of the electrons from those atoms to jump around, giving off energy that can be harnessed for many uses here on planet Earth. Let's take a closer look at the sun as a source of energy. The sun is a star, 1 million times the size of the Earth. That means if Earth were the head of a pin, the sun would be roughly the size of a basketball. The sun is also a very hot ball of gas. Its surface is about 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the sun gets even warmer the farther you travel toward its center. This is because a process called nuclear fusion takes place at the center of the sun. Nuclear fusion is what happens when small nuclei are fused together to form heavier nuclei. The process requires a lot of heat, which is why the sun is an ideal place for it to occur. This process also generates a lot of energy. You can recall this term by noting that the word nuclear refers to nucleus of an atom, and the word fusion refers to joining or fusing of objects together. So, nuclear fusion is literally nuclei fusing together in the extreme heat of the sun, resulting in the release of massive amounts of energy. Energy is the ability to do work, and solar is an adjective from the Latin solaris, describing the sun. So we can define solar energy as energy obtained from the sun. We can put this energy to work for us in many ways, from heating water and living spaces within our homes to generating electrical energy. Solar energy is a type of radiant energy, so named from the vibrating particles radiating from the sun that we talked about earlier. Solar energy is sometimes called solar radiation for this reason. Solar energy also does other kinds of work that are more indirect. Plants use the sun's energy through the process of photosynthesis to grow, and more indirectly, we eat plants like fruits and vegetables to provide our bodies with energy. The sun is such an important part of life on Earth that it's not surprising that so many end-of-the-world science fiction movies begin with the sun not doing its job properly. There has been a lot of talk lately about using more renewable energy, or sources of energy that can replenish themselves, like wind, solar, and hydroelectric power. Unlike carbon-producing fuel sources like coal and oil, we can depend on renewable sources like the sun and wind to continue to provide energy without ever being depleted or running out. If we could capture all of the sunlight that shines on the Earth in just 1 hour, we could supply the world with energy for an entire year. On a smaller scale, a simple 3-foot by 3-foot patch of Earth located in a sunny area gets about 2,000 kilowatt-hours of solar energy over a year. It makes sense then that we try to use this widely available renewable energy source. Another perk that makes solar energy a desirable energy source is the fact that it does not produce greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide, which is a gas in the atmosphere that traps heat and contributes to global climate change. However, solar energy is not a slam dunk when it comes to supplying the world with energy. We lose a lot of energy through the process of collecting solar rays, and the technology is still quite expensive. Currently, we can only gather about 15 to 20% of the energy available from the sun, while scientists are working on perfecting solar cells that can collect the sun's energy and convert it to electricity. Solar cells are still quite expensive, from materials to installation to maintenance. To add to the challenges of solar power, it's important to note that there are many places on Earth that are not consistently sunny. There's also the pesky problem of the sun only shining during the day and not at night. And because solar energy is hard to store, there's often a need to back up solar power with other energy sources. There are some interesting prospects for solar energy on our horizon. For instance, we've had solar-powered cars for several years, but they're still too expensive to make available to a large number of drivers. And, like electric cars, solar-powered cars are limited by short battery life and access to consistent sunshine. Still, scientists continue to seek ways to make solar energy a more viable and efficient option. A photon is a speck of energy that comes from the sun. Many photons band together to form electromagnetic waves, which are waves of energy that move toward Earth and provide heat and light. Solar energy is a type of radiant energy that travels in waves from the sun to other parts of the solar system. Most life on Earth, from humans to plants, relies on solar energy directly or indirectly. Since solar energy is a renewable resource that's not depleted when used, scientists continue to develop ways for us to capture solar energy and convert it into usable energy. For instance, solar cells are an example of how we can collect the sun's energy and convert it to electricity. Although the sun generates a tremendous amount of energy, solar energy has some drawbacks. Much of the energy from the sun is lost when we try to capture it, and the solar cells that are used to convert solar energy into electricity are expensive. Also, solar energy is not easily stored, so when the sun is not shining, the energy source is not available.
Step outside on a cloudless summer day, and you will experience the power of the sun. In fact, the sun provides enough energy in just 1 hour to power the Earth for an entire year. And this energy obtained from the sun, or solar energy, is free for us to use, environmentally friendly, and essentially never runs out. It sounds like the perfect solution to ending our dependence on dirty and expensive fossil fuels. The trick is discovering efficient and practical ways to harness the energy from the sun. Now currently, solar energy only meets a small portion of our energy needs. However, thanks to growing concerns about the cost and environmental impact of burning fossil fuels, such as oil, coal, and natural gas, harnessing usable energy from the sun is getting a closer look. One of the great things about solar energy is that we can use both simple and complex strategies to capture it and use it for heating. And in this lesson, we will take a look at 2 strategies for capturing the power of the sun: active and passive solar heating. Passive solar heating, as you may have guessed, is passive. In other words, it takes advantage of the existing heat generated by the sun to heat living spaces. Now, we have all witnessed passive solar heating when we climbed into a car on a sunny day. Rays from the sun entered the car windows and were absorbed by the car's seats, panels, and floor. And this heat got trapped in the car and warmed the interior. Passive solar heating is also what makes greenhouses effective at growing plants all year round. When the sun's rays penetrate the windows of the greenhouse, the items inside the greenhouse absorb and then release the heat, providing a nice environment for the plants to grow. Now, passive solar heating can be used in your home to cut your wintertime heating bill and improve comfort. But to fully take advantage of solar energy in this way, some planning is required. Because passive solar heating does not involve any mechanical devices, a home designed for passive solar heating will need to be positioned in a way that allows heat from the sun to enter in the winter and be rejected in the summer months. Now, this positioning will vary by local climate conditions. But in the northern hemisphere, a good passive solar design uses south-facing windows to capture the sun's rays. In the winter, when the sun is positioned low in the sky, the southern-facing windows allow the sun's rays to enter through the windows and heat the home. In the summer months, when the sun is positioned high in the sky, a passive solar home will use a large overhang for shade. This prevents the sun's rays from entering the window, keeping the home cool. Beyond being positioned correctly, a passive solar heating design will also depend on thermal mass of the walls, flooring, and other objects within the home. Thermal mass can be defined as a material's ability to absorb, store, and release heat. And when the sun's rays enter the home in the winter months, the heat energy is absorbed by the materials inside the building that have a high thermal mass. This would include materials that are dense, such as stone, brick, concrete, or ceramic tile. These materials absorb and hold on to heat during the period of time that the sun is shining, then slowly release that heat throughout the nighttime, keeping the home at a more stable and comfortable temperature. If you live in a climate that has regular snowfall each year, you can get a good idea of how thermal mass works by thinking about the first snowfall of the season. What you likely notice is that the snow easily melts on the road surface, but it clings to the grass and the trees. This is because the dense material that makes up the road has a high thermal mass, and it has held on to the sun's heat, causing the snow to melt on contact. The grass and trees are less dense and have a low thermal mass, so the snow does not melt. Active solar heating is a more involved process than passive solar heating. While passive solar heating employs methods to capture heat from the sun, it does nothing to actively enhance the process. In contrast, active solar heating uses mechanical and electrical equipment to enhance the conversion of solar energy to heat and electric power. While more involved, active solar systems can generate much more heat than a passive system. Now, for active solar heating, you will need a solar collector, which is a device used to absorb solar energy. Solar collectors can be simple designs, but you likely think of solar collectors as the solar panels found on rooftops of homes or other buildings. Solar panels are typically composed of photovoltaic cells, or solar cells, which are devices that directly convert light from the sun into electricity. Active solar collectors must utilize a substance to act as a conductor so heat and electricity can be stored and transferred. This substance is typically air or a liquid. Active systems that use air are referred to as air collectors. Simply stated, this is a system that absorbs the energy through the air. Those systems that utilize a liquid as a conductor are called hydronic collectors. Hydronic systems will use water or a type of antifreeze to collect and transfer heat. Let's review. Solar energy is energy obtained from the sun. With some planning, we can devise ways to capture this energy to heat our homes and other buildings. Passive solar heating is a method that takes advantage of the existing heat generated by the sun to heat living spaces. The efficiency of a passive solar heating is improved by positioning a building in a way that captures the most sunlight. It also depends on thermal mass of the walls, flooring, and other objects within the building. Thermal mass is a material's ability to absorb, store, and release heat. Generally, more dense materials such as brick and stone have a higher thermal mass. Unlike passive solar heating, active solar heating uses mechanical and electrical equipment to enhance the conversion of solar energy to heat and electric power. A solar collector is a device used to absorb solar energy. Solar panels found on rooftops of homes and other buildings are examples of solar collectors and are composed of photovoltaic cells or solar cells, which are devices that directly convert light from the sun into electricity. Active solar heating systems use a substance to collect and transfer the heat in the solar collector. This substance is typically air or a liquid. Air-based systems absorb the energy through the air and are referred to as air collectors. Liquid-based systems use water or a type of antifreeze to collect and transfer heat and are referred to as hydronic collectors. It doesn't come as a surprise to anyone that our modern world consumes a lot of energy. We rely on it to get out of bed on time, cook our food, heat our homes, fuel our vehicles, and to power a whole host of conveniences. Now, most developed countries, like the United States, rely on non-renewable fossil fuels such as oil, coal, and natural gas for energy. However, burning fossil fuels releases greenhouse gases, which are gases in the atmosphere that can trap heat. Also, because they are non-renewable, they will eventually run out. We are so dependent on energy that I bet you would agree that it would be wonderful if it simply grew on trees. Well, good news, it does. We can create heat, electricity, and fuel from things such as plants, trees, and even organic waste materials. In this lesson, you will learn how biomass can be converted into a clean and renewable energy source. Biomass is organic materials including plants and animal wastes. This term is easy to recall if you remember that the prefix bio refers to living things, like plants and animals. Biomass energy, therefore, is energy derived from organic materials. Now we know that plants and trees use sunlight to make carbohydrates from carbon dioxide and water using the process of photosynthesis. This energy from the sun gets stored in the plants and transferred to any animal that eats the plants, which is why we can use plants and even animal waste like manure to make biomass energy. When these sources are burned or decomposed, they release carbon dioxide and water along with their stored energy. There are many types of plants and organic wastes that can be used to produce energy. Energy crops, which are sometimes referred to as power crops, are crops grown to be used as fuel, not food. These are generally high-yielding crops, trees, and grasses that require very little care and can be grown at a very low cost. Organic waste from industries such as forestry, agriculture, and manufacturing can be used as a source of biomass energy. Biomass is so versatile that waste generated in cities and urban life, such as old shipping pallets, construction site wastes, and yard waste, can be used. Using biomass for energy is nothing new. From the earliest days, man has been burning wood, a form of biomass energy, to cook food and stay warm. Today, biomass is still used for these purposes, but it can also be converted into a gas or oil to generate heat or electricity and even fuel for transportation needs. Now, there are several ways to convert biomass into energy. The simplest way to use biomass is to burn it. Biomass can be burned in boilers to produce steam. And this high-pressure steam is then used to spin a turbine that ultimately generates electricity. Although burning biomass by itself is a proven method of energy production, it can be inefficient. And a process known as co-firing can be used to improve energy efficiency when biomass is burned. Co-firing is defined as burning two forms of fuel simultaneously. Traditional power plants can combine biomass with coal and burn them at the same time. With co-firing, less coal is required, thereby reducing emissions of greenhouse gases. Biomass does not have to be burned to be converted to energy. When biomass is heated in a low oxygen environment, it can be broken down and refined to produce fuel gas such as methane gas. This process of converting organic materials into gas is known as gasification. The gas that is produced can be captured and used in gas turbines and other systems to generate electricity. Gasification is more efficient than burning biomass and results in even lower emissions of greenhouse gases. Another way biomass can be converted into energy is through fermentation. Fermentation is the process of breaking down carbohydrates using bacteria, yeasts, or enzymes. Fermentation is the process most people think of that turns grapes into wine, but biomass liquids can also be fermented, which converts the biomass to alcohol, a type of fuel. In a similar fashion, corn can be turned into ethanol, which is a type of biofuel or fuel made from biomass. Ethanol can be mixed with gasoline and used for our transportation needs. There are many advantages to using biomass for energy. Biomass is a type of renewable energy, which means that it can be naturally regenerated. It's also an abundant source of energy. Not only can we grow crops specifically for energy, but we can also utilize organic wastes that might otherwise simply rot or end up in a landfill. Biomass is said to be carbon neutral because the amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere is equal to the carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere. And we learned earlier that plants absorb carbon dioxide during the process of photosynthesis. When these plants are burned or decompose, they release the carbon dioxide, resulting in a net zero emission. Biomass also reduces a country's dependence on imported oil, which can be unpredictable and provides a new source of revenue for farmers. There are many benefits to biomass, but there are also disadvantages to using biomass for energy. Because biomass is not yet widely used, there is an initial cost barrier. The initial cost for the technology and equipment needed to convert biomass to energy remains high. Biomass is also bulky, so there are costs involved in storing and transporting large amounts of biomass to energy plants. It's also worth noting that the trucks and other forms of transportation that carry biomass to the energy plants likely run on fossil fuels. Therefore, the source of biomass must be close to the plant or the energy savings is negated. Now, even though biomass is considered to be carbon neutral, there are some environmental concerns with its use. If these gases are not captured, they are released into the atmosphere. Also, because many of the crops used for biomass energy production are also food crops, such as corn and sugarcane, there could be a competition for crops as our world population continues to grow. Let's review. Biomass energy is the term used for energy derived from organic materials such as plants, trees, grasses, and organic wastes. When you have crops grown to be used as fuel, not food, they are referred to as energy crops. There are several ways to convert biomass into energy. It can be burned on its own to produce steam, to power electricity generation, or it can be burned simultaneously with another fuel source, such as coal, in a process called co-firing. Biomass does not have to be burned. It can be heated in a low oxygen environment using a process called gasification, which converts organic materials into gas. The gas is then used in gas turbines or other systems to generate electricity. Fermentation is another way biomass is converted to energy. Fermentation is the process of breaking down carbohydrates using bacteria, yeasts, or enzymes. This process results in alcohol, which is a type of fuel. Any type of fuel made from biomass is called biofuel. There are many advantages to using biomass for energy. Biomass is a renewable energy source and an abundant source of energy. It is said to be carbon neutral because the amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere is equal to the carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere from its own growth. Biomass also reduces a country's dependence on imported oil and provides new sources of revenue for farmers. The disadvantages to using biomass for energy include the fact that there is an initial cost barrier, as well as costs involved in storing and transporting large amounts of biomass. Even though biomass energy is carbon neutral, there are some environmental concerns due to other greenhouse gas emissions, as well as concerns that there could be a competition for crops as a source of food or fuel. Wind is something we have all experienced. Wind can drift in as a gentle summer breeze or storm in as a powerful force capable of leaving destruction in its path. But did you ever wonder what causes the wind to blow? Wind actually gets its start from the sun. When the sun shines down on the earth, the surface of the earth is heated. Because the earth's surface is made up of different formations, including land and water, the sun heats the earth unevenly. As the different surfaces heat up, the hot air rises and cooler air comes in to fill the void. This explains why it's so windy at the beach. The air above the land heats up faster than the air above the water. So when the hot air above the land rises, the cooler air from the water rushes ashore. With the right technology, we are able to harness the energy of the wind and convert it into electricity. In this lesson, we will explore how wind is captured and take a look at the pros and cons of this energy source. Energy is the ability to do work, and we learned that wind is moving air created by the heat of the sun. Wind energy can be simply defined as energy from the wind that can do work and create electricity. When we talk about energy created by movement of the wind, we're talking about kinetic energy. You can recall this term by remembering that the word kinetic originates from the Greek language and means to move. In order to utilize the kinetic energy of the wind for electricity production, we need a way to harness its power. To do this, we use wind turbines. Wind turbines are machines with rotors and blades that convert the kinetic energy of the wind into mechanical energy, which is then converted to electricity. The word turbine comes from the Latin language and means something that spins. So you can think of a wind turbine as something that spins in the wind to generate electricity. The mechanical energy produced from the spinning blades of the turbine is transferred to a generator that converts the mechanical energy into electricity. Now, it might help to think of a wind turbine as the opposite of a fan. A fan plugs into your wall and uses electricity to spin its blades and make wind. A wind turbine works in reverse. It uses the wind to spin its blades to generate electricity. Wind turbines can work alone, but they are often found together on wind farms, which are areas of land that contain large groupings of wind turbines. The individual wind turbines within a wind farm work together for increased electricity production. Because wind speeds are often higher over water, there are some wind farms built in bodies of water. These wind farms are referred to as offshore wind farms. Offshore wind farms can increase energy production, but are often more expensive to construct than wind farms on land. There are a number of pros to wind energy. Wind energy is renewable energy. This means that as long as the sun continues to shine, we will have wind to generate electricity. Wind energy is also clean and green. Currently, developed countries gain most of their electricity and energy needs from fossil fuels like oil, coal, and natural gas. However, burning fossil fuels create greenhouse gases that contribute to global climate change. With wind energy, there is no greenhouse gas production during operation. Speaking of operating wind turbines, we see that wind energy comes with low operating costs. After the wind turbine is built and set in place, the power generated is essentially produced at no cost. We also see that wind energy has a tremendous potential to become a leading energy source. This is thanks to the fact that it is highly abundant, and wind energy can work anywhere the wind speeds are sufficient, which is typically best over 10 miles per hour. Now, there are cons to wind energy, with the biggest disadvantage being the fact that wind is inconsistent and unpredictable. If the wind is not blowing, the blades of the wind turbine do not rotate and no electricity is generated. Because of wind's unpredictability, wind energy often needs to work in tandem with other energy generation systems, including those that use fossil fuels. Now, while it is true that there are very few costs associated with the operation of a wind turbine, there are costs associated with building and setting up the turbines. This initial cost barrier could delay the implementation of wind energy in some areas of the world. In the United States, wind energy plants rely on government subsidies to lower initial costs. Opposition to wind farms comes from the fact that wind turbines generate noise that is upsetting to some people who live nearby. Also, some people consider wind turbines in their backyard to be an eyesore because they disrupt the scenery. In fact, the acronym NIMBY, which stands for Not in My Backyard, is used to describe opponents to wind farm developments who like the idea of energy generation by the wind, but do not want the wind turbines in their area. Environmentalists are concerned that wind farms could present a threat to wildlife. Even though wind turbine manufacturers have made positive design changes that have limited the deadly impact of turbines, birds and bats can be injured or killed by the spinning blades of wind turbines. Let's review. Wind is created because the sun unevenly heats the surface of the earth. By harnessing the wind, we can generate wind energy, which is energy from the wind that can do work and create electricity. To capture wind energy, we use wind turbines. Wind turbines are machines that convert the kinetic energy of the wind into mechanical energy, which is then converted to electricity. Wind turbines are often found together on wind farms, which are areas of land that contain large groupings of wind turbines. Wind farms built on bodies of water are referred to as offshore wind farms. There are a number of pros to wind energy. Wind energy is renewable energy and is also clean and green, because operation of a wind turbine does not create greenhouse gas emissions. Wind energy comes with low operating costs and has a tremendous potential to become a leading energy source thanks to the fact that it is highly abundant. There are also cons to wind energy. Wind is inconsistent and unpredictable. If the wind is not blowing, no electricity is generated. There is an initial cost barrier that comes with building and installing wind turbines, and opponents to wind farms point to the fact that wind turbines generate noise and disrupt the scenery. Although they see the benefits of wind, when it comes to wind turbines, they say, "Not in my backyard," or NIMBY. Wind farms could present a threat to wildlife by killing birds and bats that fly into the blades of the turbines. If you have ever been whitewater rafting, you certainly notice that water can generate a lot of energy. The power from moving water, or hydropower, has been recognized for thousands of years. More than 2,000 years ago, civilizations, including the Greeks and Romans, harnessed the power of water to grind wheat into flour and aid in other heavy tasks. In the early days of the United States, water was used extensively to power lumber and grain mills, and by the late 1800s, water was being used to generate electricity. By the early 20th century, hydroelectric power, which is the use of moving water to generate electricity, accounted for more than 40% of the United States' electricity needs. This percentage has declined over the years due to the development of new forms of electricity generation, and today, hydropower provides only about 6 or 7% of the United States' electricity needs. Yet it remains a viable and important energy source. In this lesson, you will learn how the power of water is harnessed and converted to electricity, as well as the pros and cons of this energy source. Because power obtained from moving water is used mainly for electricity generation in our modern age, the terms hydropower and hydroelectric power are often used interchangeably. Remembering that the prefix hydro means water can help you recall these terms. Water is always in motion and moves in a continuous cycle known as the water cycle. The water cycle is the term used to describe the constant circulation of the Earth's water. As water on Earth is heated by the sun, it evaporates and then condenses into clouds. When this moisture accumulates, it falls back down to Earth as rain or snow, starting the cycle over again. Water takes on different forms as it moves through the water cycle, but its total volume is never reduced or used up, making it a renewable source of energy. Water is also acted upon by gravity, which causes water to flow from areas of high elevation to areas of low elevation. This flow is what provides the force needed for hydropower, and is why hydropower plants are built on rivers with fast-moving water or natural waterfalls. Hydropower plants are facilities where electricity is generated using the energy of moving water. A famous hydropower plant is the Hoover Dam, located 30 miles southeast of Las Vegas. Now, to capture the energy from the flowing water, a dam is typically constructed to create a large artificial lake or reservoir behind the dam. Water from this reservoir is channeled through tunnels within the dam. This flowing water causes the blades of turbines placed in the water's path to spin. Generators attached to the turbines create electricity, which is transported into the electric grid for use. Now, there are many pros to hydropower. Hydropower is renewable energy. This means that as long as the water cycle continues to produce rain and snow, we will have water to drive hydropower. Hydropower is also clean energy, as it produces no air pollutants because it does not involve the burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. Hydropower is a cheap energy source. Because most hydropower plants in the United States have already been built, hydropower is one of the cheapest electricity sources in the United States today. After all, flowing water is free to use. A major plus when it comes to hydropower is the fact that the flow of water through the plant can be controlled, and therefore hydropower is flexible energy. Water can be stored in the reservoir above the dam and released as energy demands fluctuate throughout the day and seasons. For example, during a heat wave when air conditioners are creating a high demand for electricity, the output from the plant can be ramped up by fully opening the gates at the top of the dam to let more water flow through the plant. It's also worth noting that the reservoirs that store water above the dam create recreational opportunities, such as fishing, boating, and swimming. Now, there are also cons to hydropower. Damming a river results in the flooding of large areas upstream and interrupts the natural flow of the river downstream. This disrupts local ecosystems, including plant and animal habitats, and even results in the displacement of people. Damming water flow also changes water temperature and quality, both in the reservoir and downstream. Now, this can have a dramatic effect on fish and plants and even impact agriculture and drinking water in the area. Because many fish, such as salmon, are migratory and travel the major rivers to reach their spawning areas, the presence of hydropower plants disrupts fish migration. To ease this problem, modern dams utilize devices such as fish ladders, which are a series of pools arranged like steps to allow fish to travel upstream around and over a dam or waterfall. Even though electric generation at a hydropower plant does not produce air pollutants, building dams can require the clearing of large areas of land that were previously undeveloped or wooded. The destruction of woodland and brush increases greenhouse gas emissions. Let's review. Utilizing the power of moving water has been done for thousands of years. The term hydropower is often used interchangeably with hydroelectric power to describe the use of moving water to generate electricity. Hydropower plants are facilities where electricity is generated using the energy of moving water. They are built on rivers with fast-moving water or natural waterfalls and consist of a reservoir, dam, and turbines attached to electricity generators. There are many pros to hydropower. Hydropower is renewable energy and is also clean energy because it produces no air pollutants. Hydropower is a cheap energy source and considered to be a flexible energy source because the amount of electricity produced can be controlled by controlling the amount of water flowing through the plant. There are also cons to hydropower. Damming a river disrupts local ecosystems and changes water and temperature quality. These factors can have a dramatic effect on fish and plants and even people living in the area. The presence of hydropower plants disrupts fish migration, so modern dams utilize devices such as fish ladders, which are a series of pools arranged like steps to allow fish to travel upstream, around and over a dam or waterfall. Building dams can require the clearing of large areas of land, which increases greenhouse gas emissions. From space, the Earth's surface is seen as peaceful groupings of land and water. But inside the Earth, it is turbulent and hot. Below the Earth's crust lie layers of molten rock called magma, and at the Earth's core, temperatures can be as hot as 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In this lesson, you will learn how this natural heat can be pulled to the surface and used to heat buildings and produce electricity, as well as the pros and cons of this energy source. Geothermal energy is defined as heat from within the earth that can be used for heating or to generate electricity. This is an easy term to recall if you remember that the prefix geo means earth and the word thermal means heat. So geothermal literally means Earth's heat. As we mentioned, there are extreme amounts of heat found at the core of the Earth. In fact, this intense heat is enough to melt rocks, resulting in magma. Magma that reaches the Earth's surface through cracks in the Earth's crust is known as lava. However, magma does not always come to the surface of the Earth. If it stays trapped within the layers of the Earth, it can heat underground water. It can form natural pools of heated water, known as hot springs, or gushing jets of hot water and steam that burst up from the Earth's surface, known as geysers. If the heated water within the Earth does not reach the Earth's surface, it remains as underground concentrations of hot water and steam, known as geothermal reservoirs. By tapping into geothermal reservoirs, we can efficiently heat our homes and businesses and even generate electricity. Let's take a look at how this is done. Geothermal heat pumps, also known as ground source heat pumps, are systems that use the stable temperature of the Earth to heat and cool buildings. A few feet below the surface of the Earth, the temperature stays at about 50 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Geothermal heat pumps rely on this relatively constant temperature to both heat and cool buildings. Water and other fluids are circulated through a loop of buried pipes. In the winter, heat from the ground is pulled into the building and circulated through a duct system. In the summer, the process is reversed. The building's heat is picked up by the circulating fluids within the pipes and transferred into the earth, helping to cool the building. Geothermal heat pumps show how geothermal energy can be used for heating, but it can also be used to generate electricity. Geothermal power plants are facilities that convert the Earth's natural heat into electricity. These plants drill wells into geothermal reservoirs to bring hot water and steam from deep within the Earth to the surface. All geothermal power plants use steam to spin turbines attached to electricity generators. However, there are 3 different types of geothermal power plants. The one selected for an area will depend on the temperature and pressure of the available geothermal reservoir. A dry steam plant directly uses steam to spin a turbine. These systems use very little water, hence the name dry. This is the oldest and least complex of the 3 designs, but because this is an open system, it can release hazardous substances such as hydrogen sulfide into the atmosphere. A flash steam plant moves high-pressure geothermal water into low-pressure tanks to produce a flash of steam to spin a turbine. After the steam is used, it is cooled and condensed back into water and injected back down to the reservoir. A binary cycle plant uses geothermal water to heat a secondary fluid that spins a turbine. You can recall this term by remembering that binary refers to 2 components. A binary cycle plant relies on the cycling of 2 fluids, the hot water and a secondary fluid. The advantage of a binary cycle plant is that lower temperature geothermal water can be used to generate electricity. With this system, moderately hot water is passed through a heat exchanger where it heats a secondary liquid that has a lower boiling point than water. This fluid then flashes to vapor to spin the turbine. There are many advantages to geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is renewable energy because once water or steam is used, it can be pumped back into the ground. It is also clean energy. Geothermal power plants, unlike plants that burn fossil fuels, do not produce greenhouse gases that can be harmful to the atmosphere. Geothermal energy is easy on the local environment because the power plants do not require the clearing of large areas of land, damming of rivers, or mining like other energy sources. It is inexpensive to use. Once a geothermal system is installed, the source of energy is free to use, and because the plants use very few moving parts, there are generally low maintenance costs involved. It also reduces a country's dependence on imported oil, which can be unpredictable. Now, even though there are many advantages, there are also some disadvantages to geothermal energy. There is an initial cost barrier that comes with researching appropriate areas, building the power plant, and drilling into the earth. Also, because this energy source is not yet widespread, there's a lack of equipment and qualified staff that adds to the initial costs. Geothermal energy requires a suitable location. The location of a geothermal power plant must be in an area with sufficient geothermal activity at a depth that is shallow enough for easy drilling. Reservoirs can run out of steam. While the cause is not always known, this can result if temperatures drop or too much cooled water is injected back into the reservoir. Even though geothermal energy generation does not produce pollutants, there is the potential danger of hazardous substances being released. During the drilling process, gases and minerals can escape that can be hazardous to the environment. Also, geothermal energy is not easily transported and is therefore only suited for local energy and heat generation. Let's review. Geothermal energy is heat from within the earth that can be used for heating or to generate electricity. We can tap into geothermal reservoirs, which are underground concentrations of hot water and steam, for use in heating and electricity generation. Heating can be accomplished with the use of geothermal heat pumps, which are systems that use the stable temperature of the earth to heat and cool buildings. Electricity generation can be accomplished through geothermal power plants, which are facilities that convert the Earth's natural heat into electricity. There are 3 different types of geothermal power plants. A dry steam plant directly uses steam to spin a turbine. A flash steam plant moves high-pressure geothermal water into low-pressure tanks to produce a flash of steam to spin a turbine. And a binary cycle plant uses geothermal water to heat a secondary fluid that spins a turbine. There are many advantages to geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is renewable energy. It is also clean energy because it does not generate greenhouse gases. Geothermal energy is easy on the local environment, and because it uses free heat from the earth, it is inexpensive to use. It can also be used domestically, which reduces a country's dependence on imported oil. Disadvantages to geothermal energy include the initial cost barrier associated with building a plant and the fact that geothermal energy requires a suitable location with adequate geothermal activity. Reservoirs can run out of steam unexpectedly, and there is a potential danger of hazardous substances being released during drilling. Lastly, geothermal energy is not easily transported. Twice a day, every day since time began, the oceans experience a natural event that moves massive amounts of water in a pattern so reliable that it can be predicted months, even years in advance. This natural event results in the rise and fall of ocean waters that we call the tides. The tides occur because the Earth and the Moon are attracted to each other through the pull of gravity. The gravitational pull of the Moon causes the oceans to bulge out toward the Moon, pulling it to its highest level, or high tide. The Earth is also pulled toward the Moon, but with less strength. This pulls the Earth away from the water on the far side of the Earth, so high tide occurs on both sides of the planet at the same time, as shown here. Because the Earth rotates, we experience 2 tides per day. In this lesson, you will learn how the power of this massive movement of water is harnessed and converted into useful energy, such as electricity. We will also look at the pros and cons of this natural energy source. Tidal energy, also referred to as tidal power, is the energy obtained from the rise and fall of tides. As the tides rise and fall, a massive amount of water moves toward and then away from the shore. Turbines, placed in the path of this moving water, spin as the water passes by. These spinning turbines are connected to generators that create electricity. One way tidal energy is captured is with the use of tidal turbines. Tidal turbines look like and work like underwater windmills. They utilize turbines with short but strong blades that spin as the tides move and then transmit their energy to an electricity generator. Another way tidal energy is captured is with the use of tidal barrages. Tidal barrages are special dams that take advantage of the difference in height between low and high tides. Tidal barrages are built across an estuary or bay. When the tide comes in and the sea level rises, water passes through the dam and becomes trapped in a basin. When the tide goes out, gates within the dam release the water, allowing it to flow through the turbines that spin and transfer energy to the electric generators. There are a number of advantages to tidal energy. Because the force behind tidal energy comes from the pull of the moon, it is an inexhaustible energy source. As long as the moon continues to orbit the Earth, there will be energy in the tides. This relationship to the moon also makes tidal energy a predictable energy source. Other forms of renewable energy, such as wind and solar energy, are dependent on random weather patterns. But tidal energy is based on the rise and fall of tides, which is more uniform and reliable. It is a clean energy source because, unlike the burning of fossil fuels, it does not release greenhouse gases or other pollutants into the air. It is also a cheap energy source. After the initial investment is paid off, the cost of generating electricity is very low. Tidal energy has a high energy density, meaning that the tides store a larger amount of energy than most other forms of renewable energy, such as wind. Despite this list of advantages, there are a number of disadvantages to tidal energy. Tidal energy development is hampered by high upfront costs. For example, one study noted that ocean power generation can cost more than $400 per megawatt hour, compared to other renewable energy sources such as wind, biomass, hydroelectric, and geothermal energy that can cost about $150 per megawatt hour. There are also limited suitable locations for tidal energy. A suitable location must have sizable tides to justify the cost of constructing a power plant. Environmentalists are concerned that tidal energy can be detrimental to marine life. Power plants can disrupt the movements and migration of fish and other marine life in the oceans. Fish can also be killed by the turbines. Tidal energy can only be captured during the tides, so it is an intermittent energy source. Because tides occur 2 times a day, in order for tidal energy to reach its full potential, it must be paired with an efficient energy storage system. Like many renewable energy sources, tidal energy is difficult to transport. Tidal energy is cumbersome to transport, and plants are often located far from the communities that will be consuming the energy. And tidal energy is vulnerable to severe weather. Hurricanes and typhoons are powerful storms that can damage and destroy equipment. Let's review. The natural rise and fall of ocean waters, known as the tides, allows for the movement of massive amounts of water. The energy obtained from the rise and fall of tides is called tidal energy, and we can harness this energy to create electricity. 2 ways we harness the energy of the tides are with tidal turbines, which look like and work like underwater windmills, and tidal barrages, which are special dams that take advantage of the difference in height between low and high tides. Each of these methods use turbines that spin when placed in the path of the moving water. These turbines transfer their energy to electricity generators. There are many advantages to tidal energy. Because its power is generated from the tides, it is an inexhaustible energy source and a predictable energy source. It generates energy without polluting the air making it a clean energy source, and after the initial investment is paid off, tidal energy is a cheap energy source. Also, the tides store a lot of energy, giving tidal energy a high energy density. The disadvantages to tidal energy include the fact that there are high upfront costs associated with construction. There are also limited suitable locations for tidal energy. Environmentalists are concerned that tidal energy can be detrimental to marine life and hamper their movements. Tidal energy can only be captured during the tides, so it is an intermittent energy source. Also, it is difficult to transport the energy to consumers, and tidal energy is vulnerable to severe weather. Have you ever heard a long-distance runner talk about pacing himself during a race? When a conservative runner paces himself, he cuts back on his speed. This saves his energy so he has enough left at the end of the race to get across the finish line. An efficient runner runs his race a little differently because he focuses on using proper running mechanics. Because he uses a good running technique, he does not waste energy and gets to the finish line faster. Energy conservation and energy efficiency are not only important topics for long-distance runners, they are also important when discussing our reliance on carbon-based fossil fuels. By practicing both energy conservation and energy efficiency, we can reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and help the environment. In this lesson, you will learn the difference between conserving energy and being more energy efficient, and see examples of both. Energy conservation is the act of saving energy by reducing a service. In other words, to conserve energy, you need to cut back on your usage. Examples include driving your car fewer miles per week, turning your thermostat down a degree or two in the wintertime, and unplugging your computer or home appliances when they are not in use. In all of these examples, you're reducing the amount of energy you use by doing without or making do with less fuel or electricity. While energy conservation might cut down on your comfort level and make things a bit less convenient, it can help reduce monthly heating and electricity bills and save money at the gas pump. Energy conservation is an effective way to lower overall energy consumption, and the same can be said for improved energy efficiency. However, the terms do not mean the same thing. Energy efficiency is defined as saving energy but keeping the same level of service. For example, if you turn off the lights when you leave a room, you are practicing energy conservation. If you replace an inefficient incandescent light bulb with a more efficient compact fluorescent bulb, you are practicing energy efficiency. You can keep these terms straight by thinking of energy conservation as cutting back and energy efficiency as using energy more effectively. Energy efficiency uses advances in science and technology to provide services and products that require the use of less energy. Examples include replacing older model appliances, such as a refrigerator or washing machine, with newer energy-efficient models. Modern appliances use significantly less energy than older models, yet provide the same or better service. Another example would be adding insulation to the attic and walls of a home. This added insulation allows the homeowner to reduce heating and cooling energy while maintaining a comfortable temperature within the home. Energy efficiency in the home can also be improved by replacing drafty windows with new energy-efficient windows. Newer windows prevent heat from escaping in the winter months, keeping the home temperatures consistent and making your furnace work less. Even the way a building is designed can help improve energy efficiency. For example, the use of skylights or structural features that reflect light into a room can provide abundant lighting while reducing the need for electric lights. An energy audit is an assessment of energy use in a home or business to evaluate energy consumption. An energy audit identifies places within the structure where energy is being lost and provides suggestions to improve energy efficiency. An energy auditor will examine the building for leaks, evaluate insulation, and inspect heating and cooling systems. Even though energy conservation and energy efficiency are different practices, they both have the ability to limit our dependence on fossil fuels. This not only helps the domestic economy, but it also protects the environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions that can be detrimental to the atmosphere. Let's review. Energy conservation is the act of saving energy by reducing a service. In other words, to conserve energy, you need to cut back on your usage. Examples include turning off the lights when you leave a room, driving your car fewer miles per week, turning your thermostat down in the wintertime, and unplugging your computer or home appliances when they are not in use. Energy efficiency is defined as saving energy but keeping the same level of service. In other words, you use energy more effectively. Examples include replacing incandescent light bulbs with compact fluorescent bulbs, replacing older model appliances with newer energy-efficient models, adding insulation to a home, replacing drafty windows with new energy-efficient windows, and adding more natural lighting through skylights. An energy audit is an assessment of energy use in a home or business to evaluate energy consumption. By conserving energy and incorporating a few home improvements that make your home more energy efficient, you not only save yourself money, but also lower your household's carbon footprint, doing your part for the environment. Energy conservation means saving money by cutting back, and energy efficiency means saving money through better products and innovative solutions. In this lesson, you will learn ways to conserve energy at home and make your home more energy efficient. Living in an energy-efficient home and taking conscious steps to save electricity will reduce the size of your utility bills and keep your family comfortable. You can conserve energy and save money when you turn off and unplug unused devices. This includes turning off lights, TVs, and entertainment systems when you leave a room. If you have multiple electronic devices grouped together, such as a TV, DVD player, and game console, plug them into a power strip and turn the entire power strip off with one click when these items are not in use. Also, unplug your seldom used appliances, including an extra refrigerator that you might be keeping in your garage, especially if it's storing only a few items. Unplugging also includes battery chargers and power adapters that are not in use. If you do not want to unplug your computers and go through the hassle of restarting them, set computers to hibernate mode. In hibernate mode, your computer will turn off after a set period of inactivity, but will not require a complete restart. To save electricity, look for Energy Star certified products. Energy Star is a U.S. Environmental Protection Agency program that promotes superior energy efficiency. Energy Star products save businesses and individuals money and protect the environment by promoting appliances and products that use less energy than conventional models. Look for the Energy Star logo when shopping for new home appliances and electronics, and replace inefficient incandescent light bulbs with Energy Star approved compact fluorescent light bulbs, or CFL bulbs. Heating and cooling a home accounts for the biggest portion of most homes' energy consumption. To save on heating and cooling, install a programmable thermostat. A programmable thermostat allows you to adjust your heating and air conditioning needs automatically. Save energy in the winter by programming your thermostat setting to 68 degrees Fahrenheit for the hours you are home and active. Then at night, and when you are at work, drop the setting 10 or more degrees. For the summer months, select 78 degrees for the hours you are at home, and raise the temperature setting for those hours you will be away from home or asleep. To cut costs, you can also use heat from the sun wisely. Open your curtains in the winter months to let natural sunlight warm your home at no cost. And then close them at night to minimize heat loss through the windows. In the summer months, keep curtains closed to keep the sun's heat out. This will lessen the burden on your air conditioner. During the year, take steps to maintain your heating and cooling systems. You can do this by cleaning and replacing air filters regularly, and arranging for annual maintenance by a professional technician before the heating and cooling seasons start. The cost of heating water in a typical home can add up quickly. To save on hot water costs, take shorter showers and install low-flow shower heads. Showers account for the majority of hot water costs, and reducing showering time by only a few minutes can save hundreds of gallons of water each month. You can also check the thermostat setting on your hot water heater and set your hot water heater to 120 degrees. Installers often set the hot water heater thermostat to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. By turning it down to 120 degrees, you will reduce your water heating costs and still have plenty of hot water for showers and other daily needs. Making the energy efficient changes mentioned earlier will save electricity and save your family money. You can do even more by inspecting your home for common energy leaks to prevent energy loss. Check your windows for drafts and install weather stripping to seal up leaks around your windows. If your windows are old, replace old windows with Energy Star qualified windows, and you can cut your energy bill by up to 15%. Energy can escape through the ceiling of your home, so it's a good idea to increase ceiling insulation to a higher R value. R value refers to the resistance to heat flow of the insulation, so the higher the R value, the less heat is able to pass through the insulation. A recommended level to cut heating and cooling costs is an R value of up to R38. Because every home is different and not all energy leaks are easy to detect, it is a good idea to have a professional home energy audit performed. A home energy audit is an assessment of energy use in a home to evaluate energy consumption. An energy audit identifies places within the home where energy is being lost and provides suggestions to improve energy efficiency. An energy auditor uses special testing equipment to examine your home for leaks, evaluate insulation, and inspect heating and cooling systems. Let's review. You can take steps to save electricity within your home. Turn off and unplug unused devices and set computers to hibernate mode. Energy Star certified products can help save on your energy bills. Energy Star is a U.S. Environmental Protection Agency program that promotes superior energy efficiency. To save on heating and cooling, install a programmable thermostat and set it to 68 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter and 78 degrees in the summer for the hours you are home and active. Use heat from the sun wisely by opening curtains in the winter and closing them in the summer. And maintain your heating and cooling systems throughout the year. To save on hot water costs, take shorter showers, install low-flow shower heads, and set your hot water heater to 120 degrees. To prevent energy loss, install weather stripping or replace old windows with Energy Star qualified windows. Also, increase ceiling insulation to a higher R value. R value refers to the resistance to heat flow, and the recommended level is up to R38. A home energy audit is performed by a professional and is an assessment of energy use in a home to evaluate energy consumption. What comes to your mind when you think of fuel? You might think of gasoline for your car, or maybe food, which is fuel for your body. Possibly firewood, which may provide heat for your home. The bottom line is that fuel is an absolutely necessary part of everyone's daily life, and deep within our Earth, there are stores of fuel that our world has become totally dependent on. They are called fossil fuels, and in this lesson, we will explore how they came about and how they affect our lives. You have undoubtedly heard of fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. These are the three main types of fossil fuels. You rely on fossil fuels every day for such tasks as fueling your car and heating your home. And it's very likely that the electricity in your home comes from a power plant that uses fossil fuels. But did you know that these fuels were once plant and animal life? That's right. Fossil fuels are actually the accumulated remains of living organisms that were buried millions of years ago. In fact, it may help you to recall this term by remembering that a fossil is a naturally preserved remnant of a living thing from long ago. Let's take a closer look at these energy-rich substances and how they were created. As we mentioned, the story of fossil fuels began millions of years ago, even before the dinosaurs first appeared on Earth. At that time, there were tiny plants and animals living in the oceans of the world. As these plants and animals died, they would sink down and settle on the ocean floor. This organic matter was eventually covered by layers of sand, rock, and mud that later turned into sedimentary rock. As these layers of rock grew thicker and thicker, the organic matter ended up being placed under a great amount of pressure. Over the millions of years that passed, this high pressure transformed the partially decomposed plant and animal matter into the major energy source that we know as oil and natural gas. Coal is formed through the same type of process. However, coal originates mainly from dead tree and plant matter. Millions of years ago, leafy plants and trees died and sank into swamps and bogs that covered much of the earth. This created a soupy plant-filled stew called peat. The peat became buried under layers of sediment and water was squeezed out. Over the course of millions of years, compounds within the peat were subjected to heat and pressure, transforming them into the carbon-rich substance we know as coal. Now, fossil fuels are a great source of energy because they originate from living things. And we know that plants and trees use sunlight to make food from carbon dioxide and water using the process called photosynthesis. This is an easy term to recall when you remember that the prefix photo is Greek for light and the suffix synthesis means to make. So photosynthesis is using the energy of sunlight to make food. And this energy from the sun gets stored in the plants and transferred to any animal that eats the plants. Now keep in mind the dead plant and animal matter that made up these fossil fuels didn't have much time to decay. They sank into the water and were buried with much of their substance intact. This allowed the energy within them to remain as they were transformed. You can imagine how concentrated the energy is within fossil fuels. The plant and animal matter has sunk into the water and has been greatly compressed. To try and visualize this, picture a bag of raw spinach. It takes up quite a bit of space, just like a plant would. Now put the spinach into a pot with a little bit of water and cook it up. Suddenly, your pan only has a couple of inches of spinach at the bottom, all compressed into a dense layer of mush. All of the nutrients in the spinach leaves are now concentrated, just like the energy in fossil fuels. Now, there are many advantages of fossil fuels. Even though they are consumed in mass amounts, they are still abundant and accessible. Fossil fuels provide a large amount of concentrated energy for a relatively low cost. Their abundance allows power plants to be fueled by them, creating a great deal of electricity for the world. Additionally, oil can be transported through the use of pipes, allowing it to be transported relatively easily. Natural gas is a clean fuel and is highly efficient. It is widely used by businesses and residential homes for heating, cooking, making hot water, and drying clothes. Additionally, 99% of the natural gas we use comes from North America, helping America be more self-sufficient. As helpful and valuable as fossil fuels are, they are not without flaws. One of the main disadvantages of fossil fuels is the fact that when they are burned, they produce carbon dioxide. The high levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere are one of the factors leading to global climate change, which is defined as a long-term change in the Earth's climate. Coal is an especially problematic fuel when it comes to pollution. The burning of coal causes the release of pollutants into the atmosphere that fall back to Earth as precipitation, which is a phenomenon called acid rain. Additionally, the general extraction and transporting of fossil fuels can be harmful. For example, coal mining is very dangerous. Oil must be transported once obtained, and this is often done by ships. If a problem occurs during transport, oil spills can damage fragile marine environments and pollute the ocean. But one of the most prominent concerns is the fact that all fossil fuels are non-renewable resources. Being a non-renewable resource means that once the fuel is burned for energy, it cannot be replaced during our lifetime, due to the fact that they take millions of years to form. For this reason, renewable alternative energy resources are becoming more common, such as solar and wind power. Let's review. Fossil fuels are sources of energy that formed from the accumulated remains of living organisms that were buried millions of years ago. Pressure, heat, and time allow the organic matter to transform into one of the three major types of fossil fuels, which are coal, oil, and natural gas. The advantages of fossil fuels are that they are abundant and accessible. They provide a large amount of concentrated energy, they are relatively low cost, and they can be transported relatively easily. However, there are some notable disadvantages of fossil fuels. Specifically, we see that coal mining is very dangerous and oil spills can pollute oceans. Fossil fuels are a non-renewable resource, and when burned, they produce carbon dioxide. This carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere is thought to contribute to global climate change, which is a long-term change in the Earth's climate, as well as acid rain, which is rain and any other form of precipitation that contains acidic particles. Back in the year 1800, there were about 1 billion people living on our planet. 100 years later, in the year 1900, the world population grew a modest amount to about 1.6 billion people. But over the next 100 years, the world's population exploded, and today we have nearly 7 billion people walking around planet Earth. That's a lot of people. And you might think that the rapid growing population is the reason we see such a rise in the energy consumption around the world. But this is only half right. What really makes a difference in the world's energy consumption is how much energy each person consumes. When we consider this fact, we see that there is a big difference between the energy consumption of people living in developed nations as compared to those living in developing countries. So what do we mean by a developed country? Well, a developed country is a term used to describe an industrialized country with a highly developed economy. Examples of developed countries include the United States, Canada, Australia, Austria, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom. Each of these countries are in contrast to a developing country, which can be defined as a non-industrialized poor country that is seeking to develop its resources. There are many developing countries, with some of the more notable being China and India. Energy consumption is highest among developed countries. In fact, Americans make up less than 5% of the world's population and yet consume as much as 25% of its energy. Because of America's extravagant use of energy, the United States often gets singled out in discussions on global energy consumption, and some might say the U.S. needs to go on an energy diet. When we use the term energy consumption, we mean consumption of the sources of energy that generate power, including fossil fuels and renewable energy. Now, the main fossil fuels are oil, coal, and natural gas. The main renewable energy sources include wind, solar, hydroelectric power, and biofuels. Currently, the world's energy consumption is about 15 terawatts of power. So you might be wondering, what is a terawatt? Well, the term tera refers to 1 trillion. So a terawatt is a unit of measuring electrical power that is equal to 1 trillion watts. If we think of a watt as a unit of power used in a common household object, such as a 100-watt light bulb, then we see that a terawatt could power about 10 billion 100-watt light bulbs at the same time. In fact, we use so much energy that the light produced by developed countries can be seen from space. Now, if we lump all of the developing countries together, we see that combined they only use about 30% of the planet's energy. However, this may be changing as the economies of some of the developing countries grow. For example, China tops the list of developing countries that are consuming more energy each year. China has nearly doubled its energy usage within the past 15 years and has seen auto sales climb. Because economic growth leads to increased energy use and because cars consume fossil fuels, prosperity in developing countries like China leads to more global energy consumption. Now, most of the world's population relies on oil as their primary source of energy, and this may be due to the fact that we use oil for many different things. And most of us think of oil products being used for transportation fuels such as gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. However, we use oil for many other applications, including asphalt for roads, fertilizer for our farmers' fields, heat for our homes, and the production of plastics. Natural gas is the second most consumed power source. This is followed by combustible renewables and waste, such as biomass and industrial waste, that can be converted into energy. Coal and alternative energies, such as geothermal, hydro, wind, and solar power, make up the remaining energy sources. The world is hungry for energy. However, many environmental scientists warn that the burning of fossil fuels is contributing to global climate change, which is the term used to describe the long-term change in the Earth's climate. Despite these warnings, the use of fossil fuels in both developed and developing countries continues to rise. The link between energy demands and global climate change has some experts encouraging developed countries to conserve energy, while encouraging developing nations to adopt alternative and renewable energy sources of power. Let's review. Energy consumption is the term used to describe the consumption of the sources of energy that generate power. Energy is generated from non-renewable fossil fuels such as oil, coal, and natural gas. It can also be generated from renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, hydroelectric power, and biofuels. The world's energy consumption is determined by the energy consumption of individuals. Generally, we see that a person living in a developed country, which has a highly developed economy, will consume more energy than a person living in a developing country that is non-industrialized and poor. If the economy of the developing country improves, the energy consumption for that country rises. This is the case in such developing countries as China. Fossil fuels are heavily consumed for energy, but they have drawbacks, which include the fact that they are non-renewable and their use is contributing to global climate change. These concerns have led some experts to encourage energy conservation in developed countries and the adoption of alternative and renewable energy in developing countries. Coal is a promising fuel for the future. Even though it's a non-renewable fossil fuel that takes millions of years to form, coal is still thought to be abundant. In the year 2007, the U.S. coal resources totaled approximately 486 billion short tons, which is enough to provide hundreds of years of energy. While some of that coal is found in inaccessible locations such as under towns or otherwise too difficult to mine, there is still a lot of coal to be utilized for energy. However, coal is a problematic fuel when it comes to the environment. In this lesson, we will learn about some of the problems associated with burning coal and discover technologies that are being used to make coal a cleaner source of energy. Coal is comprised mostly of carbon and is found underground. When it's lying in the earth undisturbed, it does not impact the environment. However, when we pull coal out of the ground and burn it to generate electricity, the coal is converted to carbon dioxide, which is released into the atmosphere along with other pollutants. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, which is a gas in the atmosphere that absorbs infrared radiation and traps heat. Burning coal is one of the main contributors to carbon dioxide buildup. This buildup of carbon dioxide creates an invisible layer in the atmosphere that allows incoming sunlight to pass through, but then traps the heat. This trapped heat causes the surface of the Earth and the lower atmosphere to warm up, which is a process known as the greenhouse effect. To recall the term greenhouse effect, it may help you to note that the glass of a greenhouse acts similarly to the gases in the atmosphere, keeping some of the heat inside the greenhouse, kind of like the way car windows absorb heat and help to keep it inside the car on a summer day. Coal is an abundant fuel source and could be a source of electricity for many years to come if we could just find a way to make coal cleaner. Fortunately, there are many teams of scientists hard at work to solve this problem. And thanks to the clean coal technologies that they have developed, we may see a reduction in the environmental effects of coal burning in the future. Now, if you have ever seen a coal-burning plant, one of the things that likely caught your attention was the billowing smoke and gases that pours out of the smokestacks. This is called flue gas. This flue gas can contain many impurities such as sulfur and nitrogen, and these impurities combine with water vapor and fall to the earth as acid rain. Coal washing is a type of coal preparation that removes impurities. The process involves crushing the coal into small chunks and washing it. During the washing process, the coal floats to the surface while the sulfur and other impurities sink. Another way to make coal burning cleaner is to use flue gas desulfurization systems, which are also known as scrubbers. These systems remove sulfur dioxide from the flue gas. This is an easy term to recall if you remember that the prefix "de" means to remove, and the term sulfur is found in the word. Therefore, flue gas desulfurization systems literally remove sulfur dioxide from the flue gas. During this process, the flue gas is sprayed with limestone and water. The limestone and sulfur combine with each other to form a wet paste that looks somewhat like the toothpaste you use to scrub your teeth clean in the morning, although I wouldn't recommend using this type of paste to freshen your breath. Nitrogen is a normal part of the air we breathe, and we tolerate nitrogen just fine. However, when air is heated, as it is when coal is burned, the nitrogen atoms break apart and join with oxygen to form nitrogen oxide, or NOx, which is the abbreviation and rhymes with socks. Nitrogen oxide is a pollutant that causes smog and acid rain. Low NOx burners reduce nitrogen oxide emissions by restricting oxygen and manipulating the combustion process when coal is burned. Gasification is another method that scientists have found to make coal cleaner, and as its name suggests, it involves the conversion of coal into gas. With gasification, coal is subjected to steam and hot pressured air to break the carbon molecules apart. This results in a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, which can be used to spin a gas turbine to generate electricity. Gasification can remove impurities from coal and is a great way to clean pollution out of coal. We have looked at a number of ways to clean coal and remove impurities so they are not released into the atmosphere. But scientists have also discovered that they can catch carbon dioxide after coal is burned and prevent it from harming the atmosphere. This process is called carbon capture and storage, or CCS. CCS is defined as the process of capturing carbon dioxide and transporting it to permanent underground storage. When carbon capture and storage is utilized at a coal-burning plant, much of the carbon dioxide generated during the burning of coal is transported by pipeline or other mode to sites where it can be stored deep underground in areas such as depleted oil or gas fields, preventing it from being released into the atmosphere. Let's review. Coal is a relatively cheap fossil fuel and will remain abundant long after oil and natural gas reserves are used up. However, burning coal creates problems for the environment. When coal is burned, it releases carbon dioxide and other impurities into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, which is a gas in the atmosphere that absorbs infrared radiation and traps heat. Greenhouse gases contribute to the warming of the surface of the Earth and the lower atmosphere, which is known as the greenhouse effect. Even though there is no such thing as clean coal, there are new technologies that are helping to make coal burning less harmful for the environment. One of these technologies is called coal washing, which is a type of coal preparation that removes impurities by allowing the coal and impurities to separate. Flue gas desulfurization systems remove sulfur dioxide from the flue gas by spraying the flue gas with limestone and water to create a less harmful paste. Low NOx burners reduce nitrogen oxide emissions when coal is burned, which prevents nitrogen oxide from turning into smog and acid rain. Gasification is the conversion of coal into gas, which removes impurities from the coal. This gas is then used to spin a gas turbine to generate electricity. Carbon capture and storage, or CCS, does not prevent carbon dioxide emissions. Instead, it captures carbon dioxide and transports it to permanent underground storage, keeping it from being released into the atmosphere. Oil and natural gas are trapped within porous rocks deep under the Earth's crust. Early Native Americans were the first to discover oil seeping out of the earth and collecting on the surface of lakes and ponds. They would skim the water with blankets to gather oil to use for burning. But in 1859, a man named Edwin Drake used a drilling method to tap into the oil deposits under his property, moving us toward the age of oil. In this lesson, we will learn more about how oil and natural gas is extracted from the earth and discuss how much remains to be drilled. Developed countries like the United States run on oil. According to the Energy Information Administration, gasoline for cars, SUVs, and light trucks accounts for roughly 45% of the oil we use. Yet oil does more than just fuel our transportation methods. Many items we use every day contain oil, and some of them would surprise you. Now, you may already know that oil is used to make plastic products, and our modern-day farms could not run without massive inputs of oil for fertilizer and pesticide manufacture. But did you know that oil is also used to make everything from nylon pantyhose to crayons to lipstick? That's right. It's hard to get through our day without some aspect of our daily life being dependent on oil. But what about natural gas? Well, that has many practical uses as well. Natural gas is one of the most popular fuels used to heat our homes, and many chefs prefer cooking on a natural gas range. Industries rely on natural gas for lighting, heating, cooling, and cooking. And natural gas can also be used in the production of products such as plastics, fertilizer, antifreeze, and fabrics. There's no doubt that developed countries and their economies are very dependent on oil and natural gas. Unfortunately, oil and natural gas are non-renewable fossil fuels. They're considered non-renewable because once they are burned, they cannot be replaced during our lifetime, due to the fact that they take millions of years to form. This has led many scientists to ask the question, just how much oil and natural gas remains for us to use? Well, as it turns out, there's a lot of differing opinions as to how much oil and natural gas can be produced in the future. To get a better idea of the availability of these energy sources, we need to consider how much remains in the ground and how much of these existing reserves can actually be extracted without overly disturbing the environment or costing too much money. Petroleum geologists are geologists who specialize in the exploration and production of oil and natural gas. It is the petroleum geologist's job to evaluate areas where oil and natural gas might be found. If they find an oil deposit that can be economically recovered using existing technologies, it is said to be a proved reserve or a proven reserve. While there is some debate, it is estimated that at present, proved reserves of oil could meet demand for the next few decades if the rate of consumption stays the same. There is also thought to be more oil and natural gas reserves that have yet to be discovered. However, these reserves may be in more difficult areas to access and therefore harder to extract. To tackle the problem of hard-to-extract oil and natural gas deposits, petroleum geologists are continually developing new technologies to squeeze more fuel from existing reserves and reach previously inaccessible fields. Oil and natural gas is extracted from rock deep within the earth using a drilling method. Now, traditionally, this involves an oil rig, which is a structure with equipment used for drilling oil and gas. If the oil is found at sea as opposed to under land, an offshore oil rig is used in a similar fashion. With many of the easily accessible oil reserves already depleted, oil extraction has become more creative thanks to new advances in extraction technologies. These advances in technology have increased the ability of oil companies to extract oil and natural gas from previously inaccessible locations and also squeeze more oil out of existing reserves. Let's take a look at some of the technological advancements. Traditionally, drilling was done by boring holes vertically into the ground, which required the oil company to set up drilling directly on top of the potential oil deposit. Directional drilling is the practice of drilling non-vertical holes for the extraction of oil. Directional drilling allows oil companies to reach different areas of an existing oil field that may otherwise be inaccessible. For instance, if a reserve is found under a protected area where drilling is not allowed, directional drilling may be used. Directional drilling can also be useful to drill under structures such as railroads or other areas where a rig cannot be set up. Horizontal drilling is similar to directional drilling, but where directional drilling may drill in a slanted direction, horizontal drilling is the practice of drilling horizontally through an oil or natural gas deposit. In other words, horizontal drilling can allow oil companies to drill down and then make a 90-degree turn to continue drilling parallel to the ground surface. Horizontal drilling has proven to be highly productive and often allows for more economical drilling. Another advantage of horizontal drilling is it has less of a negative impact on the area. In fact, horizontal drilling can be used to access oil in some areas where drilling is not permitted for environmental reasons. Another technology that enhanced oil and natural gas recovery is 3D seismic technology. Now, 3D seismic technology is not a drilling technique. Instead, it is an exploration technology which uses sound waves to create three-dimensional images of underground formations. This allows the industry to gain a clear picture of what lies beneath the surface and more accurately locate oil and gas deposits. Let's review. We live in the age of oil. We rely on oil for our transportation needs, and oil is the raw material for many forms of plastics and synthetic fibers. Oil is also used to make fertilizer and pesticides used in farming. Natural gas is widely used in both homes and businesses as a source of heating, cooling, cooking, and lighting. To get a clear idea of the availability of oil and natural gas, petroleum geologists evaluate areas where oil and natural gas might be found. If they find an oil deposit that can be economically recovered using existing technologies, it is said to be a proved reserve. Traditionally, an oil rig is used to drill for oil and gas. New technology has allowed oil companies to locate and extract more oil. Directional drilling is the practice of drilling non-vertical holes for the extraction of oil, for instance, drilling on a slant. Horizontal drilling is the practice of drilling horizontally through an oil or natural gas deposit. While not a drilling technique, 3D seismic technology uses sound waves to create three-dimensional images of underground formations, allowing companies to more accurately locate oil and gas deposits. Millions of years ago, even before the dinosaurs roamed the earth, plants and other living organisms died, and the remains were buried under multiple layers of sand, rock, and mud. With the passage of time, this organic matter transformed into fossil fuels and became the major energy source that we use every day, known as oil and natural gas. To bring oil and natural gas to the surface where it can be used, man invented drilling techniques. When drilling first began, the fuel could be found in reservoirs within porous rock formations, and it was easily extracted. However, many of these easy-to-reach conventional deposits have already been depleted, so petroleum geologists had to look for unconventional deposits of oil and gas, and they found them in some pretty interesting locations. One place natural gas has been found is trapped within sedimentary rock formations known as shale. In this lesson, we will look at the unique way natural gas is extracted from shale rock and the environmental concerns associated with it. Shale gas is a natural gas produced from shale. And there are high hopes for shale gas, and some scientists expect it to greatly increase the world's supply of natural gas. However, shale gas is not found in big bubbles under the earth that can be easily tapped into and extracted. Instead, gas is dispersed throughout the shale rock formation. Because it is found within the rock, a special extraction method must be used known as hydraulic fracturing. Now you can recall this term by remembering that the word hydraulic refers to the use of water or other fluid under pressure, and fracturing refers to breaking apart. So we see that hydraulic fracturing is the process of breaking apart rock formations by injecting a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals. This process is sometimes referred to as hydrofracking or simply fracking, and using it allows the shale gas to be released so it can be collected and brought to the surface. Hydraulic fracturing requires the injection of hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, A single procedure can consume more than 500,000 gallons of water, which is almost enough to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And because most wells are subject to multiple treatments, hydraulic fracturing can use up several million gallons of water, and this has led to some environmental concerns. During the fracking process, massive amounts of water are mixed with sand and chemicals and pumped thousands of feet underground. There has been some public concern that the large quantities of water needed for extraction of shale gas may drain local and regional water supplies. Residents close to fracking projects are also concerned about disposing of the water brought back to the surface after being pushed deep into the earth. The wastewater could contain contaminants that may affect surface water and groundwater quality. Others are concerned that chemicals, which are mixed with the sand and water during the fracking process, could enter well water that is used for drinking in nearby towns and cities. Though drilling for shale gas comes with some environmental concerns, there are a number of rich deposits that could help meet our energy needs for many decades to come. Let's review. Unconventional deposits of natural gas can be found trapped within sedimentary rock formations known as shale. The natural gas produced from shale is referred to as shale gas. Shale gas is dispersed throughout the shale rock formation and therefore must be extracted using hydraulic fracturing or fracking, which is a process of breaking apart rock formations by injecting a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals. During the fracking process, massive amounts of water are mixed with sand and chemicals and pumped thousands of feet underground. This has led to environmental concerns about overuse of local and regional water supplies, as well as surface water and groundwater quality.
Energy is the ability to do work, where work is the movement of something when an effort is applied. We need and we use energy in our lives every day. We use energy to contract our muscles and to move our cars. We use energy to warm our homes and toast our bread. Scientists are busy researching new ways to make energy available for our use. The sun seems an inexhaustible source of energy. Energy from the sun lights the sky and warms the planet. The energy from the sun is a type of nuclear energy, or energy created from nuclear reactions. All right, that's easy enough, but what are nuclear reactions? Before we can define a nuclear reaction, we need to explore the basic structure of an atom. Atoms are the smallest building blocks of matter, and matter is anything that has mass and takes up space. Different atoms make up different elements. For example, hydrogen, helium, gold, and silver are all elements. Each atom contains a nucleus, and the nucleus contains protons and neutrons. Electrons surround the nucleus of the atom. A nuclear reaction is a reaction that changes the nucleus of an atom. In other words, the number of protons and/or neutrons is changed as a result of a nuclear reaction. So what does this have to do with energy? The answer is simple and yet amazingly profound. Nuclear reactions release energy. That statement is so important, I'll repeat it. Nuclear reactions release energy, and they release a lot of it. There are two types of nuclear reactions. Fission occurs when large nuclei are split into small fragments. Fusion occurs when small nuclei are put together to make a bigger one. Here's the amazing thing. Either way, whether it's fusion or fission, energy is released as a result of the nuclear reaction. Let's look at an example of each type of nuclear reaction. Nuclear fission is used to generate electricity in our nuclear power plants. Fission occurs when uranium nuclei are bombarded with neutrons. The neutrons hit and split the uranium nuclei into fragments. The fission releases a lot of energy and other neutrons as well. Those other neutrons, in turn, cause a chain reaction and cause other uranium nuclei to split, and additional energy is released. Nuclear power plants can generate a lot of electricity from a very small amount of uranium, and no pollution is released into the atmosphere. Nuclear fission, however, produces radioactive waste that is harmful to life and has to be properly stored. Nuclear fusion is how our sun generates energy, and all other stars for that matter. Fusion requires extremely high temperatures, and those high temperatures are readily available on our sun. In fusion, small nuclei fuse to form a larger helium nucleus. That's what happens on our sun. A lot of energy is released when the smaller nuclei are fused together. Fusion generates more energy than fission. Scientists around the world are working very hard to come up with a way to harvest energy from nuclear fusion. The advantage of fusion is there is no radioactive waste, and hydrogen is readily available as the source. In review, energy is the ability to do work. Work occurs when something is moved with an effort. Nuclear energy is the type of energy generated in nuclear reactions. And nuclear reactions are reactions in which atomic nuclei are changed. Atoms are the building blocks of matter. Atoms contain nuclei, protons and neutrons, and they also contain electrons. Nuclear reactions are either fission, in which large nuclei are split into smaller fragments, or fusion, in which small nuclei combine to form a larger nucleus. Well, either way, nuclear reactions release energy, which we commonly call nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is used to generate electricity in our nuclear power plants.
Nuclear power certainly has its pros and cons. It's considered to be a climate-friendly energy source because it generates power without releasing carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas that is harmful to the atmosphere. However, there are safety concerns that come with nuclear power, including the possibility that a nuclear power plant could accidentally release radiation into the environment or be targeted for a terrorist attack. There's also the issue of what to do with radioactive waste. In this lesson, we will explore the risks associated with nuclear power and discuss how radioactive waste is handled. Most nuclear reactors are based on the concept of nuclear fission. Nuclear fission occurs when uranium nuclei are bombarded with neutrons. This bombardment breaks the uranium nuclei apart, releasing heat, radiation, and more neutrons. The neutrons that are released cause a chain reaction as more uranium nuclei get bombarded, releasing massive amounts of energy. And this explains how nuclear power plants can create so much electricity from only a small amount of uranium. However, it also helps explain some of the concerns governments, scientists, and citizens have about the ramifications of an accident within a nuclear power plant. Now, it's important to note that in a nuclear power plant, the uranium chain reaction is controlled. Therefore, a nuclear reactor cannot explode like an atomic bomb. This is because a nuclear bomb requires an uncontrolled chain reaction with highly enriched uranium fuel. Uranium is a very heavy, naturally occurring element. Being an element, it can exist in different forms known as isotopes. Isotopes are different forms of the same element that contain different numbers of neutrons in their nucleus. The isotope uranium-235 is important because it can be used in the nuclear fission chain reaction to create a lot of energy. Unlike the uranium used in a nuclear bomb, that is about 90% enriched with the isotope uranium-235, the uranium used in a nuclear reactor is only slightly enriched, to about 4 or 5%. This limits the amount of neutrons available for the fission chain reaction. Also, the chain reaction within the core of the nuclear reactor is controlled by control rods that absorb neutrons to control the rate of reaction. A nuclear bomb does not utilize control rods and therefore is an uncontrolled chain reaction. Now, what can happen in a nuclear reactor is something called a meltdown. A meltdown is an accident in which severe overheating of the nuclear reactor results in the melting of the reactor's core. A meltdown could occur if there was a defect in the cooling system of the reactor that allowed one or more of the nuclear fuel elements to exceed its melting point. If a meltdown occurred, a nuclear power plant could release radiation into the environment. The biggest concern associated with a nuclear power accident is the negative effects that exposure to radiation can have on the human body. It's interesting to note that we are exposed to radiation naturally just by living our lives. Natural background radiation comes from outer space and even radiates up from the ground below us. You may have also been exposed to a medical procedure such as a CT scan, X-ray, or nuclear medicine such as an MRI that utilize different types of radiation to diagnose problems or treat a disease. For most people, the low-level exposure to radiation that comes from the environment and medical procedures does not result in any detectable health problem. However, if a person were exposed to significant amounts of radiation over a period of time, this exposure could damage body cells and lead to cancer. If a person were exposed to an acute dose of high levels of radiation, the result would be radiation sickness. Radiation sickness is defined as illness caused by exposure to a large dose of radiation over a short period of time. Symptoms may include skin burns, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, hair loss, general weakness, and possibly death. In addition to personal health concerns, there are also environmental health concerns associated with nuclear power generation. Nuclear power plants use water from local lakes and rivers for cooling. Local water sources are used to dissipate this heat, and the excess water used to cool the reactor is often released back into the waterway at very hot temperatures. This water can also be polluted with salts and heavy metals, and these high temperatures along with water pollutants can disrupt the life of the fish and plants within the waterway. Since the World Trade Center attacks in New York City on September 11, 2001, concerns have circulated that terrorists could target nuclear reactors with the purpose of releasing radioactive materials. While it cannot be completely predicted how a nuclear reactor would withstand a terrorist attack, it is worth noting that the containment walls that surround the nuclear reactor are typically constructed of an inner steel lining surrounded by 2 to 5 feet of reinforced concrete. Nuclear power plants within the United States are built to withstand hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, and small plane crashes. But perhaps the biggest challenge that comes with nuclear power is how to deal with the disposal of the radioactive waste that is generated during nuclear fission. Radioactive waste cannot be disposed of by conventional means. This is because some of the forms of radioactive waste, such as spent nuclear fuel rods, remain radioactive for hundreds or even thousands of years. This presents a tremendous challenge when it comes to proper disposal. Currently, storage of spent fuel is handled on-site at the nuclear power plant. The spent fuel is first cooled underwater in steel-lined concrete pools. After this initial cooling, the waste can be moved to above-ground containers that are built with steel-reinforced concrete walls. However, long-term storage is then required to allow the radioactive material to decay. Long-term nuclear storage facilities must be located in stable, geological locations that are not prone to flooding or natural disasters. One potential repository in the United States is Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository in Nevada, which is a proposed site designed for the permanent storage of nuclear waste. Areas that have been evaluated and deemed appropriate sites for long-term nuclear waste storage, such as the Yucca Mountain location, would allow nuclear waste to be stored deep underground within rock, where it could be isolated from humans and the environment for a very long time with little or no maintenance. However, public and political debates have delayed implementation of the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository. This has left the United States with no permanent repository for spent fuel. Let's review. A reaction within a nuclear reactor is controlled, and therefore a nuclear reactor could not explode like a nuclear bomb. This is thanks to control rods that absorb neutrons to control the rate of reaction, as well as the fact that uranium used in the nuclear reactor is only slightly enriched. One concern with nuclear power is the risk of a meltdown. A meltdown is an accident in which severe overheating of the nuclear reactor results in melting of the reactor's core. There is also some concern that nuclear power plants could become a target of a terrorist attack by damaging or destroying the nuclear facility, causing the population to be exposed to radiation. Even though we are exposed to low levels of background radiation naturally through the environment and certain medical procedures, the levels are not typically enough to negatively affect the body. However, exposure to significant amounts of radiation over a period of time could damage body cells and lead to cancer. If a person experiences exposure to sudden and high levels of radiation, the result could be radiation sickness. An environmental concern associated with nuclear power is heat, which is a byproduct of the reaction. Local water sources are used to dissipate this heat, and these high temperatures along with water pollutants can disrupt the life of fish and plants within the waterway. One of the biggest challenges facing nuclear power is storage of radioactive waste. Waste is currently stored at the nuclear plants in steel-lined concrete pools or above-ground containers that are built with steel-reinforced concrete walls. However, long-term storage is needed to allow the waste to decay to a safe level. Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository in Nevada is a proposed site designed for the permanent storage of nuclear waste. Let's say that Timmy wants to pick the apples from his apple tree. As Timmy sees it, he has two options. He can grab a stepladder and go up to where the apples are, or he can grab an axe and cut down the apple tree. Timmy thinks the second option is a great idea, because instead of bothering with a cumbersome ladder, he can just chop down the tree and bring the apples to ground level where he can easily pick them up. Timmy's pretty proud of himself for coming up with a solution, but I bet you can see a problem here. While Timmy has plenty of apples for his immediate needs, he will not have his needs met next year because there will be no tree to produce fruit. In other words, Timmy did not sustain his natural resource, and it will no longer be available to him. By chopping down the apple tree, Timmy overlooked the importance of environmental sustainability. In this lesson, we will look at this concept and a few ways it is being applied to ensure that future generations can enjoy the natural resources our planet has to offer. Environmental sustainability is defined as responsible interaction with the environment to avoid depletion or degradation of natural resources and allow for long-term environmental quality. The practice of environmental sustainability helps to ensure that the needs of today's population are met without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their needs. When we look at the natural environment, we see that it has a rather remarkable ability to rejuvenate itself and sustain its viability. For example, when a tree falls, it decomposes, adding nutrients to the soil. These nutrients help sustain suitable conditions so future saplings can grow. When nature is left alone, it has a tremendous ability to care for itself. However, when man enters the picture and uses many of the natural resources provided by the environment, things change. Human actions can deplete natural resources, and without the application of environmental sustainability methods, long-term viability can be compromised. One way environmental sustainability is being applied is through sustainable agriculture. This is defined as the use of farming techniques that protect the environment. Sustainable agriculture has grown out of concerns over the industrialization of agriculture that began in the 20th century. Although industrial agriculture has the ability to produce abundant amounts of food at affordable prices, the method of farming can be detrimental to the environment. Industrial agricultural methods are heavily reliant on chemical fertilizers and pesticides and put high demands on soil and water resources. Also, industrial crops are often monocrops, which involves growing a single crop year after year. These methods can lead to water pollution when chemicals run off into waterways, deplete the water resources due to overuse, and soil erosion and poor soil quality due to aggressive planting. With sustainable agriculture, farmers minimize water use and lower the dependence on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. They also minimize tillage of the soil and rotate crop planting each year to ensure higher soil quality. Sustainable forestry is another application of environmental sustainability. This is defined as the practice of regulating forest resources to meet the needs of society and industry while preserving the forest's health. Forests are important to local and national economies. Wood can be used as a source of fuel, timbers can be used in construction industry, and wood pulp can be used in the manufacture of paper. Beyond what forests can do for an economy, they also have environmental benefits. Trees capture and store carbon dioxide, keeping it out of the atmosphere. Forests also play a key role in the water cycle. Tree roots gather water from the ground and release it into the air as water vapor. If forests are cleared without environmental sustainability methods in place, these benefits are lost. One application of sustainable forestry is selective logging. Selective logging is the practice of removing certain trees while preserving the balance of the woodland. Other examples of sustainable forestry include allowing young trees time to mature before they are harvested, planting of trees to expand forest lands, and the creation of protected forests. While sustainable forestry practices are more time-consuming and may be more expensive than clearing all the trees from a forest, the forest's natural assets are sustained for future generations. Another way environmental sustainability is practiced is through the development of sustainable energy. This can be defined as energy that is produced from a renewable source. Therefore, sustainable energy would be energy captured from the sun, wind, moving water, or energy crops, which are crops grown to be turned into biofuels. The alternative to sustainable energy is energy from fossil fuels, such as coal, oil, and natural gas. These forms of energy are non-renewable because they all rely on a raw material that cannot be replaced during a lifetime. Fossil fuels also create negative effects for the environment when they are burned for energy because they release greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. When greenhouse gases are present in the atmosphere, they trap heat and increase the temperature of the Earth's surface. The burning of fossil fuels is thought to lead to an enhanced greenhouse effect, which is an increase in natural heating of the Earth due to human actions. Environmental sustainability is defined as responsible interaction with the environment to avoid depletion or degradation of natural resources and allow for long-term environmental quality. Applications of environmental sustainability include sustainable agriculture, which is the use of farming techniques that protect the environment. With sustainable agriculture, farmers minimize water use and lower the dependence on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. They also minimize tillage of the soil and rotate crop planting each year to ensure higher soil quality. Sustainable forestry is another application of environmental sustainability. This is defined as the practice of regulating forest resources to meet the needs of society and industry while preserving the forest's health. Sustainable forestry includes selective logging, which is the practice of removing certain trees while preserving the balance of the woodland. Sustainable forestry may also involve allowing young trees time to mature before they are harvested, planting of trees to expand forest lands, and the creation of protected forests. Another way environmental sustainability is practiced is through sustainable energy, which is energy that is produced from a renewable source such as the sun, wind, moving water, or energy crops. Take a weekend camping trip, and you will notice that nature has a way of taking care of itself. Plants, trees, and animals use the natural resources of their surroundings to meet their needs, yet never take more than what is required for their survival. You will also notice that wastes, such as fallen leaves, decaying plants, and even animal droppings, are all recycled back into the environment to enhance and perpetuate future life. Nature does pretty well when it's left alone. Unfortunately, we see that humans have a way of meddling in the affairs of the natural environment. In this lesson, we will look at specific human behaviors that threaten environmental sustainability, including rapid population growth, depletion of natural resources, and pollution. In order for natural resources to be available for future generations, humans need to practice some degree of environmental sustainability, which is defined as the responsible interaction with the environment to avoid depletion or degradation of natural resources and allow for long-term environmental quality. In other words, if humans exploit natural resources or leave a path of destruction and pollution as they strive for more prosperity, without allowing the environment an opportunity to replenish itself, future generations will be unable to meet their needs. Though you might be reluctant to call the birth of children one of the human behaviors that threaten environmental sustainability, we see that the rapidly growing human population puts many demands on the natural environment. The world population has exploded over the past century. In the year 1900, the total world population was less than 2 billion people. By the year 2000, that number had increased to nearly 7 billion, and this is only the beginning. According to reports from the United Nations, the world population is expected to reach a peak at about 9.2 billion people later in the 21st century. The consequences for the natural environment are easy to see when you consider the simple fact that more people equals a higher demand for food, water, and energy. If we look more deeply at the threat that a growing population holds over the environment, we see that there will be an increased need for housing, which could result in the clearing of more land for living space. Also, more people could very easily contribute to the depletion of natural resources and increased pollution. We will explore these threats more closely as we move through our lesson. I think it's a fair assumption to say that man does not intentionally set out to destroy the natural environment. Sometimes the destructive behavior develops without conscious awareness until the impact is felt. This can be said for the depletion of natural resources, which is another human behavior that threatens environmental sustainability. There are two types of natural resources, those that are renewable and those that are not. Renewable natural resources include water, forests, and even food sources such as fish. While these resources can be replenished over time, if man consumes them too quickly, they could be depleted to a point where nature could not keep up with the demand. A specific threat to natural resources, such as water and forests, is agricultural practices. Industrial agriculture used in many developed countries relies heavily on irrigation. This overuse of water can drain stores of groundwater faster than they can be replenished. In undeveloped countries, many people rely on subsistence farming, which is farming that provides only for the farmer and his family. These types of subsistence activities in overpopulated and less developed countries are one of the leading causes of deforestation. Deforestation, which is the clearing of woodlands, is carried out to make room for the farmland. The loss of trees worldwide carries with it many environmental threats, including soil erosion. Deforestation can also lead to drier climates because trees draw water out of the ground and transfer it to the atmosphere. The destruction of trees also increases carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere because live trees absorb and store this gas. Non-renewable natural resources, such as the fossil fuels coal, oil, and natural gas, are abundantly used by man to provide heat and electricity. At the time these resources were first discovered, the world population was low and the sources were plentiful. Therefore, little concern was raised about the potential to deplete these resources. However, as we move into the 21st century, we see that fossil fuels are indeed non-renewable, and if not used responsibly, these fuels will not be available for future generations. Another concern that comes with the burning of fossil fuels is pollution. Pollution is another way humans threaten environmental sustainability. When fossil fuels are burned, they release pollutants into the air such as carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxides, and hydrocarbons. When these air pollutants are mixed with suspended particles in the air, the result is smog. Smog not only endangers the health of humans, but also the health of living things within the natural environment. Another concern with the burning of fossil fuels is the release of the gas carbon dioxide. This gas traps heat in the Earth's atmosphere, contributing to climate change. Climate change happens relatively slowly. However, if climate change does occur, it could present future generations with challenges in growing crops. Fossil fuel use is not the only contributing human behavior that leads to pollution. Modern-day agricultural practices use chemical pesticides and fertilizers to enhance crop growth. These chemicals can run off of farmers' fields and enter bodies of water, leading to water pollution. Other human activities, such as the leaking of chemicals from mines, industrial plants, vehicles, and landfills, can also introduce pollutants into the air and water and even contaminate soil. Let's review. Environmental sustainability is defined as the responsible interaction with the environment to avoid depletion and degradation of natural resources and allow for long-term environmental quality. Human behaviors that threaten environmental sustainability include the rapidly growing human population and the depletion of natural resources such as water, forests, fish, and fossil fuels. If resources are used too rapidly by man, nature will not be able to keep up with the demand. A specific threat to natural resources such as water and forests is agricultural practices. Industrial agriculture may overuse groundwater, and subsistence farming, which is farming that provides only for the farmer and his family, can lead to deforestation. Deforestation carries with it many environmental threats, including soil erosion, drier climates, and increased carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. Pollution is another way humans threaten environmental sustainability. When fossil fuels are burned, they release pollutants into the air. When these air pollutants are mixed with suspended particles in the air, the result is smog. The burning of fossil fuels also leads to the emission of carbon dioxide, which may contribute to climate change. Other ways human behaviors contribute to pollution are the use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, as well as the leaking of chemicals from mines, industrial plants, vehicles, and landfills. The natural environment is very giving. Every day, humans take advantage of resources from nature to meet their daily needs, including fresh air, food, and clean water. When humans take only what they need, nature replenishes these resources and life is sustainable. However, if the natural environment is pushed beyond its limits, because humans use resources too quickly, introduce pollutants into the environment, or destroy nature in a pursuit of more economic and social prosperity, then nature has a hard time keeping pace. In this lesson, we will take a look at a concept called sustainable development and how it can only occur within the limits of the environment. The World Commission on Environment and Development came out with a report in 1987 called Our Common Future. This report is often referred to as the Brundtland Report and is credited with coining the term sustainable development, which is defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This sounds like a very responsible concept. Most people want to preserve all that is good in the natural environment, so their children and grandchildren can benefit from its rich resources. This also sounds like a very simple concept. If each human being only uses what he or she needs for survival, then the natural environment can keep giving back, and essentially, humans and the environment can live in harmony for many generations to come. However, the concept gets muddied when we consider the fact that life is not only about survival. There are economic and social needs that must be met, and these needs impact the environment's ability to sustain itself. For example, if we look at the economy, we see that it is dependent on society for things such as labor and a market to exchange goods and services. We also see that both the economy and society are dependent on the environment. This is because the environment provides them with raw materials such as food, clean air, and fresh water, as well as natural resources such as timbers and fossil fuels. The economy, society, and the environment must work together, and they have done so for centuries. However, due to increasing social and economic demands, there are ever-increasing demands placed on the environment that are stretching the environmental limits of our planet. Environmental limits can be defined as the point beyond which the environment exceeds its ability to provide essential resources. An increasing demand that pushes the environment to its limit is the growing world population. the steadily increasing number of people that inhabit planet Earth presents a growing demand for goods and services from industry and business. This in turn leads to the depletion of natural resources and an increase in pollution, making it more difficult for the natural environment to sustain itself. The growing population also demands more land be cleared to make room for living area and farmland. This results in an altering of previously undisturbed land, such as forests and wetlands. Forests are important ecosystems that provide habitats for biologically diverse plants and animals. Forests also play a role in the water cycle and climate stability. Wetlands are natural water filtration systems that remove pollutants flowing through them and provide humans with fresh water. When these types of natural ecosystems are destroyed to meet human needs, the environment is pushed beyond its limits and environmental sustainability is challenged. So we see that the ultimate goal of sustainable development is to ensure that our economy and society work within the limits of the natural environment so that human needs can be met not only in the present, but also for future generations. Let's review. The Brundtland Report is credited with coining the term sustainable development, which is defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For sustainable development to be successful, the economy, society, and the environment must work together. However, increasing social and economic demands stretch the environmental limits of our planet. Environmental limits can be defined as the point beyond which the environment exceeds its ability to provide essential resources. For example, the steadily increasing world population presents a growing demand for goods, services, living space, and farmland. These needs lead to the depletion of natural resources, the destruction of ecosystems, and an increase in pollution, making it harder to achieve environmental sustainability. Why are products produced? Well, the simplest answer is so they can be consumed. A pizza shop makes pizzas so customers can buy them and eat them. A car manufacturer builds cars for commuters to buy and use during their daily travels. And energy companies generate power so consumers can use electricity to turn on lights in their homes. When consumers consume goods and services, the economy grows because there is more money changing hands. However, the production of goods and services uses raw materials provided by the environment, such as water, timbers, and fossil fuels. Therefore, meeting the desires of the consumer for more goods and services can lead to more industrial and manufacturing processes, which can deplete resources and increase pollution. In this lesson, we will take a look at how consumption can be handled in ways that minimize damage to the environment, so products and services are available for future generations to consume. Sustainable consumption is the use of products and services in a way that minimizes the impact on the environment so that human needs can be met not only in the present, but also for future generations. When sustainable consumption is practiced, resources are used wisely and waste products and pollution are minimized. The main way this is achieved is by doing more and better with less. In other words, we can find ways to meet our needs and desires without depleting our planet's finite natural resources. This might include carpooling, using renewable energy sources such as solar or wind power, developing alternative fuel sources such as biofuels for our transportation needs, and using environmentally friendly cleaning products. Practicing sustainable consumption can ensure that the environment has resources available long into the future. However, in most industrialized and developed nations, consumption patterns are not sustainable. Their products and services rely on too many natural resources and create too many harmful emissions when consumed. For example, most developed countries rely on non-renewable fossil fuels for their transportation needs. As more drivers hit the roads and more fuel is consumed, fossil fuel reserves are depleted, and because fossil fuels emit greenhouse gases into the atmosphere when they are burned, more consumption means more pollution. This level of consumption cannot be sustained due to the depletion of the non-renewable resource, and the adverse effects to the environment. Of course, unsustainable consumption patterns are not just a problem for developed countries, but also for many developing countries. In developing nations, consumption patterns can be unsustainable because citizens of these countries may need to exploit their natural resources to meet their basic living needs. For example, subsistence farming, which is farming that provides only for the farmer's needs without surplus for the market, requires the clearing of woodlands to make room for farms and is one of the leading causes of deforestation. This can lead to environmental damage, such as soil erosion, drier climates, and higher levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We see that there are many complexities of sustainable consumption that need to be considered. For example, the consumption of goods drives a strong economy. However, unsustainable consumption patterns degrade the environment, deplete natural resources, and hamper the ability of future generations to provide for their basic needs. Therefore, the goals of economic growth may conflict with the goals of sustainable consumption. Another hurdle to overcome with sustainable consumption is low consumer awareness. People simply do not know the environmental cost of the products they buy and the services they use. For sustainable consumption to be embraced, there is first the need to overcome ingrained thinking and behavior patterns among consumers. Another complexity arises when we consider the social costs in developing countries. For example, if a farmer needs to practice subsistence farming in order to feed his family, yet this practice leads to the destruction of a forest ecosystem, is it acceptable to deny the farmer this practice? Lastly, sustainable consumption is faced with the fact that there is a lack of sustainable products and services available on the market. For example, there have been some strides in the manufacture of more environmentally friendly products such as biodegradable items. There has also been an increase in the use of sustainable energy services such as solar and wind power. However, production of these products and services is currently insufficient to meet the needs of the growing population. Sustainable consumption is the use of products and services in a way that minimizes the impact on the environment so that human needs can be met not only in the present, but also for future generations. The main way this is achieved is by doing more and better with less, which might include carpooling, using renewable energy sources, developing alternative fuel sources, and using environmentally friendly cleaning products. There are many complexities of sustainable consumption that need to be considered. For example, the goals of economic growth may conflict with the goals of sustainable consumption. Also, sustainable consumption must overcome low consumer awareness, the social costs in developing countries, and a lack of sustainable products and services available on the market. People living in the United States or other developed countries love to buy and consume. Some would say that it's even part of our lifestyle, or what makes us who we are. For example, let's take a look at Timmy, who is a typical American as he starts his day. Timmy wakes up at 6 a.m. and takes a nice hot shower in his temperature-controlled suburban home. After going through his normal morning routine, he hops into his SUV and heads toward the office, which is a 30-minute commute in heavy traffic. Along the way, Timmy pulls into a fast food restaurant for a conveniently packaged breakfast biscuit and a cup of coffee to go. At the office, Timmy boots up his computer and prints out a 30-page report to get ready for his meeting with the boss. Sounds pretty typical, doesn't it? This same scene, or one very similar, is played out all across America every day. And most of us would not think that Timmy is leading a high-consumption or energy-intensive lifestyle. But if we really evaluate Timmy's habits, we see that by the early morning, Timmy has already consumed a lot of products and services. He used electricity to take a hot shower, heat his home, and boot up his computer. He burned fossil fuels in his SUV, threw away his biscuit wrapper and coffee cup, and used paper to print his report. According to the Global Footprint Network, as of 2008, the human population used the equivalent of 1.5 planets to provide enough resources to meet our daily habits and deal with the waste we produce. In other words, the human population is using the Earth's resources at a rate 50% faster than what the Earth can sustain. At this rate, our planet's natural resources cannot be sustained and may not be available for future generations. In this lesson, you will learn how voluntarily simplifying your lifestyle can lead to sustainable consumption patterns. Sustainable consumption is defined as the use of products and services in a way that minimizes the impact on the environment so that human needs can be met not only in the present, but also for future generations. With sustainable consumption, needs and desires are still met, but at a lower environmental cost because resources are used wisely and the production of wastes and pollutants are reduced. There are many ways that industries and municipalities can practice sustainable consumption. For example, industries, such as those in the IT or appliance manufacturing sector, can design appliances that have a longer service life so consumers feel comfortable using the products for a longer time. Municipalities can utilize alternative energy sources such as solar or wind power, which are renewable sources that do not emit harmful pollutants. Local governments can also promote sustainable consumption practices by making infrastructure changes that promote less driving, such as the creation of safe bike paths. Of course, sustainable consumption is not only a practice for government organizations and industries. It is also something that individuals can adopt as a voluntary practice. Voluntary simplicity is a form of sustainable consumption that involves a conscious decision to minimize the use and accumulation of goods and services. Voluntary simplicity is often described as a lifestyle where an individual chooses to voluntarily simplify his or her life in pursuit of a more meaningful life. So it's important to note that voluntary simplicity is not something that is forced on someone due to the loss of a job or an economic downturn. Nor is it a vow to live in poverty or renounce technology. For example, if Timmy switched to a voluntary simplicity lifestyle, he would not have to give up the ability to have a hot shower, live in a comfortable home, or use a computer, but he might use solar energy to power these conveniences. If Timmy were really into leading a voluntary simplicity lifestyle, he might downsize his home and SUV and swap the packaged fast food meal for a quick and easy home-cooked breakfast. Timmy would still have his needs and desires met without the added cost to his wallet or the environment. So we see that some examples of voluntary simplicity include using less energy, such as using a clothesline to dry your laundry as opposed to running a dryer, or choosing to ride your bicycle instead of driving whenever possible. A voluntary simplicity lifestyle might mean using alternative energy sources such as solar power for heating water or generating electricity. Another way to practice voluntary simplicity is by making things last. For instance, not getting caught up in the newest computer gadget and extending the life of your old ones. Downsizing from a large house to a smaller one, growing a garden, and buying second-hand items are other ways those in the voluntary simplicity movement live fulfilling lives while at the same time benefiting the environment by using fewer resources and reducing waste and pollution. Sustainable consumption is defined as the use of products and services in a way that minimizes the impact on the environment so that human needs can be met not only in the present but also for future generations. Voluntary simplicity is a form of sustainable consumption that involves a conscious decision to minimize the use and accumulation of goods and services. Some examples of voluntary simplicity include using less energy, such as using a clothesline to dry your laundry, or riding your bicycle for transportation. It can also mean using alternative energy sources, such as solar power, making things last, such as computer gadgets, downsizing your living space, growing a garden, and buying second-hand items.
Living in rather rural Pennsylvania, I only have to travel about a mile from my doorstep in order to see a farm. They dot the landscape of my community. Being surrounded by these farms, they're just normal to me. And to be honest, I've never given much thought to how agricultural farming came to be. However, today's lesson will remedy this as we seek to understand agriculture as a means of acquiring food. To begin, we Westerners tend to use the word farming to define what goes on in the neatly plowed fields of our heartland. However, anthropologists like to use the term intensive agriculture, signifying food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields made possible by the use of more modernized tools. In this definition, don't let the use of the word modern fool you. This doesn't just mean fancy computerized gadgets. It actually means any tool that goes beyond sticks, stones, and other basic tools. Intensive agriculture includes the use of things as rudimentary as a horse-drawn cart all the way up to a complex water storage technique. For today's lesson, we'll simplify things and use the words agriculture and intensive agriculture interchangeably. With this wide range of tools in mind, it's important to note that intensive agriculture varies a great deal across the globe. Yes, all intensive agriculturalists permanently cultivate their fields. In other words, they plant and tend the same fields for years upon years. However, the way they do this can look oh so very different. For example, many of the farmers in my community use chemical fertilizers to nourish their soils. However, there are other more simple ways to achieve this goal. For instance, according to the work of well-known anthropologists Carol and Melvin Ember, some tribes in Africa use bean plants to fertilize their soil. Unknown to most of us, bacteria grows around bean plants and helps to replace nitrogen in soil. In the same manner, Western farmers may water their fields with an ultra-complex irrigation system of tunnels and pipes, while an agriculturist in Greece may use a simple ditch of sorts dug from a nearby stream. With the use of permanent fields, intensive agriculture societies tend to have a few other things in common. For example, the fact that they employ permanently cultivated fields allows many of these societies to develop larger communities. Unlike, say, hunter-gatherers, who move from place to place looking for food and therefore keep their communities small, intensive agriculturalists are able to remain sedentary. For this reason, many intensive agriculture communities develop into towns and even cities. The community in which I live is an excellent example of this. Like most societies with larger populations, agricultural groups also tend to have complex systems of social stratification or social class. With this, intensive agriculturists also usually recognize private ownership of land. Again, this varies greatly depending on where in the globe you look. This leads us to a bit of the history of intensive agriculture. For this, we'll again use some generalizations. In early human history, most agriculturalists produced only enough food to support their own families and their small social groups. This is still the case in certain parts of our world. However, as societies and their technologies advanced, many intensive agriculturists moved from subsistence farming, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group, to dabbling in commercialization, producing foods for a market, making one dependent on the buying and selling of goods. Stated simply, they were no longer content with just filling their own pantry shelves. Instead, they wanted to fill the metaphorical pantries of their neighborhoods, their towns, and so on. With the advent of commercialization, we also have the advent of cash crops, crops grown with a specific intent to sell, not consumed by the grower. Great examples of this were the cotton plantations that dotted the landscape of the 19th century southern United States. Other common cash crops include rice, bananas, and coffee, which are grown in certain regions of the world but exported globally. Speaking of large plantations, some anthropologists link the planting of cash crops to the creation of what has come to be known as agribusiness, corporately owned land holdings farmed and operated by large companies. Despite the hugeness of these multinational giants and the thousands of workers they employ, these places still find themselves in the same category as the farmer in Greece who diligently plows and cultivates his fields. Yes, they might look so very different, but an anthropologist would call them both intensive agriculturalists. Intensive agriculture is defined as food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields made possible by the use of more modernized tools. These tools can be as simple as a horse-drawn cart all the way up to advanced chemical fertilizers. With their permanent cultivation of fields, intensive agriculturalists tend to create larger communities. Their sedentary lives allow for complex systems of social stratification or class. Throughout history, agriculture has moved from subsistence farming, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group, to commercialization, producing for a market and becoming dependent on the buying and selling of goods. With commercialization, agriculture has also seen the dawning of cash crops, crops grown with a specific intent to sell, not consumed by the grower. This has served to lead to the existence of agribusinesses, corporately owned landholdings farmed and operated by large companies.
Think back on everything you have eaten over the last 24 hours. Do you think that your diet is well balanced and that you are getting the appropriate nutrients you need? Proper nutrition is very important to maintaining a healthy body and mind. The body requires over 40 essential nutrients to function properly, including vitamins, minerals, amino acids, protein, and carbohydrates. In addition to the quality of nutrients consumed, the body must also maintain a certain quantity of food to remain healthy. Humans must consume a certain amount of calories each day in order to maintain a productive and energetic lifestyle. A large problem facing the human population today is malnutrition. Malnutrition is when a person's diet has an imbalance of the essential nutrients that the body needs to remain healthy. This imbalance in nutrients can weaken the person's immune system and body and make them more susceptible to illnesses. Malnutrition can also cause delays in a child's physical and mental development. Malnutrition is often divided into two different types, which are undernutrition and overnutrition. These two different types of malnutrition vary by what the person is consuming, how it is influencing their body, and the prevalence in certain regions of the world. When most people think of malnutrition, they often think of someone who is suffering from undernutrition. Undernutrition occurs when a person consumes a diet that does not meet the necessary requirements for the amount of essential nutrients or calories a person needs to remain healthy. This type of malnutrition can occur when people are not eating enough food or when the food they are eating does not contain well-balanced nutrients. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 out of every 3 people is suffering from a deficiency in one or more essential nutrients. The symptoms associated with undernutrition vary by deficiency, but all deficiencies will eventually cause permanent harm to the body. Throughout the world, there are 3 common deficiencies that people suffer from. Lack of vitamin A in the diet is a very large problem worldwide and results in many cases of blindness in children each year. A deficiency in iron can cause a person to become anemic, which can result in fatigue, increased risk of infection, and increased risk of hemorrhaging during childbirth. Iodine deficiency is also very common, with 1/3 of the human population suffering from a lack of iodine. Iodine is important for proper functioning of the thyroid gland, which is responsible for producing hormones that manage the body's metabolic rate. A lack of iodine can cause stunted growth, mental delays, and the creation of goiters, which are when the thyroid glands at the base of the neck become swollen. Undernutrition is most common in low-income, developing countries and is prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa and southern Asia, where access to a well-balanced diet is very limited. More specifically, almost 2/3 of the people that suffer from undernutrition live in only 7 countries, which include India, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Indonesia, China, Pakistan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Most people in these poor countries survive on diets that include low amounts of protein, high amounts of carbohydrates, and are mainly vegetarian, with wheat, rice, and corn as large staples in the diet. In many low-income, developing countries, people do not have access to well-balanced diets because of variations in local climate, political issues, and increases in population. Specifically in sub-Saharan Africa, the climate is extreme and has limited rainfall, which reduces the amount of food that can be produced. Political unrest can also lead to undernutrition when it results in food not being distributed equally to people of all social groups. Low-income developing countries also suffer from dramatic increases in the human population, which can lead to less food available per person. Although over 10% of the world is suffering from a lack of proper nutrition, there are some areas on Earth where food is plentiful, but people still exhibit a type of malnutrition. Overnutrition occurs when a person consumes a diet that exceeds the necessary requirements for the amount of essential nutrients or the amount of calories a person needs to remain healthy. In most cases, people who suffer from overnutrition gain excess weight, and this can cause many serious problems to the human body. Overnutrition can lead to increased risk of developing heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and even some cancers. The World Health Organization recently reported that over 65% of the world's population lives in countries where overnutrition results in more death than undernutrition. Currently, there are over 1.5 billion people worldwide that are suffering from overnutrition and are considered overweight. Overnutrition is most prevalent in high-income, developed countries, such as the United States and regions of Europe. Within the United States, over 20% of children and 70% of adults are overweight due to overnutrition. Also, in the United States, over 30% of adults that are overweight are classified as clinically obese, which is when a person is more than 30 pounds over the ideal weight for a person's height and sex. Overnutrition is thought to occur in higher-income, developed countries because people have more access to unhealthy fast food, high-sugar drinks, and processed foods, and have limited access to fresh, healthy food options. Now, let's review what we have learned about malnutrition and where the different types are prevalent. Malnutrition is when a person's diet has an imbalance of the essential nutrients that the body needs to remain healthy. The most well-known type of malnutrition is undernutrition, and this is when a person consumes a diet that does not meet the necessary requirements for the amount of essential nutrients or calories a person needs to remain healthy. Undernutrition occurs mainly in low-income, developing countries such as sub-Saharan Africa and southern Asia, where people do not have access to well-balanced diets or enough food. On the opposite side of the malnutrition scale is overnutrition, which is when a person consumes a diet that exceeds the necessary requirements for the amount of essential nutrients or the amount of calories a person needs to remain healthy. Overnutrition is very common in higher income, developed countries, such as the United States, where people have increased access to fast foods and processed foods. Malnutrition in both forms is a very important issue facing the human population. Both undernutrition and overnutrition can cause serious harm to the human body and can lead to lower life expectancy, greater risk of illness, and lower productivity and life quality. In order to help reduce the prevalence of malnutrition, it is necessary to provide food aid to people that are suffering from undernutrition and dietary education to people who have access to food but are suffering from overnutrition because of bad personal choices. Although malnutrition may be more abundant in certain areas of the world, it is a global problem that may influence the whole population if the problem is not addressed. How many calories do you consume in a given day? To live a healthy and productive life, it is recommended that people consume around 2,200 kilocalories each day. When you look at the human population as a whole, the average person consumes around 3,000 kilocalories per day, and people who live in industrialized countries have been reported to consume even more. Although the average person consumes more than enough calories to remain healthy, and worldwide enough food is produced to feed the entire human population, the distribution of food is not even. It is estimated that currently over 850 million people are living on daily diets of much less than the recommended amount. This uneven distribution of food is a major problem for the entire human population because it threatens food security. Food security is when a person is able to obtain a sufficient amount of healthy food on a day-to-day basis. People who do not consume enough food each day suffer from food insecurity, which is when a person is unable to obtain a sufficient amount of healthy food on a day-to-day basis. As a result of food insecurity, people suffer from chronic hunger and poor nutrition, and are therefore less likely to have healthy and productive lives. Now that we know what food insecurity is, what do you think is the cause behind it? It is widely agreed upon that the main cause of food insecurity is poverty. Poverty makes it very difficult for people to grow their own food and also to buy enough food. Currently, it is estimated that over 1.5 billion people live on less than $1 a day and are therefore unable to buy enough food to keep them healthy. Due to the low income levels in many areas, it is also not possible for people to grow their own food because they do not have money to invest in agriculture. The second leading cause of food insecurity is the growth of the human population. The human population has been growing steadily, and the amount of food needed to feed the population has also increased. Overall, the human population is expected to increase by about 2 billion people by 2050, and this will put a serious strain on the availability of food. Although currently enough food is produced to feed every human on Earth, as populations grow, the amount of people suffering from food insecurity will increase. The increase in the human population will be particularly difficult in poor countries, where people already struggle to obtain food and will have more trouble as the population increases. Additionally, the growing population can also influence food insecurity by limiting the amount of food available for consumption. As the human population increases, there is a higher demand for alternative fuel sources, such as biofuels. In recent years, this demand has led to large amounts of corn being used to create biofuels, thus reducing the amount of corn available to feed people. As population sizes increase and poverty continues, food insecurity remains a large challenge that will need to be handled. There are several efforts in place to combat food insecurity and to achieve a state of global sustainability, which is when the human population as a whole can use the resources on Earth to meet current needs while not compromising the needs of future generations. One method to try and combat food insecurity is to provide aid and relief to people or countries that are suffering. In the United States, the food stamp program was established to help people with low income status pay for food. An organization called Feeding America was also developed to help collect and distribute donated food items to people in need. On the global scale, many poor countries have been given incentives by wealthier countries or organizations to increase their own food production. The World Bank provides grants to poor countries to increase their agriculture systems and food supplies. Wealthy countries have also provided aid to poor countries by offering debt relief so that the country can spend money on producing its own food instead of paying back debt. Another method for combating food insecurity is to use advances in technology to produce more food. In recent years, food production has increased due to several advances in technology, such as new farm equipment, fertilizers, pesticides, and high-volume irrigation systems. New advances in genetics have also made it possible to produce more food by creating varieties of plants that have higher yields. There has also been an increase in the technology and techniques used to farm large amounts of livestock and fish. In addition to providing aid and increasing food production through technology, it has also been suggested that food insecurity could be combated by developing sustainable methods for harvesting or farming both new and underutilized wild species of plants and animals. For example, in the Amazon rainforest, the babassu palm grows wild, and this plant can produce more vegetable oil than any other plant on Earth. In addition, the serendipity berry of tropical Africa can make a sweetener over 3,000 times sweeter than regular sugar. If these two plants were to be sustainably harvested or farmed, it would be possible to produce large quantities of vegetable oil and sugar with less effort. These products could be produced at a cheaper rate and sold to people in need at lower prices. Now, let's review food insecurity, its causes, and the prevention efforts that are in place to combat it. People require a certain amount of food each day to live healthy and productive lives. And although there is enough food being produced on Earth to feed every human, there are still many people who do not have enough to eat. Food insecurity is the term used to describe the situation where a person is unable to obtain a sufficient amount of healthy food on a day-to-day basis. Food insecurity is caused by two large global problems: poverty and growth in the human population. People in poor countries are not able to afford to grow or buy enough food to remain healthy, and as the human population increases, more pressure will be placed on the available food sources. Due to the severity of the food insecurity problem, there have been many prevention efforts on the local and global scale. Globally, wealthy countries have provided aid to poor countries through debt relief and grant programs. In addition to aid, advances in technology have also been used to increase food production in agriculture and livestock production. Although there are many efforts in place to prevent food insecurity, the food shortage crisis has the potential to become an even larger problem as the human population grows and the planet changes. This problem truly is a global issue, and it is important to bring awareness to everyone and get more countries involved in relief efforts in order to stop world hunger and bring food security to all people on Earth. Imagine a family farm on a small plot of land and a huge commercial farm that spans acres and acres of land. What do you think makes these two types of farms different? Although both of these farms are designed to produce food, they vary in the methods of production, the amount of food they produce, and who consumes the food produced. Although for most of human history our species has survived by hunting and gathering food, around 10,000 years ago our ancestors started producing their own food. Agriculture is the term used to describe the act of growing crops and raising livestock for human consumption and use. Since the development of agriculture, many different types of production have been implemented. Currently, agriculture is divided into two different types, including industrialized agriculture and subsistence agriculture. Let's explore and learn more about these two types of agriculture. Industrialized agriculture is the type of agriculture where large quantities of crops and livestock are produced through industrialized techniques for the purpose of sale. The goal of industrialized agriculture is to increase crop yield, which is the amount of food that is produced for each unit of land. Crops and livestock made through this type of agriculture are produced to feed the masses, and the products are sold worldwide. Industrialized agriculture is able to produce large quantities of food due to the farming methods used. Instead of using animal and manpower to work the fields, industrialized agriculture utilizes large machines, which are more powerful and can work faster and harder. The shift towards machines has increased the use of fossil fuels on industrial farms, and therefore the price of food can fluctuate as the price of oil changes. Industrialized agriculture also increases crop yield by investing in large irrigation systems and by using chemical fertilizers and pesticides. The chemical fertilizers that are used in industrialized agriculture often add inorganic nutrients to the soil to increase yield and plant size. The use of pesticides is also common in industrialized agriculture, and most pesticides help increase yield by killing pests that are harming or consuming the crops. Another farming technique that is used in industrialized agriculture is the method of growing monocultures, which is when a single crop is planted on a large scale. Although planting monocultures can increase overall yield, this method of farming is also more susceptible to disease and causes a reduction in the dietary variation of consumers. Although industrialized agriculture is necessary to feed the growing human population, there is another type of agriculture that is regularly practiced today. Subsistence agriculture is when a farmer lives on a small amount of land and produces enough food to feed his or her household and have a small cash crop. The goal of subsistence agriculture is to produce enough food to ensure the survival of the individual family. If there is excess food produced, it is sold locally to other families or individuals. Subsistence agriculture varies a great deal from industrialized agriculture in terms of the farming methods used. This type of agriculture is very labor-intensive because all of the work is done by humans and animals, and only hand tools and simple machines are used to work the land. Subsistence agriculture does not rely on chemical fertilizers or pesticides, and instead utilizes more natural techniques. Most farmers have animals, including chickens, goats, and cows, and the manure from these animals is used to fertilize the plants. The crops produced are then consumed or sold, and the inedible parts of the plants are used to feed the livestock. This creates a closed circuit within the farm where nothing goes to waste. Instead of using chemical pesticides, subsistence farmers rely on natural predators of pests to control the pest population. Another major difference between industrialized and subsistence agriculture is what is being planted. Unlike industrialized agriculture that utilizes monocultures, subsistence agriculture relies on polycultures, which is when different types of crops are planted in one area. Planting polycultures is a method used to get the most crop yield out of a small area of land. Although industrialized agriculture has replaced a large amount of subsistence agriculture, there are still many places in the world where subsistence agriculture is practiced. It is estimated that over 1/3 of people that live in Latin America, Asia, and Africa rely on subsistence agriculture for their food supply. Currently, there are several kinds of subsistence agriculture that are still occurring. The most common type is intensive subsistence agriculture, which is often referred to as traditional subsistence agriculture. This type of agriculture is practiced in India, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, Mexico, and Peru. The crops are grown on a small plot of land year after year using human and animal labor. Intensive subsistence agriculture also utilizes manure as fertilizer and simple irrigation systems. For this type of agriculture, the most common crops are rice and vegetables, which are grown in the same fields using the polyculture method. The second most common type of subsistence agriculture is shifting cultivation, and this occurs in Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Indonesia. Farmers that utilize shifting cultivation clear plots of the forest for planting and use the land for several years. When the land becomes less fertile, the farmers clear a new plot in the forest and begin growing in the new location. Although this type of agriculture does initially remove many trees, once a plot has been used by humans, it is left alone and can gradually return to a forest. The third and least common type of subsistence agriculture is called pastoral nomadism. This type of agriculture is practiced in Kenya, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and Mongolia. This type of agriculture is very different from the others because these farmers rely less on crops and more heavily on herd animals such as cattle, sheep, goats, and reindeer. The people travel with the herds and are never in one place very long. Now, let's review the different types of agriculture, which is the term used to describe the act of growing crops and raising livestock for human use and consumption. First, we have industrialized agriculture, which is the type of agriculture where large quantities of crops and livestock are produced through industrial techniques for the purpose of sale. The goal of this type of agriculture is to produce large amounts of food for sale by using machines, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and monocultures, which is when a single crop is planted on a large scale. The second type of agriculture is subsistence agriculture, which is when a farmer lives on a small amount of land and produces enough food to feed their household and have a small cash crop. The goal of this type of agriculture is to produce enough food to support the family and potentially have some left over to sell locally. In contrast to industrialized agriculture, subsistence farmers utilize humans and animals instead of machines, manure instead of chemical fertilizers, and natural predators instead of pests. Subsistence agriculture also relies on polycultures, which is when different types of crops are planted in one area. Subsistence agriculture is often divided into 3 different types, including intensive subsistence, which is the traditional method, shifting cultivation, which relies on clearing forest to create new farm plots every few years, and pastoral nomadism, which relies on traveling with herds of animals. Although industrialized agriculture produces the majority of food consumed on the earth, subsistence agriculture is still practiced in many regions of the world. Industrialized agriculture is important because it makes it possible to produce large amounts of food to feed the growing human population. Subsistence agriculture is equally as important because it provides food to people on the smaller scale and also involves a great deal of family participation and history in the production of the food.
Today's lesson on agriculture in most developed countries will be rather familiar to most of us. In it, we will focus on farming, ranching, and gardening. For starters, agriculture is defined as the practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for the growing of crops and the raising of animals to provide food and other products. In other words, agriculture doesn't just involve a farmer planting neat rows of corn. It also includes a cattleman raising steer or a dairy farmer milking his cows. With the definition of agriculture under our belts, let's define what we mean by a most developed country. A most developed country is a nation that has a highly advanced economy and a highly developed technological infrastructure. Putting it into other terms, most developed countries are often referred to as first world countries. Places like the United States and much of Western Europe would fall under the label of most developed countries, or as we'll call them for most of the lesson, MDCs for short. When speaking of agriculture, MDCs practice intensive agriculture, signifying food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields made possible by the use of more modernized tools. With this in mind, most developed countries' agricultural economies are based in commercialization, producing for a market, making one dependent on the buying and selling of goods. Stated simply, farmers and MDCs aren't just planting crops to fill their own pantries. They are farming for monetary gain. This commercialization has also led to most MDCs having thriving agribusinesses. An agribusiness is a corporately owned landholding farmed and operated by large companies. Living in the northeastern U.S., my area is full of agribusinesses. For instance, I live rather close to one of the nation's largest apple-producing agribusinesses. People living in MDCs also take part in gardening. Being very, very familiar to most of us, gardening is officially defined as tending and cultivating vegetation, especially as a pastime. Now for this one, the last part of the definition is the most important part for our lesson. In MDCs, gardening is usually a pastime or a hobby. It plays no part in a person's or a family's subsistence. This is in direct contrast to some third world countries in which cultivation is a matter of life and death. For instance, this past summer my kids and I planted a garden. Yes, the cherry tomatoes were very yummy and the melons were really cool to watch grow. But unbelievably fortunately for my family, none of these veggies made the difference in whether or not we had food on our table. Moving from just speaking of crops being planted, MDCs often employed mixed crop and livestock farming, in which both animals and crops are farmed in the same area. For instance, it's not rare in the U.S. to have a farmer who grows corn but also raises dairy cows. This is in sharp contrast to some impoverished countries that do not have enough natural resources, things like fertile land and water, to support both crops and animals. MDCs also usually employ ranching. Made rather famous by old Western movies, ranching is simply defined as the raising of livestock. In most MDCs, this livestock is cattle. Due to the large amount of land that places like the U.S. offer, most ranching in MDCs falls under the category of being extensive ranching, in which animals are allowed to graze over very large open areas. A most developed country is a nation that has a highly advanced economy and a highly developed technological infrastructure. Agriculture, or the practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for growing of crops and the raising of animals to provide food and other products, in MDCs usually takes on the form of intensive agriculture, gardening, and ranching. Intensive agriculture is food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields, made possible by the use of more modernized tools. In MDCs, this is often accompanied by commercialization and agribusiness. Commercialization is producing for a market, making one dependent on the buying and selling of goods. An agribusiness is a corporately owned landholding farmed and operated by large companies. Most MDCs also employ mixed crop and livestock farming, in which both animals and crops are farmed in the same area. People living in MDCs also spend their time gardening. Gardening is officially defined as tending and cultivating vegetation, especially as a pastime. MDCs are also involved in ranching, the raising of livestock. This ranching usually takes on the form of extensive ranching, in which animals are allowed to graze over very large open areas.
Think about how much food you eat each day. Now, think about how big the human population is and how much food is needed to feed all of those people. Since the development of agriculture, most of the food needed to feed the population has been produced through industrialized agriculture. Since the 1960s, the amount of food produced through this type of agriculture has increased drastically, and currently there is enough food produced to feed every human on Earth. Although industrialized agriculture has been successful in producing large quantities of food, the future of food production is in jeopardy due to problems in agriculture. Two of the most major problems in agriculture are the loss of agricultural land and the decrease in the varieties of crops and livestock produced. One of the major problems facing agriculture is the loss of agricultural land, because as more land is lost, it will become more difficult to produce the amount of food needed to feed the growing human population. When discussing the area of land, the term hectare is often used, and this term is a unit of area that is equivalent to 10,000 square meters or around 2.5 acres. Worldwide, around 3 million hectares of agricultural land are lost each year because the soil degrades and becomes unusable due to erosion, which is when soil components move from one location to another by wind or water. An additional 4 million hectares are lost each year when agricultural land is converted and used for highways, housing, factories, and other urban needs. In the United States, around 140 million hectares of agricultural land has been lost in the last 30 years as a result of soil degradation and conversion for urban use. The trends in the loss of agricultural lands do not look promising for the future of agriculture in the United States. It is estimated that over 40 million hectares of agricultural land in the United States is in danger of being lost due to exposure to erosion by wind or water. If this land is lost, people may find it more difficult to find produce and prices may also rise. Another major problem in agriculture is the overall decrease in the varieties of crops and livestock produced. In the early years of agriculture, farmers grew a wide variety of crops and raised many different types of livestock. Since the development of industrialized agriculture, the number of different types of crops and livestock has decreased. This decline in variety is due to the fact that it is cheaper to produce large quantities of the same type of crop or livestock than to produce smaller batches of multiple types. For livestock production, it is cheaper and easier to buy or produce only one type of feed for animals and invest in only one type of slaughter and processing. For crops, if farmers plant monocultures, which are when a single crop is planted on a large scale, the production is cheaper because the entire process of planting, growing, and harvesting is more streamlined. It is estimated that there are over 50,000 plant species that can be safely consumed by humans. Interestingly, around 90% of the human diet is composed of only 15 different plant species. In the United States and worldwide, the three most produced crops are corn, soy, and wheat. Although you may not eat these crops directly, they are used in the production of other foods and used to feed livestock, so you are consuming many of these crops without even realizing it. In addition to a decrease in the variety of crops grown, there has also been a decrease in the variety of species raised as livestock. Currently, humans consume mainly 8 different species of livestock, with the most common being cattle, pig, chicken, and several fish species. These species of animals are produced because they are easier to raise in factory-style farms and because they can be raised at a quicker rate than other animals. Although producing less variety of crops and livestock means that farmers can produce items more cheaply and easily, there are some negative effects of the decrease in variety. The largest negative effect of the decrease in variety is that it causes a loss of genetic diversity. When there is less genetic diversity and organisms have more similar genetic structures, they are more susceptible to diseases. The genetic similarities make it easier for diseases to travel between individuals and potentially wipe out an entire crop or group of livestock. A loss of genetic diversity can also negatively impact the humans consuming the products because it reduces the variety in a person's diet and could lead to health problems from unbalanced diets. Agriculture is a big part of every person's life, whether they realize it or not. We all rely on agriculture for our food supply and to maintain a healthy body. Although agriculture is very important and must be maintained, there are 2 main issues that may influence the success of future agriculture: loss of agricultural land and the decrease in the varieties of crops and livestock produced. The loss of agricultural land is due largely to land degradation, such as erosion, which is when soil components move from one location to another by wind or water. Agricultural land is also being lost because it is being converted for other purposes, such as highways, housing, and factories. This loss of land is a large issue for agriculture because it will make it more difficult to produce enough food. The decrease in the varieties of crops and livestock produced is due to the fact that it is cheaper and easier to produce a single species because it cuts down on production, maintenance, and harvest or slaughter costs. For crops specifically, monocultures is the term used to describe when a single crop is planted on a large scale. Although a cheaper option, this approach to farming reduces overall genetic diversity and can cause crops and livestock to be more susceptible to diseases, and also reduces the variety in the human diet. Due to these problems in agriculture, it is critical that scientists and farmers work to save the land currently used for agriculture, while making improvements to production methods that increase variety and make it possible to produce more food on less land.
I live in a farming area of the northeastern U.S. In fact, if I look out my window, I can see my neighbor's bright red barn and field after field. Also, it's not at all odd to find myself stuck behind a tractor that is using the road to get from one of these fields to the other. It's just a part of life living in a farming community in the United States of America. However, it's very different than how many of the other parts of the world do farming. In fact, today we're going to step out of our westernized paradigm of farming to explore what agriculture looks like in some of the least developed regions of the world. For starters, a least developed country, or an LDC for short, is a country that has been classified by the United Nations due to its low gross national income, its small population and workforce, and its economic weakness. Stated very simply, they are often considered countries that are impoverished, with very little technological advancement or industry. With this in mind, it's not surprising to say that agriculture within LDCs looks very different than it does in our modern world. For instance, agriculture in a least developed country is often that of subsistence farming, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group. In this subsistence lifestyle, all goods are produced by the family group for the family group. They are not being sold at roadside stands or being shipped to market in big 18-wheeler trucks. Many of the people groups living within the region of sub-Saharan Africa practice subsistence farming. As subsistence farmers, many living in LDCs practice shifting cultivation, in which they plant a piece of land for a short time, then leave it at rest for many years in order to allow its nutrients to renew. As the name implies, they will then shift their planting to another piece of land. During this idle time, wild vegetation and brush will take over the unused land. Since LDCs have very little access to modern fertilizers, they have developed their own way to renew the land. After a certain amount of time, the shifting farmer will return to the dormant land and use the slash and burn technique, in which the wild vegetation is cut down and burned off, allowing the nutrients of the charred plants to nourish the soil. This is not to say that all least developed countries practice shifting cultivation. On the contrary, some are involved in what is termed intensive agriculture, or food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields, made possible by the use of more modernized tools. Now, in this definition, we're going to need to take off our westernized glasses when we hear the word modern. It doesn't just mean shiny green tractors or massive irrigation pipes. On the contrary, it actually means any tool that goes beyond sticks, stones, and other basic tools. Intensive agriculture includes the use of things as rudimentary as a horse-drawn cart. With this definition of intensive agriculture in mind, some intensive agriculturalists whose countries have formerly sat on the cusp of being LDCs have moved from subsistence farming to commercial farming, or the production of crops and farm animals for sale. This allows them to move from being an LDC to a more stable economy. Great examples of this are the farmers of Central America, who have begun exporting things like broccoli, cauliflower, snow peas, melons, strawberries, and more. Highlighting that agriculture doesn't just mean growing crops, but also includes raising animals, we come to the last form of agriculture we're going to discuss, pastoralism. Pastoralism is a form of living in which survival is based directly or indirectly on the maintenance of domesticated animals. When speaking of pastoralism in least developed countries, it is usually seen in areas that are semi-arid or having very little rainfall. Pastoralists also tend to live in smaller communities with a nomadic lifestyle or moving from place to place in search of food and water. Due to this difficult way of life, pastoralists are usually among the most economically poor in all of the world. An example of this type of pastoralism mixed with poverty is found in the African nation of Ethiopia. A least developed country is a country that has been classified by the United Nations due to its low gross national income, its small population and workforce, and its economic weakness. Many inhabitants of LDCs take part in subsistence farming, in which goods are produced for the consumption and survival of one's family group. Many of these subsistence farmers employ shifting cultivation, in which they plant a piece of land for a short time, then leave it at rest for many years in order to allow its nutrients to renew. They will often use the slash and burn technique, where the wild vegetation is cut down and burned off, allowing the nutrients of the charred plants to nourish the soil. Some others in least developed countries practice intensive agriculture, or food production that employs permanent cultivation of fields made possible by the use of more modern tools. This allows some of them to take part in commercial farming, or the production of crops and farm animals for sale. Still others in LDCs across the globe practice pastoralism, a form of living in which survival is based directly or indirectly on the maintenance of domesticated animals. Most pastoralists live in an area which is semi-arid or have very little rainfall. They are also nomadic, moving from place to place in search of food and water.
Throughout history, there have been many revolutions that have occurred and changed human lives, such as the American Revolution and the Industrial Revolution. In the mid and late 20th century, a revolution occurred that dramatically changed the field of agriculture, and this revolution was known as the Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was a period when the productivity of global agriculture increased drastically as a result of new advances. During this time period, new chemical fertilizers and synthetic herbicides and pesticides were created. The chemical fertilizers made it possible to supply crops with extra nutrients and therefore increase yield. The newly developed synthetic herbicides and pesticides controlled weeds, deterred or killed insects, and prevented diseases, which also resulted in higher productivity. In addition to the chemical advances utilized during this time period, high-yield crops were also developed and introduced. High-yield crops are crops that are specifically designed to produce more overall yield. A method known as multiple cropping was also implemented during the Green Revolution and led to higher productivity. Multiple cropping is when a field is used to grow 2 or more crops throughout the year, so that the field constantly has something growing on it. These new farming techniques and advances in agricultural technology were utilized by farmers all over the world and when combined, intensified the results of the Green Revolution. As a result of the Green Revolution and the introduction of chemical fertilizers, synthetic herbicides and pesticides, high-yield crops, and the method of multiple cropping, the agricultural industry was able to produce much larger quantities of food. This increase in productivity made it possible to feed the growing human population. One person who is famous for his involvement in the Green Revolution is the scientist Norman Borlaug. In the 1940s, Norman Borlaug developed a strain of wheat that could resist diseases, was short, which reduced damage by wind, and could produce large seed heads and high yields. He introduced this variety of wheat in Mexico, and within 20 years the production of wheat had tripled. This allowed for the production of more food for people in Mexico and also made it possible for Mexico to export their wheat and sell it in other countries. Norman Borlaug helped introduce this high-yield variety of wheat to other countries in need of increased food production, and he eventually won a Nobel Peace Prize for his work with developing high-yield crops, and for helping prevent starvation in many developing countries. In addition to producing larger quantities of food, the Green Revolution was also beneficial because it made it possible to grow more crops on roughly the same amount of land with a similar amount of effort. This reduced production costs and also resulted in cheaper prices for food in the market. The ability to grow more food on the same amount of land was also beneficial to the environment because it meant that less forest or natural land needed to be converted to farmland to produce more food. This is demonstrated by the fact that from 1961 to 2008, as the human population increased by 100% and the production of food rose by 150%, the amount of forests and natural land converted to farm only increased by 10%. The natural land that is currently not needed for agricultural land is safe for the time being and can be utilized by animals and plants for their natural habitat. Although the Green Revolution had several benefits, there were also some issues associated with this period that affected both the environment and society. The use of chemical fertilizers and synthetic herbicides and pesticides dramatically influenced the environment by increasing pollution and erosion. The new materials added to the soil and plants polluted the soil and water systems around the fields. The pollution of the water exposed people and the environment downstream to the chemicals being used in the farm fields. The pollution of the soil resulted in lower soil quality, which increased the risk of erosion of the topsoil. In addition to pollution, the environment was also influenced by the large irrigation systems that were required to sustain the growth of the plants. The large amount of water required put pressure on the natural water resources and resulted in water shortages and droughts. The environment was also negatively affected by the Green Revolution due to the consumption of more energy. From 1900 to 2000, the amount of energy put into agriculture worldwide increased 80 times due to the shift from human and animal labor to the use of large machines. The increase in energy consumption and the dependency on more fossil fuels has resulted in pollution and has caused harm to the environment. In addition to the environmental impacts of the period, the Green Revolution also had impacts on society. As we now know, as a result of advances in agricultural technology, commercial farms were able to produce more food and sell it at lower prices. On the other hand, many small, low-income farms were not able to afford the new technologies and therefore did not reduce their prices or costs. This made it very difficult for small farms to compete with commercial farms, and eventually many small farms were forced to sell their land. As they did so, a part of history and tradition in the United States was lost. The Green Revolution, which was a period when the productivity of global agriculture increased drastically as a result of new advances, was a very important period in agricultural history. During this time period, the amount of crops produced rose due to the introduction of chemical fertilizers and synthetic herbicides and pesticides. The increase in productivity was also influenced by the development of high-yield crops, which are crops that are specifically designed to produce more overall yield, and the use of multiple cropping, which is when a field is used to grow 2 or more crops throughout the year so that the field constantly has something growing on it. Overall, the Green Revolution had many benefits, but also several issues associated with it. It was beneficial because it helped produce more food and prevented the starvation of many people. It also resulted in lower production costs and sale prices of produce. Although it has several benefits, the Green Revolution also had some negative effects on the environment and society. As a result of this period, some small farmers had to sell their land because they could not afford the new technologies and therefore could not compete with commercial farms. In addition, the environment was negatively affected through increased pollution and erosion, more pressure on water systems, and higher rates of energy consumption. Although the Green Revolution has been successful in producing more food, it is only a temporary solution. Some scientists are calling for a second Green Revolution and are referring to it as the doubly Green Revolution. In this revolution, they want to develop new technologies and agricultural methods that will increase overall production, but will also conserve natural resources and limit the effects on the environment. By developing new technologies that are more sustainable, it may be possible to provide food for the ever-increasing population without destroying the environment. What do you think would happen if all of the undeveloped land in the United States was converted for agricultural use? Some people might see this as a good thing because it would make it possible to produce more food to feed the growing human population, while other people would not be happy with this change. Although producing food is an important act, it is also very important to conserve the natural, undisturbed land that surrounds agricultural fields. To conserve land means to protect the land from harm or destruction, and in this case, it is the harm caused by humans as they convert land for agriculture. Although most people look at a farm field and a forest as two distinct environments, they are, in fact, extremely interconnected. It is important to conserve the natural forests around farm fields because the plants and animals of both ecosystems interact and depend on each other. Animals travel between the two ecosystems and might rely on the different ecosystems for different aspects of their life. For example, a mouse might live in the farm field but travel to the forest next door to find food. In addition, plants might rely on the interaction between the farm and natural habitat to spread seeds or for fertilization. You might see wild mustard in a forest and farmed mustard plants in a field. These two types of mustard are connected because they may rely on the same mechanism for pollination and they might cross-pollinate each other. When it is thought that an ecosystem is being harmed or threatened, there are several criteria that can be used to evaluate the ecosystem and determine if it is endangered. The criteria that are used to evaluate an ecosystem include the size of the ecosystem, location, connectivity, habitat quality, wildlife composition, and the level of human activity. To remember the criteria, you could use the mnemonic, Susie's lazy cousin always cries quickly. The size and location of the ecosystem is evaluated because this makes it possible for evaluators to determine how much land is being considered for conservation and also what is around the ecosystem and might influence it. Connectivity, which in ecological terms is the degree to which different habitats connect to each other, is also examined when evaluating an ecosystem. Connectivity can be thought of as paths that connect two habitats, similar to sidewalks that connect houses. The level of connectivity is an important criterion because it demonstrates how the ecosystem interacts with other nearby habitats. The previous criteria were related to the physical design of the ecosystem, but there are also several criteria that examine what is within the ecosystem. The habitat quality, which is often thought of as the soil quality and the availability of food and shelter, is another criterion for evaluating an ecosystem. It is important to examine habitat quality in order to determine if the ecosystem is healthy and is worth conserving. The wildlife composition, which is the types of species that live in the ecosystem and their ecological structure, is also an important criterion. Ecosystems that have a varied wildlife composition and support a variety of organisms are more likely to be healthy. The final criterion for evaluating an ecosystem is the level of human activity, which can come in the form of recreation, building, farming, or any other activity on the land. It is important to evaluate the level of human activity to determine the extent to which humans are influencing the ecosystem. There are many endangered ecosystems throughout the world, and in the United States there are 3 ecosystems characterized as the most endangered. Prairies are the ecosystem in the United States that are the most endangered. This type of ecosystem is dominated by grasses, but has a wide variety of plant and animal species. The prairie ecosystem is also known for having very rich soil. Prairies are also known for the animals that inhabit them, including prairie dogs, prairie chickens, and very large bison. Over the past 150 years, the acreage of prairies has reduced significantly because it has been converted for farming due to the rich soil. Behind prairies, the other most endangered ecosystems in the United States are wetlands and sagebrush. Wetlands are characterized by saturated land, are home to many endangered species, and are commonly used by many species as a safe habitat to raise offspring. Wetlands are also a great place for humans to go canoeing, fishing, and bird watching. Sagebrush ecosystems are very unique and are often referred to as cold deserts. This type of ecosystem is semi-arid, has cold winters and hot summers, and limited precipitation. Despite the major differences in these two types of ecosystems, they are both highly endangered because they are being converted at high rates for human uses, such as housing, roads, and agriculture. Although it is important to have enough agricultural land, it is also as important to conserve land by protecting the land from harm or destruction. By maintaining natural ecosystems around agricultural land, it is possible to establish a healthy and collaborative relationship between the two types of habitats. These natural habitats are often evaluated to determine the level of harm or destruction occurring, and to determine whether the habitat should be listed as endangered. There are several criteria used to evaluate the health of an ecosystem, including size of the ecosystem, location, connectivity, habitat quality, wildlife composition, and the level of human activity. It is important to investigate all of these criteria in order to determine if an ecosystem is in danger and needs to be protected. In the United States, the three most endangered ecosystems are prairies, wetlands, and sagebrush ecosystems. These three ecosystems are all homes to many species of plants and animals and are being harmed by humans. The destruction of parts of these ecosystems for human use, including agriculture, has resulted in the remaining land being protected. Hopefully, with the protection of endangered natural ecosystems, not only will the land survive, but the benefits of these healthy ecosystems will improve the quality of agricultural land. If you drive through states in the rural Midwestern portion of the United States, you would find yourself surrounded by farm fields for as far as you can see. These farms are essential to our survival because we rely on them to produce the food we eat. As the human population continues to increase, more land is being converted to support agriculture. Currently, 38% of the Earth's land is used for some form of agriculture, and in the United States, over 50% of land is agricultural. In addition to converting more land for agricultural uses, new farming methods have also been developed to produce more food for the growing population. Industrialized agriculture is the type of agriculture where large quantities of crops and livestock are produced through industrial techniques. This type of agriculture was designed to increase the amount of food produced and make it possible to sell those products on a global scale. Although industrialized agriculture has been successful in terms of the amount of food produced, it has had some negative impacts on the environment, including land degradation and habitat fragmentation. One of the major problems associated with industrialized agriculture is the degradation of land. Land degradation is when land changes due to human use and results in the reduction in the overall quality of the environment. Industrialized agriculture can lead to land degradation in multiple ways, including changing soil quality and physical changes to the land. Industrialized agriculture can lead to a reduction in soil quality because the amount of nutrients available to plants decreases over time. Normally, when a plant dies in a forest, it decomposes and returns nutrients to the ground for future plants to use. In industrialized agriculture, crops are harvested and remaining plant parts are also removed from the land. As a result, a large amount of nutrients are removed from the land during harvest, and nutrients are not replenished because the decomposable plant materials are also removed and not allowed to break down. A reduction in soil quality can severely degrade the land because it becomes less fertile and can therefore produce fewer or less healthy crops. Land degradation due to industrialized agriculture can also occur in the form of physical changes to the land. Industrial farms that have large amounts of livestock can drastically change the physical layout of the land. If livestock frequently travel over the same area, they can compact the soil, which makes it harder for plants to grow and water to penetrate the ground. Livestock can also leave land void of vegetation if too many animals are grazing in one location. This can lead to erosion, which is when soil components move from one location to another by wind or water. Erosion can also occur as a result of industrialized agriculture when plants are harvested and fields are left uncovered. If erosion occurs in a field, it can cause serious problems because the design of the land and amount of soil will change, and the land will most likely become very dry. These changes in the land due to erosion can make it more difficult to establish healthy crops and vegetation for livestock. Another way that industrialized agriculture has affected the environment is through habitat fragmentation. Habitat fragmentation is when an intact area of the environment is divided up into smaller patches as a result of human activity. Industrialized agriculture causes a great deal of habitat fragmentation because in order to create large crop fields, parts of the natural environment have to be converted. Most natural habitats, especially forests, are large connected areas, and when a part of that area is converted for agriculture, it creates smaller, disconnected patches of forest. Converting forest to agricultural land reduces the amount of land available for native animals and plants and causes additional problems for the inhabitants of the forest. The remaining forest can become overcrowded because the species that previously inhabited the now agricultural land will migrate to the forest that is left intact. This could lead to competition for food and space between the species, and could potentially cause shifts in the population dynamics of the habitat. The fragmentation of habitat also makes it more difficult for species to travel to other locations. As a result of the isolation caused by habitat fragmentation, the genetic diversity of species can decrease due to the lower number of potential mates in the smaller habitat and the inability to travel to find other mates. Also, if species want to travel to a different patch of forest, they are often forced to cross farm fields and roads, and these locations can be very dangerous. Although industrialized agriculture, which is the type of agriculture that produces large quantities of crops and livestock with industrial techniques, has made it possible to feed the growing human population, it has done so while having a negative impact on the environment. Industrialized agriculture has caused land degradation, which is when the environment changes due to human use and causes a reduction in the overall quality of the land. Agricultural lands have been degraded by reductions in soil quality and physical changes to the land, such as erosion and compression from livestock. Habitat fragmentation, which is when an intact area of the environment is divided up into smaller patches as a result of human activity, has also occurred due to industrialized agriculture. By transforming forests to farm fields, the remaining forest is divided into smaller patches of land, which causes those smaller fragments to become overcrowded and isolated from other patches. In order to ensure that industrialized agriculture continues to produce enough food for the population while reducing the harm done to the environment, it is important for scientists and farmers to design new farming techniques that will preserve the land already designated for farming. If you had to choose, which would you prefer to eat? Food that is grown more naturally, or food that is enhanced by spraying it with pesticides or applying chemical fertilizers? Most people would prefer the natural food that is free of chemicals and artificial enhancements. Unfortunately, the majority of food we consume is produced using industrialized agriculture, which is a type of agriculture where large quantities of crops and livestock are produced through industrial techniques for the purpose of sale. This type of agriculture relies heavily on a variety of chemicals and artificial enhancements, such as pesticides, fertilizers, and genetically modified organisms. This type of agriculture also uses a large amount of fossil fuels and large machines to manage the farmland. Although industrialized agriculture has made it possible to produce large quantities of food, due to the negative aspects of this technique, there has been a shift towards sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture is a type of agriculture that focuses on producing long-term crops and livestock while having minimal effects on the environment. This type of agriculture tries to find a good balance between the need for food production and the preservation of the ecological system within the environment. In addition to producing food, there are several overall goals associated with sustainable agriculture, including conserving water, reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides, and promoting biodiversity in crops grown and the ecosystem. Sustainable agriculture also focuses on maintaining economic stability of farms and helping farmers improve their techniques and quality of life. There are many farming strategies that are used to help make agriculture more sustainable. Some of the most common techniques include growing plants that can create their own nutrients to reduce the use of fertilizers, and rotating crops in fields, which minimizes pesticide use because the crops are changing frequently. Another common technique is mixing crops, which reduces the risk of a disease destroying a whole crop and decreases the need for pesticides and herbicides. Sustainable farmers also utilize water management systems such as drip irrigation that waste less water. There are many benefits of sustainable agriculture, and overall they can be divided into human health benefits and environmental benefits. In terms of human health, crops grown through sustainable agriculture are better for people. Due to the lack of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, people are not being exposed to or consuming synthetic materials. This limits the risk of people becoming ill from exposure to these chemicals. In addition, the crops produced through sustainable agriculture can also be more nutritious because the overall crops are healthier and more natural. Sustainable agriculture has also had positive impacts on the environment. One major benefit to the environment is that sustainable agriculture uses 30% less energy per unit of crop yield in comparison to industrialized agriculture. This reduced reliance on fossil fuels results in the release of less chemicals and pollution into the environment. Sustainable agriculture also benefits the environment by maintaining soil quality, reducing soil degradation and erosion, and saving water. In addition to these benefits, sustainable agriculture also increases biodiversity of the area by providing a variety of organisms with healthy and natural environments to live in. Although there are many benefits to sustainable agriculture, there are also some issues associated with it. One of the main concerns is that sustainable agriculture does not produce as much food as industrialized agriculture. A study conducted over 2 decades in Switzerland showed that crop yield was 20% lower on farms that practiced sustainable agriculture in relation to farms that utilized industrialized methods. The lower production rates of sustainable agriculture raise concerns that this method will not be able to produce enough food to feed the growing population. Another issue associated with sustainable agriculture is the high cost to consumers. Although it is cheaper for farmers to produce crops sustainably because they are spending less money on pesticides, fertilizers, and fuels for large machines, sustainably produced crops are sold to consumers at higher prices. The higher prices are due to the increase in human labor to produce the crops and the increased nutritional value of the produce. As a result of the higher prices, many people cannot afford crops produced from sustainable agriculture and instead purchase cheaper foods made through industrialized methods. Now, let's review sustainable agriculture and the benefits and issues associated with this type of farming. Sustainable agriculture is a type of agriculture that focuses on producing long-term crops and livestock while having minimal effects on the environment. The main goals of this type of agriculture are to produce food, conserve water, reduce the use of fertilizers and pesticides, promote biodiversity, and maintain a stable economy and lifestyle for farmers. Sustainable agriculture has had many benefits, including benefits to human health, such as increased nutrition and reduced exposure to chemicals. There have also been benefits to the environment, including less energy use, water conservation, maintained soil quality, increased biodiversity, and a reduction in soil degradation and erosion. Although this type of agriculture has been growing in popularity, there are some issues associated with it, including the fact that this method does not produce as much food as industrialized agriculture, and that crops produced through sustainable agriculture are often more expensive to the consumer. Although sustainable agriculture does have some issues and concerns associated with it, this type of agriculture is the key to the future. As the human population grows and more people need to be fed, sustainable agriculture lays the groundwork for how to grow food while maintaining a healthy farming environment that can be used for years to come. Scientists need to develop methods for growing crops in a way that is sustainable, but also increases yield to handle the growing population. In addition, farmers need to be taught about sustainable agriculture and given incentives to change their farming methods for the good of the entire human population. Have you ever been annoyed by a sibling or friend? Often, people refer to someone that bothers them as a pest. In the agricultural world, there are pests of another kind, and they are any unwanted organisms that feed on or harm agricultural crops, ornamental plants, or livestock. Pests can often cause harm to livestock or crops by consuming them or using up vital nutrients. To prevent damage, farmers utilize specific methods to remove or eliminate pest problems. Pesticides, chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests, are the main combat method used. Due to the fact that there are many different types of agricultural pests, there are also many different types of pesticides. Pesticides are often divided into several different categories, including insecticides, fungicides, rodenticides, and herbicides. Insecticides are used to kill unwanted insects, and rodenticides are designed to kill rodents, such as rats and mice. Fungicides are used to kill fungal pests, and herbicides are used to kill unwanted plants, commonly referred to as weeds. In addition to pesticides being characterized by the type of organisms they manage, they are also often divided by their range of coverage. Pesticides can be either narrow spectrum or broad spectrum based on the size of the range of organisms they influence. Pesticides that have a small coverage range are referred to as narrow spectrum pesticides because they are designed to kill or manage a select group of organisms. Narrow spectrum pesticides make it possible to target a specific species or group of organisms that are known to cause damage. Many narrow-spectrum pesticides are designed to interact with a characteristic of the pest that is specific to that organism, such as a pheromone, hormone, or physical feature. An example of a narrow-spectrum pesticide is chitin inhibitors, which are chemicals that interact with chitin, a component of the exoskeleton of insects. This pesticide inhibits the development of chitin and will eventually result in the death of the insect. Although sometimes it is desirable to target a specific species or group of organisms, in some situations it is necessary to eliminate a wider range of pests that are causing harm. Broad-spectrum pesticides are pesticides that are designed to kill or manage a wide variety of organisms. Broad-spectrum pesticides are used when many different species of organisms are causing harm or when the specific organism causing harm is unknown. In order to kill or manage such a large variety of organisms, most broad-spectrum pesticides are designed to target a system that is common in many organisms, such as the nervous system or muscular system. An example of a broad-spectrum pesticide is methyl bromide, which is designed to control pests ranging from small insects and pathogens to larger weeds and rodents. The pesticide can be injected into the ground to kill organisms in the soil that might harm the plant while it is growing. It can also be pumped into warehouses or barns to kill pests that could harm the plant during storage or transport for sale. Although broad-spectrum pesticides can be effective because they can eliminate all possible pests, they can also have undesired effects. When using broad-spectrum pesticides, the chemical can harm both pests and non-pest organisms. In particular, some insecticides cause harm to all insects, and although they kill the harmful insects, they also kill the beneficial insects, such as pollinators. Pollinators are organisms that facilitate plant fertilization by transferring pollen, and some common pollinators include bees and butterflies. If the pesticide kills pollinators, the crop will suffer because the mechanisms for fertilizing the plant will no longer exist. We all rely on crops and livestock produced on farms to supply us with the food we need to sustain a healthy life. In order to ensure that crops and livestock can be grown successfully, farmers must manage agricultural pests, which are any unwanted organisms that feed on or harm agricultural crops, ornamental plants, or livestock. Pesticides are chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests, and they are the main method used to control agricultural pests. There are a wide variety of pesticides in use, and each type of pesticide targets a certain type of pest. The categories of pesticides include insecticides, which kill insects, rodenticides, which kill rodents, fungicides, which target fungal pests, and herbicides, which kill unwanted plants. Pesticides are also classified by the range of organisms that they influence. Narrow-spectrum pesticides are pesticides that are designed to kill or manage a select group of organisms. This type of pesticide makes it possible to manage a specific species or group of organisms by targeting a particular characteristic of that group, such as a pheromone, hormone, or physical feature, like an exoskeleton. On the other hand, broad-spectrum pesticides are pesticides that are designed to kill or manage a wide variety of organisms. These pesticides are used to manage a wide variety of pests by targeting common characteristics that are shared by many different types of organisms, such as the nervous system or muscular system. Although there is a great deal of variation in pesticides, including the types of organisms managed and the range of the management, the overall goal is the same. Pesticides are designed to manage agricultural pests to ensure that crops and livestock can be successfully produced to feed the human population. During the next meal you eat, take a good look at the food on your plate. Just by looking at it, do you think you could tell if the food is all natural or has been modified in some way? One way that food is modified is through genetic engineering. Genetic engineering is when the genetic makeup of an organism is altered by inserting, deleting, or changing specific pieces of DNA. When conducting genetic engineering, the organisms that have their genetic makeup altered are referred to as genetically modified organisms, or GMOs for short. During the process of genetic engineering, a piece or several pieces of DNA are altered to change a characteristic about the organism. If DNA is inserted, it can come from another individual with the desired characteristic, it can come from a different species, or it could be artificially produced. Over the years, genetic engineering has become more common in agriculture. Globally, there are over 25 countries that grow genetically engineered crops on approximately 420 million acres of land, and those numbers are increasing every year. The United States is responsible for producing almost half of the genetically engineered crops planted worldwide, and currently devotes over 40% of U.S. cropland to these modified crops. Although many crops have been genetically engineered over the years, there are 3 crops, corn, soybean, and cotton, that are the focus of genetic engineering. In the United States, about 80% of corn and cotton and 93% of soybeans that are produced are genetically modified. There is a wide variety of types of genetic engineering used in agriculture. One of the most common types of genetic engineering is to insert the genes from bacteria into the crop. This type of genetic engineering works like an insecticide, which is a pesticide that targets unwanted insects, because when the insects consume the crop, they will be infected by the bacteria and will get sick and eventually die. Another common type of genetic engineering is when genes for herbicide resistance are inserted into crops. When herbicides, which are pesticides that target unwanted plants, are sprayed on the field, the weeds will be killed while the crops survive due to the insertion of the resistant genes. In addition to these common types of genetic engineering, agricultural crops are also modified to resist diseases and produce crops that have higher protein concentrations, higher levels of vitamins and minerals, and delayed fruit ripening. The use of genetic engineering and the creation of genetically modified crops has resulted in many benefits for the agricultural world. The most noticeable benefit is that genetic engineering has made it possible to produce more crops in a shorter time period. Due to the modifications that make crops resistant to diseases, it has been possible to increase overall yields. Many genetically modified crops are also designed to grow at a faster rate, which also helps increase overall yield. Genetic engineering has also increased yield by making it possible to grow crops in regions that would otherwise be unsuitable for agriculture, such as areas with salty soil, areas that are drought-prone, and areas with low amounts of sunlight. Through genetic engineering, crops have been modified to tolerate salty soils, be more drought-resistant, and increase their rate of photosynthesis to take advantage of limited sunlight. In addition to increasing productivity, genetic engineering has had several other benefits to agriculture. By modifying crops so that they are resistant to diseases and insects, less chemical pesticides have to be used to combat diseases and pests. Also, if crops are genetically modified to include components of fertilizers, less chemical fertilizers have to be placed on the fields. By reducing the amount of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, there will be less harm done to the environment. Genetic engineering has also made it possible to produce new varieties of crops by mixing genes from multiple different species. Although there are many benefits of genetically engineered crops, there are also some major issues and concerns associated with these types of crops. One major concern is that as pests experience constant exposure to the pesticide or herbicide that is genetically inserted into the crops, they will develop genetic resistance to the chemical. If the pests develop genetic resistance, eventually the genetically modified crops would no longer be successful at preventing harm and would become obsolete. Another major concern about genetic engineering is the long-term effects on human health and the environment. There is little known about the long-term effects of genetically engineered crops, and this makes many people cautious about their use. In terms of human health, there are concerns that genetically engineered crops could contain harmful toxins if the cells mutate, that produce may be lower in nutrition, and that the creation of novel varieties of crops could lead to the development of new and unknown food allergies. In terms of the potential harm to the environment, there is concern that once genetically modified organisms are released into the wild, they cannot be controlled, and they could cause harm to the natural ecosystem. The genetically modified organisms could potentially outcompete native non-pest organisms or prey on non-pest organisms. These new organisms could also interbreed with native organisms and create new species that may not be desirable. Now, let's review the basics of genetic engineering and the benefits and issues associated with its use in agriculture. Genetic engineering is when the genetic makeup of an organism is altered by inserting, deleting, or changing specific pieces of DNA. This results in the creation of genetically modified organisms, which are organisms that have their genetic makeup altered. The use of genetic engineering has become very popular in agriculture, with large portions of common crops produced in the United States and worldwide utilizing this technology. Genetic engineering has made it possible to produce more crops by making plants resistant to diseases, increasing growth rates, and modifying plants so that they can grow in less suitable habitats. Another benefit of genetic engineering is that it has reduced the amount of chemical pesticides and fertilizers used because the modified plants are designed to produce those materials themselves. Genetic engineering has also made it possible to produce new varieties of crops and potentially expand dietary variation. Although there have been many benefits to genetic engineering, there are also numerous issues associated with it. Overall, people are concerned about the long-term effects of genetically modified crops on human health and the environment. There is concern that these new organisms may introduce harmful toxins into the human body or create new allergies. On the environmental side, there is concern that new organisms could alter the natural ecosystem by causing harm to non-pest organisms and spreading their genes through interbreeding. In addition to these concerns, it is also possible that pests develop genetic resistance to the genetically modified organisms, and new crops would have to be designed. As you can now see, the topic of genetic engineering in agriculture is a very complex argument. Although genetic engineering has made it possible to increase food production and improve global food security, the concerns about this technology are serious and must be addressed. In order to learn more about the potential harm of genetically modified organisms, long-term experiments and testing need to be conducted. Scientists also need to work to develop new and safer methods of food production. Unfortunately, the production of genetically modified organisms is not going to stop while scientists test the safety of these crops and discover new production methods. So scientists need to work fast, and governments need to establish strict regulations on these types of crops to control their use and prevent any future harm. What do you think is the main goal of agriculture? Agriculture was developed to produce crops and livestock for human consumption. As the human population increases, the amount of food produced is very important. Unfortunately, there are other organisms out there that want to consume the crops that are meant for humans. It is estimated that nearly 37% of all crops produced in the United States each year are destroyed by agricultural pests, which results in an economic loss of around $122 billion each year. Due to this high loss in food production, pesticides are often used to try to combat the problem. Pesticides are chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests. There are many different types of pesticides on the market today, but the most common are herbicides and insecticides, which kill or manage unwanted plants and insects. The damage caused by agricultural pests is a global problem, and over the past half-century, the amount of pesticides used has increased fourfold. Over the years, the widespread use of pesticides has had several benefits and also caused many problems. The benefits of pesticides include increased food production, increased profits for farmers, and the prevention of diseases. Although pests consume or harm a large portion of agricultural crops, without the use of pesticides, it is likely that they would consume a higher percentage. Due to the use of pesticides, it is possible to combat pests and produce larger quantities of food. By producing more crops, farmers are also able to increase profits by having more produce to sell. Pesticides also increase farm profits by helping the farmer save money on labor costs. Using pesticides reduces the amount of time required to manually remove weeds and pests from fields. In addition to saving crops and livestock, pesticides have also had direct benefits to human health. It is estimated that since 1945, the use of pesticides has prevented the deaths of around 7 million people by killing pests that carry or transmit diseases. Malaria, which is transmitted by infected mosquitoes, is one of the most commonly known and deadly diseases that has decreased in prevalence due to the use of pesticides. Other diseases that were minimized due to the use of pesticides include the bubonic plague, which is carried by rat fleas, and typhus, which is transmitted by both fleas and body lice. Although there are benefits to the use of pesticides, there have also been many problems associated with their use. When pesticides are used, they do not always stay in the location where they are applied. They are mobile in the environment and often move through water, air, and soil. The problem with pesticide mobility is that when they travel, the pesticides come in contact with other organisms and can cause harm. Pesticides have also been shown to disrupt the balance of an ecosystem. In many situations, when a pesticide is used, it also kills non-pest organisms. This can drastically alter the natural balance of the ecosystem. By removing non-pest organisms, the environment can be changed to favor the pest. In addition to causing harm to wildlife, pesticides that travel from their original location are known to cause harm to humans. Human exposure to pesticides has caused poisonings, the development of cancer, and the deaths of between 20,000 and 40,000 people worldwide each year. Another major problem associated with pesticide use is bioaccumulation and biological magnification. Bioaccumulation is when a substance builds up in the body because the body does not have the proper mechanisms to remove it. Many synthetic pesticides are not able to be broken down. Once they enter the body of an organism, they are permanently stored in the body tissue. The pesticides that accumulate in an organism's body can cause harm to the organism or can be passed on to a predator. Due to the fact that the pesticides are integrated into the tissue of an organism, when it is consumed by a predator, the pesticides are transferred. As the predator consumes more exposed individuals, the concentration of pesticides in their own body will increase. Organisms that are higher in the food chain will have increased concentrations of pesticides because they consumed many lower-level organisms and received the pesticides stored in those organisms. Biological magnification, also known as biomagnification, is the term used to describe when chemicals, in this case pesticides, increase in concentration with each level of the food chain. A famous example of biomagnification is with the pesticide known as DDT. Starting in the 1950s, this pesticide was used to kill mosquitoes and sprayed on crops to kill pests. DDT got into the water supply and was integrated into the bodies of zooplankton, which were then consumed by small fish and then larger fish. Eventually, the larger fish were eaten by predatory birds, and due to the biomagnification of the pesticide, the birds were killed by the large concentration of pesticides that accumulated in their bodies. This led to the near extinction of several predatory birds, including the bald eagle and peregrine falcon. Genetic resistance is one problem associated with pesticide use that has become more of an issue over the years. Genetic resistance is when a species' genetic makeup changes over generations and results in the species becoming resistant to something that used to cause it harm. In relation to pesticide use, genetic resistance has occurred in many pests over the years, especially insects. When a pesticide is applied to crops, most of the pests are killed, but it is possible that some individuals survive because they possess the ability to metabolize or detoxify the pesticide. The pests that survive continue to breed and pass along their genetic information, which possesses their resistance to the pesticide. Over generations, the number of individuals with resistance to the pesticide will increase because they are the only ones that can survive and reproduce. Eventually, the entire population of pests will be resistant to the pesticide, and it will be rendered useless. As a result, farmers must use higher concentrations of the pesticide or try new, potentially more toxic chemicals. Now, let's review the use of pesticides, which are chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests. Pesticides are widely used in the agricultural field to deal with pests. Over the years, the amount of pesticides used worldwide has increased significantly. There are several benefits to the use of pesticides, such as increased food production, increased profits for farmers, and the prevention of diseases. Although pesticides are widely used and the benefits are helpful to the human population, there are many problems associated with pesticides. One problem with pesticides is that they are mobile in the environment and can therefore travel through air, water, and soil to cause harm to the environment, animals, and humans. Pesticides are also known to disrupt the balance of an ecosystem by causing harm to organisms that are not pests. The pesticides can kill beneficial organisms and change the dynamic of the ecosystem. Another major problem associated with the use of pesticides is development of bioaccumulation and biological magnification. Bioaccumulation is when a substance builds up in the body because the body does not have the proper mechanisms to remove it. Pesticides build up in the body of organisms and are later passed to their predators when consumed. This leads to biological magnification, which is when chemicals, in this case pesticides, increase in concentration with each level of the food chain. One of the most major problems associated with pesticide use is the fact that pesticides become less effective over time as species develop genetic resistance, which is when a species' genetic makeup changes over generations and results in the species becoming resistant to something that used to cause it harm. Although pesticides have made it possible to produce more food and feed the growing human population, after examining the problems associated with pesticide use, it is evident that something needs to change. Due to the severity of the problems associated with pesticide use, both scientists and farmers need to work together to develop safer methods of pest control to ensure the production of enough food. Imagine you saw an insect eating the leaves of the tomato plant you are growing in your garden. How would you deal with this pest? For the last half-century, when pests were found in agricultural fields, pesticides were used to manage the infestation. Pesticides are chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests. Some pesticides target specific insects, rodents, weeds, or fungi, while others are broad and manage a wide range of unwanted organisms. Although pesticide use has become very common worldwide, many new pest control methods are being developed. These alternative pest control methods are designed to help control the pest population while protecting the environment and human health. The most common alternative pest control methods include biological control, natural chemical control, and genetic control. In addition to these specific pest control methods, a complex management system known as integrated pest management has also been developed. One common alternative method used for controlling pests is biological control, which is when natural predators of the pest are introduced to prey on or parasitize the pest. When using this method, farmers get natural predators of the pest and release them into their fields so that the predators can manage the pest population. In addition to predators that will consume the pests, parasites of the pest can also be introduced, and they will infest the pest and cause harm or potentially kill it. An example of a successful use of biological control is the case of the brocconoid wasp and the hornworm caterpillars. The hornworm caterpillars were consuming the leaves of many crops, and the wasps were introduced to control the hornworm population. The wasps are parasites of the caterpillars. They lay their eggs in the caterpillar's body. The wasp larvae hatch and use the caterpillar for nutrients and eventually cause the death of the caterpillar. Through this method of biological control, the wasps are able to reduce the hornworm population while increasing their own population. Although biological controls can be very beneficial, they can also cause problems for the environment. Sometimes biological control organisms begin to take over an environment and can cause harm to non-pest organisms. Unfortunately, once biological control organisms are introduced into the environment, they are almost impossible to remove. If they act differently than expected, it is possible that they can do more damage than the pesticides they are supposed to replace. Natural chemical control is another alternative method of pest management that utilizes chemical compounds found in the environment to manage pests. The most commonly used natural chemicals are pheromones and hormones, which are specific to the pest species being targeted and have limited influence on other species. Pheromones are chemicals that an individual releases to communicate with another individual of the same species. Scientists have identified and artificially created many pest pheromones that can be used to manage pests. Pheromones related to mating can be used to lure pests into traps, where they can be removed or exterminated. The other most common natural chemical control used is hormones. Hormones are chemicals produced by an organism that control the growth and functioning of the organism. Hormones of pests have been extracted and synthesized and can be released into the environment. The hormones released interfere with the normal development or functioning of the organism and cause it to die or stop progressing in its life cycle. As agricultural technology has advanced, scientists have developed alternative methods of pest management that focus on the genetics of the organism. Genetic control is the method of pest management where the crops are genetically altered so that they are resistant to pests and diseases caused by pests. Crops can be genetically altered in ways that produce chemical or physical barriers to prevent harm from pests. An example of genetic control is the development of potatoes that are resistant to potato blight, which is a disease caused by a fungal parasite. This is the disease that caused the potato famine in Ireland in the mid-1800s and resulted in the starvation of almost 1 million people and the migration of another 1 million. By creating crops that are genetically resistant to the parasite and disease, it is possible to prevent such an event from happening again. Although genetic control has made it possible to reduce the damage done by pests, there are some concerns over changing the genetics of organisms. Many people are concerned that by genetically altering crops, it might lower the nutritional value of the crop, cause harm to beneficial organisms, lower overall genetic diversity, and create new food allergies. In addition to these specific alternative pest control methods, a complex management system known as integrated pest management has also been developed. Integrated pest management is a system that uses multiple pest control techniques together to establish long-term management of pests. This system combines alternative pest control methods previously mentioned, biological controls, natural chemical controls, and genetic controls, with additional techniques such as limited pesticide use, monitoring of populations, habitat alteration, crop rotation, and mechanical pest removal. The integrated pest management system was developed to take the most effective and most environmentally safe aspects of each technique and combine them to successfully manage pests. Although pesticides, which are chemicals that kill or manage the population of pests, have been used for many years, several alternative pest control methods have been developed. One of the alternative pest control methods is called biological control, and this is when natural predators of the pest are introduced to prey on or parasitize the pest. This alternative method has been successful at eradicating entire species of pests, but can also be problematic if introduced predators harm other non-pest organisms. Another type of alternative pest control is natural chemical control, which is when chemical compounds found in the environment are used to manage pests. This alternative method most commonly includes the use of pheromones or hormones to either attract and trap the pest or alter the functioning of the pest's body. The last type of alternative pest control method is genetic control. Genetic control is the method of pest management where crops are genetically altered so that they are resistant to pests and diseases caused by pests. Most commonly, crops are genetically altered so that they have additional chemical or physical barriers that prevent harm from pests. Although these alternative pest control methods have been very beneficial, they also have some issues associated with them. Due to the fact that there are drawbacks to all pest control methods, a complex management system was developed that combines the most effective portions of many techniques. This system is referred to as integrated pest management, and it is defined as a system that uses multiple pest control techniques together to establish long-term management of pests. Advancements such as the integrated pest management system are very important to the field of agriculture because they provide a plan for the future of pest control. In order to preserve the crops we have and ensure successful crops in the future, it is important to develop management systems that will be more effective and environmentally friendly.
Before the 18th and 19th century, people produced their food, clothing, and crops mostly by hand and using small tools. This often required much time and energy. The Industrial Revolution brought about change in the way goods were produced. There were several new inventions that allowed for the mass production of products, especially in the field of agriculture. One such invention was the mechanical reaper. The mechanical reaper was invented by Cyrus McCormick in 1831. This machine was used by farmers to harvest crops mechanically. For hundreds of years, farmers and field workers had to harvest crops by hand using a sickle or other methods, which was an arduous task at best. The McCormick mechanical reaper replaced the manual cutting of the crop with scythes and sickles. This new invention allowed wheat to be harvested quicker and with less labor force. McCormick was born on a Virginia farm in 1809. His interest in machines stemmed from watching his father's early attempts to design a horse-drawn mechanical reaper. After over 20 years of his father trying to perfect the reaper, Cyrus took over the project and by 1831 was demonstrating his improved horse-drawn reaper in nearby towns. After numerous tests, the reaper was harvesting about an acre an hour, whereas before it would have taken an entire day to harvest anywhere between an acre to 3 acres. The machine was loud and cumbersome, but it made a farmer's job much easier. McCormick was able to secure a patent on the device in 1834. By 1860, more than 100,000 reapers were in use on Western farms. It could be said that no one was more influential in changing American agriculture than Cyrus McCormick. His invention revolutionized farming by combining many steps involved in harvesting crops into one machine. McCormick's reaper could cut more wheat in a day than a half-dozen farmhands. The machine's speed increased crop yields, decreased the number of farmhands needed, and helped turn the Midwest into the nation's breadbasket region. Because farmers were able to harvest wheat so quickly, they began to plant more of it. Growing wheat in this region became profitable. McCormick's reaper ensured that raising wheat would remain the main economic activity in the Midwest. New machines and new improvements in transportation helped farmers plant more acres of cash crops planted strictly for sale. Midwestern farmers began growing more wheat and shipping it east by train and canal. It brought about an industrial revolution as well as a vast change in agriculture. Cyrus McCormick was more than an inventor. He was responsible for revolutionizing agriculture throughout the country. The mechanical reaper was used by farmers to harvest crops mechanically. This machine proved to be the answer for wheat farmers because it increased food production as well as made harvesting easier. Farmers could now process more wheat much quicker and with less labor force. This proved to be a huge economic benefit in the agriculture world. New machines and new improvements in transportation helped farmers plant more acres of cash crops planted strictly for sale.
Take a minute and think about all the items you dispose of each day. During a given day, we throw out a variety of items, including uneaten food, junk mail, broken items, and packaging materials. Although we just call these items trash, Formally, these items are examples of solid waste. Solid waste is a general term used to describe objects or particles that accumulate at the location where they are produced. Now, think back on the amount of waste you produce each day and multiply that by 300 million, which is the approximate population of the United States. That would be one large pile of waste. In fact, each year in the United States, over 11 billion tons of solid waste is disposed of. Due to the large variety of items that are considered solid waste, the type of waste is often divided into two categories. The categories of solid waste are referred to as municipal solid waste and non-municipal solid waste, and these two types of waste vary by where the waste originates. Municipal solid waste refers to any non-liquid waste that is created by an individual person, household, small business, or institution, such as a school or hospital. This type of waste is commonly called trash or garbage and includes everyday items, things that are broken, food that is spoiled, or simply any item a person no longer needs or wants. The most common items disposed of as municipal solid waste are paper, yard trimmings, food, plastics, metals, rubbers, and textiles. In recent years, the amount of electronic waste, also known as e-waste, has drastically increased as people become more reliant on electronics, such as computers and cell phones, that are replaced and disposed of frequently. Based on the definition of municipal solid waste, the waste that you dispose of every day would fall into this category. In the United States, people produce around 220 million tons of municipal solid waste each year. Although it is necessary to dispose of items, the shocking fact is that 25 million tons of the total amount of municipal solid waste is something that is valuable and important for human survival. Food. Food accounts for a large amount of waste each year. It is estimated that nearly 1/4 of the food produced is disposed of. In a world where some people are struggling to get enough food to survive, this statistic is alarming and bothersome. Although municipal solid waste is what we as individuals are used to, there is another type of waste that produces much larger quantities of material. Non-municipal solid waste is any non-liquid waste that is created due to the production of a product. Although products can sometimes turn into municipal solid waste themselves when they break or are done being used, non-municipal solid waste refers to any waste that is created while the product is being manufactured and before it reaches the consumer. The amount of non-municipal solid waste fluctuates more than municipal solid waste because it is influenced by changes in consumer demand and consumption. Non-municipal solid waste is a large category of waste that is often divided into three types: mining waste, agricultural waste, and industrial waste. Mining waste accounts for the majority of non-municipal solid waste in the United States, but the exact amount is difficult to determine because of the nature of mining. The main source of mining waste is the rocks and soil removed from the ground. Mining waste also includes the equipment used and any waste produced at the mining site. The exact amount of mining waste is hard to determine because the waste is not always accounted for or disposed of properly, such as rocks being dumped illegally. The second most common type of non-municipal solid waste is agricultural waste. Agricultural waste includes any waste produced from raising livestock and growing, harvesting, and processing crops. Agricultural waste is unique because the majority of it is organic and can be recycled and reused for other purposes. For example, manure from livestock can be used to fertilize crops. Unused plant parts, such as stems and seeds, can be used to add nutrients to the soil or burned for energy. The last and least common type of non-municipal solid waste is industrial waste. This is the waste from an industry other than mining or agriculture. The most common examples of industrial waste are waste from demolition and scraps of material from manufacturing and clothing production. Now, let's review solid waste and the different types. Solid waste is any objects or particles that accumulate at the location where they are produced. This type of waste is often divided into two subtypes based on where the waste comes from. Municipal solid waste is any non-liquid waste that is created by an individual person, household, small business, or institution. This includes the waste that you produce and dispose of on a daily basis, such as uneaten food and papers. Non-municipal solid waste is any non-liquid waste that is created due to the production of a product. This type of waste is categorized even more and includes mining waste, agricultural waste, and industrial waste. The amount of waste generated in the United States has almost tripled since the 1960s, and on an individual basis, each person produces around 60% more waste. As the human population increases and we as consumers acquire more goods, the amount of waste produced is going to keep increasing. This can be a frightening thought when you consider what will happen to all of that trash. For the sake of the human population and the future of the planet, it is important that waste be handled correctly. It is also important for people and industries to reduce the amount of waste they are producing and to reuse and recycle items whenever possible. When you throw away half-eaten food or a broken item, do you ever think about what happens next? For most people, once an item goes in the trash can, it is no longer thought of. But for the item, the journey continues. Historically, trash was removed from the home or business and placed in large open-aired piles. This method resulted in harsh odors, contamination, and infestation by rodents and insects. In 1935, a new system of waste disposal, called sanitary landfills, was created in Fresno, California. Currently, over 55% of all municipal solid waste that is created in the United States is disposed of in sanitary landfills. Sanitary landfills are a method of waste disposal where the waste is buried either underground or in large piles. This method of waste disposal is controlled and monitored very closely. For sanitary landfills, the process starts by digging a large hole in the ground that is then lined with thick plastic, normally 2 to 4 feet thick, and a layer of impervious clay. The bottom of the landfill is also lined with a network of plumbing that functions as a collection system for any liquids. Leachates is the term used to describe liquids that leach or leak from the landfill, and this system collects the leachates. These components of the sanitary landfill help prevent materials and liquids from spreading to the surrounding ground and waterways. Once the landfill is set up, waste can then be added to the landfill. Instead of simply filling the landfill completely with waste, the landfill is organized in layers. The layers alternate between waste and soil. This alternation of materials reduces odors and allows for more rapid decomposition, which is the breakdown of materials. When a landfill is full, it is sealed and covered in a thick layer of clay. Once the landfill has been evaluated and considered safe, it can be converted to a park or open space for human use. It is interesting to think that a location where we put our unwanted materials can then be turned into a location for recreation and fun. When you compare sanitary landfills to the previous waste disposal method of open-aired piles, the landfills are clearly a step in the right direction. Although sanitary landfills are an improvement over previous methods, there are still many issues and concerns associated with this method of waste disposal. The largest issue associated with sanitary landfills is the risk of pollution. As waste breaks down, methane gas is created, and if it escapes from the landfill, it could pollute the air. In addition, methane gas can be dangerous if it builds up in the landfill because it is flammable and could be explosive. Along with air pollution, sanitary landfills also pose a threat to water systems. If the lining of the landfill is punctured or the collection system breaks, leachates could travel from the landfill to the surrounding ground and contaminate the groundwater. Another issue with sanitary landfills is their location. Would you want a huge hole in the ground full of trash in your neighborhood? Of course not, and most people would agree with you. Due to the fact that most sanitary landfills are unsightly and potentially smelly, they are placed far away from cities and residential areas. Although the distant location of landfills is desirable to people, it causes several problems associated with transporting the waste. The increased transportation results in more air pollution from gas consumption and noise pollution from trucks. There is also concern that due to the design of sanitary landfills, that the rate of decomposition will be slow and potentially incomplete. This could lead to the need for more landfills over time and potentially revisiting landfills that did not decompose completely. In addition to these concerns, people are also worried that landfills may not be safe because as the waste decomposes or settles, the land could shift, causing unstable ground. One of the most famous landfills in the United States is the Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, New York. This landfill was established in 1947 and grew to cover over 2,200 acres. The landfill has 6 large mounds, with the largest being over 225 feet tall, which is larger than the Statue of Liberty. Over 27,000 tons of waste was transported to this landfill each day until it was closed in 2001 after a large public campaign. Although the Fresh Kills landfill was made famous initially for its size, it once again was in the spotlight in late 2001 when it was reopened. The landfill was reopened to accommodate the 1.8 million tons of rubble that resulted from the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings on September 11, 2001. It has been proposed that once the Fresh Kills landfill settles and is deemed safe, it will be turned into a large park with soccer fields, biking and running trails, and a golf course. The park may also have a large natural area, with the peaks of the mounds providing a great view of New York City. In addition to these recreational purposes, it is planned that the park will also be the site of a monument in tribute to those lost on September 11, 2001. Next time you consider eating the rest of your apple or throwing it in the trash, think of where the waste will end up. Most likely, it will end up in a sanitary landfill, which is a method of waste disposal where the waste is buried either underground or in large piles. Sanitary landfills work by layering waste and soil in a large hole in the ground that is lined with plastic and clay. The waste is allowed to decompose, and the linings help prevent contamination. When landfills are full, they are often capped and transformed into parks or natural areas. Although landfills can result in beautiful new parks, they can also cause many issues, including air pollution from both the release of methane gas and the transportation of waste to landfills. Landfills can also cause contamination of water systems if leachates, which are liquids that leach or leak from the landfill, enter the groundwater. Other issues associated with sanitary landfills are that they slow the rate of decomposition and create unstable ground as the waste below settles and breaks down. Due to the problems associated with sanitary landfills, it is important to invest more research and effort into advancements of this type of waste disposal to ensure the safe and effective disposal of current and future waste. Next time you drag your trash can out to the road or place your trash bags on the curb, take a minute and look at the amount of waste you or your household produces each week. Is it 1 bag, 2, or maybe more? Each year in the United States, people produce nearly 220 million tons of municipal solid waste. Due to this large amount of waste produced, there are several methods of waste management that are implemented. One waste management strategy is to use mass burn incinerators, which are large facilities where waste is burned at very high temperatures. When these facilities were first created, they were very basic, with the waste being burned and the ash being transported to landfills for disposal. Over the years, mass burn incinerators have become much more complex facilities. Most mass burn incinerators that are still in use are now referred to as waste-to-energy facilities because they harness the heat produced from burning the waste to create energy. Waste is first transported to the mass burn incinerator and inspected. Recyclables and items larger than couches are removed. The waste then passes through strong magnets that remove metals that can be sold. The remaining waste is then shredded to create pieces less than 6 inches. Once all sorting and shredding is complete, the waste is moved into a furnace with temperatures over 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. The smaller pieces of waste burn in the air, while larger pieces burn as they move along a belt. While the incinerator is on, water is being circulated throughout the walls of the boiler. This process creates steam that is then used to drive turbines that produce energy. When the waste has been completely burned, the ash, known as bottom ash, is processed to remove any remaining metals. The combustion gas that is produced during the burning of the waste is moved through a structure called a scrubber, where the gas is chemically treated to remove hazardous components and neutralize noxious gases such as sulfur dioxide. During this process, many gases are turned into water and salts. These particulates that form are referred to as fly ash. The remaining gas and the fly ash are then passed through a structure known as the baghouse, which filters out the particulates. This last step lowers the amount of pollutants entering the air. The remaining gas is released through smokestacks, and the fly ash collected is combined with the bottom ash from the waste and transported to a landfill. As of 2013, there are 86 mass burn incinerators in the United States, and on average, each facility processes around 1 million tons of municipal solid waste each year. Most facilities also recycle around 40,000 tons of metal, which can be sold for profit. The facilities that convert steam to energy are able to produce 65 megawatts of power. This number might not seem like much, but that much energy can provide electricity to power around 65,000 homes. Although mass burn incinerators have been an effective method for reducing the volume of waste that enters landfills, there are several issues associated with these facilities. First, finding a suitable location for mass burn incinerators is difficult because people do not want to live near them. They are often placed in industrial areas where people do not have to see them or do not notice the odor or smokestacks. These facilities are also very expensive to build, with construction for a single facility ranging from $100 to $300 million. Due to the expense of construction, cities often buy into long-term agreements with the facility to ensure that enough waste is produced to keep the incinerator running. This can cause problems for the city, because if they do not produce enough waste, they may have to purchase waste from other cities to provide a continuous supply to the facility. Often, this can cause competition with recycling, because cities may knowingly send recyclable materials to mass burn incinerators just to meet their volume requirement. In addition to these issues, mass burn incinerators are also a concern due to the products they release. The ash produced can contain metals and hazardous substances, and therefore must be disposed of in special secure landfills. The largest concern with these facilities is the amount of gases and particulates that are being released and polluting the air. Although there are currently more strict guidelines in place that reduce air pollution, the remaining emissions from smokestacks still cause harm to the atmosphere. Next time you drive by a big city, look for smokestacks. These could be part of mass burn incinerators, which are large facilities where waste is burned at very high temperatures. These facilities are used to take large quantities of waste and reduce the volume through burning. Many facilities are referred to as waste-to-energy facilities because they harness the heat produced from burning the waste to create energy, which can be used to provide electricity to homes. The gas produced during this process is treated in a scrubber and filtered in a baghouse to remove hazardous components and particulates before the gas is released through a smokestack. The ash produced from burning and filtration is then transported to landfills where it will be buried. Although mass burn incinerators are used worldwide and are better than burning waste in open fires, there are several issues associated with these facilities. Finding a suitable location is difficult due to public opposition, and construction is expensive. These facilities can cause problems for cities because they must supply a certain amount of waste, and this can cause competition with recycling programs. The products formed are also an issue because the ash may contain metals and hazardous substances, and the gas released can cause air pollution. While mass burn incinerators may not be the future of waste management, they are still in use. So, more research and technology needs to be applied to ensure safer emissions and less harmful products. We, as humans, produce a large amount of waste, and in order to ensure that smaller mass burn incinerators do not pop up on every block, we need to work to develop new waste management strategies while also reducing the amount of waste we produce. Imagine you see an old tree that has fallen in the forest. Most likely, the tree would be breaking apart and have other organisms growing on it or in it. What you would be observing is the process of decomposition, which is the breakdown of materials. Decomposition is also often referred to as decay or rot. The process of natural decomposition is very important to one type of waste disposal. Composting is a form of waste disposal where organic waste decomposes naturally under oxygen-rich conditions. Although all waste will eventually decompose, only certain waste items are considered compostable and should be added to compost containers. Food waste, such as banana peels, coffee grinds, and eggshells, are great items to compost. Adding meat products to compost should be avoided, because as it decomposes, it will attract large animals and will smell very badly. In addition to food waste, yard waste, such as grass clippings and leaves, can also be added to compost containers. These items will help increase decomposition and help reduce odor as materials break down. As with household food waste, there are also some types of yard waste that should be avoided. Perennial weeds, which are plants that come back year after year, should not be added to compost because they will grow back and spread. Once these waste items are placed in a pile, the composting process can start. The organic materials are broken down naturally by earthworms, bacteria, and other organisms that live in soil. Although the composting process can occur without any further human involvement, most composting involves the addition of water and oxygen, which occurs by turning the compost, to speed up the overall process. After several months, when all the organic material is broken down, the final product is created and is often referred to as humus. As of 2013, over 27% of all municipal solid waste in the United States was comprised of yard and food waste. By composting these items, it makes it possible to reduce the overall amount of waste being sent to landfills and mass burn incinerators. In addition to reducing waste, the process of composting also creates a usable product. The final compost, humus, is nutrient-rich and can be used to amend poor soils and fertilize gardens instead of using chemical fertilizers. The added compost also helps soil retain water and therefore can improve growing conditions. Although decomposition can occur anywhere naturally, composting is more controlled and occurs in two different types of locations. Composting can occur on a large scale through a city or town's municipality. As of 2012, there were over 3,000 municipal composting programs in the United States. Combined, these facilities recycle around 37% of yard waste in the country. This example of composting involves the collection of waste from households and businesses and the transportation of the waste to a compost facility. At the facility, the waste is ground up into small pieces and placed in rows of long piles referred to as windrows. Workers regularly turn the piles to increase oxygen levels and allow the materials to decompose. Once the materials have decomposed completely, the compost is often sifted and sold as fertilizer. Composting can also occur on a small scale by individuals. This example of composting most often occurs in people's backyards. Unlike large-scale composting, where waste is processed in large, long piles, small-scale composting is normally more contained. One of the most common types of small-scale composting is the creation of a 3-bin compost system. This type of compost system has 3 compartments with compost at different stages. It allows people to manage more compost in a smaller area by moving materials between bins as they break down. The compost in the final bin is completely broken down and can be applied to gardens or flower beds. Next time you go to throw out food waste in your normal trash, consider creating a compost container. Composting is a form of waste disposal where organic waste decomposes naturally under oxygen-rich conditions. The most common items composted include organic food waste and yard waste. When these items are placed in a pile, have water added to them, and are turned to increase oxygen levels, the perfect environment is created for microbial organisms to naturally break down the organic materials. The final compost product, often called humus, is full of good nutrients and can be used to fertilize plants, amend poor soil, and aid in water retention. Whether composting is happening on the large scale by municipalities or on the small scale by individuals, it is always beneficial. Composting not only creates beneficial humus, but it also greatly reduces the amount of waste being added to landfills or sent to mass burn incinerators. If you are looking for a quick, simple, and effective way to help the environment, building a compost pile in your backyard or encouraging your city to start composting are great ways to help out. For many years, there has been a divide in how to deal with solid municipal waste. Some believe the answer is waste management, which is the process of managing waste that is created and implementing disposal methods that reduce harm to the environment. The second strategy is waste reduction, which is the process of reducing the total amount of waste produced and also using waste for alternative purposes. Which do you think is more important, managing waste or reducing waste? Although many people have strong opinions about which strategy is preferred, there is a new plan for dealing with waste that combines the two opposing strategies. The system is called Integrated Waste Management, which combines a variety of strategies for both waste management and waste reduction. Some common examples of waste management that are involved in integrated waste management are burying waste in sanitary landfills and burning waste in mass burn incinerators. Integrated waste management can also include waste reduction methods such as reusing, recycling, and composting. It is thought by both scientists and economists that if integrated waste management is implemented on a large scale in the United States, that between 75% and 90% of municipal solid waste could be eliminated due to the variety of strategies in place. Although it might sound simple to implement integrated waste management by using a variety of waste strategies, it is actually more complex. The United States Academy of Science has designed a plan for implementing integrated waste management that includes 3 priorities. The first priority involves the primary prevention of pollution and waste by requiring industries to eliminate or reduce the amount of harmful chemicals used in production, reduce packing materials for products, and make products that last longer and are easier to recycle, reuse, and repair. This first priority targets large industry and attempts to reduce the overall waste produced at the source. The second priority targets small businesses and individuals and focuses on secondary prevention of pollution and waste. This step involves educating and encouraging people to buy reusable products, repair broken items, recycle, reuse products, and compost. The third priority is very different from the first two and focuses solely on waste management, including treating waste to reduce toxicity, burying or incinerating waste, and releasing some waste into the environment for dispersal or dilution. As you can now tell from the priorities of the integrated waste management system, for the system to work efficiently, more effort and attention needs to be paid to waste reduction. Unfortunately, although the priorities were designed by scientists and backed by data, most countries, including the United States, still tend to focus more attention on waste management. Although integrated waste management is designed as a large-scale system, there are things you as an individual can do to support the system. You can set up your kitchen in a way that makes it possible to separate your waste into appropriate categories. To support waste reduction, you can designate a container for recyclables. In some cities, all recyclable materials can go in one container, but in other cities, they must be divided into glass, metals, paper, and plastic. For waste reduction, you can also set up a compost container where you collect food waste for composting. Another way to support reduction is to designate a bag or container where you store plastic grocery bags. Instead of being thrown away, the bags can be reused and given a second life. For waste management, you can have a trash can where you place any waste that cannot be recycled, reused, composted, or repaired. By setting up your kitchen in this manner, you will be helping the environment by reducing the total amount of waste produced and also making sure that only appropriate waste is being sent to landfills or mass burn incinerators. Now, let's review integrated waste management, which is a system that combines a variety of strategies for both waste management and waste reduction. On one side of this system is waste management, which is the process of managing waste that is created and implementing disposal methods that reduce harm to the environment, and involves the use of sanitary landfills and mass burn incinerators. On the other side of this system is waste reduction, which is the process of reducing the total amount of waste produced and also using waste for alternative purposes. Waste reduction includes methods such as recycling, reusing, and composting. Due to the variety of strategies that are incorporated into integrated waste management, a set of 3 priorities have been established. The first priority is primary prevention of pollution and waste by establishing guidelines for industry to reduce waste production. The second priority is secondary prevention of pollution and waste by individuals in the form of recycling, reusing, and composting. The third priority is waste management and deals with handling waste properly once it has been disposed of. Dealing with waste is a very large task due to the large amount of waste produced each year. Integrated waste management is a method that, if implemented based on the priorities, can help reduce the total amount of waste produced while also ensuring that waste is managed properly. Although you may not be able to tell a factory to use less plastic in their packaging, you can do your part by encouraging your legislators to encourage waste reduction and also by setting up your own integrated waste management system in your kitchen. What would you do if you found a container with a skull and crossbones on it, or an image of a bomb exploding? For most people, these symbols would indicate that something dangerous was in the container. Luckily, we do not encounter these symbols often, but it is important to know what they mean. These 2 symbols, along with several others, represent a form of hazardous waste, which is any solid or liquid waste that is considered toxic, chemically reactive, flammable, or corrosive. In terms of hazardous waste, something is considered toxic if it is harmful to human health when a person is exposed to the substance through inhalation, ingestion, or touch. A substance is chemically reactive when it is unstable or could react when exposed to another compound. Hazardous waste that is considered chemically reactive is likely to explode or produce harmful fumes when exposed to other compounds. A flammable substance is anything that is likely to catch on fire, and a corrosive substance is something that can corrode or break down metals. The largest amount of hazardous waste is created in industry, in particular the petroleum and chemical industries, which produce around 70% of all hazardous waste in the United States. The most common examples of hazardous waste from industries in general include solvents used in cleaning, wastewater from petroleum refiners, and ash produced from incinerators or coal-burning power plants. The most dangerous hazardous waste is the waste created by nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons facilities. Although industry creates a large amount of hazardous waste in the United States and other industrial countries, this waste is highly regulated and controlled. Take a look around your home. Do you think you have any hazardous waste? Although at first you might say no, upon closer inspection, most homes contain a variety of hazardous waste items. At any given time, the average household in the United States has approximately 100 pounds of hazardous waste on the premises. The most common examples of hazardous waste found within the home include paints, batteries, solvents, cleaning agents, and pesticides. Now, think about your home again. Do you have any of these items in it? Each year in the United States, around 1.6 million tons of hazardous waste is disposed of by households. Unfortunately, hazardous waste produced from households is far less regulated than industry and more likely to be disposed of improperly, like down the drain, and have a negative impact on the environment. Being that hazardous waste can be harmful in a variety of ways, it needs to be disposed of differently than non-hazardous waste. There are three main methods for disposing of hazardous waste. The first method is to put solid hazardous waste in sanitary landfills, which are a method of waste disposal where the waste is buried either underground or in large piles. Although non-hazardous waste is often disposed of in landfills, the landfills for hazardous waste are constructed and monitored differently. Landfills for hazardous waste are made with thicker impervious liners and with more heavy-duty removal systems for leaching materials. They are also constructed far from aquifers to reduce the risk of water contamination. Hazardous waste that is liquid or has been dissolved is often placed in surface impoundments, which are shallow depressions in the earth that are lined with plastic and impervious materials. The liquid hazardous waste is dumped in the impoundment and left to evaporate. Once the liquid has evaporated, the solid hazardous waste residue remains at the bottom of the impoundment and can be removed and transported to a landfill. Surface impoundments pose many risks, including contamination, and are only used for temporary processing and storage. The third method of hazardous waste disposal is deep well injection, which is when liquid waste is injected into a well that has been created in the porous rock deep below the water table. Around 9 billion gallons of hazardous waste are injected into deep wells each year in the United States. Although this method of hazardous waste disposal is designed to be long-term and keep the waste away from humans and groundwater, sometimes the wells leak or are damaged and waste contaminates the water supply. As we now know, there are many different types of hazardous waste. Although the list is long, there are two types of hazardous waste that have been in the spotlight for years: dioxins and PCBs. Dioxins are a group of toxic chemicals that are formed during the combustion process. Although dioxins can occur naturally from fires or volcanoes, the largest producers of dioxins are factories that bleach paper pulp or produce herbicides. Dioxins are released into the atmosphere and absorbed by animals and humans into their fat tissue. The exposure to dioxins has been linked to cancer, heart disease, and skin diseases. Although the creation and disposal of dioxins is now more closely regulated and controlled, this chemical breaks down slowly and could still be present in the environment. PCBs, which stands for polychlorinated biphenyl, are another hazardous waste substance that have caused a large amount of damage. PCBs are man-made organic chemicals that were used in a variety of manufacturing industries and released into the environment. PCBs were discovered to cause cancer and harmful effects to the human reproductive system, immune system, and nervous system. The creation of PCBs was banned in 1979, but like dioxins, they break down slowly and therefore can still be found today, most commonly in electrical equipment and insulation materials. Hazardous waste is any solid or liquid waste that is considered toxic, chemically reactive, flammable, or corrosive. In terms of hazardous waste, a substance is considered toxic if it is harmful to human health when a person is exposed to the substance, chemically reactive when it is unstable or could react when exposed to another compound, flammable if it is likely to catch on fire, and corrosive if it can corrode or break down metals. The largest amount of hazardous waste is created by industries, mainly the petroleum and chemical industries. Two of the most infamous types of hazardous waste created from industry are dioxins which are a group of toxic chemicals that are formed during the combustion process, and PCBs, which are man-made organic chemicals. Both of these types of solid waste have caused harm to the environment and humans, and are now regulated or banned completely. One important thing to remember with these types and most types of hazardous waste is that they break down very slowly and will remain in the environment causing harm for many years. In addition to industrial hazardous waste, you can find many substances in your home that are also hazardous, including paints, cleaners, and solvents. Due to the large variety and types of hazardous waste, there are multiple methods of hazardous waste disposal. One method is to put solid hazardous waste in sanitary landfills, which are a method of waste disposal where the waste is buried either underground or in large piles. Surface impoundments, which are shallow depressions in the earth that are lined with plastic and impervious materials, are a common disposal method for hazardous waste that is liquid or has been dissolved. The last method of hazardous waste disposal is deep well injection, when liquid waste is injected into a well that has been created in the porous rock deep below the water table. Although hazardous waste is relatively common and methods for processing and disposal are already in place, it is important to continue work to minimize the creation of hazardous waste and improve disposal methods to minimize the effects on the environment. It is also very important for your own safety that you become aware of hazardous substances that are in your home and educate yourself on proper handling and disposal techniques. There is a common mantra that many of us were taught as children, but do not always think of on a daily basis. The mantra is reduce, reuse, recycle, otherwise known as the 3 R's. Over the last half-century, the amount of waste created per person in the United States has almost doubled. The concept and promotion of the 3 R's was created to help combat the drastic increase in solid waste production. Let's start with the first R, which is reduce. The 3 R's are really a waste management hierarchy, with reduce being the most important strategy. In order to reduce the amount of waste produced, it is essential to focus on the source of the waste or where the waste is originally coming from. Source reduction is when products are designed, manufactured, packaged, and used in a way that limits the amount or toxicity of waste created. The first goal of source reduction is simply to reduce the overall amount of waste that is produced. The second goal is to conserve resources by not using raw virgin materials. In other words, by following source reduction, fewer raw materials will have to be used to produce products. Some common industrial examples of source reduction include the creation of merchandise using fewer materials. For example, the waste created from disposable diapers, which has contributed a large amount of volume to landfills over the years, has been reduced by making diapers with 50% less paper pulp. As technology increased, absorbent gel was created that was able to replace the paper pulp. Aluminum cans are also a good example of source reduction because they are now made with 1/3 less aluminum than they were 20 years ago. Both of these examples not only reduce the amount of overall waste created, but they also conserve the natural resources, aluminum and paper pulp, that are used in the manufacturing. Although most examples of source reduction take place on the manufacturing side, there are several actions an individual can take to reduce the overall amount of solid waste they produce. Some examples include sending emails instead of traditional mail, canceling unwanted catalog subscriptions, and fixing products instead of throwing them out. The second most important strategy of the 3 R's is to reuse, which is when an item is cleaned and the materials are used again. This concept can be difficult because we currently live in a world with many disposable items, and it takes some imagination and creativity to see how items can be reused. There are 2 main ways that the concept of reusing can be applied to reduce waste. First, when purchasing a new item, you can look for a product that can be used repeatedly instead of a version that is only used once and thrown away. The second way to reuse is to buy an item second-hand, borrow, or rent an item instead of buying the product new. Although the items you reuse may eventually end up being waste, By reusing them, you are reducing the overall amount of waste produced by giving the item a second function and expanding the typical lifespan of the item. The process of reusing can also be fun because it gives you the opportunity to take an old or used item and turn it into something new to you. There are many ways that you, as an individual, can reuse items. Some common examples include shopping at thrift stores or yard sales for secondhand items. You can also donate items you no longer need to thrift stores so that someone else can use them. Another common method of reuse is to bring your own reusable shopping bags instead of using plastic or paper bags provided at the store. In addition to individual actions, there are also some industries that implement the process of reuse. Some smaller beverage companies use glass bottles to hold their products and promote consumers returning the bottles. The company then cleans and refills the bottles for sale. It is estimated that the average glass beverage bottle can make about 15 round trips between the manufacturer and the consumer before it must be recycled due to damage. The third R in the hierarchy is for recycle, which in terms of waste is the reprocessing of disposed materials into new and useful products. Items that are commonly recycled include glass, plastic, paper, and metal. When recycled, some of these materials are used to create more of the same original product, while other materials are used to create entirely different products after recycling. In the 1960s, the United States only recycled around 6% of waste. As of 2010, the United States recycled approximately 25% of the municipal solid waste produced. Although this percentage may seem small in comparison to other countries, such as Switzerland and Japan, that recycle around 50% of waste, the current amount recycled in the United States is a drastic improvement. As an individual, one of the most beneficial activities you can do to increase your rate of recycling is to designate a bin just for recyclables. Inconvenience is a large reason that people do not recycle. By creating a bin for recyclables, you will be more inclined to clean your item and recycle it if it has a place to go. Also, learning more about what items are recyclable and educating others on recycling are great ways to help increase the rate of recycling. Now, let's review the 3 R's, which are reduce, reuse, and recycle. At the top of this waste management hierarchy is the concept of source reduction, which is when products are designed, manufactured, packaged, and used in a way that limits the amount or toxicity of waste created. The second R in the hierarchy is reuse, which is when an item is cleaned and the materials are used again. The first 2 R's, reduce and reuse, are considered more important or preferred methods because they have to do with the prevention of creating waste. These 2 strategies make it possible to not only reduce the amount of waste produced, but also conserve raw materials and the energy and money that goes into manufacturing. Although very beneficial, recycling is the third option and third tier of the hierarchy because it is a strategy for dealing with waste once it has been created. In terms of waste management, to recycle is the reprocessing of disposed materials into new and useful products. When items are recycled, they are either made into the same type of product or changed into a different type of product. Although the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and recycle, are good strategies for limiting the amount of waste that goes into landfills, more effort is required to have a larger impact. People need to be informed and educated about these strategies so that they can make more well-informed decisions as consumers and waste producers, and hopefully make decisions that will benefit the environment as a whole. In terms of waste management, what do you think the 2 acronyms RCRA, RCRA, or CER, CLA, CERCLA stand for? You may never have heard of these 2 acronyms before, but they stand for 2 important federal laws that regulate how hazardous waste is managed and disposed of in the United States. Hazardous waste is any solid or liquid waste that is considered toxic, chemically reactive, flammable, or corrosive. Due to the potential danger of hazardous waste, many laws have been created to manage it and help keep people and the environment safe. The first of these two important federal laws was the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, also known as RCRA, RCRA, which was established in 1976. This law created the first program for testing and managing hazardous substances. The program required that facilities and organizations involved with hazardous substances keep detailed information on the handling and processing of the materials. The law covered the facility that created the hazardous substance, the consumer who used the product, the company that transported it, and the waste facility that treated it and disposed of it. The detailed information was then delivered to a state agency for review and monitoring. Although this may seem like a basic idea, this legislation was in fact very important because it created a network that could be used to track and manage hazardous waste from creation to disposal. Although the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act was a good start to hazardous waste management, its focus was small and only dealt with monitoring certain types of hazardous waste. Unfortunately, this law only regulated around 5% of all hazardous waste created in the United States. In an attempt to expand hazardous waste management, in 1980, the federal government created the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, also known as CERCLA, C-E-R-C-L-A, or the Superfund Act. This law covered many aspects of hazardous waste, such as containment, cleanup, and remediation of used toxic waste sites. The main goal of this law was to identify locations of hazardous waste contamination and provide regulations for cleaning up the locations. When the law was first established, it required that the people responsible for the contamination pay for the cleaning of the location. This part of the law resulted in a reduction of the number of illegal waste dump sites and also a reduction in the amount of hazardous waste created because companies began to fear having to pay for cleaning contaminated areas. The law also created a tax on the chemicals used to create hazardous substances. This tax was paid by the companies and was put into a fund, known as the Superfund, that would be used to help identify contaminated areas, protect groundwater, and aid in cleanup costs. Unfortunately, over time, companies couldn't afford the cleaning, responsible parties could not be determined, and the tax was not renewed, which meant that the bill for cleaning contaminated sites eventually fell on the taxpayers. Although the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act did have issues, overall it was successful in cleaning many contaminated locations. From 1980 to 2012, over 350 sites had been identified and cleaned. Unfortunately, there are still over 1,300 other sites that are still on the list and awaiting action. It is estimated that the cost to clean the remaining sites will be around $20 million per site and will take an average of 12 years to clean each site. Due to the expense, more pressure is put on taxpayers, and the combined expense and longevity of the cleaning process will most likely result in slower cleanup. Now, let's review the important waste legislation that was created in the United States to help manage hazardous waste, which is any solid or liquid waste that is considered toxic, chemically reactive, flammable, or corrosive. The first law established was the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, also known as RCRA. This law created a program for testing and managing hazardous waste substances and required that facilities and organizations involved with hazardous substances keep detailed information on the handling and processing of the materials. Although this law only covered a small percentage of hazardous waste produced, it did establish a baseline for how to monitor waste from creation to disposal. The second important hazardous waste law was the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, also known as CERCLA, or the Superfund Act. This law was created to manage hazardous waste by identifying locations of hazardous waste contamination and providing regulations for cleaning up the locations. The unique part of this law was that it required that the people responsible for the contamination pay for the cleaning of the site. The law also required that the companies that produced hazardous waste pay a tax that would go towards the overall goal of cleaning up contamination. Although both of these laws had positive and negative effects, they did lay the groundwork for future hazardous waste legislation. In order to have a larger positive impact, more laws need to be established that set stricter guidelines for waste creation, use, and disposal. In addition to more legislation on hazardous waste management, it is important that companies and individuals become more aware of the harmful effects of their waste and make changes to reduce the overall amount of hazardous waste they create. Think about the phrases green roofs, green housing, and green business. What do you think they all have in common? For all of these phrases, the term green is used to indicate that the item being described is more environmentally friendly or incorporates preservation of the environment and sustainable methods. Many industries are trying to make their products and operations greener and more environmentally friendly. One technique being used is called green chemistry, which is when chemical products and processes are designed in a way that reduces the use or creation of hazardous substances. Green chemistry covers the entire life cycle of a chemical product and aims to reduce hazardous substances from the design process, manufacturing, use, and final disposal. An example of green chemistry would be when a company replaces a hazardous chemical with something non-hazardous. Imagine a landscaping company that uses a hazardous substance to kill pests on their clients' fruit trees. If this company replaced the hazardous substance with an environmentally friendly pesticide, they would be using green chemistry. The company would eliminate the release of the hazardous substance into the environment and help keep the environment healthy. Green chemistry is an important concept to the waste management industry because it focuses on reducing the amount of waste created instead of simply focusing on how to handle waste that has already been created. Due to this focus, green chemistry helps with source reduction, which is when products are designed, manufactured, packaged, and used in a way that limits the amount or toxicity of waste created. The first goal of source reduction is to reduce the overall amount of waste that is produced. The second goal is to conserve resources by not using raw virgin materials. In other words, by following source reduction, fewer raw materials will have to be used to produce products. Green chemistry supports source reduction because it reduces the overall amount of hazardous substances used, which leads to a decrease in the hazardous waste produced and the need for raw materials to make hazardous substances. Within green chemistry, there are 12 principles that are applied to help reduce the use or creation of hazardous substances. The principles range from basic guidelines to more complex chemical processes. The more basic principles include preventing the creation of waste, designing safer chemicals and products, designing synthetic methods that are less hazardous, using safer solvents and reactions, and minimizing the potential for accidents. Some additional principles include increasing energy efficiency by running reactions at room temperature, designing chemicals and products that break down after use, analyzing chemical processing in real time to prevent pollution, and using renewable feedstocks to reduce the risk of depleting the supply of raw materials. The more complex chemical principles include using catalysts instead of stoichiometric reagents, avoiding chemical derivatives, and maximizing atom economy. Let's investigate these three principles in a little bit more depth. For the principle of using catalysts instead of stoichiometric reagents, catalysts are preferred because they are used in small amounts and can be used more than once, while stoichiometric reagents are used in large amounts and can only be used once. This principle reduces the overall amount of waste produced. For the principle of avoiding chemical derivatives, this also reduces overall waste because derivatives require additional reagents to work and therefore create more waste. For the final principle of maximizing atom economy, processes are designed in a way that use the maximum amount of raw materials to create the final product, thus resulting in less wasted atoms. Green chemistry has benefited the environment in many ways, including reducing the amount and toxicity of chemicals released, making it possible for chemicals to degrade faster, lowering the potential for ozone depletion, keeping plants and animals safer, and requiring the creation of fewer landfills. Although green chemistry was established to help keep the environment clean of hazardous substances, it has also had many benefits to human health and businesses. Green chemistry has benefited human health by providing cleaner air and water due to less pollution, making many consumer and food products safer, and increasing the safety of workers in the chemical industry. Businesses benefit from green chemistry because by following the 12 principles, they are able to produce higher yields in a shorter time while using less raw materials, water, and energy. Businesses are also able to save money on hazardous waste disposal because they create less waste. Another benefit for businesses is that they often see an increase in consumer sales since they can advertise a safer product. Now, let's review green chemistry, its principles and benefits. Green chemistry is when chemical products and processes are designed in a way that reduces the use or creation of hazardous substances. It is applied to every stage of the life cycle of a chemical, from the design process, manufacturing, use, and final disposal. Green chemistry is important for waste management because it helps with source reduction, which is when products are designed, manufactured, packaged, and used in a way that limits the amount or toxicity of waste created. By following the 12 principles of green chemistry, industries are able to create products that produce less overall hazardous waste and conserve raw materials. The use of green chemistry has clear benefits to the environment, including reducing the amount and toxicity of chemicals released, making it possible for chemicals to degrade faster, and lowering the potential for ozone depletion. The implementation of green chemistry has also helped human health by providing cleaner air and water and safer products. Businesses also benefit from green chemistry because they are able to create more products, save money, and increase sales. Although green chemistry is clearly beneficial to many people and the environment, it is important to expand these 12 principles to more industries in order to have a larger impact. Imagine how much healthier the environment and humans would be if every industry in the world applied these principles. Although this may be a distant dream, you can do your part by purchasing products that are made with green chemistry and spreading the word about these environmentally friendly products.
The word health brings many things to mind. Maintaining good health involves eating right, exercising, vaccinations against diseases, and visiting your doctor regularly. Your health describes how well your body is functioning and your quality of life. We can also appreciate health in a broader sense. Environmental health involves understanding the impacts of environmental and human-made hazards and protecting human health and ecological systems against these hazards. This includes studying the impacts of human-made chemicals on wildlife or human health, as well as how the environment influences the spread of diseases. We face countless environmental hazards every day. To better understand them, we can think of them as falling into 4 categories: physical, chemical, biological, and cultural. Physical hazards are physical processes that occur naturally in the environment. These include natural disaster events such as earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanoes, blizzards, landslides, and droughts. Not all physical hazards are discrete events. Some are ongoing, like ultraviolet radiation. UV radiation is considered a hazard because it damages DNA and can cause human health issues like skin cancer and cataracts. Chemical hazards can be both natural and human-made chemicals in the environment. Human-made chemical hazards include many of the synthetic chemicals we produce, like disinfectants, pesticides, and plastics. Some chemical hazards occur naturally in the environment, like the heavy metals lead and mercury. Some organisms even produce natural chemicals that are an environmental hazard, such as the compounds in peanuts and dairy that cause allergic reactions in humans. Biological hazards come from ecological interactions between organisms. Viruses, bacterial infections, malaria, and tuberculosis are all examples of biological hazards. When these pathogens and diseases are transferred between organisms, it's called an infectious disease. We suffer from these diseases and pathogens because we're being parasitized by another organism, which, while hazardous, is also a natural process. Cultural hazards, also known as social hazards, result from your location, socioeconomic status, occupation, and behavioral choices. For example, smoking cigarettes is hazardous to your health, and this is a behavioral choice. If you live in a neighborhood with lots of crime, this is a hazard based on your location. Similarly, your diet, exercise habits, and primary mode of transportation all influence your health and the health of the environment around you. As you can see, environmental hazards can come from a variety of sources. While many hazards come from outdoor sources, indoor sources are especially important to understand because we spend so much of our time inside. Your home, office, and car are all part of your environment and can all be sources of environmental hazards. For example, radon gas is a very toxic indoor hazard. Radon is a colorless and odorless radioactive gas that seeps into homes from rocks, soil, and water underneath. It is the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S., coming in just behind tobacco smoke. Lead is another indoor environmental hazard. Lead is a toxic heavy metal that can cause damage to major organs like your brain, liver, kidneys, and stomach. Lead also causes mental retardation, anemia, and hearing loss. Lead is found in homes in old pipes and paint. When water passes through lead pipes, it contaminates the water and causes lead poisoning. Lead in paint is especially dangerous to children because babies and young children like to peel paint from walls and then eat or inhale the lead from the paint. Asbestos is yet another indoor hazard. Asbestos has long been used for insulation in buildings, but its good insulating properties also make it dangerous. When asbestos is inhaled, the fibrous structure of this mineral makes it stick in your lung tissue, and the rest of the body then produces an acid to fight it. The acid scars the lung tissue, but doesn't really do much to get rid of the asbestos, and the result is lung cancer or non-functioning lungs. Because we now know the dangers of indoor environmental hazards, there have been great efforts to remove them from our environment. Radon detection kits are available to test homes for the presence of radon gas. Pipes used in new home construction contain much less lead than in older homes, and most paints are now lead-free. Asbestos is being removed from public buildings, but there are some who think that the exposure from removing asbestos is actually more dangerous than leaving it in place. We encounter a number of environmental hazards every day. Environmental health involves understanding all of the physical, chemical, biological, and cultural hazards from natural and human-made sources. Physical hazards come from physical processes, which can be discrete events such as tornadoes, hurricanes, and volcano eruptions, or they can be long-term hazards like UV radiation. Chemical hazards can come from a variety of natural and human-made sources. They may be synthetic chemicals found in plastics or pesticides, or natural chemicals produced by organisms like allergens in peanuts and dairy. Biological hazards are the result of organism interactions in the environment. Though a natural process, the transmission of viruses, bacteria, and other infectious diseases poses a health risk to humans and other organisms in the environment. Cultural hazards come from behavioral choices and other social aspects of life. Where people live, the types of job they have, and actions affecting their personal health can all impact environmental health. While most of these are examples of hazards that come from outdoor sources, environmental health hazards may also be found indoors. Toxins such as radon gas, lead, and asbestos are all sources of indoor environmental hazards. We now know the damage that these hazards can cause, and steps have been taken to reduce their presence in indoor environments, thereby reducing their impact on environmental health. In another lesson, we learned about environmental health, which involves understanding hazards that impact human health and ecological systems. The hazards that affect environmental health come from physical, chemical, biological, and cultural sources. However, just like they come from a variety of sources, they also have varying effects. This leads scientists to ask a number of questions. How do we know which chemicals to restrict or ban? How do we fight disease? How do we protect people from natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods? These are certainly not easy questions to answer. In order to understand what actions need to be taken to minimize the impacts of environmental health threats, we need to understand the risk of such threats. When understanding environmental health, it's important to determine which substances and activities are most dangerous and which are safe. This is done through risk assessment, which is the measurement and comparison of the risk involved in an activity or substance. What this means is that problems are identified and then compared with the risk of other similar activities or substances. Risk assessment involves a number of different processes that all work together to determine the overall risk. Let's look at assessing risk for a chemical substance as an example. In another lesson, we learned about the dose-response curve, which involves controlled laboratory experiments to understand the toxicity and effects of a substance. The tests involved in a dose-response study tell scientists how toxic a substance is, what effects it has on the organism, and how much of the substance causes these effects. Dose-response experiments are done on lab animals, so the information that scientists get from them have to be extrapolated to human-sized levels, which allows for safety standards to be set. The risk assessment from dose-response studies also takes into account how likely exposure is for a certain population, how often the exposure would be, the concentration of the exposure, and the length of exposure time. So in other words, for any given population, the when, where, how much, how often, and how long all goes into determining how risky an activity or substance is. You can see how complicated risk assessment is. This is just one example for one type of risk assessment. The main point is that risk assessment involves many different ways of looking at a problem and identifying all of the factors that threaten environmental health. While the previous example was a risk assessment based on predictions of future occurrences, risk can also be assessed by learning from the past. Human studies are great ways to understand environmental health threats because instead of using lab animals and extrapolating to humans, we can learn from human issues directly. Epidemiology is a large-scale comparison among groups of people to determine causes, effects, and patterns in human disease. Epidemiological studies compare groups of people who have been exposed to a certain hazard to a group of people that has had no exposure. These studies often span long periods of time. Some studies are decades long, and over that time they measure any deaths or other health problems that occur. If there are higher rates of death or illness in the group exposed to the hazard, this tells scientists that the hazard is most likely the cause of the problem. This is much like any other scientific experiment. One group is the control, the non-exposure group, and one is the experimental group, or the hazard group. The difference is that epidemiologists do not purposefully expose people to hazards. They simply take advantage of the chance to learn from these exposures and hopefully prevent people from becoming sick in the future. A very famous epidemiological study was done by Elizabeth Guillet in the Yaqui Valley in northwest Mexico. There's quite a bit of farming done in this area, and synthetic pesticides are highly used on crops in the valley, while the farmers in the foothills preferred not to spray their crops with pesticides. Guillet wanted to know what the effects of pesticides were on children, so she compared the development of children in the valley to the development of children in the foothills. What she found was that the children in the foothills had normal neurological development, while the children in the valley had startling effects from pesticide poisoning. As you can see, this type of study helps scientists better understand the risks involved with certain activities and substances. Once risk is assessed, that information has to go somewhere, right? Risk management is the next step, which is the decisions and strategies used to minimize the assessed risk. Risk management is often dealt with by government agencies. For example, in the U.S., we have the Environmental Protection Agency, Centers for Disease Control, and Food and Drug Administration to manage risk for environmental threats and human health issues. Risk management is tricky because risk assessment is not the only factor that is considered. Economic, social, and political issues also play into management decisions. Costs and benefits on all sides must be weighed, and quite often the benefits are easy to identify, but costs may not be so easy to see. Additionally, economic benefits tend to outweigh health costs because they are immediate and easy to quantify. As you can see, risk management can be just as difficult as risk assessment because it involves the well-being of numerous individuals and populations. The questions that lead to risk management decisions are no easier to answer than those involved in the risk assessment process. Understanding threats to environmental health is a complicated process because it involves difficult questions about how to best protect humans and the environment. Risk assessment deals with this problem by measuring and comparing the risk involved in an activity or substance. Problems are identified and compared to the risk of other activities or substances. The risk assessment process can be very complicated. It may involve numerous steps such as laboratory experiments, extrapolating data for human effects, and predicting exposures of toxicants to certain populations. Another method, epidemiology, is the large-scale comparisons of groups exposed to a hazard, which allows scientists to understand the effects of toxicants on large groups of people. Once risk has been assessed, this information goes into risk management. Risk management is just as complicated as risk assessment because it involves making decisions and outlining strategies to minimize risk. Costs and benefits must be weighed, but it can be difficult to see long-term health costs and how they might outweigh immediate economic benefits. The farmers of the Yaqui Valley in Mexico chose to apply pesticides to their crop because it had an immediate economic benefit. It increased crop yield. However, the effects of pesticide poisoning on neurological development was the resulting cost of that management decision. Poison ivy. Just hearing those words makes some people start itching. Poison ivy contains a toxin that causes severe reactions in many people, so we tend to steer clear of it. Now think of doing your laundry. You probably use detergent in the wash to get your clothes clean, right? You may not put poison ivy and laundry soap in the same category, but environmental toxicologists do. They study toxicants, which are toxic substances in the environment. Toxicants come in all shapes and sizes, and while they can come from both natural and human-made sources, this lesson will focus on human-made toxicants and their effects on human and environmental health. As mentioned before, there's a wide variety of toxicants in the environment. To better understand them, we can put them into specific categories that are based on the types of problems that they cause. Carcinogens are probably the best known toxicant because these are cancer-causing chemicals. Cigarette smoke falls into this category as it contains over 4,000 chemicals, many of which cause cancer. Mutagens are mutation-causing chemicals. When organisms are exposed to a mutagen, it literally mutates their DNA, leading to cancer and other disorders. X-rays are well-known mutagens. Teratogens are chemicals that cause harm to unborn babies. The name of this toxicant comes from the Greek word teres, which means monster. These chemicals cause birth defects during development in the womb. Thalidomide was used in the 1950s as a sleeping pill and to prevent nausea during pregnancy, but turned out to be a very harmful teratogen. Even a single dose is powerful enough to cause severe birth defects in children. Allergens are chemicals that stimulate overactivity in the immune system. When you are exposed to allergens, your body goes into overdrive, triggering an immune response to try and get rid of the allergen. This is why pollen and dust cause symptoms that are similar to being sick. Neurotoxins are chemicals that attack the nervous system. These include heavy metals like lead and mercury, as well as pesticides and chemical weapons. Neurotoxins can lead to symptoms like slurred speech, loss of muscle control, and even death. Endocrine disruptors are chemicals that disrupt the endocrine system in organisms and most often come from prescription drugs and chemicals in plastics. The endocrine system is also known as the hormone system, and this part of your body is what regulates growth, development, sexual maturity, brain function, and even appetite. Toxicants that disrupt hormone functioning can lead to some serious problems because they so closely resemble real hormones in your body. Reptiles and amphibians are especially sensitive to endocrine disruptors, and exposure often leads to feminization of male animals. This may seem like a lot to remember, But if you look closely, you'll see that the name of the toxicant describes the effect it has on organisms, which helps us understand these toxicants better. We are surrounded by synthetic chemicals and encounter them countless times on a daily basis. Plastics, household cleaners, solvents, detergents, cosmetics, and perfumes are all toxicants. So are antibiotics, prescription drugs, steroids, food additives, preservatives, and other things we ingest. Pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers are also toxicants. Though toxicants come from many sources, they tend to move through the environment in certain ways. Toxicants may find their way into aquatic systems as they get carried away by runoff from large areas of land. Because the water systems are smaller than the land that supplied the contaminants, the toxicants tend to get concentrated in the water. Once in surface water, toxicants can leach down into groundwater and contaminate sources of drinking water. Many chemicals are quite water-soluble, which means that they are easily dissolved by water. Because most organisms need water, this also means that we are most susceptible to these toxicants. Toxicants may also travel by air, either as solid or liquid particles. Wind does not obey city, state, or country boundaries, so toxicants can be carried for thousands of miles. An example of this is California, which is one of the most agriculturally productive regions in the world. However, California is also very arid, which means that there are always winds blowing. This is a bad combination because with so much agriculture comes fertilizers and pesticides. Add in the wind, and these particles can be carried as far away as the Sierra Nevadas and into other parts of the country. Some chemicals end up even further away from their sources than this. Most toxicants are produced and applied in temperate and tropical regions, so around the equator and a bit north and south of it. However, substantial concentrations of contaminants have been found in the tissue of polar bears, penguins, and people living in the remote polar regions. Toxicants are toxic substances in the environment, and they are in many things that we come in contact with on a daily basis. Toxicants are found in things like cosmetics, medicines, household cleaners, pesticides, detergents, heavy metals, and a number of other manufactured chemical products. There are several types of toxicants. Carcinogens are cancer-causing chemicals, mutagens are mutation-causing chemicals, teratogens are chemicals that cause harm to unborn babies. Allergens cause allergic reactions to the immune system. Neurotoxins are chemicals that affect the nervous system. And endocrine disruptors mimic hormones and cause developmental defects. Toxicants come from a variety of sources, but they tend to become concentrated in water systems. Runoff carries toxicants from large areas of land and contaminates surface water and groundwater. Air transports chemicals thousands of miles, sometimes even beyond mountain ranges. The most startling evidence of toxicant movement is the tissues of humans and animals that live in polar regions. Even though most toxicants are produced and used in tropical and temperate regions, they travel and accumulate in substantial concentrations in land far from where they originated. Bacteria sure do get a bad rap. Antibacterial hand cleaners, antibiotics, and other treatments are all designed to get rid of these microscopic organisms that come in all shapes and colors. But actually, most bacteria are either harmless or beneficial to you. Just to name a few ways they help, beneficial bacteria keep harmful agents from getting through your skin to other organs, digest food in your stomach and intestines, help you absorb vitamins and minerals from your food, break down dangerous substances that get in your body, and fight disease. E. coli is one such beneficial bacteria. E. coli is found in your colon, and it helps you absorb nutrients from your digested food that you can't take up on your own. E. coli is just one of many indicator bacteria, which tell us if fecal contamination has occurred in a water supply. Indicator bacteria are for the most part harmless, but we test for them because if contamination has occurred, there's a good chance that bacteria that are harmful are present in the water supply as well. There are many different types of indicator bacteria. We've already talked about E. coli, which lives in your colon. Others include the total coliforms, fecal coliforms, fecal streptococci, and enterococci. These occur naturally in many animals and humans, and as mentioned before, they serve beneficial roles for us. Because they live in your gut, they often come out with fecal matter, so you can tell if fecal matter has gotten into the water supply by testing for these indicator bacteria. However, fecal matter may also contain other harmful bacteria and pathogens. Typhoid fever, Giardia, Salmonella, and hepatitis A are all waterborne diseases, which means they travel through water bodies. These are harmful to both humans and animals, and thrive in the same environment as the harmless indicator bacteria, your gut. So, if indicator bacteria are present, there's a good chance that other, more harmful bacteria are as well. So why not just test for the harmful bacteria? Well, indicator bacteria are used because they are more easily identifiable, tend to occur in larger numbers, and come from specific sources. However, just because indicator bacteria are present doesn't necessarily mean that harmful bacteria are as well. It just tells us that we need to look more closely at the contaminated water supply to identify possible harmful agents that may also be present since they thrive in the same environments. You are still probably wondering about some of these indicator bacteria though, because you've likely heard news stories about people getting sick from some of the ones mentioned before. E. coli is especially well known because while most strains are beneficial to you, there are a few strains that can make you really sick. These strains can cause vomiting, diarrhea, and painful infection, and it's hard to think positively about a bacteria that does this. Harmful E. coli can come from animal fecal matter and contaminate farm crops, as it has over the past several years. Spinach is just one crop that has been recalled several times due to E. coli contaminations. Some of these recalls were precautionary, but some of them were due to many people becoming sick all over the country. Bacteria are microscopic organisms that serve a variety of functions. Most bacteria that you come in contact with are either harmless or are beneficial to you, like the E. coli in your gut. Beneficial bacteria help you stay healthy by fighting disease, breaking down food, and absorbing nutrients. Indicator bacteria are harmless bacteria that are used to determine if a water supply has been contaminated. Types of indicator bacteria include total coliforms, fecal coliforms, E. coli, fecal streptococci, and enterococci. While these bacteria are not harmful, they do live in the same environmental conditions and come from the same sources as harmful bacteria, viruses, and pathogens. When indicator bacteria are present, there's a good chance that waterborne diseases such as hepatitis A, salmonella, and typhoid fever are also present. Indicator bacteria are tested for because they are more easily identifiable, occur in large numbers, and come from known sources, fecal matter. If indicator bacteria are found in a water supply, this tells us that contamination has occurred and that we should avoid the water to avoid getting sick and further spreading disease. Being sick is no fun, but it can actually be good for your body. When you're sick, your body has a chance to build up an immunity to whatever is causing you to feel badly. This is because your immune system is like a small but powerful army. It attacks foreign objects and organisms that may harm you, and then stores that information so it can remember how to attack again in the future. But how do we get sick in the first place? Well, diseases, which are any illness-causing conditions that affect an organism's body, are transmitted by disease-causing agents, which are biological pathogens that cause or spread disease. Disease-causing agents are delivered to your body through various carriers, and they can get inside in all sorts of ways. The disease is worrisome, but the disease-causing agent is just as problematic because it is what actually transports the disease that makes you sick. Viruses are the disease-causing agent that most people are familiar with. They cause colds, the flu, HIV, meningitis, polio, chickenpox, rabies, West Nile, and a number of other diseases. Viruses themselves aren't living things, but they do get transmitted between living organisms. Take West Nile, for example. This is a virus that is carried by mosquitoes. A mosquito bites you and spreads the West Nile virus into your blood. This unwelcome guest makes a home in your body, attacking your living cells and then reproducing. Viruses can often be controlled by vaccines, which are exposures to an inert version of the virus or a safe agent that resembles the virus. This allows your body to build up that immune response before you ever get the virus, so that instead of getting sick first, you already have your army ready to fight ahead of time. Bacteria get a bad rap. Many people confuse bacteria for viruses, and in fact, most of the bacteria that you come in contact with are either not harmful or actually provide some health benefits to you. You are literally covered with good bacteria, both inside and outside your body. Your digestive system wouldn't be able to function properly without the numerous types of bacteria that help break down and absorb the nutrients in all the food you eat. There are, of course, some bad bacteria, and these can be quite dangerous. In contrast to virus, bacteria are living organisms, but they're usually made up of just one cell. Bacteria are especially hard to control because they are extremely prolific. They can multiply into colonies of millions and billions of organisms in a very short amount of time. Bacteria cause infections and disease. As mentioned before, meningitis is caused by a virus, but there's also a bacteria that will cause a different type of meningitis. Pneumonia, strep throat, Lyme disease, and many intestinal conditions are caused by bacteria. Antibiotics are used to treat diseases caused by bacteria because they are medications that kill bacterial infections. Protozoa are also small unicellular organisms. They can live in all different types of environments and are able to move around really well. They're parasitic, which means that they live and feed off of a host organism. Amoebas and sleeping sickness are examples of diseases caused by protozoa, as well as some common gastrointestinal ailments. Amoebas are actually a type of protozoa, but we also use the term to describe disease caused by them as well. Protozoa are sneaky little guys because they can slip into your body through food, water, or skin contact. They're microscopic, so you can't see them, and sometimes they even fool your immune system and hide in your body for long periods of time undetected. Parasitic worms are definitely not the wonderful worms you have in your garden. Parasitic worms are dangerous parasites like hookworm, tapeworm, roundworm, and heartworm. Interestingly, ringworm isn't actually a worm. It's a fungal infection on your skin, and it gets its name from the round-shaped ring that appears on the skin, which looks like a worm. Parasitic worms live off of host organisms and can cause a variety of problems. They are well known for their effects on other organisms, such as the tapeworm. Some tapeworms can grow to over 50 feet long and live for over 20 years inside your body. They sap all of your nutrition as it comes into your digestive system and can cause severe starvation and gastrointestinal issues. Believe it or not, tapeworm pills were once marketed as a way to lose weight. Though it's not clear if the pills actually contain tapeworms, the thought of ingesting one of these creepy parasites sure doesn't sound very appetizing. We get diseases in a number of ways. Any biological pathogen that transmits a disease is a disease-causing agent. The most common disease-causing agents are viruses, bacteria, protozoa, and parasitic worms. Viruses are not living, but do get transmitted between living organisms. The West Nile virus is transferred from mosquitoes to humans. Vaccines are a good way to prevent the spread of viruses. In contrast to viruses, bacteria are living unicellular organisms. Most are either beneficial or not harmful, but some can be hazardous, such as Lyme disease. Bacteria can often be controlled by antibiotic medications. Protozoa are also living unicellular organisms. They are parasitic, so they feed off of their host. Protozoa are rather sneaky and can get into your body undetected, living that way for long periods of time. Parasitic worms are things like roundworm, heartworm, and tapeworms. These parasites can grow very long, live for long periods of time, and cause gastrointestinal discomfort, starvation, and death. Modern medicine is amazing. Through research studies, experiments, and decades of work, we have drastically reduced or even eliminated the occurrence of some dangerous human diseases. However, despite advances in technology and knowledge, some diseases are actually increasing on Earth. What's even more alarming is that this increase is due to environmental changes on Earth caused by human activities. In another lesson, we learned that the temperature on Earth is increasing at an alarming rate. This increase in temperature is causing sea level rise, more frequent extreme storms and weather conditions, changes in ecosystems and habitats, and altered territories and migration routes of animals. Many infectious diseases, or diseases transmitted between organisms, are spread to humans through things like animals, insects, bacteria, and viruses, and the environmental changes on Earth are increasing the occurrence and spread of these diseases in humans. Let's take a look at some examples of how this happens. On Earth, we are increasing pools of water on a grand scale with dams, canals, and irrigation for agriculture. These unnatural and extremely large pools of water provide ample breeding ground for mosquitoes, which carry diseases like malaria and West Nile virus. Rain also leaves behind smaller pools of water, and you may have noticed that a few days after a good thunderstorm, there seems to be a lot more mosquitoes buzzing around. Just like with the larger human-made pools, these smaller pools are great places for mosquitoes to breed. But how does this tie into climate change? Well, climate change has been linked to an increase in precipitation in many places on Earth. So, as you can see, more rain means more pools of water, which also means more mosquitoes. What happens when it rains too much? We get floods. Floods are excellent ways to transmit disease because many diseases are waterborne or travel by water. Cholera, Giardia, E. coli, Salmonella, typhoid fever, hepatitis A, and amoebas are just a few waterborne diseases that may be familiar to you and that spread easily through human contact with water. You have probably heard about the bird flu. What started as a disease that only affected a small, remote part of the world quickly spread across the globe, claiming human lives as it traveled. But what does this have to do with environmental change? Well, birds have very specific territories and migration routes based on environmental conditions. As the climate on Earth changes, so do environmental cues that help lead birds to their summer and winter destinations. Many bird migration patterns are now so altered that they coincide with other bird routes that they never would have come in contact with before. With this increased contact comes the increased risk of spreading disease, not just among birds, but also between other animals as well. Pigs don't have migration routes, but the swine flu sure has gotten around. This disease is on the rise for two main reasons. First, as more and more forested land is cleared as pasture for animal production, more and more humans are living in close contact with these animals, such as pigs. This greatly increases their risk of contracting these zoonotic diseases, or diseases that jump from animals to humans. Second, we are traveling more and more, so not only are more people likely to be infected, but they're also getting on a plane or driving in their car, and those diseases act like little stowaways traveling along with them. And finally, we have to take into account the growing human population. Sometimes we forget that there's a limited amount of space on Earth, but as more people are crowded into the same areas, the risk of disease transmission increases as well. It's like working in an office that keeps hiring more people but doesn't increase the number of offices available. You might end up sharing the same office with 3 or 4 people, and if one of those people comes in sick one day, well, good luck not catching whatever they bring in. As mentioned before, both people and animals are traveling more and more. As the climate changes, animals are searching for new habitats that meet their environmental needs and are likely to come in contact with other organisms that they never would have encountered otherwise. And while people are not forced to find new habitat, traveling to new places is now easier than ever. You can fly, drive, or boat just about anywhere on Earth, but every time you go somewhere new, you take all of those microbial stowaways with you. The people in your hometown may be somewhat adapted to the local bacteria and viruses, but people in other countries you visit may not have the same tolerances and can become sick. Modern medicine has helped us eradicate many deadly and dangerous diseases, but it can also fall short when environmental changes come into play. Many infectious diseases are thriving on our warmer Earth, which means there's an increase in transmission of the disease between organisms. Environmental changes such as dams, canals, irrigation, and increased rainfall create perfect mosquito breeding grounds. Mosquitoes are excellent carriers of disease such as malaria, so the more mosquitoes there are, the greater the risk of contracting the disease. Changing global temperatures also increases floods, which increases the risk of contracting a waterborne disease or a disease that travels by water. Salmonella, Giardia, cholera, and amoebas are all waterborne diseases that are on the rise in humans. Bird and swine flu are zoonotic diseases, which are diseases that jump from animals to humans. Bird flu is becoming more prevalent because bird migration routes are drastically changing with the environment. Pigs don't really fly, but humans who come in contact with them do, carrying the swine flu along with them like a little stowaway. As the human population increases, we're becoming more crowded on Earth. Our Earth is like a house or office filled with people. There's only so many places that you can hide from the sick people you might come in contact with, and this crowding is a major factor in the rise of human diseases on Earth. From the 1950s to the 1970s, populations of birds of prey in North America fell at an astounding rate. The peregrine falcon was almost completely wiped out from the eastern U.S., the brown pelican disappeared from the Atlantic coast, and the bald eagle, our national bird, was mostly eliminated from the entire lower 48 states. Other large predatory birds, such as osprey and hawks, also declined substantially during this time. The cause of this alarming situation was a highly toxic pesticide called DDT. At the time, DDT had not been tested for safety and was being sprayed indiscriminately throughout residential neighborhoods and other public areas as a mosquito control. When DDT accumulates in the tissues of birds of prey, it affects their ability to lay normal eggs with thick shells. When the female birds went to sit on and incubate their eggs, the shells were so soft that they broke underneath the mother's weight. Because they were not able to produce viable offspring, the populations declined sharply during the time of heavy DDT use. But the birds of prey were not in direct contact with DDT, so how did it get into their tissues and cause the thin eggshells? This was due to the persistence and magnification of toxicants in the environment. These are toxicants that linger in the environment for long periods of time and can even build up in animal tissue. Toxicants break down at different rates, and the ones that are persistent in the environment are the most dangerous. Persistent toxicants are those that resist breaking down in the presence of environmental factors like sunlight, temperature, and moisture. Persistent toxicants can be natural or human-made and are found in all sorts of things, from cosmetics to plastics to household cleaners to pesticides and more. Think about it this way. You wouldn't want your patio furniture to degrade just from sitting out in the sun because there would be nothing left after a few days. The materials in your lawn chair are specifically designed to withstand environmental conditions. The problem is that when you no longer want that chair, it doesn't magically start breaking down. The substances in the plastic and fabric materials that made it stand up to the sun and weather will keep standing up to those factors for a long time to come, even after you throw it away. Some persistent toxicants are especially dangerous because they not only persist in the environment, but also build up in animal tissue as they are inhaled or ingested. This process is called bioaccumulation. DDT is one such toxicant as it is absorbed and stored by fatty tissue. Other toxicants may build up in muscle or bone. Toxicants that bioaccumulate are easily transferred to other organisms as they move up the food chain. When one organism eats another, it eats all of the toxicants that are stored in the muscle, fat, and bone of its prey. The predator then takes these toxicants into their own tissues, as well as those of all the other prey items it eats. So with each step up the food chain, we get biomagnification, which is the magnification of toxicant concentrations. Let's look at how this works using the birds of prey in North America. DDT is sprayed liberally and gets into the water supply either through runoff or through seeping into groundwater. The DDT in the water is then taken up by algae, which are eaten by tiny organisms in the water called zooplankton. Small fish eat millions of these tiny zooplankton and are therefore eating a higher concentration of stored DDT. Larger fish eat many smaller fish, also increasing the amount of DDT that gets stored in their bodies. Finally, a large predatory bird, such as our bald eagle, comes along and eats the large fish, which ate the smaller fish, which ate the zooplankton, which ate the algae, which initially absorbed the DDT. So you can see that even though the birds of prey were not in direct contact with DDT, They ingested a large amount of it because they didn't eat just that large fish. They ate everything that came before that large fish through the food chain. The soft eggs of the falcons, eagles, osprey, and other birds of prey were therefore the result of biomagnification because the concentration of DDT increased as it moved up the food chain. In 1962, Rachel Carson's book Silent Spring was published. Carson wrote about the negative ecological and health effects of pesticides and other industrial chemicals. In her book, she synthesized a diverse collection of medical case histories, scientific studies, and other data that hadn't yet been presented in such a way to the general public. Though it was challenged by those in the chemical industry, her science and writing proved strong. The book was a bestseller and was instrumental in creating social change in both views and actions towards the environment, including the ban of DDT use in the United States in 1972. Since the ban of DDT, populations of birds of prey in North America have substantially rebounded. However, the U.S. still manufactures DDT and exports it to countries that do still use it. DDT is also just one example of a persistent toxicant. Until their ban in the U.S. in 1979, another type of persistent toxicant called PCBs were heavily used for things like coolant fluids, and even today are still found in the tissues of polar bears in Arctic Norway. Much like the birds of prey in North America, polar bears are at the top of the food chain, and despite their remote location, they show some of the highest levels of PCB contamination of any wild animals that have been tested. Toxicants are toxic substances in the environment. Some, like DDT and PCBs, persist for long periods of time because, like your lawn chair, they are specifically designed not to break down under harsh environmental conditions, like wind, sun, and water. However, some persistent toxicants not only don't break down, but also bioaccumulate in animal tissue, meaning that they build up in fat, muscle, and bone. When toxicants move up the food chain and build in concentration, as they did with the birds of prey and Arctic polar bears, this is called biomagnification. As we saw with the soft eggs of the North American birds of prey, bioaccumulation and magnification of toxicants can have drastic effects. Animals at the top of the food chain, including humans, are at the greatest risk because they literally ingest everything below them in the food chain, whether they eat it directly or not. Rachel Carson's book Silent Spring was instrumental in changing social views and actions regarding toxicants in the environment. However, while the use of toxicants such as DDT and PCBs have now been banned in the U.S., we continue to manufacture them for use in other countries. The effects of these toxicants are not limited to country borders, as is clearly seen with the polar bears in Arctic Norway. The toxicants accumulating in this remote location have traveled far from where they originated, yet are some of the highest concentrations found in any wild animal tissue tested. In 1985, Dr. Louis Guillet became concerned. He was studying alligators in Lake Apopka, which is just outside of Orlando, Florida. He noticed some startling issues with the alligators, such as females not producing viable eggs, depressed levels of testosterone in baby males, and extremely high levels of estrogen in baby females. Dr. Guillet and his team soon determined that the hormonal changes in the baby alligators were due to a pesticide spill in Lake Apopka in 1980. These pesticides turn out to be persistent organic pollutants, also known as POPs, which are toxicants that remain in the environment for long periods of time. POPs include chemicals such as PCBs and DDT. POPs can be especially dangerous when they accumulate in animal tissue because they then move up the food chain, becoming more concentrated as they go. POPs can have lingering effects for many years and can accumulate thousands of miles from where they originated. Polar bears in remote polar regions have shown some of the highest levels of POP contaminants despite being in areas far from where the POPs were manufactured and applied. Even as long as 10 years after the pesticide spill, the alligator hatchlings in Lake Apopka were still much smaller than those in surrounding lakes that were not polluted and were still showing abnormalities in their hormonal development. Because POPs are so dangerous to such a wide range of organisms, international action was taken in 2001. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants was created this year, and was an international treaty designed to address transboundary pollution. One of the key points of the Stockholm Convention was the identification of 12 POPs that had been shown to be the most dangerous. Because they're so dangerous, these were nicknamed the Dirty Dozen. The goal of the treaty was to phase out the use of these chemicals as well as encourage the use of other safer alternatives. While we won't get into details about each of the 12 chemicals, it is important to know where they come from and what their uses are. Many of the Dirty Dozen are or were used as residential pesticides and insecticides such as DDT, which caused the problems in the Lake Apopka alligators. Others, such as PCBs, were used as chemical refrigerants in vehicles, and these have been banned in the U.S. since 1979. Another, dieldrin, was used as an agricultural insecticide. Because many of these chemicals are sprayed directly onto the food that we eat, we easily take them up into our bodies. They can also get into our drinking water supply if carried away to water sources by runoff. It's important to keep in mind that just because chemicals have been outlined in the Stockholm Convention doesn't mean that their use has stopped. For example, the U.S. banned domestic DDT use in 1972, but continues to manufacture it and sell it to other countries that haven't banned its use. The Stockholm Convention doesn't end with the Dirty Dozen either. These were the first major POPs identified, but there are provisions in the treaty that allow new POPs to be identified as they become known. This is called the adding mechanism because it allows new POPs to be added to the treaty as they're identified. There's a lot of work that goes into identifying POPs as threats to human and environmental health. Designated committees, scientists, and other experts work hard to describe POPs, how they persist in the environment, and what effects they have. To date, 152 countries have signed the treaty and 179 have ratified it. The difference between the two is like the difference between being engaged and being married. When countries sign the treaty, this is like a promise to commit to its rules and regulations at a later time. Once it's been ratified, that country is now fully committed to the treaty and must abide by its provisions. The U.S. is one such country that has signed but not ratified the Stockholm Convention Treaty. Persistent organic pollutants, or POPs, are toxicants that remain in the environment for long periods of time. POPs may linger in water or soil, or they may accumulate in animal tissue and build up as they move up the food chain. As we saw with the alligators in Florida and the polar bears in the polar regions, POPs can have detrimental and long-lasting effects on hormone systems and other bodily functions, even far from their source of origin. Because POPs are so dangerous, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants was convened in 2001. This international treaty identified 12 of the most dangerous POPs, set guidelines for discontinuing their use, and suggested safer alternatives. POPs don't need a passport to travel across boundaries, and because they hang around and move so well, an international treaty seemed the best way to address them. Nicknamed the Dirty Dozen, the 12 POPs originally identified by the Stockholm Convention include pesticides, insecticides, refrigerants, and other toxic chemicals. 152 countries, including the U.S., have signed the treaty so far, indicating that they plan to adopt the principles at some point. 179 countries have ratified it, meaning that they are fully committed and bound by the rules of this important international agreement. I'm guessing that as a kid, you sometimes pushed your parents' buttons. You tried different things just to see what their response would be. You didn't know it, but you were actually carrying out a scientific experiment. Believe it or not, toxicologists use the same method of testing to determine the toxicity of a substance, though they tend to run experiments on lab animals, not your parents. Toxicologists will administer a dose, or amount of toxicant the animal receives, and then measure the response, which is the type and magnitude of negative effects the animal shows from the dose. This process is repeated over and over, and then the percentage of animals exhibiting negative effects from the dose is plotted on a graph. Since the dose is being specifically manipulated in the experiment, it's on the x-axis. Therefore, response is on the y-axis. The curve that results from these experiments is called a dose-response curve. The dose-response curve is important because it provides scientists with a quick way to describe the toxicity of a substance. They do this by identifying the amount of toxicant it takes to kill half of the animals used in the study. Because this is a lethal dose for 50% of the population, it's called the LD50. Low toxicity means a high LD50 because it takes a large dose to kill 50% of the population. Likewise, high toxicity means a low LD50 because it takes a much smaller amount of toxicant to kill 50% of the study population. In addition to the lethal effects of a toxicant, scientists may also want to identify other non-lethal effects of the substance. When something other than death is studied in a toxicant, it's the effective dose for 50% of the population, or the ED50. Effective dose responses may be things like what dose of the toxicant causes 50% of the study animals to lose their hair, or what dose of the toxicant causes nervous system malfunction in 50% of the study population. Though testing for different responses, the same is true for both lethal dose tests and effective dose tests. Results from low doses, so low LD50s or low ED50s, indicate a high toxicity because a lower dose is needed to elicit a response. When higher doses are needed, this indicates a low toxicity of the substance because it takes more to get the desired result. A threshold is like a dividing line. Think of the threshold of your house. When you're on one side of the threshold, you're outside. Once you step over the threshold into your house, you're now inside. It separates one situation from the other, and it's pretty black and white. Toxicologists sometimes find that a toxicant has a threshold dose, the minimum amount needed for a response to occur. This happens in your body. Your organs can excrete some toxicant at low doses, but after a certain level become overwhelmed and can no longer do it. Likewise, if your cells can only repair DNA to a certain point and a toxicant damages DNA beyond this point, this would be the threshold dose. With a threshold dose, there's no response until a certain threshold has been reached. At this point, there's a sharp change in the effect, and you can see this on the graph because the response is 0 and it runs along the x-axis as such until it hits the threshold dose and then skyrockets. Toxicologists give lab animals much higher doses relative to their body size than we would receive in nature. This allows for two important things. 1, the response is great enough to be measured, and 2, the differences between low and high doses can be clearly seen. For any given toxicant, multiple dose-response experiments are performed in order to generate an accurate dose-response curve. Scientists then extrapolate the data to estimate what effects these toxicants have on humans. However, because these are not actual tested results, they're not entirely precise estimates. Therefore, maximum allowable levels of toxicants are set far below the minimum toxicity levels generated from these studies to account for any error. Dose-response curves come in many shapes, and it's critical to know the full effects of various doses of a toxicant because some responses decrease as dose increases. Some curves are U or J-shaped, indicating that low doses can be very dangerous. And just like one of your parents may have responded to your testing differently than the other parent, individuals within a population also vary in their response to toxicants. Age, gender, health, weight, and even family size can all influence someone's sensitivity to a toxicant. Effects of a toxicant can also vary depending on the length of exposure. Acute exposure is when a person experiences high exposure during short periods of time. An example of this would be food poisoning. You get very sick very quickly, but from one single event. LD50s are good at measuring acute toxicity effects because they come from discrete events, the dosage. Chronic exposure is when a person experiences low exposure over a long period of time. This is what happens after many years of smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol. Damage is done to your body, but very slowly and over long periods of time. Chronic exposure is more common in natural environments, but it's also more difficult to diagnose and detect. It's important to know how toxicants affect us, and to better understand their impacts, toxicologists run experiments. In these experiments, they give a certain amount of toxicant to test animals called the dose. They then measure the response, which is the effect of the dose. Once they have done this numerous times, they can plot a dose-response curve and extrapolate the results from lab animals to humans, though this may be imprecise because these extrapolations are not exact measurements. Due to the imprecision, maximum allowable levels of toxicants are set below the minimum toxicity level estimated from the experiment. Dose-response experiments provide toxicologists with other information, such as the lethal dose for 50% of the population, or LD50. Scientists may also want to know the dose for a certain effect on 50% of the population, such as hair loss, and this is the ED50. A low ED50 or low LD50 indicate a high toxicity because this means a small amount of toxicant produces a response. Some responses only occur above a minimum dose, and this is called the threshold dose. Though these experiments provide a wealth of data about toxicants, effects still vary among individuals. Gender, weight, age, health, and other factors all contribute to how individuals respond to toxicants. Additionally, the exposure time also plays a role. Acute exposure, or high doses over short periods of time, are more easily recognized, but chronic exposure, or low doses over long periods of time, are more common in the natural environment. You have probably known someone with cancer in your lifetime. This is because cancer affects millions of people each year. Cancer is uncontrollable cell growth. Normally your cells grow at a certain rate and then eventually die. But when you have cancer, certain cells keep growing and growing and growing. This is why a tumor is a good indicator of cancer, because a tumor is just a large mass of cells. Cancer comes in many different forms and does not discriminate between age, gender, or race. Cancer-causing agents are called carcinogens and come from about as many different sources as there are types of cancer. In order to prevent and treat cancer, scientists need to first understand the sources of carcinogens as well as what makes them cancer-causing agents. The uncontrolled cell growth of cancer occurs because of some change in your DNA, which is like a set of instructions for your body. If your DNA can't tell your cells to stop growing, then they will just keep growing, and this is exactly what carcinogens do. They get in there and they screw up your body's instructions by mutating your DNA. Carcinogens come from our environment, and we are surrounded by them all the time. Some carcinogens are from direct sources like X-ray radiation and tobacco smoke. Tobacco smoke is especially dangerous because it contains over 4,000 chemicals, many of which cause cancer. Other carcinogens may be difficult to identify because they are only carcinogenic once they have reacted with other chemicals. Dioxins fall into this category, and these chemicals are found in wood preservatives, insecticides, and from paper bleaching and electrical fires. Some carcinogens come from natural sources, such as plants. Aflatoxins are carcinogens that are naturally produced by fungi growing on food. Fungi that produce aflatoxins are most often found growing on grains, peanuts, meat, and dairy products. UV radiation from sunlight is another natural carcinogen. UV radiation mutates your DNA and causes skin cancer and cataracts. The list of known carcinogens is a long one, but it wasn't developed by accident. Scientists determine whether a chemical or substance is carcinogenic in three main ways. The first is human studies. What better way to understand the effects of chemicals on our bodies than to study the effects of chemicals on our bodies? Epidemiologists studied large-scale comparisons of groups of people to determine causes, effects, and patterns in human disease. Epidemiological studies are much like other scientific experiments. One group of people is the control, the non-exposure group, and the other is the experimental group. The difference is that instead of purposefully exposing people to chemicals to see if they cause cancer, epidemiologists simply take advantage of the chance to learn from exposures that have already occurred. For example, epidemiologists study cigarette smokers and non-cigarette smokers to determine what kinds of cancer tobacco smoke causes and how much more likely smokers are than non-smokers to get cancer from cigarettes. Animal studies are another method used to determine if something is a carcinogen. Mice and rats are excellent test animals for a number of reasons. First, they respond to carcinogens in much the same way that humans do. Second, they have very short lives, so they can show us the effects of carcinogens on a much faster time scale. Lastly, they're easy to work with because they are small and reproduce quickly. Animals in labs are often given doses that are much higher than what we would be exposed to in the natural environment, and this is for a couple of reasons. A high dose of a substance in a smaller number of mice can produce the desired effect much more quickly than giving a low dose to a large number of mice. It also allows scientists to more accurately estimate dangerous exposure amounts for humans who are much larger than laboratory mice. Finally, scientists can study effects of substances on human cells in a laboratory. Epidemiological studies can't be controlled for other factors, and it's unethical to knowingly expose people to harmful substances. Studies on human cells allow us to test the effects of harmful substances on human tissue without exposing humans directly. Human cell studies also reduce the use of animal testing and can be much more efficient and economical since large tissue samples can be grown from small groups of cells. Carcinogens are cancer-causing agents that come from both natural and human-made sources. Tobacco, X-rays, plant toxins, and UV radiation are all carcinogens that we're exposed to in our everyday lives. Carcinogens mutate your DNA, which acts like a set of instructions for your body. One result of this disruption is cancer, which is uncontrolled cell growth. Cancers come in many forms and claim the lives of millions of people each year. In order to prevent cancer, scientists need to determine which substances and chemicals are carcinogenic. There are 3 ways they do this: human studies, animal studies, and human cell studies. Human studies are performed by epidemiologists who study large-scale comparisons of groups of people to determine causes, effects, and patterns in human disease. Epidemiologists are limited, though, because they can't purposefully expose people to harmful substances. However, their studies do provide very useful information, like when comparing cancer in smokers and non-smokers. Animal studies are helpful because rats and mice react similarly to humans when exposed to carcinogens. They provide information that can be estimated to human levels and do so without exposing humans to harmful substances. Human cell studies are performed in laboratories and provide information about effects of substances and chemicals on human tissue. Unlike epidemiological studies, tissues can be grown in the lab and tested so that humans are not directly exposed to the substance. This type of study provides a wealth of information without the risk of harming people in the process. If there's one thing chemicals like to do, it's react. A chemical reaction is when 2 or more substances combine to form a new substance. Chemical reactions are occurring all the time in the natural environment where there are numerous different substances and chemicals coming in contact with each other. Some of these chemicals are natural, while some are human-made. When there is a reaction in nature and it produces a toxic effect, we can put that reaction into one of 4 categories: additive, synergistic, antagonistic, and potentiating. Additive effects are just what they sound like, the sum of the effects of the chemicals involved in the reaction. This usually occurs with chemicals that are similar in structure, so they work well as a team, kind of like a superhero and a sidekick. The sum of the additive effect is what you would expect if you were exposed to each chemical individually. An example of an additive interaction would be taking both aspirin and acetaminophen, which is the active ingredient in drugs like Tylenol. If you take both together, you get the total effect of both pain-killing drugs on your body. Synergistic effects are when the sum of the effect is more than each chemical individually. This can create dangerous situations because each chemical is designed to work well on its own. This would be like pairing 2 really strong superheroes. Individually, they're both strong, and if combined, their powers are overwhelming. For example, alcohol and acetaminophen are a dangerous combination for your body. This is because both are processed in your liver, and each puts a lot of strain on that small but powerful organ. If you put both drugs into your body at the same time, it can overwhelm the liver, sending it into failure. Antagonistic effects are when the net effect of the chemical reaction is 0. This would be like combining our superhero with her evil arch-nemesis. One is evil and one is good, but if you add up their efforts, you neutralize them both. Antagonistic effects are important because this is where we get antidotes for poisons. Antivenom for snake bites is an example of an antagonistic effect. So is the combination of caffeine and alcohol. There's one more, less common type of interaction called potentiating effects. This is when one chemical enhances the effect of another chemical. Some chemicals are not toxic on their own, but when they're in the presence of some other chemicals, they become toxic. Think of evil villains. Most are good people at one point in their lives, but are involved in some type of accident that changes them forever. The accident has a potentiating effect on this once normal, good-hearted person, bringing out their darkest side. Chemical reactions are numerous. Many are occurring in your body right now. They also constantly occur in the environment around us. Toxic effects are often produced by these reactions, and we can put the type of effect into one of four categories. Additive effects are when the sum of the effect equals the two individual chemical effects combined. In this case, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Synergistic effects are when the sum of the effect is more than the two individual chemical effects combined. For this effect, 2 plus 2 equals 10. Antagonistic effects are when the net effect of the combined chemical interaction is 0. Essentially, one cancels out the other, so 2 plus negative 2 equals 0. Potentiating effects are when one chemical enhances the toxic effect of another chemical. For this effect, 0 plus 2 equals 10. Knowing how chemicals interact is important because mixing certain substances can be both dangerous and beneficial. Caffeine and alcohol together have an antagonistic effect, but alcohol and acetaminophen is synergistic and dangerous. However, acetaminophen by itself is not as harmful as it is when mixed with alcohol, and antagonistic effects of antidotes, such as antivenoms, will continue to save lives because of their neutralizing effect. We think of children as small versions of adults, so it may also make sense to think of them as being at lower risk to toxicants and other harmful substances. However, quite the opposite is true. Children are actually more susceptible to toxicants and their effects than adults, mostly because of their small size. Children are so much smaller than adults, but still breathe the same air, eat the same foods, and drink the same water. This means that they're getting a higher concentration of toxicant for their body weight than adults. Say you ingested a tablespoon of poison and a child ingested the same amount of poison. The effect would be much greater for the child because compared to their body size, the amount of poison is much larger. The same is true for pollutants in the air, additives in food, and toxicants in drinking water. Children are also much more susceptible to the effects of toxicants because they're still developing, both inside and out. Have you ever cut or scraped a part of your body? As it's healing, that part of the skin is soft and sensitive. It's growing back to replace what you damaged. The same is true for children. Their bodies are constantly growing and developing and are more like the sensitive healing skin of your injury than the hard, weathered skin around it. Anyone who has been around children knows that they pick up things and then usually put those things in their mouths. Many toys and other objects they come in contact with are plastic, which is full of toxicants that can be harmful in high doses. 1 or 2 times of putting something in your mouth may not be so bad, but if you do it enough, those doses add up to a substantial amount of exposure. Not only are children putting all sorts of things in their mouths, but they are also processing the things that end up in their digestive system much quicker than adults. Because children's bodies are in that constant state of growth and development, their bodies are designed to maximize nutrient absorption from food. So the quicker the body can extract what it needs from the food, the quicker it can use it for growth. Unfortunately, when children put toxicants into their bodies, these get absorbed just as quickly as the good stuff. Just like the rest of their body, children's immune systems are also not fully developed. As an adult, you've been exposed to numerous threats to your health, and like a well-developed military, your body has built up a defense system against them. Children, however, are like a new country that's still building its army. Their bodies are still learning how to fight disease and may not be able to fight the effects of toxicants as well as adults. Think about where children spend most of their time, near the ground. Babies crawl on the ground, which is where they pick up most of the objects that eventually end up in their mouths, and children are shorter than adults. Toxicants in treated carpets, floors, and furniture are therefore much closer to their faces, where they breathe and eat. Toxicants in the air also tend to be closer to the ground, so children are more likely to breathe in polluted air than adults because they're at the same level. Of all children, fetuses in the womb and breastfeeding babies are some of the most susceptible to toxicants. This is not only because of the rapid development their bodies are going through, but also because they're exposed to all of the chemicals that the mother has taken in and stored up through her lifetime. Many heavy metals, such as mercury and cobalt, accumulate in human tissue, so once it's in your body, it stays there, and these can be passed through fluid in the womb and breast milk. This is why pregnant women are discouraged from eating fish. Fish contain high levels of mercury, which can be very dangerous to an unborn baby. Children may look like small versions of adults, but their small size and developing bodies are a disadvantage to them when exposed to toxicants. Children are much more susceptible to environmental toxicants because, relative to their small body size, children take in larger amounts of toxicants. They are also more sensitive to the effects of toxicants because, like a wound healing on your skin, children's bodies are healing into adults. Children are also much closer to the ground than adults, which is where exposure to toxicants is more likely to occur from treated carpets, floors, and furniture. The floor is also a great place for children and babies to find things to put in their mouths. Air pollution tends to be worse closer to the ground, which is the air that children are more likely to breathe in. Once in the body, toxicants can be more harmful to children whose immune systems are like a newly formed army instead of a well-established adult immune system. Children are also exposed to toxicants from the mother as fetuses in the womb or breastfeeding babies. Babies and children have faster metabolisms because their bodies need to take in as many nutrients as quickly as possible to help them grow big and strong. However, children's bodies also take up toxicants just as vigorously, so the effects may be greater than in adult bodies. We make numerous decisions every day. Some of these are easy, chocolate or vanilla ice cream for dessert, while some are more difficult. I hate my job. Should I quit or stick it out? The decisions we make are based on reasoning and judgment. We weigh our options, think of the pros and cons of each, not only for ourselves, but also others whom our decisions may affect, and then decide which outcome will be best. Making decisions regarding environmental health is no different. The precautionary principle deals with this and is the idea that new action should not be taken until we understand their ramifications. New technologies and products are being produced at an ever-increasing rate, but not all of them are safe for consumers and the environment. How do we decide which products should be available to consumers and how quickly should they be available? Using the precautionary principle requires that products be rigorously tested before reaching the market. This can be both time-consuming and expensive, so one way companies work around this is to put out products with only minimal testing and then recall products that turn out to be unsafe. This approach is much like a criminal trial. The technology or product is innocent until proven guilty. The benefit of using this approach is that new technologies and products can reach the market faster and cost less to produce because of the limited testing. The problem with this approach is that the effects of the products are unknown until the product is proven guilty. Products that are unsafe can have short-term and long-term effects on human and environmental health, and giving consumers access before these effects are known is a risky gamble. The precautionary principle is based on the opposite assumption, that products and technologies are guilty until proven innocent. The idea is that products need to be thoroughly tested to fully understand any harm that they may do, and not allow these products to reach the market until that time. As mentioned before, this can be a very long and very expensive process. When using the precautionary principle, the safety risks of technology and products that reach market are very well understood, but they also reach the market at a much slower rate. Another issue that arises with the precautionary principle is who to hold responsible for the cost of testing. Should the manufacturer have to pay to prove that their product is safe? Or should the consumer have to absorb that cost in the price of the product? Should government have to foot the bill to prove that products are dangerous if companies don't want to pay? What about the scientists doing the research? Should they be responsible for writing grants to find research funding? If manufacturers do not want to do upfront testing, who ultimately pays when a product or technology turns out to be dangerous? Should manufacturers have to cover retribution costs of environmental cleanup or human health care? Should consumers be responsible for both the monetary and health costs of wanting new products faster and with less thorough testing? Should government be responsible because they failed to enforce safety and testing regulations? These are certainly not easy questions to answer. However, some of them have been addressed through government policy, sometimes blending the two approaches together. Each country is different, and the types of policies regarding market technologies and products is not necessarily the same among developed nations. For example, European nations heavily favor the precautionary principle. Products are guilty until proven innocent. The U.S., however, is largely the opposite, putting products on the market until they are proven harmful. Even within the U.S., though, there's a great deal of variation. Though responsible for the regulation, the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, does not require approval of chemicals found in cosmetics before going to market. However, they do require extensive clinical testing for drugs and medical devices. The Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, is responsible for regulating pesticides and other substances. When new pesticides are manufactured, they must be approved by the EPA through a rigorous evaluation that involves examining the company's research, product ingredients, and health risks to human and the environment. However, the process also takes economic factors into account, and if the economic benefits outweigh the hazards of the new product, it often still makes it to market. Because hazards are not confined to the imaginary lines we draw around states and countries, there's also been international regulation to identify responsible parties and ensure that products on the market are safe for consumers and the environment. In 2001, the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants was an international treaty that addressed this very issue. It identified 12 of the most dangerous persistent organic pollutants, set international guidelines for phasing out the use of these chemicals, and then recommended safer alternatives in manufacturing and industry. All decisions have outcomes. Some are as insignificant as what kind of dessert you'll have after dinner. Others are more serious. Will time and money be spent to fully understand the risks of new technologies and products, or should we forego this testing to allow products to reach consumers more quickly? If we decide to put effort in up front, the question then becomes, who will pay for this rigorous testing? Companies? Government? Consumers? If we decide to see products as innocent until proven guilty, who will be responsible for dealing with the harmful effects they have? Who will pay for the damage done to human and environmental health, if the damage can even be reversed? This is a decision made by governments and manufacturers all over the world, and the answers vary from place to place. Europe is much in favor of the precautionary principle, fully understanding the hazards of new technologies and products before making them accessible to consumers. Others, such as the U.S., prefer to push new products and technologies to consumers when the economic benefits outweigh the environmental hazards. Because both new products and environmental hazards are not confined to specific boundaries, international standards have also been implemented. The Stockholm Convention of 2001 is an international treaty that identified 12 of the most dangerous persistent organic pollutants and then decided that the responsibility of environmental health lay with industry. The result of this treaty was new international guidelines as well as recommendations for safer alternatives.
Did you notice that the world is getting smaller? I don't mean it is physically shrinking in size, but there's no denying that in today's modern world, we are more keenly aware of the fact that an event or action that happens on one side of the globe can impact what happens on the opposite side. Things like the internet, a more globalized economy, and widespread changes in climate draw our attention to events happening around the world. And with this new awareness comes some ethical questions regarding the responsibilities humans have with respect to the care of the planet. In this lesson, we will discuss environmental ethics and human values and describe how they affect our ability to deal with the environmental problems that our world faces. Environmental ethics is a philosophical discipline that considers the moral and ethical relationship of human beings to the environment. In other words, what, if any, moral obligation does man have to the preservation and care of the non-human world? While ethical issues concerning the environment have been debated for centuries, environmental ethics did not emerge as a philosophical discipline until the 1970s. Its emergence was a result of increased awareness of how the rapidly growing world population was impacting the environment, as well as the environmental consequences that came with the growing use of pesticides, technology, and industry. Environmental ethics helps define man's moral and ethical obligations toward the environment. But human values become a factor when looking at environmental ethics. Human values are the things that are important to individuals that they then use to evaluate actions or events. In other words, humans assign value to certain things and then use this assigned value to make decisions about whether something is right or wrong. Human values are unique to each individual because not everyone places the same importance on each element of life. For example, a person living in poverty in an undeveloped country may find it morally acceptable to cut down the forest to make room for a farm where he can grow food for his family. However, a person in a developed country may find this action morally unacceptable because the destruction of forests increases carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, which can negatively impact the environment. Environmental ethics, along with human values, make for challenging philosophical debates about man's interaction with the environment. Water and air pollution, the depletion of natural resources, loss of biodiversity, destruction of ecosystems, and global climate change are all part of the environmental ethics debate. And we see that within the discipline of environmental ethics, there are tough ethical decisions humans must consider. For example, is it acceptable for poor farmers in undeveloped countries to cut down forests to make room for farmland, even if this action harms the environment? Is it morally wrong for humans to continue to burn fossil fuels, knowing that this action leads to air pollution and global climate changes? Is it ethically permissible for man to build a hydroelectric dam, knowing that this will disrupt the migration pattern of certain fish, leading to their extinction? Does a mining company have a moral obligation to restore the natural environment destroyed by their mining techniques? Ethical debates impact our ability to solve environmental problems because individuals differ on man's obligation concerning the natural environment. Those that place significantly higher value on human interests at the expense of non-human things are said to have an anthropocentric ethical view. This term is easy to recall if you remember that the prefix anthropo means human, and the suffix centric means centered. Therefore, the term anthropocentric literally means human-centered. A person with this viewpoint would be more likely to see nature and its resources as things available for man to use. Their exploitation would therefore be acceptable as long as it did not lead to negative consequences for human beings. There is an opposing viewpoint. Those that see the intrinsic value of non-human things, regardless of their usefulness to man, are said to have an ecocentric ethical view. This term is also easy to recall if you remember that the prefix eco refers to nature. Combined with centered, which we get from the suffix of this word, we see that the term ecocentric literally means nature-centered. A person with an ecocentric viewpoint would be more likely to see elements of nature such as trees, animals, and plants as having value in and of themselves simply because they are part of an ecological community. Therefore, these resources should not be consumed or destroyed without regarding their value within nature. With viewpoints as widely separated as these, we see that debates over how the environment is to be cared for will continue. And even though the field of environmental ethics is young, it is here to stay. Let's review. Environmental ethics is a philosophical discipline that considers the moral and ethical relationship of human beings to the environment. Human values become a factor when looking at environmental ethics because they are the things that are important to individuals that they then use to evaluate actions or events. Things like water and air pollution, the depletion of natural resources, loss of biodiversity, destruction of ecosystems, and global climate change are all part of the environmental ethics debate. Ethical debates impact our ability to solve environmental problems because individuals have different viewpoints. Those that place significantly higher value on human interests at the expense of non-human things are said to have an anthropocentric or human-centered ethical view. The opposing viewpoint comes from those that see the intrinsic value of non-human things regardless of their usefulness to man. This is the ecocentric or nature-centered ethical view. Your beliefs are like snowflakes. Just like there are no two snowflakes that are the same, the set of beliefs that you hold in your head are unique to only you. These beliefs are what create your own personal view of the world and give you a sense of right and wrong behavior. Your beliefs are shaped by those around you and the culture you grew up in. Therefore, while your set of beliefs are unique to you, groups of people can have commonly shared values that give them a sense of right and wrong behavior. This is called a worldview, and in this lesson we will learn about two environmental worldviews, Western and deep ecology, and see how these differing viewpoints impact the environment. We know that a worldview is a collection of commonly shared values, and therefore the term environmental worldview can be defined as collective beliefs and values that give people a sense of how the world works, their role in the environment, and right and wrong behavior toward the environment. Environmental worldviews dictate how we interact with nature and our attitude toward how we use the natural resources it contains. You could say that nature is at the mercy of the environmental worldviews of humans. If most humans share the view that humans are superior and should dominate over nature, then nature could face certain challenges. If most humans share the view that all life forms have intrinsic value and therefore the right to exist, then the sustainability of nature could have a very different outcome. Out of these different perspectives come the two competing environmental worldviews that we are discussing in this lesson. In the one corner is the Western worldview. It is defined as a worldview that sees humans as dominant over nature and feels natural resources should be used for the benefit of humanity. The Western worldview puts man first and declares human beings as superior to all other living and non-living things in the environment. Therefore, it is the right of humans to use or even exploit natural resources to further his wealth and comfort. A person with a strong Western worldview favors economic, industrial, and technological growth and would be concerned with the deterioration of the environment only if it negatively impacted the lifestyle of human beings. In the other corner is the deep ecology worldview. It is defined as a worldview that sees humans are just one species and all forms of life have intrinsic value and the right to exist. The deep ecology worldview sees humans as being on an equal level with other species, as opposed to being superior to them. Therefore, humans need to sacrifice wealth and comforts, and even curb human population, if these actions negatively impact the environment. A person with a strong deep ecology worldview feels that man should practice caution when it comes to economic, industrial, and technological growth, as to not impede the richness and diversity of nature. It is apparent that the Western worldview and the deep ecology worldview are in different corners of the environmental boxing ring. As we stated earlier, no two people share the exact same set of beliefs. Therefore, most people find that they do not fully support one or the other worldview, but fall somewhere between the two extremes. Many see that the planet could not support the rapidly growing population if every human held the Western worldview and exploited the Earth's natural resources for his own pleasure and wealth. On the other hand, they understand that placing man on a completely even level with all other species, as seen with the deep ecology worldview, would mean that the planet could only support a small fraction of the current human population. Let's review. Groups of people have worldviews, which are commonly shared values that give them a sense of right and wrong behaviors. If a worldview is in regards to the environment, it is called an environmental worldview and defined as collective beliefs and values that give people a sense of how the world works, their role in the environment, and right and wrong behaviors toward the environment. There are two competing environmental worldviews. In the one corner is the Western worldview, which is a worldview that sees humans as dominant over nature and feels natural resources should be used for the benefit of humanity. In the other corner is the deep ecology worldview, which is a worldview that sees humans as just one species, and all forms of life have intrinsic value and the right to exist. Most people find that they do not fully support one or the other worldview, but fall somewhere between the two extremes. When you think about the environment, your mind might conjure up images of rambling rivers, peaceful woodlands, or scenic mountains. However, a broader definition of environment is the surroundings or conditions in which a person lives. By this definition, the environment would include your home, place of work, schools, and community parks. These are the places you spend your time, and they play a big role in your overall health, happiness, and well-being. Those involved in the movement called environmental justice feel that a healthy environment is a necessary component of a healthy life. In this lesson, we will learn about environmental justice and its efforts to make everyone's environment clean, safe, and healthy. The United States Environmental Protection Agency defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. In other words, your health should not suffer because of the environment where you live, work, play, or learn. The concept of environmental justice began as a movement in the 1980s due to the realization that a disproportionate number of polluting industries, power plants, and waste disposal areas were located near low-income or minority communities. The movement was set in place to ensure fair distribution of environmental burdens among all people regardless of their background. Examples of environmental burdens that may be considered under the umbrella of environmental justice cover many aspects of community life. These burdens can include any environmental pollutant, hazard, or disadvantage that compromises the health of a community or its residents. For instance, one of the environmental justice issues and examples is inadequate access to healthy food. Certain communities, particularly lower income or minority communities, often lack supermarkets or other sources of healthy and affordable foods. Another issue is inadequate transportation. While public transportation may be available in urban areas, policies must be monitored to avoid cuts in service and fare hikes that make it difficult for community residents to pursue employment or an adequate living standard. Air and water pollution are major environmental justice issues. Because many lower-income or minority communities are located near industrial plants or waste disposal sites, air and water quality can suffer if not properly monitored. These communities may also contain older and unsafe homes. Older homes are more likely to have lead-based paint that can chip and find its way into the dust and soil surrounding the home, leading to illness. These houses may also be prone to structural problems, mold, or other hazards that put residents at higher risk of health problems. In 1991, principles of environmental justice were adopted at the first National People of Color Leadership Summit meeting in Washington, D.C. These principles are based on two major parts. The first is fair treatment, which states that no person or group should have to carry a majority of the environmental burdens and everyone should have equal protection from environmental hazards. Policies set by government and actions performed by corporate organizations can have a detrimental effect on a community. Fair treatment ensures that no group or community should suffer an unequal portion of negative environmental effects that result from these policies or actions. The second important part of environmental justice principles is meaningful involvement, which states that everyone has the right to participate as equal partners in decisions about policies and actions that could affect their environmental or personal health. Meaningful involvement is designed to give every individual a voice and encourage full and fair participation by all potentially impacted members of the community. At the core of the principles of environmental justice is the desire for everyone to be given the same level of protection from environmental hazards and receive equal access to the decision-making process to ensure their concerns are heard. Let's review. Environment can be defined as the surroundings or conditions in which a person lives. This would include a person's home, place of work, schools, and community parks, as well as the rivers, woodlands, and the mountains. The United States Environmental Protection Agency defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Environmental justice issues and examples include inadequate access to healthy food, inadequate transportation, air and water pollution, and unsafe homes. In 1991, principles of environmental justice were adopted at the first National People of Color Leadership Summit meeting in Washington, D.C. These principles are based on two major parts. The first is fair treatment, which states that no person or group should have to carry a majority of the environmental burdens and everyone should have equal protection from environmental hazards. The second is meaningful involvement, which states that everyone has the right to participate as equal partners in decisions about policies and actions that could affect their environmental or personal health. You've probably heard the saying, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. This is true for any personal goal you are trying to reach, whether it be planning your exercise routine so you can finish your first 5K race, or planning your schedule so you have enough time to study for, and ace, your college exam. Planning is also important when it comes to protecting the environment, so it is sustainable for generations to come. However, environmental planning and decision-making have many considerations because of the complexities of nature and the varying needs and desires of society. In this lesson, we will explore the different aspects and considerations that must go into environmental planning and environmental decision-making. Environmental planning is the process of evaluating how social, political, economic, and governing factors affect the natural environment when considering development. The goal of environmental planning is to come up with a win-win situation for society and the environment. With successful environmental planning, society wins by being able to use the area in productive ways, and the environment wins by being able to sustain itself for future generations. There are three components of environmental planning that must be considered. First is the current status of the natural environment. This component will take into consideration the existing state of the area to be developed. This may include evaluating the existing uses, features, and natural resources of the land, as well as existing infrastructure and buildings. The second component of environmental planning is vision. This involves setting goals and measurable objectives and takes into consideration the rules, regulations, laws, and needs of society. The third component is implementation. This involves putting the vision into action and considers the materials, personnel, and technology that may be needed to carry out the plan. Environmental planning is a complex study because it not only has to consider the complexities of the natural environment, but also the needs and desires of humans. Therefore, environmental planners need to understand the human decision-making process to best manage the relationship between humans and the environment. Environmental decision-making can be defined as the process of evaluating the ways humans go about making choices that impact the natural environment. How individuals or groups decide to use energy, natural resources, and even outdoor recreational areas are all part of the planning process. So we see that environmental planning and decision-making go hand in hand, and because human needs and desires change over time, the process must constantly evolve. Let's look at a couple of examples of environmental planning and decision-making that show how useful the process can be. Let's say that a developer wants to build 3 homes on a lot that borders a river. Through environmental planning, it is revealed that one of the homes is located within the floodplain. The plan for the home's location is altered to move it out of the floodplain, and the original space is used for a community bike path and an area for natural growth. This plan benefits the community and the natural environment. Another example of environmental planning is industrial symbiosis, which is the process by which industries share services, energy, and byproducts to decrease costs and improve the environment. An environmental planner may evaluate the current status of an industrial park and note that it has a power plant, an oil refinery, and a fish farm. From this evaluation, a vision of how these plants could work together is formed. It may be decided that treated wastewater from the oil refinery can be used by the power plant as cooling water. Excess heat produced by the power plant can be used to provide heat for the local fish farm. This vision is then implemented, resulting in lower operating costs and environmental benefits. Let's review. Environmental planning is the process of evaluating how social, political, economic, and governing factors affect the natural environment when considering development. The goal of environmental planning is to come up with a win-win situation for society and the environment. There are 3 components of environmental planning. First is the current status of the natural environment. The second component is the vision of what will best serve society and the environment. And the third component is implementation of the plan. Environmental decision-making can be defined as the process of evaluating the ways humans go about making choices that impact the natural environment. Environmental planning and decision-making work together to create sustainable outcomes. Examples of environmental planning and decision-making include evaluating floodplains before development of an area, and industrial symbiosis, which is the process by which industries share services, energy, and byproducts to decrease costs and improve the environment. It feels good to step outside and breathe a big breath of fresh air. Having clean air, clean water, and an environment free of toxins and pollutants has always been a desire of man. But prior to the 1970s, there were few mechanisms in place to protect the environment and the natural resources found within the United States of America. Mounting concerns about air, water, and land quality led to environmental legislation designed to protect the environment from harmful actions. In this lesson, we will learn about some groundbreaking laws and discuss how government regulations safeguard the health of our natural world. Environmental legislation is a collection of laws and regulations pertaining to air quality, water quality, the wilderness, endangered wildlife, and other environmental factors. The umbrella of environmental legislation covers many laws and regulations, yet they all work together toward a common goal, which is regulating the interaction between man and the natural world to reduce threats to the environment and increase public health. As you might imagine, environmental legislation is a broad topic, mainly because the natural environment encompasses so many different aspects. So environmental laws need to consider everything from the air we breathe, to the natural resources we rely on, to the plants and animals that share this world with us. To better understand environmental law, let's look at an example. Let's say that an energy company wants to build a coal-burning power plant to create electricity for the community. Where should this power plant be built? What type of pollutants might result from the coal burning? And what measures will need to be taken to control harmful emissions? If the power plant is built at the edge of town to lessen air pollution for the human population, how will this impact lesser species that inhabit the land downwind of the plant? These are all considerations to be evaluated within the scope of environmental law. Debates over how to preserve air and water quality are not new. These topics, along with many other environmental issues, have been subjected to laws for thousands of years. There's evidence of early Roman law regarding the handling of water and sewage. In fact, it is speculated that the Roman Empire lasted as long as it did because they paid so much attention to sewage networks and extensive freshwater distribution channels. However, the official timeline of environmental law in the United States did not start until the 20th century. The United States is regarded as a world leader when it comes to development and application of environmental law, and in the 1960s are when the process got started. This time period in the U.S. history was marked by a surge of economic and industrial growth. Along with an increase in factories and industrial activities came a mounting concern about the impact these practices were having on the Earth's natural environment. This was also a time when environmentalism, which is a movement toward protecting the natural environment against hazards and pollutants, matured into a public and political force. The newfound awareness and events of the 1960s coalesced to establish the start of environmental legislation. The cornerstone of environmental law is the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. This is the U.S. environmental law that established a nationwide policy promoting the protection of the environment. This Act of 1969 was formed to encourage a harmonious relationship between the nation's citizens and their natural surroundings, with a goal of preventing destruction of the environment. The National Environmental Policy Act ensures that matters important to the environment are thoroughly considered in any decision made by federal agencies. With the Act came new procedural requirements for all federal agencies, including an Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, which is a document required for any action that may significantly impact the environment. An EIS provides an analysis of the environmental impact of a proposed action, such as a proposal to build a coal-burning electric power plant, as we discussed earlier. An environmental impact statement may also propose alternative actions to aid in the decision-making process and ensure that the goals of the National Environmental Policy Act are being followed. The National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 was soon followed by more environmental laws, including the Clean Air Act in 1970, the Clean Water Act in 1972, and the Endangered Species Act of 1973. Today, there are numerous environmental laws, and we see that they cover varying aspects of the environment, from clean air to endangered species. However, they all share the common goal of protecting the natural environment by controlling pollution and protecting natural resources for enhanced human and environmental health. Let's review. Environmental legislation is a collection of laws and regulations pertaining to air quality, water quality, the wilderness, endangered wildlife, and other environmental factors. The goal of this legislation is to regulate the interaction between man and the natural world to reduce threats to the environment and increase public health. Environmental law can be said to have had its start in the United States in the 1960s, which was a time of increased awareness and concern about the environment and threats to its health. This was also a time when environmentalism, which is a movement toward protecting the natural environment against hazards and pollutants, matured into a public and political force. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, of 1969 is the U.S. environmental law that established a nationwide policy promoting the protection of the environment. The Act ensures that matters important to the environment are thoroughly considered in any decision made by federal agencies. One of the ways this is accomplished is through the use of an Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, which is a document required for any action that may significantly impact the environment. Many environmental laws followed the National Environmental Policy Act, including the Clean Air Act in 1970, the Clean Water Act of 1972, and the Endangered Species Act of 1973. What is the environmental impact of building an airport? What, if any, negative effects could wildlife be subject to if a mining operation goes ahead with expansion plans? What are the risks to the local community's water supply from the newly proposed natural gas drilling site? Before an airport is built, a mine is allowed to expand its operations, a site gets approved to drill for natural gas, or any similar action is given the go-ahead, a document must be drafted that carefully considers the impact this action will have on the environment. In this lesson, you will discover how an environmental impact statement is used and how it helps meet the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act. In the 1960s, there was a growing concern among U.S. citizens over damage to the environment caused by increases in industrial and manufacturing activities, as well as increased building of infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and power plants. These concerns culminated into an environmental law called the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. The NEPA is the U.S. environmental law that established a nationwide policy promoting the protection of the environment. The National Environmental Policy Act ensures that concerns about environmental issues such as water or air pollution, soil erosion, and loss of natural habitats are thoroughly considered in any decision-making process. To meet NEPA requirements, federal agencies prepare an Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, which is a document required for any action that may significantly impact the environment. An EIS provides a detailed statement outlining any potential environmental impact, whether it be positive or negative, for proposed action, such as the building of an airport, the expansion of a mining operation, or drilling for natural gas. In other words, before any federally controlled project is given the right to start construction or operation, a detailed EIS must be completed that not only takes into consideration the environmental impact of the proposed action, but also presents any alternatives to those actions. The EIS is submitted to the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, which is an independent federal agency that works to reduce pollution and protect the environment. The EPA reviews and comments on the EIS, ensuring that the goals of the National Environmental Policy Act are met. A database of all filed EISs is maintained by the EPA. The National Environmental Policy Act requires an EIS for any project or action that is federally controlled and has the potential to significantly impact the environment. This would include projects that are federally funded or require a federal license. The Environmental Impact Statement must discuss all aspects that could potentially impact the environment. This would include indirect effects of a project. For example, if a forest is cut down to make room for a hydropower plant, how could the economy and health of the local population be indirectly affected? Other considerations that must go into the preparation of an EIS include how the proposed project might interfere with other activities, the energy and resource demands of the project, and how to preserve historic and cultural qualities of the surrounding area. During the preparation of an EIS, the public and any interested parties may provide input. And after the final environmental impact statement is created, a public record is prepared by the federal agency, therefore ensuring that the public has a voice in projects that could impact their environment. Let's review. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, is the U.S. environmental law that established a nationwide policy promoting the protection of the environment. To meet NEPA requirements, federal agencies prepare an Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS, which is a document required for any action that may significantly impact the environment. Examples of projects that might require an EIS include building an airport, the expansion of a mining operation, drilling for natural gas, or clearing a forest to make room for a hydropower plant. A completed EIS is submitted to the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, which is an independent federal agency that works to reduce pollution and protect the environment. The environmental impact statement must discuss all aspects that could potentially impact the environment. This would include indirect effects of a project, how a proposed project might interfere with other activities, the energy and resource demands of a project, and how to preserve historic and cultural qualities of the surrounding area. Let's say that a small town in Wyoming wants to build an electricity generating plant. Because the area gets a lot of wind and has plenty of coal under the ground, the town is locked in a debate over which energy source should be used. Half the town feels that a wind energy power plant is the way to go, and the other half feels that a coal-burning power plant is the best option. Even though the town is split over this debate, they all want to come to the best decision and take into account all of the direct costs of the project as well as the indirect costs to the environment and people's health. To do this, they utilize environmental full cost accounting. In this lesson, we will take a look at this concept and how it helps in the decision-making process. Environmental full cost accounting can be defined as a method of accounting that recognizes the direct and indirect economic, environmental, health, and social costs of a project or action. Environmental full cost accounting considers more than just the basic direct costs associated with a project, such as the cost of building supplies, production, and distribution. Environmental full cost accounting also factors in indirect costs, including externalities. Externalities are side effects or costs of an activity that affect otherwise uninvolved parties. While externalities can be positive or negative, the other party does not intend to incur the effects. Therefore, it might help you to remember this term by thinking of an externality as an extra cost that the third-party player did not incur on his own. For example, a coal-burning power plant will emit greenhouse gases that could impose health costs on society. And the noise that comes from wind power generation could cause sleep disturbances, anxiety, and stress in susceptible individuals. These indirect costs are important considerations for a community to examine during the decision-making process. Other costs that might be considered with environmental full cost accounting include the economic and environmental costs of using natural resources or making infrastructure changes. Infrastructure changes may include the building of new roads or bridges to support a project. Yet another consideration is the environmental and social costs of altering previously undisturbed land for the building of a project or supporting structures. For example, if trees were cut down to make room for new roads, how would the environment and society be impacted? As you can see, environmental full cost accounting is complex. It analyzes all aspects of a project and answers the question, what does a project really cost in the long run in terms of damage to the environment, human health, and social well-being? As we see from our example, there are benefits of environmental full cost accounting. For one thing, it aids in the decision-making process by helping interested parties see beyond the direct economic costs of a project and consider the environmental, health, and social impact that could be incurred. Environmental full cost accounting also helps educate citizens who will be impacted by a project, and it reveals the best service for the least cost. However, there are challenges of environmental full cost accounting. The biggest challenge is the difficulty estimating environmental and social costs. There is no easy method to accurately calculating the costs of things such as greenhouse gas emissions, noise pollution, and deforestation. And the value of these issues may be further muddied by personal and societal values. Another challenge is accurately calculating life cycle assessment, which is a basic method of assessing the environmental impact of products, technologies, and activities from the cradle to the grave. To fully understand the life cycle environmental impact of a product or service, evaluations need to be made at every level of development. This would encompass everything from design to raw material extraction to production, storage, and distribution, all the way through to the management of wastes and byproducts. Let's review. Environmental full cost accounting is a method of accounting that recognizes the direct and indirect economic, environmental, health, and social costs of a project or action. Environmental full cost accounting factors in externalities, which are side effects or costs of an activity that affect otherwise uninvolved parties. For example, a coal-burning power plant will emit greenhouse gases that could impose health costs on society, and the noise that comes from wind power generation could cause sleep disturbances, anxiety, and stress in susceptible individuals. There are benefits of environmental full cost accounting. It aids in the decision-making process, helps educate citizens, and reveals the best service for the least cost. However, there are challenges of environmental full cost accounting. The biggest challenge is the difficulty estimating environmental and social costs. Another challenge is accurately calculating life cycle assessment, which is a basic method for assessing the environmental impacts of products, technologies, and activities from the cradle to the grave. Natural areas of the world have always been popular destinations for travelers and outdoorsmen. But natural environments provide much more value than just scenery and recreation. Forests provide habitats for plants and animals and act as shields against harsh weather. Trees provide wood products used in construction and also absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And wetlands and soil serve as filters to clean our fresh water supply. The benefits we gain from our natural environment are too many to count. But how much do we really value the resources and services that come from nature? Because nature provides its goods and services for free, they are often undervalued. In this lesson, we will take a look at how economics are related to the elements found in nature. Natural capital is defined as the land, air, water, living organisms, and natural resources of the earth that produce value to people. As we see from this definition, natural capital includes both living resources, such as trees, plants, crops, and wildlife, as well as non-living resources, such as coal, oil, and natural gas. It is easy to see that the elements of natural capital are essential for human survival, but they are also the foundation of most human economic activities. For example, a country may be rich in oil and have a strong economy because of this natural resource. Of course, if the country exploits its supply of oil and depletes the resource, the country will actually deplete its economic wealth. Therefore, it can be argued that it is in the best interest of countries to assess their natural capital to make better economic decisions. Now, in economics, the term capital typically refers to wealth in the form of some type of asset. When we put the word natural in front of this term, it simply means an asset obtained from nature. And when we start looking, we see that nature has many economically important assets, both seen and unseen. Some components of natural capital that are easily seen include mineral deposits, energy resources, farmland, forest timbers, and fisheries. Other components can be considered hidden natural capital. These components are harder to see and therefore not as easy to assess in terms of economic value. They include air and water filtration, flood protection, and maintenance of biodiversity. Let's take a look at an example to better understand how natural capital relates to economics by examining a forest ecosystem. Forests are an important contributor to the economy because they provide timber resources used for construction. This contribution to the economy is easily seen and easy to value. However, a forest also acts as a carbon sink, which is a natural environment that absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. In addition, forests prevent soil erosion, capture rainwater, prevent stormwater runoff, provide habitats for many biologically diverse plants and animals, participate as a key element in the water cycle, and provide a place for relaxation and recreation. If a forest is destroyed, all of the natural capital components just described would be lost, which would negatively impact the economy. Therefore, protecting the natural capital is important for sustainable growth and economic development. Let's review. Natural capital is defined as the land, air, water, living organisms, and natural resources of the earth that produce value to people. Nature has many economically important assets, including mineral deposits, energy resources, farmland, forest timbers, and fisheries. Other components that have economic value but are harder to recognize include air and water filtration, flood protection, and maintenance of biodiversity. Forests are one example of natural capital. Forests contribute to the economy because they provide timber resources. A forest also contributes by acting as a carbon sink, which is a natural environment that absorbs carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. In addition, forests prevent soil erosion, capture rainwater, prevent stormwater runoff, provide habitats for many biologically diverse plants and animals, participate as a key element in the water cycle, and provide a place for relaxation and recreation. If countries were given report cards to evaluate how they were doing, the top grade would likely be for the country's level of economic activity. However, if this were the only component that we looked at, then our evaluation of that nation's overall well-being would be woefully incomplete. Let me explain. You couldn't look at a man with a high-paying job and assume that he has the perfect life. Other factors, such as his general health, his level of education, and varying social elements would also need to be evaluated. The same can be said for a nation. A nation must consider not only its economic activity, but also the health of its citizens, access to education, and social and political aspects. But even this list is incomplete because it leaves out one important factor, and that is the environment. The health of a country's environment and how that country manages its natural resources for sustainability are important considerations that are often overlooked. In this lesson, we will look at national income accounts, which are measurements of a country's level of economic activity and progress, and how this accounting system falls short when it comes to environmental considerations. National income accounting was first conceptualized in the 1930s, and its development is credited to Simon Kuznets, who was the 1971 Nobel Prize winner for his work in national income accounting. The original purpose of national income accounting was to provide policymakers with useful information about the economic activity of a nation. It was not meant to be a statement of the nation's overall well-being, even though it is often evaluated in this way. The most widely used measure of national income is gross domestic product, or GDP, which is the market value of all final goods and services produced by a country in a year. GDP measures only the economic aspects of a country's welfare. It does not measure other factors that are important to overall well-being, such as social or environmental aspects. Despite this fact, the GDP is often given a high level of importance when developing public policy. GDP divided by the number of people in the country is the per capita GDP. This is an easy term to recall if you remember that per means for each, and capita refers to head, so per capita literally means counting each head or each person. By evaluating per capita GDP, we get more detailed insights into how a country is doing economically. We also get a clearer picture of some of the limitations of national income accounts when evaluating overall well-being. For example, if per capita GDP goes up, but its rise is due to the fact that people are forced to work longer hours, this does not indicate that the citizens of the country are better off. So we see that national income accounts fall short of providing a broad measurement of the society's well-being. And if the GDP is the most important focus for a nation, policymakers may overlook the importance of environmental protection. The result could be that environmental destruction and the depletion of natural resources may be allowed to happen to boost GDP and create a better showing economically. For example, if a developing country rapidly cuts down forests to sell the timbers or expand agriculture, the national income accounts will record the value of the timbers and the agricultural products in the plus column of that nation's GDP. However, if the forest land is devastated due to heavy deforestation, then the effects of this environmental destruction will eventually diminish the nation's wealth. In other words, by using national income accounts, we can get a good estimate of a nation's economic activity. But if economic factors are the only measuring stick used, then a nation's overall well-being may actually diminish due to environmental destruction. Let's review. National income accounts are measurements of a country's level of economic activity and progress. The development of national income accounting is credited to Simon Kuznets, who was the 1971 Nobel Prize winner for his work in national income accounting. The most widely used measure of national income is gross domestic product, or GDP, which is the market value of all final goods and services produced by a country in one year. GDP measures only the economic aspects of a country's welfare. It does not measure other factors that are important to overall well-being, such as social and environmental aspects. GDP divided by the number of people in the country is the per capita GDP. There are limitations of national income accounts when evaluating overall well-being of a nation. For example, they fall short of providing a broad measurement of the society's well-being, and environmental destruction and the depletion of natural resources may be allowed to happen to boost GDP. Did you know that your body's digestive system contains good bacteria? The word bacteria usually conjures up negative images of infections and colds, but there are bacteria in your body that you could not live without. These bacteria perform helpful functions such as extracting nutrients from hard-to-digest foods and making certain vitamins. If you were to take a drug that completely cleaned out all of the bacteria from your digestive system, your health would suffer. Just as it doesn't make good sense to reduce your body's bacteria level to zero, it doesn't always make good economic or environmental sense to lower pollutants to zero. In other words, when we consider the economics of pollution, there is an optimum amount of pollution where society's well-being is maximized with respect to environmental quality. In this lesson, we will look at how that optimum level is evaluated. To understand how this level is reached, we need to define a few terms. Marginal cost is a term that comes from the study of economics that is defined as the change in total cost that arises due to producing one more unit of a good. For example, if a widget factory decides to produce a new line of widgets, the marginal cost of the new widget line would include all of the additional costs that come with extra materials, added production, and more worker hours. If we think of marginal cost of pollution, we consider additional environmental cost that results due to the production of one additional unit. Using our example, an additional environmental cost might be an increase in greenhouse gas emissions that come from an increase in widget production. Marginal abatement cost is another term for us to take a look at as we are working toward our understanding of the optimum amount of pollution. This term can be defined as the cost associated with eliminating a unit of pollution. In general, an abatement cost is the expense a company incurs in order to address or clean up a detrimental effect it created. For example, a coal-burning power plant will produce emissions of sulfur dioxide, which are gases that are harmful to the environment. To reduce this problem, it may install smokestack scrubbers, which are a type of technology used to remove sulfur dioxide emissions from the exhaust of power plants. The cost associated with installing and using the scrubbers would be an example of an abatement cost. As the amount of pollution released goes down, the marginal abatement cost tends to go up. This is because more aggressive pollution controls tend to cost more money. Economists and company analysts work to find the sweet spot where there is a balance between the cost of pollution and the cost of cleanup. Using our example of the scrubbers, If the marginal cost of pollution is greater than the marginal cost of abatement or cleanup, then it is in the best interest of society for the power plant to install and use the scrubbers. If the marginal cost of pollution is less than the marginal cost of abatement, then the company may not need to install the scrubbers. In other words, just as the body can suffer from too much bacteria being removed, society could start to suffer if a company tries to clean up too much pollution. For instance, one way society could suffer is if exorbitant or over-the-top costs of pollution cleanup are passed on to them. This would make the cost of producing energy from the power plant too much for society to afford. Coming to this understanding allows us to define our next term, which is marginal benefit, or the increase in satisfaction received from a unit increase. The marginal benefit in this example would be the maximum amount a consumer would be willing to pay. If the price goes too high, there would be less marginal benefit and less satisfaction. Likewise, the environment might not always be better off due to pollution that is reduced to zero. For example, trees, bodies of water, and the atmosphere have a natural capacity to handle a certain amount of pollution. To disregard the natural recuperative abilities of the environment would be wasteful. Therefore, in the economics of pollution, we see that there is a point where both society and the environment have some satisfaction, or in other words, there is an optimum amount of pollution. The optimum amount of pollution can be defined as the point where the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost of pollution. Let's review. Marginal cost of pollution is the additional environmental cost that results due to the production of one additional unit. Marginal abatement cost is the cost associated with eliminating a unit of pollution. As the amount of pollution released goes down, the marginal abatement cost tends to go up. This is because more aggressive pollution controls tend to cost more money. Therefore, there can be a point where too much environmental cleanup is not economically desirable. Marginal benefit is the increase in satisfaction received from a unit increase. If the cost of a product goes too high, this could lead to decreased benefits for society. Therefore, in the economics of pollution, we see that there is a point where both society and the environment have some satisfaction. This is the optimum amount of pollution, or the point where the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost of pollution. I think most people would agree that it's easier to perform a task if there's an incentive to get the job done. Incentives provide us with motivation. Take Timmy, for example. Timmy does not recycle, and even though he feels recycling is a good idea, he doesn't see it as being worth the effort. Now, let's give Timmy $1 for each pound of waste he recycles and see what happens. Yep, when Timmy is given a financial incentive, he now sees recycling as being worth his time and effort. This is how incentive-based regulatory approaches work. In this lesson, we will learn how these approaches motivate companies to take more environmentally beneficial actions. Now, when you get right down to it, there are two ways to motivate people to change their ways. You can set a rule or limitation and penalize anyone who breaks the rule or goes over the set limitation. Or you can give people an enticement or incentive that provides them with a reward for taking action. These same two approaches can also work when it comes to controlling pollution. One way pollution is controlled is through the command and control regulatory approach, which works toward preventing environmental problems by legislating what is permitted. In other words, a company would be held responsible for going over any limits set on generation of pollution. The command and control approach provides polluting entities with detailed quality standards set by a government authority that must be met. Ongoing inspections are then used to ensure that the standards are being met. If the company is not compliant with the regulations, then a sanction would result, such as a fine or prosecution. The command and control approach differs from the incentive-based regulatory approach, which works toward preventing environmental problems by providing inducements to encourage polluting entities to reduce pollution. Incentive-based regulatory approaches are sometimes referred to as market-based approaches because the market, including private sector companies, is driving the change. Through this approach, companies are rewarded for incorporating pollution reduction into their business decisions. The rewards are typically some type of financial gain. This approach solves the common complaint associated with the command and control approach. Under the command and control approach, a company is only motivated to reduce pollutants to a regulated level. With the incentive-based approach, companies are rewarded financially for reaching even lower pollution levels. Therefore, a benefit of the incentive-based approach is that it encourages the creation of innovative and cost-effective methods of pollution control. These new methods can be adopted throughout an industry for greater gains in environmental protection. One example of an incentive-based regulatory approach is environmental taxes. Environmental taxes are defined as an approach to environmental protection that utilizes taxes connected to pollution emissions and waste production. The primary objective of environmental taxes is to encourage entities that create pollution to act in more environmentally responsible ways and, in essence, go green. Therefore, environmental taxes are sometimes referred to as green taxes. Green tax revenues may be used to promote conservation efforts or to promote environmentally friendly energy technologies such as wind power. While taxes may not seem like an incentive, economic theory suggests that taxes on polluting emissions will reduce environmental harm in the least costly manner by encouraging changes in behaviors by those firms and households that can reduce their pollution at the lowest cost. Subsidies for pollution control are another incentive-based approach. This is defined as financial support granted by the government for activities and products deemed to be environmentally friendly. Instead of attaching a charge to companies that create pollution, subsidies for pollution control reward companies and industries that take steps to reduce pollutants. These types of subsidies can be awarded in different ways, including grants, favorable tax treatment, or low-interest loans. Another example of an incentive-based regulatory approach is tradable permits. Tradable permits are an approach to environmental protection that utilizes government-issued permits which can be traded among polluters for the release of a set amount of pollution. Let's take a look at how tradable permits work. The total amount of allowable emissions is set by a government authority. For example, the government understands that through the process of manufacturing and distributing products and services, a certain amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases will be produced and emitted into the atmosphere. The government decides on an allowable amount of emissions that enables businesses to function while at the same time provides some environmental protection. This total allowable amount is then divided up into permits and doled out to entities that create the pollutants. Each entity is free to emit pollutants as long as they have permits to cover the emissions. The market now comes into play because permits can be traded, which basically means they can be bought or sold amongst polluters. Polluters that find economical ways to reduce their emissions can sell their unused permits to other companies. In the same way, polluters that find it too expensive to reduce emissions can buy unused permits, essentially allowing them to emit more pollution. So we see with tradable permits that total emissions are capped, yet companies are afforded the flexibility to either reduce their emissions or purchase allowances from other companies. Let's review. Pollution is controlled through different regulatory approaches. The command and control regulatory approach works toward preventing environmental problems by legislating what is permitted. If a company is not compliant with the regulation, then a sanction is handed down. The incentive-based regulatory approach works toward preventing environmental problems by providing inducements to encourage polluting entities to reduce pollution. A benefit of an incentive-based approach is that it encourages the creation of innovative and cost-effective methods of pollution control. One example of an incentive-based regulatory approach is environmental taxes, which are defined as an approach to environmental protection that utilizes taxes connected to pollution emissions or waste production. Other examples of incentive-based regulatory approaches are subsidies for pollution control, which are financial support granted by the government for activities and products deemed to be environmentally friendly, and tradable permits, which are an approach to environmental protection that utilize government-issued permits which can be traded among polluters for the release of a set amount of pollution. Protecting the environment has been a growing concern for decades. With this concern comes a burgeoning awareness that man plays a pivotal role in the sustainability of the natural environment. To fully protect the environment and ensure that natural resources are available for future generations, all countries of the world must do their part to prevent environmental degradation. In this lesson, we will take a look at world trade rules and environmental consequences that can be associated with international trade. Environmental policies are guidelines put in place to manage human activities for the benefit of the environment. Manufacturing and production of products requires the use of raw materials and energy. The extraction of raw materials and the production of energy create harmful effects on the environment, such as the depletion of natural resources and greenhouse gas emissions. If these processes are not regulated in some way, such as through environmental policies, they could lead to irreparable degradation of the environment. Therefore, countries create policies to protect the environment. However, developed countries may put different levels of importance on environmental protection than developing countries. This can lead to challenges when it comes to trade between countries. For example, the United States may have strict environmental policies that must be upheld by U.S.-based manufacturing companies. Abiding by these policies can lead to extra steps in the production process or additional equipment costs. These additional steps and costs are added to the price of the product made in the United States. If that same product is made in a developing country that has lower environmental requirements to meet, then that country will be able to produce the product at a lower cost. Therefore, we see that a country with lower environmental protection policies could have an advantage when it comes to the trade of goods and services. In other words, environmental protection can clash with world trade rules. The World Trade Organization, or WTO, is an international organization that deals with rules of trade between nations. The WTO works to ensure that trade between countries can flow freely. One of the ways to do this is through trade liberalization, which is the reduction of barriers on trade between nations. This can include the removal of a tax or duty on goods produced in a country, or the removal of obstacles such as licensing rules or other requirements. This can help trade flow more freely. It can also allow countries to specialize in producing a few products and then trade for other needed products. This specialization can help the environment because countries will be able to focus on a few products that can be made domestically using available natural resources. The country will not have to waste less abundant resources producing products that other countries can easily produce and trade. Trade rules are designed to prevent interference with these types of trade. However, if one of the trading countries does not have environmental policies in place to prohibit pollution, then they might gain an unfair advantage. This is because the country without environmental policies is not burdened with the additional costs that come with using equipment to reduce pollution emissions or clean up environmental hazards. Here we see an example of how the goals of allowing for freer trade can conflict with the goals of environmental policies. For example, if a manufacturer of a product in one country creates water pollution, yet there are no policies that restrict this pollution, then all of society must suffer the cost. Let's review. Environmental policies are the guidelines put in place to manage human activities for the benefit of the environment. Not all countries put the same level of importance on environmental policies. This can lead to challenges when it comes to trade between countries. A country with lower environmental protection policies could have an advantage when it comes to the trade of goods and services because they can produce them cheaper. The World Trade Organization, or WTO, is an international organization that deals with rules of trade between nations. The WTO works to ensure that trade between countries can flow freely. One of the ways to do this is through trade liberalization, which is the reduction of barriers on trade between nations. This can lead to freer trade among nations. Yet, without environmental policies, the sustainability of the natural environment could be jeopardized. What does the future hold for our planet's natural environment? Well, no one has a crystal ball to tell us exactly what lies ahead, but we can look at past trends and current data to make future predictions. In this lesson, we will take a look at future environmental concerns, including how the environment could be impacted by expected population growth, food and energy needs, and pollution as we progress through the 21st century. Let's start our discussion by looking at the dramatic increase in population that is expected in the 21st century. At the turn of this century, the world population was just under 7 billion people. According to the United Nations, by the year 2075, the population is expected to rocket up to 9.2 billion people. Many of the future environmental concerns that come with a growing population are straightforward. For instance, more people means an increased need for housing as well as an increased use of resources such as water, food, and fuel. Therefore, meeting the basic needs of a growing population means that more land will be converted to living areas, natural resources will be depleted, and greenhouse gas emissions will increase. To complicate matters, much of this growth is expected to take place in developing countries. These countries face many social and economic challenges that make it difficult to address environmental concerns. Many of the citizens of these countries survive through subsistence farming, which is farming that supplies only what is needed for the farmer and his family. Subsistence activities are one of the leading causes of deforestation. Of course, it is not the world's poor that are entirely at fault. We see that citizens in wealthier countries have higher rates of consumption of goods, use more electricity, and drive more vehicles. In other words, the ecological footprint, which is the measure of the demand for resources required to support a lifestyle, is higher for individuals living in wealthier countries. Another future environmental concern is how to meet the food supply without compromising the sustainability of the environment. It's easy to see that with the growing population comes a growing need for food. Maintaining the food supply while protecting the environment faces many challenges. To meet the need for more food, more land will be converted to farmland. To complicate this matter, future farmland may be used not only to produce food to feed the world's population, but also to grow crops for energy. These are called energy crops because they are crops grown to be turned into biofuels. Food supply and agricultural practices also face some uncertainty due to climate changes. Agriculture is highly dependent on consistent climate conditions. While it is not certain how projected climate changes could impact farming in the future, climate changes could make it challenging to grow crops. How to meet growing energy needs is also a future environmental concern. Much of the developed world runs on energy obtained from the burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. While these energy sources are efficient, they come with an environmental concern. If more fossil fuels are burned for energy, this will lead to increased release of greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases within the atmosphere trap heat and are thought to contribute to global climate changes. Fossil fuels are non-renewable, which means that they do not regenerate after they are depleted. To meet electricity demands of the future, there will be a need to find alternative energy sources, such as solar, wind, and hydropower. While these energy sources do not produce greenhouse gases during their operation, there are greenhouse gases emitted during the construction of these power plants. Also, to provide sufficient energy, these sources may require the use of large areas of land or conversion of previously undisturbed land. For example, the creation of a dam to create hydroelectric power requires the flooding of land upstream of the dam. As we can see, future environmental concerns are complex, and the areas of concern often overlap. We see this when we look at future concerns about pollution. Air pollution could worsen due to an increased release of smog from the manufacture of products to meet the needs of the growing population. A growing population also means a growing need for cars, which contribute to air pollution. We also see that deforestation and the conversion of previously undisturbed land can destroy carbon sinks, which are forests and other natural environments that absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Water pollution could worsen if environmental policies are not in place to regulate industrial processes and other human activities that add pollutants to the water supply. Another threat to water quality is the use of pesticides and fertilizers during agricultural processes. These chemicals can run off into waterways and lead to eutrophication, which is the abnormal growth of algae that depletes dissolved oxygen levels in the water bodies, killing other organisms such as fish. According to the United Nations, by the year 2075, the population is expected to grow to 9.2 billion people. A growing population could mean more land will be converted to living areas, natural resources will be depleted, and greenhouse gas emissions will increase. Subsistence farming is used in many developing countries and is defined as farming that supplies only what is needed for the farmer and his family. Subsistence activities are one of the leading causes of deforestation. Citizens of wealthier developed countries may have a larger ecological footprint, which is defined as the measure of the demand for resources required to support a lifestyle. Another future environmental concern is meeting the food supply without compromising the sustainability of the environment. To meet the needs for more food, more land will be converted to farmland. However, climate changes could make it challenging to grow crops. How to meet growing energy needs is also a future environmental concern. If more fossil fuels are burned for energy, it will lead to increased release of greenhouse gases. Alternative energy sources may require the conversion of previously undisturbed land. When we look at future concerns about pollution, we see that air pollution could worsen due to an increased release of smog and increased use of cars or the destruction of carbon sinks. We also see that water pollution could worsen if environmental policies are not in place to regulate industrial processes or the use of pesticides and fertilizers during agricultural processes.
We tend to think of religion as a relatively conservative force that has the most impact on its own followers. However, religion is not a social institution that is completely separate from the rest of our society. In fact, at some points in history, religion has promoted dramatic social change. There are many examples of the interplay between religion and the secular world. Two examples that are relevant to introductory sociology are Max Weber's theory of the Protestant work ethic and liberation theology. The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism is a book written by Max Weber about the role of Protestantism in social change. He argued that certain religious ideas set into motion a chain of events that brought about the Industrial Revolution in Western Europe. He saw a strong relationship between the work ethics of Protestants and the emergence of the spirit of modern capitalism. Weber focused on one particular branch of Protestantism known as Calvinism. John Calvin was a leader in the Protestant Reformation who preached that God had selected some people for salvation, but condemned most to eternal damnation before they were even born. Calvinists came to see prosperity as a sign of God's favor and a promise for salvation, so they worked all the time to achieve success. This became known as the Protestant ethic. Although they made great profit, they were also frugal in order to stockpile their earnings and amass great wealth. As part of that frugality, they drove up the demand for cheaper, mass-produced goods that came out of the new factories. In time, the religious fervor that motivated Calvinists faded, leaving a more rational motivation for economic gain that spread through even non-religious groups. Weber believed that this new attitude broke down the traditional economic system and paved the way for modern capitalism. This theory has been debated since Weber first proposed it over 80 years ago. Critics have argued that religious reform followed capitalist development rather than paving the way for it. Nevertheless, this theory is a good example of the interchange between religion and secular change. Many people believe that oppression runs counter to Christian morality and that Christians must promote greater social equality. Liberation theology is a combination of Christian principles with political activism. It is a political movement based on the idea that Christians should promote liberation from unjust economic, political, or social conditions. There are many stories in the Bible about the liberation of people who are struggling for freedom and economic justice. Today, Christian activists continue to help people in poor nations liberate themselves from poverty. Liberation theology began in the 1950s as a Catholic movement in Latin America and was used to fight the extreme poverty and social injustice in that area. In the last decade or so, many people have come to associate liberation theology with radical movements and violent overthrows in the name of religion. There are several high-profile religious figures who condemn liberation theology for distorting traditional church doctrine with left-wing politics. For example, Pope John Paul II worked hard to stop a form of liberation theology prevalent in the 1980s. He maintained that although the church should certainly help the poor and needy, it should not do so through politics. Nevertheless, the liberation theology movement has gained strength in several of the poorest countries of the world where many people's Christian faith drives them to improve conditions for the poor and oppressed. Although we tend to think of religion as a social institution that is, for the most part, separate from the rest of society, that is not always the case. Sometimes religion can promote dramatic social change. One example of this is Max Weber's theory of the relationship between Protestantism and capitalism. In his book, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, he argued that Calvinism paved the way for modern capitalism by spreading a new attitude about the value of personal prosperity. A second example of the interplay between religion and the secular world is seen in liberation theology, which is a combination of Christian principles with political activism. It's based on the idea that Christians should promote liberation from unjust economic, political, or social conditions. Although it has led many people to improve conditions for the poor and oppressed, most people now associate liberation theology with radical movements and violent overthrows in the name of religion. What effect does media have on religious belief? How does religion affect non-religious aspects of society? How many religions believe in the same God? These are all questions that are asked in sociology of religion, a popular branch of sociology. Sociologists study how religions and systems of belief affect society as a whole. At the center of most religions is the belief or disbelief of one or more deities. In other lessons, we'll discuss the concept of religion in more depth and also discuss ideologies of some of the largest religions in the world. In this lesson, the focus is on understanding the difference between theistic, atheist, and agnostic views on deities. Theism, in its most basic form, is belief that one or more deities exist. The term theism derives from the Greek word theos, which means God. Theists include all individuals who believe in one God or multiple gods. The majority of the world's population are theists. Theism is the core of most religions. The beliefs of Christianity, Judaism, and hundreds more are theistic. Of course, the deity or deities they believe in and how each group of people practice their beliefs are different. It's important to note that someone who is theistic isn't necessarily a member of a certain religion. For example, Emma, Tommy, and Warren are all theists. Emma is a devout Christian who regularly attends church. Tommy believes there is one God, but does not identify with any particular religion. Warren believes in multiple gods, whose stories have been passed down through his family. Although there are many different types of theism, the two that are frequently compared are monotheism and polytheism. Monotheism is belief in a single God and includes religions like Christianity and Judaism. Polytheism is belief in multiple gods and includes religions like Hinduism and Wicca. Often contrasted with theism is atheism, which is disbelief of the existence of any deity. The term derives from the Greek word atheos, which means without gods. Atheism is on the rise all over the world. According to a 2012 global poll, approximately 13% of the world's population are self-reported atheists. Like theists, individual belief or disbelief systems of atheists can vary. Although many people think of atheists as anti-religion, that is not always the case. Many atheists believe that there are no forces or entities which exist outside of physical nature. At the same time, atheism is actually part of some non-theistic religions like Buddhism, which believe in mystic forces, just not gods. For example, Holly identifies herself as a Hindu. She believes deities do not exist, but she does believe in karma and reincarnation. Therefore, Holly is a member of a religion and an atheist at the same time. The last concept we'll discuss in this lesson is agnosticism, which is the view that the existence of any deity is unknown and unknowable. Where theism and atheism deal with belief, agnosticism deals with knowledge. The term comes from the Greek words a, without, and gnosis, knowledge. Agnosticism, then, literally means without knowledge of the existence of gods. Agnostics include all individuals who claim it's not possible to say with certainty that deities exist. That is, they do not attempt to claim if gods exist or do not exist, because it cannot be proven either way. For example, Jude is known to her friends as a very rational thinker. She thinks that it's possible there is a God, but has no belief that one exists or does not exist. She has no belief system and thinks that it's not possible to determine if a God exists or not. Therefore, she is agnostic. Agnosticism is not exclusive from theism or atheism. That is, someone can be an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist. Although it may seem confusing at first, remember that theism and atheism deal with belief, and agnosticism deals with knowledge. The two can be combined. For example, Jonathan is an agnostic theist. He believes in one God, but also thinks that the existence of that God is not absolute and cannot be proven or disproved. Theism is belief that one or more deities exist. Although someone who is theistic isn't necessarily a member of a religion, theism is the core of most religions. Although there are many different types of theism, the two that are frequently compared are monotheism and polytheism. Monotheism is belief in a single God and includes religions like Christianity and Judaism. Polytheism is belief in multiple gods and includes religions like Hinduism and Wicca. Opposite of theism is atheism, which is disbelief of the existence of any deity. Like theists, individual belief or disbelief systems of atheists can vary. Many atheists believe there are no forces or entities which exist outside of physical nature. At the same time, atheism is actually part of some non-theistic religions which believe in mystic forces but not gods. Where theism and atheism deal with belief, agnosticism deals with knowledge. Agnosticism is the view that the existence of any deity is unknown and unknowable. Agnostics do not attempt to claim if gods exist or do not exist, because it cannot be proven either way. Agnosticism is not exclusive from theism or atheism. Because it deals with knowledge, it can be combined with a belief system. When you hear the word religion, is there a specific one that comes to mind? It's common to think of religions like Christianity, whose belief centers around one God. In other lessons, we've discussed the concept of religion and even talked about monotheistic religions like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. However, not all religions are monotheistic or even polytheistic. Some are actually non-theistic. Non-theism in this lesson refers to non-theistic religions, which are religions that do not focus on belief in gods. Some non-theistic religions could also be called ethical religions because they revolve around ethics instead of a god. In this lesson, we discuss 3 non-theistic or ethical religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Hinduism is the oldest of all the practiced world religions, originating about 4,500 years ago. Today, it is the 3rd largest religion after Christianity and Islam. The majority of Hindus reside in India, and Hinduism is at times hard to separate from Indian culture. However, Hinduism continues to gain popularity in the West. The majority of Hindus believe in multiple gods, and so are polytheistic. However, some Hindus are atheist and do not believe any gods exist. Still others are monotheistic, but typically envision God as a universal moral force rather than a specific entity. So, Hinduism is certainly a non-theistic religion because it doesn't revolve around any particular deity. The core, instead, is ethics. All Hindus subscribe to a system of ethics and moral responsibilities which they call dharma. It promotes an open-minded, respectful, and peaceful existence. Another Hindu principle that most people are familiar with is karma, which is a system of reward and punishment for actions and intentions. Good actions and intentions reap good rewards, and bad actions and intentions reap negative consequences. Karma works through reincarnation, a cycle of life, death, and rebirth by which a person is reborn into a state corresponding to the moral quality of a previous life. A person that is just and moral in one life could be reincarnated as a rich and powerful person. Someone that is not moral could be punished in the next life by returning as a lower being. The ultimate goal of all Hindus is release from this cycle of rebirth. They believe a being has to live many lives before this is possible. For those who finally reach moksha, the state of spiritual perfection, the soul will no longer be reborn and will become one with the universe. Hindus have multiple sacred texts, the oldest and most sacred of which are the Vedas. The Vedas consist of 4 compositions that contain hymns, incantations, and rituals from ancient India. They are considered to be the original knowledge of humankind. After Hinduism, the 4th largest world religion is Buddhism. Almost all Buddhists live in Asia, but there are a significant number of followers in the U.S. Buddhism has much in common with Hinduism. It is concerned primarily with ethics and morals, sees each daily action as having spiritual consequences, and believes in reincarnation. Since its creation, Buddhism has evolved into a wide variety of forms. Although the majority of Buddhists are atheist, some believe in one god, and others believe in multiple gods. Like Hindus, Buddhist beliefs in the existence of deities and emphasis on religious rituals vary. However, all Buddhists focus on and share ethical and moral beliefs, as well as a great respect for the teachings of the Buddha, or the Enlightened One. Siddhartha Gautama was an Indian prince who, after witnessing the suffering of others, became enlightened through much learning and meditation. According to his teachings, the purpose of life is to end suffering and develop compassion for all living things without discrimination. The Buddha taught that we must use meditation to move beyond selfish concerns and desires. Only by quieting the mind can people connect with the power of the larger universe and reach a state of enlightenment and peace. Today, anyone that achieves a state of perfect spiritual enlightenment in accordance with the Buddha's teachings can achieve the title of a Buddha. Buddhists have many sacred texts that are thought of as guides on the path to truth and enlightenment. The majority of these texts have been compiled into the Tripitaka. Part of the Tripitaka, the sutras, are believed to be the actual words of the Buddha. However, not all Buddhists believe they should be used. The last non-theistic religion we'll discuss in this lesson is Confucianism. For about 2,000 years, Confucianism was the official religion of China. Today, it is still extremely common in China, and some 100,000 followers or so live in North America. Like Hinduism and Buddhism, Confucianism deals more with ethics and morals than with any particular belief system. However, where Hinduism and Buddhism are almost always categorized as religions, some say Confucianism is simply a philosophy or a model of disciplined living. This is because it deals with everyday life instead of the sacred or supernatural. The central idea of Confucianism is humanism, or what they call Ren. Ren emphasizes placing moral principles above our own self-interests and looking to tradition for guidance on how to live. Confucianists value duty and obligation and believe them to be the uniting forces in society. Confucianism began as a way of life taught by Master Kong, or Confucius to us Westerners. Like the Buddha, Confucius was deeply moved by people's suffering. But where the Buddha's response was spiritual withdrawal from the world, Confucius instructed his followers to engage the world according to a code of moral conduct. In the same way that Hinduism became part of the Indian way of life, Confucianism became linked to the traditional culture of China. The Analects of Confucius are the books important to Confucianists. They include moral principles taught by Confucius, as well as his sayings and ideas that have been passed on by his disciples. In summary, non-theistic religions are religions that do not focus on belief in gods. We discussed 3 religions that focus on morals and ethics instead of a deity: Hinduism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. These 3 religions are some of the largest religions in the world, after Christianity and Islam. 2 of the most important principles in Hinduism are Dharma, a system of ethics and moral responsibilities that call for Hindus to lead an open-minded, respectful, and peaceful existence, and karma, which is a system of reward and punishment for actions and intentions. Karma works through reincarnation, a cycle of life, death, and rebirth by which a person is reborn into a state corresponding to the moral quality of a previous life. The ultimate goal of all Hindus is release from this cycle of rebirth by reaching moksha, the state of spiritual perfection. Buddhism is similar to Hinduism in that Buddhists see each daily action as having spiritual consequences, and they believe in reincarnation. However, instead of focusing on Dharma and karma, Buddhists follow the teachings of the Buddha, or the Enlightened One. They believe the purpose of life is to end suffering and develop compassion for all living things without discrimination. They use meditation to move beyond selfish concerns and desires in order to connect with the power of the larger universe and reach a state of enlightenment and peace. Finally, Confucianism is sometimes considered a philosophy or disciplined way of life, rather than a religion. This is because it deals with everyday life instead of the sacred or supernatural. Confucianists practice Ren, a principle of placing morality and tradition above one's self-interests. Confucianists value duty and obligation and believe them to be the uniting forces in society. Sociologists study a wide variety of religions to understand how they affect society as a whole. They study religion objectively and do not attempt to say whether any religion is right or wrong. There are approximately 20 major religions that are observed worldwide. In this lesson, we'll discuss 3 significant monotheistic religions that sociologists study. Monotheism is belief in a single god. This is different from polytheism, which is belief in multiple gods. three of the most well-known monotheistic religions are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All three of these religions believe in the same God, who is all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-powerful. However, their other beliefs, ideologies, and doctrine differ greatly. Let's discuss each religion in more depth. As far as number of followers, Judaism doesn't even make the top 10 religions. Jews make up a majority of the population in only one country, Israel. However, Judaism is one of the oldest religions still existing today and has special importance to the U.S. because the largest concentration of Jews is found in North America. A central religious belief of Judaism is the covenant, a special relationship with the one and only God by which the Jews became God's chosen people. The covenant, which is symbolized by circumcision, is an agreement of the Jews to follow God's 10 Commandments. As reward, the Jewish people would possess the Holy Land and be blessed with prosperity and victory over their enemies. The 10 Commandments, believed to have been given to the prophet Moses by God, play a fundamental role in both Judaism and Christianity. They include a set of principles regarding worship and ethics, rules like keeping the Sabbath and not committing murder, theft, and adultery. The 10 Commandments are listed in the sacred text of Judaism, the Hebrew Bible. Most people know the Hebrew Bible as the Christian Old Testament. Of special importance are the first 5 books, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, called the Torah. Jews regard it as both a record of their history and of the moral behaviors they must follow. Jewish identity arises primarily from the culture and traditions of their people. Jewish beliefs vary widely on theological matters. However, there are 3 main movements that represent certain theological beliefs: Orthodox Judaism, which is very traditional, Reform Judaism, which is the most liberal, and Conservative Judaism, which is the middle ground between the other 2 denominations. The second monotheistic religion we'll discuss is the largest. Christianity is the most widespread religion in the world, with 2 billion followers. That's almost 1/3 of the people on the planet. However, most Christians live in Europe or the Americas. As already noted, Christianity believes in the same God as Judaism. Yet, Christianity views him as a holy trinity: God, the Creator and Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, Son of God and Redeemer, and the Holy Spirit, a Christian's personal experience of God's presence. Christianity began as a sect of Judaism. However, it was based on the life and teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, a Jewish prophet who spread a message of personal salvation. Christians believe that Jesus is divine and the Savior of humanity. During the 1st century, Jesus was sentenced to death by crucifixion. His death is considered the reason for salvation and eternal life for all people through divine grace. This is why the cross became a sacred Christian symbol. According to Christian belief, 3 days after his execution, Jesus arose from the dead, showing that he was the Son of God. The sacred text of Christianity is the Holy Bible, which consists of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and the New Testament, which, among other things, narrates the life of Jesus. As mentioned earlier, the 10 Commandments play a fundamental role in Christian doctrine. Most Christians believe those who accept salvation through Jesus and follow the 10 Commandments will be rewarded in heaven. Sinners who do not repent or who reject God will be punished in hell. Over time, Christianity has taken various forms, including the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, and Protestantism. Today, there are hundreds of Protestant denominations. In the U.S., dozens of these denominations, the Baptists and Methodists are the 2 largest, command sizable followers. The final monotheistic religion we'll discuss in this lesson is Islam, which is the 2nd largest religion in the world. Followers of Islam are called Muslims. Although there are many Muslims who live in the Middle East, there are also high populations in northern Africa, Indonesia, and the U.S. Muslims believe in God, who revealed himself to Muhammad, the prophet. The sacred text of Islam is the Quran, which, according to Islam belief, is the word of Allah, their name for God, as transmitted through Muhammad. Unlike Jesus to Christians, Muhammad is not a divine being to Muslims. But, similar to Christianity, Islam holds people accountable to Allah for their deeds on earth. Those who live obediently will be rewarded in heaven, and evildoers will suffer unending punishment. The word Islam means submission, which reflects the doctrine of submitting to the will of Allah. Muslims follow the 5 pillars of Islam. 1. Recognizing Allah as the one true God and Muhammad as God's messenger. 2. Daily prayer. 3. Almsgiving to the needy. 4. Fasting during the month of Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. And 5. Pilgrimage to the sacred house of Allah in Mecca. Many people in the U.S. associate Islam with polygamy and the oppression of women. However, although Islam does allow a man to have up to 4 wives, the Quran mandates men to have only 1 wife if having more would cause him to treat any woman unjustly. Also, like the values in different denominations of Judaism and Christianity, there are differences among Muslim nations in terms of ideology and rights given to women. In summary, monotheism is belief in a single God. 3 of the most well-known monotheistic religions are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Although all 3 praise the same omnipotent God, their beliefs and doctrines differ. Judaism, although one of the oldest religions still existing today, isn't one of the 10 largest. Most Jews are found in Israel and North America. 2 of the most important aspects of Judaism are the covenant, a special relationship with God, and the 10 Commandments, a set of principles regarding worship and ethics given to the prophet Moses. The sacred text of Judaism is the Hebrew Bible, which most people know as the Old Testament of the Bible. The first 5 chapters, known as the Torah, are particularly significant to the Jewish people. Christianity is the most widespread religion in the world, though most Christians live in Europe or the Americas. Christians believe in God as a holy trinity. The name and symbol of Christianity both come from the prophet Jesus of Nazareth, known as Jesus Christ, whom they believe to be the Son of God. Most Christians believe those who accept salvation through Jesus and follow the 10 Commandments will be rewarded in heaven. Sinners who do not repent or who reject God will be punished in hell. The sacred text of Christianity is the Holy Bible, which consists of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and the New Testament, which, among other things, narrates the life of Jesus. Islam is the 2nd largest religion in the world. High populations in northern Africa, Indonesia, and the U.S. The most important aspects of Islam can be summarized in their 5 pillars: recognizing Allah as the one true God and Muhammad as God's messenger, daily prayer, almsgiving to the needy, fasting during Ramadan, and pilgrimage to Mecca.
Think about the natural world as you know it. Plants, animals, rocks, the weather, and human beings. Now imagine there are parts of this natural world that you believe live at a different spiritual level than you and me. In this view, loved ones who have died and other spirits may also live at this level, even though we cannot see them. These sacred life forms are believed to influence much of what happens in our lives. Now imagine that you also believe that there are some people among us who know how to communicate with the spiritual side of the natural world. Those who are able to communicate in this way can then impact what happens for the rest of us as a result. In this lesson, you'll learn the basic characteristics of worldviews known as animism and shamanism. You'll also better understand the controversies surrounding the labels anthropologists use to describe those who practice these beliefs. Animism is a way of looking at the world in which natural elements have special spiritual significance and importance. Some describe the tradition as the belief that everything around us has a soul. The practice of animism goes beyond one school of thought in a single region. Instead, these beliefs are expressed differently depending on the particular culture and people who hold this worldview in their community. For instance, Shinto, a religion originating in Japan, incorporates animist beliefs. Yet not everyone who holds animist beliefs will be part of this religion of Shinto. Different groups of people, particularly those who are indigenous to an area, have established their own practices and approaches to this spirit world. You can remember the term animism by thinking of animals, which are an important part of the natural world that animists honor. So is animism a religion? There's debate about this topic. Animism is certainly widespread enough in the world to be considered a major school of thought. The beliefs of animism have been practiced longer than many other religions in existence. Yet it's also practiced in distinct and culturally specific ways. This means that it would be inappropriate to try to define one set of common beliefs to all of the people who hold this worldview. In addition, many who identify with animist views would describe this way of looking at the world as interconnected with everyday life, rather than a religion or spiritual practice that's separate from typical activities. Many cultures that have animist beliefs also have a special role for a human being who can communicate with the spirit world. This person may have visions, or may enter altered states of consciousness, like being in a trance. They may also perform other duties in society alongside their spiritual role. Anthropologists have historically labeled this person a shaman. The first use of this term came from the Evenks, indigenous people of northern Russia. Since then, the label of shaman has come to refer more broadly to those who engage in the activities mentioned earlier, such as having visions and entering altered states of consciousness to connect with the unseen world. Some differentiate strongly between shamans and other spiritual healers and mediums. Others describe shamanism as encompassing a wide range of approaches. As a result, shamanism has come to describe the tradition of having a person in the role of communicator with a vast spirit world. Not all anthropologists agree on how and when to use the terms animism and shamanism. Some find it useful to have these categories that help them describe those who seem to have characteristics in common. Others don't like using these broad terms to describe practices from around the world that they see as quite diverse. Modern anthropologists have healthy debates at times to determine which labels are appropriate and which are not. They aim to prevent the mislabeling of groups of people and practices. This mislabeling based on one's own cultural assumptions was a tendency of earlier anthropologists. This can still be a challenge for present-day researchers, even though they try to avoid this pitfall. Animism is a way of looking at the world in which natural elements have special spiritual significance and importance, such as plants, animals, and objects like rocks. Human beings who have passed on may be part of this spiritual world. Animist beliefs are expressed differently depending on the particular culture and people. The worldview of animism tends to be interconnected with everyday life, and there's debate about whether to categorize it as a religion. The term shamanism is often used to describe the tradition of having a person in the role of communicator with a vast spirit world. Anthropologists have historically described a shaman as a person who may have visions or may enter altered states of consciousness. They may also perform other duties in society alongside their spiritual role. There is controversy about the use of such terms since not all cultures practice animism or shamanism in a uniform way. Healthy debate among anthropologists allows researchers to consider these questions in depth.
A hunter-gatherer is a member of a nomadic group of people who live by hunting, fishing, and gathering wild sources of food. Being nomadic means that you move around a lot from place to place over the seasons and years. For 90% of human history, we were all hunter-gatherers. Until 12,000 years ago, to be exact. This was one of the most successful lifestyle choices humans ever made, and it led to a lot of success as humans took great advantage of their natural environment, using it to find food, clothes for warmth, and shelter. Life in a nomadic society wasn't bad, And in fact, studies show that they were in many ways much healthier than humans who lived in farming communities later. They were strong and had healthy bones and teeth. They also had relatively large amounts of free time, allowing for art, music, and leisure. In a nomadic society, people would hunt and gather for the same amount of food that they burned in calories. But starting 12,000 years ago, humans began to ditch the nomadic lifestyle in favor of a different one, that of an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. There are many theories as to why this began to happen, and there is no conclusive answer. One theory is that as humans had more and more children, population pressure meant that they needed a way to collect larger amounts of food than they could through hunting and gathering. Another theory said that having plenty of leisure time led to experimentations with farming. Or perhaps planting crops started as some kind of fertility rite, or to try to get grains to create increasing amounts of alcohol. Maybe early humans just thought, you know what would be nice? More food. But whatever the reason, it happened, and that had huge consequences on the development of human societies. With farming and raising livestock, you could produce far more food and support a larger population. You could also make enough food that not everyone's job had to be collecting food. Some in society could specialize on creating food, while others could be craftsmen who invented things and progressed human knowledge. Then with that knowledge, tools could be created to make it even easier to grow food, and on humans could progress, all because of agriculture. But the agrarian revolution wasn't without its issues. Humans in agrarian societies often turn out to be less healthy, and farming was extremely time-consuming, leaving less time for other pursuits, especially at first. Since farming was so time-consuming, this also encouraged things like slavery to develop, where some humans could be forced to work for the betterment of others who owned them. And agriculture has definitely been a disaster for the environment, taking over huge swathes of land that was originally made up of natural environments. But without the development of agrarian societies, humans wouldn't be where we are today. We wouldn't have Big Macs or the internet, modern medicine or people planting flags on the moon. And as life expectancy increases year after year across the world, it's hard to argue that we didn't, overall, make the right choice. A hunter-gatherer is a member of a nomadic group of people who live by hunting, fishing, and gathering wild sources of food. Being nomadic means that you move around a lot from place to place over the seasons and years. Until 12,000 years ago, we were all hunter-gatherers. Hunter-gatherers were strong and had healthy bones and teeth. They also had relatively large amounts of free time. In a nomadic society, people would hunt and gather for the same amount of food that they burned in calories. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. This may have developed due to an increasing population that required more food, or because leisure time led to experimentation with farming. Agrarian societies were able to support a larger population, and you could also make enough food so that not everyone's job had to be creating food. This led to craftsmen, which led to more knowledge and better tools, and by extension, human progression. Humans in agrarian societies often turn out to be less healthy than their nomadic counterparts. Also, since farming was so time-consuming, this encouraged things like slavery to develop, where some humans could be forced to work for the betterment of others who owned them. And agriculture has definitely been bad for the environment. But overall, it's hard to argue that it wasn't a good choice.
Today, technology is all around us. Indeed, the very computer or tablet or mobile device that you are watching this video on right now is the product of decades of technological development and likely thousands of hours of research, innovation, and invention. While it seems just about everything in our lives today is in some way touched by human technology, this was not always the case. Indeed, the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and 19th centuries is what truly made all these goods today possible. In this lesson, we'll explore technological innovation even farther back, at the dawn of human civilization in the Neolithic period. Without this first technology developed by Neolithic people, the modern world you and I inhabit today would be unsustainable. This vital technology is agriculture. Though farming and herding cattle are likely one of the last things to pop into your head when you think of technology today, in the ancient past, it was one of the first and likely the most meaningful large-scale manipulations of the environment by humankind. Around 12 to 10,000 years ago, about 10 to 8,000 BC, humans first began domesticating animals and plants. The development allowed for humans to begin settling in sedentary societies, whereas previously they had lived in primarily nomadic hunter-gatherer enclaves. This gave birth to small communities of permanent settlements surrounded by farmland, the first villages. Furthermore, humans no longer had to live hand-to-mouth as they had previously, when they were continuously hunting and foraging. Through agriculture, humans could grow large quantities of crops and tend large herds of animals, producing more food than any individual or family could eat in a day. Over the centuries, as humans became better and better farmers, Neolithic civilization could support larger enclaves of humans, giving birth to cities with their own sophisticated economies and political systems. The birth of agriculture also spurred other innovations. For example, with less time spent gathering food every day, more time could be spent developing cultural pursuits and inventing tools to make their sedentary lives even easier. Most immediately, humans now needed somewhere to store all this excess food. While in later centuries city-states developed complex granaries and storehouses, earlier Neolithic people simply needed some household containers. The invention of pottery filled this need. The earliest forms of pottery, completed soon after the advent of agriculture, were earthenware. These were vessels made out of some form of malleable earth, most often clay. After they were formed into the correct shape, these pots were then fired at a low temperature to harden them and make them suitable as storage containers. Another technology which benefited from nearly the same process was brickmaking. Bricks were often made of mud, clay, or other earthen materials, and fired at a low temperature or left to harden in the sun in order to make them suitable as building materials. Other forms of technology developed during the Neolithic period were often tools or early machines invented to improve the efficiency or productivity of agricultural work. Perhaps the most important of these is the ard. The ard consisted of a single curved piece of wood which could be controlled by a human from behind and driven by domesticated oxen up front. Used to cut long, shallow ravines in order to plant grains and other crops, the ard was essentially the earliest form of plow used by humankind. Many other Neolithic tools were made out of stone. The stone axe, for example, helped Neolithic farmers clear trees to increase their farmland and simultaneously fell lumber for the building of houses and shelter. Likewise, stone adzes helped these early proto-lumberjacks shape the wood to their purposes, whether it was building houses, fences, or boats. These stone tools were created through an arduous process where one stone was continually pounded or grinded against another stone of a different consistency, forming the softer stone until it reached the shape and function the toolmaker desired. As Neolithic people grew more successful and their cities expanded, competing cultures necessarily clashed with one another. In consequence, Neolithic weaponry grew more technologically advanced as well. Daggers, axes, and arrowheads were all used by Neolithic warriors. These were primarily made of stone, through the same method as stone tools, and then mounted on wooden handles and shafts. These tools were usually sharpened with flint, a particularly hard rock which could also be used to create sparks and start campfires. Another technology which likely originated in the Neolithic period was textiles and the advanced weaving of clothing, rugs, and other cotton-based materials. It's harder to date and know exactly when and where this practice started, as textiles waste away quicker than stone, and few examples from the period remain. However, what few specimens paleontologists have found suggest that rudimentary looms were likely crafted in Mesopotamia, which wove the cotton which was grown in both the Fertile Crescent and in areas to the east. After millennia of following herds of animals across the landscape, humankind first began settling into sedentary societies about 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, with the advent of agriculture and animal husbandry. The technology was incredibly important. Agriculture allowed humans to grow more food than they could eat in a day or week for the first time in history. This gave Neolithic people extra time to do other things, and often they spent their time crafting and inventing tools to make their new, sedentary lives even easier. For example, the ard was the first variation of a plow created by humans, and stone axes were also created to help clear farmland. Additionally, Neolithic people invented pottery in order to have places to store all that excess food, and advanced stone and bone weapons were crafted to help Neolithic humans protect their bounty from others. Finally, Neolithic people were also the first civilization to begin weaving cotton and using rudimentary looms to craft clothing.
Meet Moses. Some of you may know him. Moses has a lot of responsibilities. He has to get about 2 million people from Egypt to the Promised Land. This is a daunting task. Moses must spend all day, sun up to sundown, telling people what to do. Set up your tents here. Go look for water there. Give him back his goat. No, we're not there yet. By trying to handle everything himself, Moses will quickly work himself into an early grave. And then who will lead the Israelites? Luckily for Moses, he has a clever father-in-law, Jethro. Jethro says, "You're going to kill yourself this way, boy. These people need you alive. You need to delegate authority. Select capable men from all the people, men who fear God, trustworthy men who hate dishonest gain, and appoint them as officials over thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. Moses takes Jethro's advice, and now the leaders of 10 can take care of little problems, the leaders of 50s can resolve larger problems, and so on and so forth. Now no one bothers Moses for anything short of a disaster, and he can focus on getting his people from point A to point B. From Moses' story, we can draw a pattern for hierarchies that holds true for most of human history. Step 1. A person does something awesome or terrible to the people. Step 2. Out of love for or fear of that person, the people decide to follow him. Step 3. The leader realizes he cannot possibly handle everything himself. Step 4. He divides his responsibilities and authority among subordinates. That is the basic goal of all hierarchies, to break up the countless responsibilities of leadership into manageable parts, and to assign capable individuals to oversee those responsibilities. Yet this raises some important questions. How should those responsibilities be divided? And, more importantly, what qualifies an individual for public office? Throughout history, human beings have come up with some very different answers to these questions. The results are different sorts of hierarchies. The most common form of hierarchy is an aristocracy. In this system, status is based on one's lineage. Important people have important children and important cousins, and so on. Unimportant people have unimportant children. This may seem disgusting to our modern sensibilities, but kinship is the basis of all other hierarchies in the animal kingdom. It should not surprise us to learn that kinship played an incredibly important role throughout most of our history. In fact, there is no record of a civilization without an aristocracy before America's Declaration of Independence. This is not to say that other systems have not been tried. The system Jethro proposed was a theocracy, a hierarchy based on religion. He specifies that the leaders should be God-fearing and honest. Yet when we get down to the details of exactly how the Israelites were divided and how their leaders were selected, we find that it has much more to do with kinship than with holiness. Every Israelite traces his lineage back to Abraham. Abraham had one son, Isaac. Isaac had 2 sons, Esau and Jacob. Jacob, who was later called Israel, had 12 sons. These 12 sons are the patriarchs of the 12 tribes into which Moses divided the children of Israel. The tribes, in turn, are made up of clans, extended families, each with a male established as the head of his household. It was from these heads of household that Moses selected his leaders of 10s and 50s and so on. Thus, even in Moses' theocracy, the most basic social unit remained the family. Families were united into tribes based on kinship to a common patriarch. It is worth noting that one of those tribes, the tribe of Levi, which just happened to be Moses' tribe, just also happened to be the tribe that God selected to serve as the priestly class. They were excluded from military service and were given the first pick of everyone else's food. Sure sounds like an aristocracy to me. Regardless of their structure, kinship would remain at the core of all hierarchies for the majority of human history. Medieval lords claimed kinship to kings, ancient kings claimed kinship to gods, and some emperors even claimed to be gods themselves. Even the Athenians, enlightened inventors of democracy, divided themselves into tribes, descended from a mythical common ancestor. They also reserved high offices for members of the aristocracy. The Roman Emperor Claudius might have created an imperial bureaucracy of slaves to run his empire, but that does not change the fact that Claudius inherited the title emperor from his cousin. Even in this age of equality, in a nation explicitly founded without an aristocracy, we still have aristocratic families. The Roosevelts, the Kennedys, the Bushes. It is actually remarkable that we consider such dynasties as aberrations. Most people throughout history would have considered them only natural.
An empire is a multinational or multi-ethnic state where one culture is politically or militarily dominant over the others. Or in other words, is where one country or ethnic group takes over the land and resources of many others. It's pretty obvious why that's an advantage for the country in charge, but empires are created in a variety of ways. There are two main types of empires: territorial empires and hegemonic empires. A territorial empire is an empire that is gained through direct military conquest, an empire taken by direct force. A hegemonic empire, on the other hand, is an empire that is created by exerting influence and coercing other states into doing things. For example, the British Empire used economics to influence the government of India, gradually gaining more and more power until they were effectively in charge. While the British Empire did use military power and force, they were often able to exert just as much influence through coercion. There have been many empires over the course of history. Let's look at a few of the most well-known ones. The British Empire at one point covered all of this land across the world, particularly in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The Mongol Empire covered all of this land in 1279. The Roman Empire had control over much of Europe, its biggest extent looking like this. The Ottoman Empire was extremely long-lasting and covered this land at one time or another. And the Chinese Empire, separated into dynasties, covered many different mixes of land, but at one time or another reached this far during the Qing dynasty in 1759. Whatever the type of empire, there were many factors that influenced the creation, growth, and decline of those empires. Those factors include philosophy, political systems, technology, trade, and military developments. The desire for more resources, a better standard of living for its people, and the desire for more power among its leaders were of course big factors. But so were the philosophies of the people of a country. Maybe it's commonly believed that they are superior to all other ethnic groups, or that there's glory in war. These factors make it more likely that an empire will be created. But sometimes empires were created as a direct result of mutual conflict. If two neighbors have different political systems or beliefs, that can make the conquest of one by the other all the more likely. Political systems are also a factor in the creation of empires. A country with a single dictatorial ruler is much more likely to create an empire because that leader has the ability to make quick decisions and doesn't have to be checked by anyone else. A single leader with a desire for power is more than enough to spark an expansion. Technology, trade, and military developments are also factors. Military developments can be a factor in territorial empires because it allows the domination of one country with greater military strength over others with lesser military strength. But all three can be factors in hegemonic empires because greater technology, trading leverage, and military power can be a huge bargaining chip that can be used in coercive ways, allowing countries to exert control over others. Even at the fall of empires, these factors come back into play. Perhaps an empire falls because the political system becomes unstable, or perhaps another nearby empire or country gains a military advantage and conquers the empire. These other groups of people were often called barbarians, whether they were truly barbaric or not. Or perhaps the resources of an area became depleted, and through trade a nearby competitor is now richer and seeks its own empire. All of these factors have an impact on the entire life cycle of an empire, from formation to eventual collapse. An empire is a multinational or multi-ethnic state where one culture is politically or militarily dominant over the others, or in other words, is where one country or ethnic group takes over the land and resources of many others. There are two main types of empires, territorial and hegemonic. A territorial empire is an empire that is gained through direct military conquest, an empire taken by direct force. A hegemonic empire, on the other hand, is an empire that is created by exerting influence and coercing other states into doing things. There have been many empires over the course of history. Examples include the British Empire, the Mongol, the Roman, the Ottoman, and the Chinese Empire. Whatever the type of empire, there were many factors that influenced the creation, growth, and decline of the empires. Those factors include philosophy, political systems, technology, trade, and military developments. When establishing an empire, a desire for more resources, a better standard of living for its people, and the desire for power among its leaders were big factors, but so were the philosophies of the people of a country. Maybe it was commonly believed that they were superior, or that there was glory in war. These things make it more likely that an empire will be created. Political systems are also a factor in the creation of empires. A country with a single dictatorial ruler is much more likely to create an empire. Again, technology, trade, and military developments are also factors. Military developments can be a factor in territorial empires, but all three can be factors in hegemonic empires, because greater technology, trading leverage, and military power can be used in coercive ways. When humans changed their hunter-gatherer ways and began to settle down, there was one important question to answer. Where should they settle? While the reason for humans ditching their nomadic lives is debated, the switch to an agrarian society is not. For the vast majority of human history, we were hunter-gatherers. This was one of the most successful methods of living humans have enjoyed. Hunter-gatherers collected food, created clothes, warmth, and shelter. They lived healthy and productive lives. But whether out of a desire for more food, growing grains for alcohol, or just experimentation from abundant leisure time that hunter-gatherers had, humans began to settle down and farm around 12,000 years ago. We formed what's called an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. Where did humans settle? Did they spread out randomly across the globe? No, as it turns out, humans invariably settled along the floodplains of rivers. This shouldn't be at all surprising, because farming is far more successful if land is fertile, and fertile land is easy to find along riverbanks. Rivers tend to periodically flood, and when they do, they bring nutrient-rich silt with them, making the soil extremely useful for growing things. The river was the heart of early human civilizations and shaped the way those societies operated, how they lived, and what they believed. Examples of early river valley civilizations include the Indus Valley Civilization, ancient Egypt, the Nile, Mesopotamia, along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and Chinese civilization along the Yellow River. Let's look at a few of these in more detail. First, let's talk about the Indus Valley Civilization. The Indus River would flood the land with nutrients twice per year, super reliably. Because of this regular flooding, the Indus Valley contained the most available calories per acre of any river of its time. Things grew easily, and the civilization flourished around 3000 BCE. A total of 1,500 sites have been found, and so the Indus Valley Civilization was huge, containing many astonishingly impressive cities. These cities contained multi-story buildings built from a uniform size of brick. Cities were oriented to catch the wind and contained extensive sewer systems that would have been the envy of much later civilizations. Indus Valley Civilization thrived through trading cotton and cloth with Mesopotamia in exchange for things like bronze. Their reliable and plentiful land made them a peaceful people. Few weapons have been found, suggesting they had what they needed. Unfortunately, it's also quite likely that they themselves were conquered as part of their decline. Mesopotamia was another highly successful river civilization, but their river was quite different. The flooding of their river was extremely unpredictable, making proper irrigation complex and hard work. As a result, slavery was needed to irrigate effectively. Also probably as a result, their relationship with their gods was equally tenuous and unpredictable. The most powerful people in Mesopotamia were the priests, who were responsible for helping to avoid the wrath of the gods and bring success to the people. Trade was vital to Mesopotamia, because while their land was fertile, there was little metal, wood, or stone. Mesopotamia was the world's first known territorial kingdom, developed through trade. But after drought, the weakened kingdom was invaded by pastoral nomads. Ancient Egypt is probably the most famous river valley civilization in human history. It was also the longest lived, running from around 3000 BCE to 300 BCE. The Nile River flooded in a regular pattern and was navigable and benign. Because of this, life in Egypt was easy, the soil was fertile, and irrigation and farming required little skill. This left a lot of time and energy for other projects, which is one possible explanation for the Great Pyramids. The natural environment in Egypt had a huge impact on the development of the civilization. In this plentiful land, people were very positive about the afterlife. The gods were calm, cool, and benevolent. Since their pharaohs were seen as gods too, they were also expected to be calm, cool, and benevolent, and pleasing them was important. In early agrarian civilizations, the natural environment had a huge impact on culture, from beliefs about the gods and afterlife to how isolationist or outward-looking each civilization was. Much of it can be traced back to the features and behaviors of the rivers around which they lived. When humans changed their hunter-gatherer ways and began to settle down, there was one important question to answer. Where should they settle? An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. Since farming was the focus, it turns out that humans invariably settled along the floodplains of rivers. This shouldn't be at all surprising, because fertile land is easy to find along riverbanks. Rivers tend to periodically flood, and when they do, they bring nutrient-rich silt with them, making the soil extremely useful for growing things. The river was the heart of early human civilizations, and shaped the way those societies operated, how they lived, and what they believed. The Indus Valley was fertile, flooding was regular and predictable, and the land was generally plentiful. This led to the development of a peaceful people who didn't need to fight for resources, and had the ability to build impressive cities with large buildings and sewage systems. Mesopotamia built large territory through trade. This happened largely because their river was extremely unpredictable in its flooding. Their gods were similarly unpredictable, and so priests became powerful figures as mediators between the people and gods. The Nile River flooded in a regular pattern and was navigable and benign. Because of this, life in Egypt was easy. The soil was fertile, and irrigation and farming required little skill. This left a lot of time and energy for other projects like the pyramids. In this plentiful land, people were very positive about the afterlife. The gods were calm, cool, and benevolent. In early agrarian civilizations, the natural environment had a huge impact on culture, from beliefs about the gods and afterlife to how isolationist or outward-looking each civilization was. Much of it can be traced back to the features and behaviors of the rivers around which they lived. A society is a group of people living together in an ordered community, often having similar laws, customs, and social organization. Societies can be hugely different from each other. In Western countries, we have very different ideas about things than African countries, who also have very different ideas about things than cultures in Asia. You only have to look at remote tribes in the Amazon rainforest to see just how different societies can be. So what happens when those societies make contact with each other? What happens when they exchange cultural ideas and trade goods? Today we're going to summarize what can happen, both the bad and the good. It's easy for people to talk about the benefits of contact and exchange. Most of us want people to get along, and you can argue that having contact with different cultures is wholly a good thing. After all, the more we understand each other, the more we understand other cultures and societies, the more tolerant we become, the more knowledgeable we are about social norms, and the less likely it is that conflict will happen. Understanding can't be anything but good, right? Unfortunately, historically, the effects of contact and exchange have been a much more mixed bag than we might like. In fact, it could be argued that the effects, especially initially, were almost exclusively negative. The initial contact of indigenous peoples with outsiders can be a huge shock in itself. Historically, missionaries, slavers, farmers and miners have visited these cultures and forced themselves on the indigenous peoples in aggressive ways. It's not hard to impact a culture significantly when you do that. Many indigenous cultures would take on the politics, economics or religion of the outsiders in an attempt to gain power. This created conflict between the indigenous people as well as between them and the outsiders. This process by which cultures are changed or mixed by contact with one another is called acculturation. But it isn't just cultural influence at work here. When two societies make contact with each other for the first time, they often transfer disease between them. The two groups of people might have totally different diseases that their bodies won't be able to fight off. When Europeans, like the British, French, Dutch and Spanish, explored the world and claimed land for themselves, they often brought diseases that Europeans could handle, but that would wipe out hundreds or even thousands of indigenous people. There's even evidence that early European explorers and conquerors unknowingly spread enough disease to wipe out almost 95% of the native population of the Americas. Regardless of intent, Western cultures would take advantage of these native populations in their weakened state and exploit their land and resources. To an extent, this continues even to this day, though it's more likely to be multinational corporations than foreign governments. On the positive side, it's hard to argue there haven't been benefits to contact and exchange between cultures. There are fewer wars now than ever before, and life expectancy is higher worldwide. While the European system of economics and government has become dominant, displacing and destroying many other cultures, it's hard to argue that this system isn't also responsible for the higher life expectancy, as well as greater education, health, and living standards. International cooperation, while it could still be better, has never been greater, and a lot of that has happened because of the mutual benefits of international trade, the idea of giving up goods you have in excess for things produced in other parts of the world. Perhaps, in the long term, good can therefore come out of contact and exchange, but it often happens on the back of forcing a dominant culture on others. It's easy for humans to poetically raise things to a level of esteem they don't deserve. On the one hand, you can praise the current economic systems and call them progress, but that implies there's only one way to live. On the other hand, you can praise the indigenous cultures and say that their way of living is more natural and should be left alone. But then those people also tend to have poorer health and education than is possible in modern Western cultures. They may even be more violent. No one way of living is pure or superior. One thing is for sure though, contact and exchange between societies forever changes those societies, and in hugely significant ways. Some of the effects can be terrible, while others can be wonderful. And that is all the more reason for geographers to study the topic carefully. A society is a group of people living together in an ordered community, often having similar customs, laws, and social organization. Societies can be hugely different from one another. You only have to look at remote tribes in the Amazon rainforest to see just how different. The initial contact of indigenous peoples with outsiders can be a huge shock, and historically it's been negative, but often the cultures will intermingle with each other. This process by which cultures are changed or mixed by contact with one another is called acculturation. But aside from culture, diseases can also be passed between the groups. One group of people might have bodies used to particular diseases, while an indigenous people could die in the hundreds, thousands, or even millions. But it's also hard to argue that there haven't been benefits, including high life expectancy, greater education, health and living standards, international cooperation, and international trade. This mixed bag of benefits and terrible harm is why we geographers and historians must continue to study the effects of contact and exchange between societies.